On the continent of Samuel, there is the strongest race, called the Dragon Clan. They are proficient in ancient magic, and although they are scarce in numbers, they are incredibly powerful and are the greatest enemy on this continent. No one knows why there was a war between humans and dragons and what happened in the beginning. The cause of the war has long been buried in history. The war between humans and dragons has been going on for hundreds of years on this continent. The dragon used its powerful body and ancient magic to attack humans, while humans desperately fought with the dragon. Even though they were insignificant in front of the dragon, the long years of fighting had left both humans and dragons dead and wounded, and each had paid a painful price. In this prolonged war, there have been no negotiations, no compromises, and no mercy. The sound of the dragon's attack and the shouts of the humans resounded throughout the battlefield. For centuries, the humans and the dragons have not been able to distinguish between them. To this day, even with heavy casualties, they are still fighting each other. In the year 1733 of the Genesis era, the mightiest dragon slayer, Leon Casmid, was ordered to lead an army to attack the Dragon Clan. They were determined to eliminate the Empire's greatest foe, Queen Roswitha of the Silver Dragons. However, the Empire's greatest dragon-slaying hero, Leon, was betrayed by his own comrades and became a prisoner of the Dragon Clan. The current location is the dungeon of the Silver Dragon Clan, which holds the Dragon Slayer as a captive. The dark dungeon is very quiet, with only 2 guards watching over the Dragon Slayer. Suddenly, a clear sound of high heels ring out in the dungeon. One of the guards notices the sound of the high heels, and the silver-haired woman, walking from the darkness. The 2 guards salute the woman, and address her as Your Majesty. The woman tells the 2 guards to leave first. She needs to talk to the Dragon Slayer alone. After the guards leave, only the Dragon Slayer and the woman remain in the dark and silent dungeon. This silver-haired woman with a beautiful figure is the Silver Dragon Queen, Roswitha. In a condescending tone, Roswitha asks the Dragon Slayer how he feels about being taken prisoner by the Dragon Clan. The man in front of her is Leon, the Dragon Slayer who has killed countless dragons. Leon is covered in blood and looked serious, telling Roswitha to hurry up and kill him. With a hint of a provocative tone, Roswitha asks Leon if he needs her to give him a quick death. However, Roswitha thinks about it and pinches Leon's face, telling him that wanting to die isn't going to be so easy. It is a pity about this handsome face. Roswitha scratches a scar on Leon's face and praises the scar on his face as a perfect match for him. Leon immediately dodges Roswitha's hand and tells her to hurry up if she wants to kill him, and not to humiliate him here. In a mocking tone, Roswitha licks the blood left on her hand and tells Leon that, even though he is powerful, he is still framed by his betraying partner. And now he is a prisoner of the Dragon Clan, and persuades him to join the Silver Dragon Clan. Leon sneers and looks up at Roswitha. Clearly, her words do not sway Leon. Leon gives an answer to what Roswitha has just said. Leon's words enrage Roswitha, who gives an angry look and uses her foot to kick Leon hard against the stone wall behind her. The chains binding Leon moves out of their original position as Leon moves. Leon coughs up blood from the heavy blow, adding new wounds to his already injured body. Roswitha stomps her foot hard on Leon's chest, saying that a captive had been so rude to her, and, in a condescending tone, proceeds to tell Leon to stop dreaming of being a hero. Roswitha says he is going to die here soon, and as a captive now, he will not be able to become a great dragon slayer hero for the rest of his life. Roswitha continues to add that his descendants may be able to enjoy all the riches and honor with him. But sadly, for someone like him, with no heirs, that day will never come. Leon looks at Roswitha with determination in his eyes, telling her not to underestimate humans. As soon as the words are out of his mouth, Leon is wrapped around his neck and lifted up by Roswitha's tail. Roswitha says he's such a stubborn fool. Leon can't breathe with her tail wrapped around his neck, and says, "Your Majesty," with great difficulty. Roswitha sees that he's having trouble defending himself, and subconsciously assumes that he's going to beg her for mercy. However, Leon breaks off and says that she makes two mistakes from the very beginning. Roswitha is puzzled, and for a moment does not understand what he is saying. Leon goes on to add that firstly she shouldn't have stayed with him, the most highly trained dragon slayer, and secondly, she shouldn't have tasted his blood. In an instant, Leon's eyes become abnormally red, and unleashes a spell called the Blood Curse. This spell reacts on Roswitha, and she immediately releases her tail from wrapping around Leon's neck. Roswitha gradually moves away from the man in front of her. She is flushed, feels her body grow hot, and her legs weaken to the point where she sits on her knees. For a moment, she isn't sure what is happening. Leon stands up and explains to Roswitha, who is sitting on her knees, that this spell will soon put her in a lifetime of pain brought on by her soul. Suddenly, Roswitha lunges at Leon with her own body. Without understanding what is happening, Leon is tackled to the ground by Roswitha. Seeing Roswitha's flushed face, Leon realizes that it is his spell that had a side effect on Roswitha, causing her to some kind of stimulation. Roswitha's consciousness goes out of control under the influence of the spell, and without saying a word, she directly kisses Leon. The sound of a large heartbeat echoes in Leon's chest. An hour later, the clothes of the two are scattered on the floor. The side effects of the spell disappear, and Roswitha slowly regains consciousness. Seeing the two in their current condition, Roswitha angrily looks back at Leon and questions what he has done to her. Leon explains to her that the spell is called the Blood Curse. It is a forbidden spell that can only be used once in a lifetime. By tasting his blood, she and he have formed a soul link. As long as he's dead, the curse will plunge her into endless agony. Roswitha angrily dislikes it back, saying that, if it's a spell that takes effect only after he died, then what was all that just happened? Leon, who also seems to have only just learnt about the side effects of the spell, explains to Roswitha that what just happened is just an accident. He also doesn't expect the side effect to be so powerful. Before the words could be finished, Roswitha hurriedly tells Leon to shut up, not wanting him to continue describing what just happened. Leon then suddenly thinks of the fact that dragons follow the monogamy principle. Then he laughs and tells Roswitha that after his death, she will neither be able to find a new mate, nor explain the current situation to the dragons. The effect of this curse has far exceeded his expectations. Roswitha is furious, but can't say anything in return for a moment. Leon looks at her with scorn and says that she is now going to have no successor either. Roswitha can't stand what Leon has said, and is ready to give Leon another blow. However, Leon weakly replies that he doesn't need her to do it anymore, and that he will die soon. These words make Roswitha stop attacking him. Before he died, Leon adds that it is his curse on Roswitha to live in pain for the rest of her life. With that said, Leon is no longer conscious. After Roswitha puts her clothes back on, she kicks Leon and says that a human uses such a despicable method of revenge against her, and wants to escape by dying. There's no such easy way out. After saying this, Roswitha uses her spell to inflict a strange coat of arms on Leon's chest. After 2 years of deep sleep, I woke up only to find out that I've suddenly become a father. As the strongest dragon slayer, I somehow managed to make the Silver Dragon Queen a mother. She even sent our daughter away, locked me inside the room, and pushed me down with one swift motion. With a surge of magical energy glowing in her hands, she was about to engrave her exclusive dragon mark on me. Gah! I'm the greatest dragon slayer. You can't do this to me. Leon Kazmid. He was once a legendary dragon-slaying hero. At the age of 5, he killed a vicious dog with his bare hands, catching the attention of a passing master dragon slayer, who took him as an apprentice. At the age of 10, he entered the Empire's Dragon Slayer Academy to further his studies. And 4 years later, he graduated with the highest honors and youngest age in history. At the age of 15, he stepped onto the battlefield, slayed countless evil dragons, reclaimed lands, and earned great merits for the Empire. Leon was hailed as the strongest dragon slayer, the Empire's only hope to lead them to victory and end this war. Until he became a prisoner of the Dragon Clan. 2 years had passed by now. At the moment of waking up, he felt as if he'd just had a terrible nightmare. Still shaken, he found himself gasping for breath. Looking around the lavishly decorated room, Leon couldn't tell whether this was heaven or reality. The door gently pushed open, and a little tuft of hair peeked through. Leon focused his gaze and saw a small girl entering the room. "Oh, you're awake." The little girl was innocent, with big watery eyes that made even Leon dumbfounded. So cute. Leon's mind was filled with endless thoughts, thinking to himself that it was only because he had contributed so much to mankind that he had arrived in heaven. "You must be the legendary Angel." "Angel? What's that?" Even though the adorable little girl in front of him denied it, Leon was absolutely sure of one thing. She had to be his guiding angel. Leon squatted down and asked her name. "Hello, little angel. What's your name?" "Muen." Her big, sparkling eyes and round, chubby cheeks made her so irresistible that anyone would want to pinch her. Muen? That's a wonderful name. However, something didn't sit right with Leon. But the color of this angel's hair is rather odd. Black mixed with white? Mom says it means the moon. However, something didn't sit right with Leon. While the girl was undoubtedly cute, the more he looked, the more he felt something was off. Angels have moms too? Leon introduced himself to the little angel. I'm Leon Casmid. I know, Leon means lion. When hearing his name, the girl joyfully raised her arms. Who tell you that? That's what Mom said. Huh? Leon grew increasingly uneasy. No way. A disturbing thought crept into his mind. For confirmation, he asked her a simple question. May I ask, who exactly is your mom? Roswitha. Hearing her answer, Leon petrified on the spot. Your mom is Roswitha. Then that means I'm... The girl Muen seemed confused by his reaction. You're my daddy. Leon was completely shell-shocked. He had just woken up after a long slumber, only to find out that he was now a father. The strongest dragon slayer's faith in everything he knew began to crumble. The strongest dragon slayer couldn't accept such shocking news for a moment. Ah, Mommy! Just as Leon was on the verge of mental collapse, Muen turned her gaze toward the doorway. Leon also turned his head cautiously. Mommy, Daddy's awake. I know. Entering the room was none other than the Silver Dragon Queen Roswitha. Seeing her mother, Muen wagged her tail with excitement. Roswitha's face lit up with a sly smile as she looked at Leon. You've finally woken up, Leon. Muen clung to her mother's slender figure, and Roswitha, peering down through her proud chest, affectionately looked at her beloved daughter. Mommy must be happy too, right? Because you visit Daddy every day. Of course, honey. She spoke softly, but Leon knew this wasn't as simple as it seemed. As if I'd believe that. Seeing that sly smile on her face, Leon's heart was filled with an overwhelming sense of dread. Muen, why don't you go play outside for a bit? Mom has something to talk to your dad. Okay. After sending Muen out of the room, Roswitha stepped closer, her movements confident and commanding. As Leon caught sight of the trembling waves of her chest, the once invincible dragon slayer found himself taking a few steps back in fear. Muen, is she really my daughter? What do you think? Obviously, she's our child. As the Silver Dragon Queen inched closer, Leon, the dragon slayer hero, was driven back, step by step, into the room. In one swift motion, Roswitha's tail coiled around the door and locked it, sealing his escape. You should hate me to the core. Why did you give birth to the child? Why did you bring me back? Cornered and powerless, Leon continued retreating, his voice betraying a clear lack of confidence. You've been asleep for 2 years. 2 years ago, after what you did to me. Did you think you could just get away with it? Roswitha, with a hint of seriousness on her face, said what Leon did to her 2 years ago. You think I wanted to do that? Humans and dragons are natural enemies, and destined to never coexist. If it had been up to me, I'd have rather died than laid a finger on you. In the previous chapter, Leon was still in control. But now he's the one panicking. Being revived by Roswitha means that at this moment, he's got no cards left to play. Oh? So touching me is torture for you too? Isn't that obvious? Despite having no means left, Leon still had to put up a brave front. He resisted stubbornly. However, the next moment, Roswitha's dragon tail coiled around his legs. Immediately after, Leon was ruthlessly thrown onto the bed. Leon's mind raced with panic. He had no idea that Roswitha was coiling around, like a venomous snake at this moment. Her claws tore through his clothing with cold precision. I'm going to carve my dragon mark onto your body. Stop, Roswitha. Faced with the overwhelming pressure of her ample chest bearing down on him, Leon was also feeling a little overwhelmed. The mysterious allure of her presence was like an abyss and drew him in. How could anyone resist? It will be your eternal shame, marking you as my prisoner forever, unable to escape me for the rest of your life. A glowing magical mark began to appear on Leon's chest. The legendary Dragon Slayer, once the pinnacle of strength, was now reduced to being Roswitha's plaything. When your fellow humans see this mark, what will they think? Will they still see you as the great dragon-slaying hero, or as a traitor who defected with the dragons? With a smug smile, Roswitha declared her victory, her confidence soaring as if she wielded an uncontrollable power. On her own chest, the same magical crest from Leon's body had appeared prominently. Why go to such extremes? Leon couldn't fathom the situation. What kind of punishment or reward was this for her? It seemed to offer her no clear benefit. Roswitha suddenly approached Leon. Don't you understand yet, Leon? The concept of revenge among Dragon Clan has always been a perplexing issue for human scholars who research Dragon Clan. Their revenge is a blend of obsession, extremism, and behavior that transcends human understanding, something truly inhuman. I want you to live in this shame for the rest of your life, to be humiliated by me, completely, forever. Roswitha loomed above him, looking down at the man who had humiliated her 2 years ago. Now, she was ready to return the favor 1,000-fold to him. This feeling, under the influence of the magical crest, Leon's consciousness began to fade, his vision growing dim. Roswitha gradually moved closer to the man in front of her. Now, let's get started. For the Silver Dragon Queen Roswitha, turning Leon, the greatest human dragon slayer, into her slave and closest companion. It was the ultimate revenge. To humans, this might seem unfathomable, but for her, this was the true vengeance of a dragon against a dragon slayer. Being squeezed like a peanut by the Silver Dragon Queen, I'm really going to turn into peanut crumbs. Nothing at all. For the sake of my safety, I have to escape this cursed place quickly. However, after breaking out of the castle, I ended up getting spotted by Roswitha. That escape route was just a trap she set. It was as if she wanted to crush my will to resist. She brought me back to human territory, aiming to break me and subject me to endless humiliation. No, as the strongest dragon slayer, my will, as Leon, will never be crushed by Roswitha, not even under the control of the dragon mark. The weather is very good today, with sunlight shining on the silver dragon castle. There was a sound of conversation coming from somewhere inside the silver dragon castle. The queen seems to be in a good mood today. Oh, haven't you heard? Her husband is awake. 2 dragon maids were walking over not far away, discussing happily about Leon waking up. However, bah! That she-dragon actually advertised to the public that I am her husband. You have no idea how terrifying that she-dragon is. Leon hid behind the wall, eavesdropping, his body already much thinner. Because right now, he was like a peanut that had been squeezed multiple times. Ah, faster! Come on, Leon, faster! Just thinking about that terrifying scene, Leon's body started to tremble. She drained me for a whole day and night. My waist is about to break. For own future and physical health, Leon clenched his fists tightly. I, Leon, will never stay here quietly and become her plaything. Let's get to it. Seeing the nearby guards, Leon began to formulate a plan in his mind. There are 4 dragon guards at the side gate. Escaping from here is nearly impossible. However, at that moment, Leon felt confused. But why are there so few guards at the Silver Dragon Sanctuary today? It feels completely different from when I came in 2 years ago. It is eerily quiet. Just then, Leon noticed something. Why is there such an obvious hole here? That's right. Leon pushed through the grass and found a hole in the wall. Could this be a trap? Leon looked at the hole in front of him, just big enough for a person to squeeze through, and felt a wave of anxiety. He patted his head. It doesn't matter. I have to get out of here, no matter what. Even if it's a trap, I'll fight my way through. Even though he had been missing from human society for 2 whole years, Leon believed that as long as he could get back to that place, everything would be all right. Let's get to it. He bent down and crawled into the hole. With every step forward, he could feel the scent of freedom growing stronger. Goodbye, crazy she-dragon. As for the little dragon named Muen, she's all yours. Muen stood on tiptoe, watching Leon's every move and excitedly shared with Roswitha. Mom, look. Dad is crawling through a dog hole. He's amazing. Roswitha was lying on the chair beach and looked up to see what Leon was doing. I see. He is really impressive. Muen clasped his hands together and naively said to Roswitha, "So, when will you go fetch Daddy back, Mom?" Roswitha placed a finger to Muen's lips, whispering a warning. Muen, you can't use words like fetch when talking to Dad. It's really impolite." Her expression darkened, and she uttered something even more chilling. "You can say, 'Catch him back.'" It had been a while since Leon crawled out of the hole and escaped. He was sprinting across the lush green grass, the soft glow of the sunset igniting his fighting spirit. "Once I cross these mountains, I'll be at the borders of human territory." However, he still stopped and looked back. After running this far, that she-dragon shouldn't be able to catch up, right? Roar. Leon was startled. That was a familiar dragon roar. As the strongest dragon slayer, he could never be mistaken. Roswitha. He looked up and saw a giant dragon covered in shimmering silver scales, rapidly diving toward him. Roswitha opened her dragon mouth wide and shouted loudly at Leon. "Wow, you can really run, Leon!" Just as Leon was about to continue his escape. But Roswitha suddenly flew in front of him, blocking his path like a massive mountain. "Is playing with me like this making you happy?" Even though he knew this would happen, Leon couldn't help cursing aloud. Roswitha lowered her head and stared closely at Leon. I'm quite satisfied, actually. Don't you think this has all been too easy? Who helped you divert the guards and leave you that hole to escape?" Leon's eyes revealed serious expression, looking nervously at Roswitha. "Even if I know it's a trap, I have no choice. I just didn't expect you to catch up so quickly." Compared to the huge silver dragon in front of him, Leon felt like a tiny speck. What can do you now that you get back to human territory? You already bear my mark on your chest. Do you really think they'll still see you as a dragon slayer? Leon tried to refute Roswitha. "Then I'll start my life over as an ordinary person. It's better than being tormented by you." And those words undoubtedly struck a nerve with Roswitha. "Huh, you're really ungrateful." The silver dragon queen spread her massive wings, whipping up a powerful gust of wind around them. She grabbed Leon in her palm and took off into the sky again. Leon attempted to break free from Roswitha's dragon claws, but unfortunately failed. "Let go of me. Where are you taking me, she-dragon?" "Well, since you're so eager to go back, I'll make it happen for you." Roswitha soared from dusk to night. 3 hours later, they arrived near the border city of the Empire. Without a word, the Silver Dragon Queen dropped Leon from high above. If it weren't for the trees breaking his fall, Leon would have definitely turned into a puddle of mush upon hitting the ground. As expected, when Leon landed, he ended up in a position resembling a sprawled duck. Ouch! Rubbing his head, Leon felt something was off. He opened his eyes and was stunned to find the scenery in front of him incredibly familiar. The small town at the Empire's border was right in front of his eyes. Leon looked at the scenery in front of him with some surprise, unable to believe that he had really returned here. Is this a human town? Yes, that is the human empire over there. Roswitha had transformed into her human form and stood aside, looking at the town with great interest. Leon looked at the familiar town in front of him and couldn't help but shed tears. Seeing a long-awaited human town, Do you think you can just cross over and return to the human world? But Leon, you can't go back, even if it looks close at hand. Just then, the pattern on Roswitha's chest reappeared. Leon nervously looked at his chest. The mark on his body also manifested, and he suddenly felt that something was not right. Oh, I forget to mention. When two people bear the dragon mark, it reacts whenever one of them wants to connect with the other. Upon hearing this, Leon stumbled back in fear and accidentally bumped into the trunk of a large tree. Roswitha walked forward step by step and touched the dragon pattern on Leon's chest with her hand. You must be feeling a heat all over. An unbearable urge by now, right? Are you trying to do it here? Roswitha's lips curled into a smirk. Her expression showed that she was full of confidence in her plan. That's right. Do you know why I brought you here? I want you to understand what true humiliation is in front of your homeland, so close to it. Leon tightly grasped his clothes with his hands. Do you think I would lose my resolve because of that? To Roswitha's surprise, Leon's gaze at that moment revealed an unexpected determination. He grabbed Roswitha's hand and said to her, I'll wait patiently for the opportunity to come. When that time comes, I'll make you pay back all the humiliation you've inflicted on me. Double. Seeing such a defiant Leon for the first time, even Roswitha couldn't help but be taken aback, staring blankly at the handsome man in front of her. She lowered her head and chuckled lightly. Ha, okay. However, it seemed Roswitha anticipated Leon's reaction, and she slammed him back against the tree. I'll be waiting for you, no matter what. My name is Leon. I just got drained by the Silver Dragon Queen. And now, she's trying to sweet-talk me and saying that she'd bring me back to visit more. Clearly, she's planning to repeat what just happened. Stubborn as I am, I decided to walk back to the Silver Dragon Sanctuary, but encountered the Dragon Slayer army on the way. I can't even ask for help. Roswitha will kill them too. What should I do? Is there any way to solve the current situation? The current location is near the Empire's border city, an unknown corner. The Silver Dragon Queen was happily tidying herself up, like a rose freshly nourished by morning dew. But Leon, he was not so lucky. He lay on the ground, tears streaming down his face helplessly. His own waist just suffered a huge impact. Roswitha smiled and turned to look at Leon. I was quite pleased with your performance just now. Leon looked at Roswitha with disdain. This pathetic state he was in, it was all her fault. Roswitha approached Leon, her fingers touching his chest, and looking at him with a hint of teasing smile. How about I bring you here to visit your hometown every month? Leon quickly distanced himself from Roswitha and leaned towards the big tree behind him. Bah! I know you're just thinking about how to drain me dry. His sharp mind quickly saw through Roswitha's true intentions. At least you're smart. However, Roswitha didn't care in the slightest. After all, she still had 1,001 ways to make him submit. Let's go. Our daughter is waiting for us at home. She turned his back to Leon, spread her wings, and prepared to take him back. Wait! Just then, after putting on his clothes, Leon called out to the ravenous Roswitha. As a proud dragon slayer, I won't let you treat me like prey and drag me back. I can walk on my own. Even though he had just been drained dry, the so-called wise man's moment had arrived. Perhaps this was nothing more than Leon's fleeting burst of bravado in the face of his emptiness. Roswitha stood behind Leon and kindly reminded him, "Ha! It would take me at least 3 hours to fly from here to the Silver Dragon Sanctuary. For a human, it would take at least 10 days to 2 weeks." Leon walked forward without looking back. Just 10 days and a half months. Don't underestimate our human endurance. Leon, determined as ever, decided to use his own feet to measure the distance between the Empire and the Dragonlands. "I'll see how long you can hold out." Since Leon had decided to do this, Roswitha had also decided to accompany him and saw how long he could hold on. However, after walking for a while, Roswitha was not tired yet. Leon was already out of breath. Roswitha looked at Leon panting with relish. "Can't you walk anymore? If you beg me." Leon quickly replied to what Roswitha said. "I'm not tired. Who says I'm tired?" Roswitha saw right through him. He was just putting up a front. There's no part of you that's tougher than your mouth." As much as Leon was annoyed with Roswitha, given that there was indeed a place in his body that was already soft, all he had left was his stubborn talk. In the distance, the sound of hooves echoed through the trees. The two of them looked in that direction, and there it was, the Dragon Slayer army patrolling the forest. "Great! These people might help me get rid of that she-dragon ... Just as Leon was about to rush out and get help, Roswitha suddenly glared at him. He felt a chill down his spine for a moment. He sensed that Roswitha was behind him, staring hard at him. "Wait. If I call for help to them, Roswitha will undoubtedly kill them without hesitation. For the sake of the Dragon Slayer army's safety, Leon absolutely couldn't ask them for help. After all, seeking their assistance now would be like sending them to reunite with their dearly departed." "Huh? Hold on a moment." Leon had no intention of seeking help any longer, but the squad leader of the Dragon Slayer army spotted them. "Did you get lost?" Leon turned his head to look at the captain of the Dragon Slayer army. He was caught in the middle and doesn't know what to do. He needed to find a way to protect this dragon-slaying army. "No, we're just wandering around." He forced a smile, knowing that compared to being drained, he certainly didn't want to see these men lose their lives for nothing. "I can't pull innocent people into this. Now that is true selflessness. This forest isn't a safe place to wander. There are plenty of dangers and wild beasts. How about I guide you?" The squad leader dismounted and walked toward them. He reached out his hand to shake hands with Leon. "By the way, my name is Walker, the captain of the Empire's Dragon Slayer Army's 47th Squad. If Walker got any closer, Roswitha would surely take action. Please don't come any closer." Leon thought silently and waved his hand quickly, trying to find a reason to deceive him. "Thank you for your kindness. But we have also learned some self-defense training and can protect ourselves." You look a bit familiar. Have I seen you somewhere before?" He couldn't let Walker keep thinking about it. Leon was panicking. If he was recognized, it would spell trouble. Roswitha clearly sensed that something was wrong. Her hands had already begun to gather magic power, intending to strike first. Oh no! Leon sensed her intent to attack and knew he had to act quickly. In a swift motion, he grabbed Roswitha's hand and pulled her into an embrace. Roswitha was taken aback. When did Leon, who hated himself, take such initiative? But in that moment, Leon whispered to her, "I'll go back with you, but cooperate with me for now to send them away." Roswitha looked at the man in surprise, but she quickly understood his intentions. "Sir, you must have mistaken me for someone else. I have a very common face. My wife often mistakes me too, right?" Feigning affection, they nestled together, looking like a loving couple. "Then I'll take my leave and not disturb your romantic moment." Seeing this, the team leader didn't want to disturb the seemingly loving couple, so he wisely chose to leave. As they watched the Dragon Slayer army leave, Roswitha impatiently said, "Have you not hugged enough yet?" Roswitha's words made Leon instinctively jump back and keep his distance from Roswitha. After Leon let go of Roswitha, she moved her stiff body. Roswitha looked at Leon with a serious expression, as if she was about to say something important. "Leon, you're very smart. You didn't ask for help from them, but one thing. You need to understand your position. We have a child, but it doesn't mean I'm your wife." Although he didn't understand what Roswitha was trying to prove, what she said echoed his own thoughts. "I never thought of being your husband. Let's go. We still have a long way to walk." After speaking, Roswitha turned around and prepared to leave. However, at that moment, Leon seemed to feel some discomfort. Leon gripped his hand tightly, letting out a low groan. A sharp pain surged from his palm, where a burning sensation had emerged. As his vision blurred, he could still make out the distinct wound seared into his hand. Roswitha heard the sudden sound of falling to the ground behind her, and looked back to realize that Leon was unconscious. "Did you faint?" Roswitha thought Leon was just pretending to faint. But when she spoke out to ask him, she didn't hear a response from him. Such a fragile human. Purple flames ignited around Roswitha, and in the next moment, she transformed into the appearance of a giant dragon. She picked up the unconscious Leon and threw him into midair, while Leon landed smoothly on Roswitha's back. "Well, this time I'll take that as your plea for mercy." With a powerful beat of her wings, Roswitha took to the skies, flying toward the rising sun, carrying Leon with her. From blocking her attack just before, as he falls down, Roswitha questions if he fainted. Remarking on what a frail human being he is, she transforms into the dragon, placing him onto her back, stating that this time she will take that as a plea for mercy. As she flies out, at the Silver Dragon Castle as Leon wakes up, Muen greets him, asking if he is awake. Leon gets up questioning how he got back here, to which Muen states that it was Mother who brought him back. Leon, quite angry, guesses that she finally caught him like prey. Noticing that his hand is bandaged, Leon mentions that she was the one who bandaged it for him. Leon thinks back to what dragonologist once said, that dragons are a ferocious race, living their lives in violence and blood. From childhood, although Muen has obvious dragon traits, she shows no hostility toward him and treats him as her father. He wonders if it's because she is a human dragon hybrid. Leon pats her saying Mien is awesome and cute. But when she grows up, she must not be like her mother. Just then, Roswitha is standing by their side. Questions what's wrong with being like her. Leon gets scared trying to shrug off the question, stating that it's nothing. Muen proudly says she bandaged Dad's wounds according to her mother's instructions, to which Roswitha agrees, affirming that this is what she should do. Leon realizes what a strict mother Roswitha is. He pats Muen, suggesting she hide in the garden first, and he will come find her. When he counts to 100, Muen gets excited, asking if Dad wants to play hide and seek with her, to which Leon replies that he's not like her mother, and she should go quickly. As he counts down, Muen replies that he's not like her mother, and she should go quickly. As he counts down, Muen worried runs out, asking him not to count so fast. After Muen runs off, Leon calls out to Roswitha, asking if she isn't being too hard on the child. Roswitha replies that all dragons go through this. Only by being strict from a young age can they grow into strong warriors. Leon protests, saying Muen isn't fully a dragon and is so cute, questioning how she can be so strict. Roswitha retorts that calling a dragon cute is derogatory. Leon tries to tease her, saying that she's pretty cute too. Roswitha grabs him by the collar, stating that he's just a slave for her to vent her anger on, and tells him to stop getting ahead of himself. Roswitha affirms that it's good he understands, as she is the queen of the Silver Dragon clan, and has many government affairs to handle. She tells him the task of taking care of the children is now his responsibility, and whispers that the child likes him. The scene shifts to the garden, where Leon mutters to himself that he's the Dragon Queen. And it seems like the Dragon Slayer is now responsible for taking care of the children. He notices a girl hiding behind a pillar, and thinks Muen is still young. And if she thinks he can't find her, if she hides there. He points to her saying he found her. But there is no response from her. Leon questions if she's angry. Leon apologizes for keeping her waiting, but she runs off. Leon chases her, asking what's wrong and why is she running. After a while, Leon wonders where she went as he just saw her pass by. He thinks it's hard to predict a child's mood, and wonders why. Roswitha gave him the task of taking care of Muen. Just then, Muen comes from behind and hugs Leon. Leon asks if she didn't just see him run past her. Muen denies it, saying that Dad couldn't find her, so she came out to look for him. Leon wonders if he saw wrong. Muen then says she has something to show him, and pulls him away, as another girl looking similar to Mien gazes toward them while doing the drawing. Mien is quite preoccupied with it. Leon, having butterflies, thinks that it's good to have a daughter, and that it feels like his soul is healed. Sooner or later, he believes he will get his destiny, which will help him escape from the clutches of the mother dragon. Mien runs to Leon, saying that she drew a family portrait, for which Leon is delighted, thinking that Mien is awesome, worthy of being his. As Leon sees the sketch of two girls with two parents, he questions why there are two girls. Muen reveals that it's her sister. Leon is taken aback that Muen has a sister, as it turns out that he's not only hit the target with one shot, but also hit it twice with one shot. Leon grabs his head, scratching his hair, stating that the child he saw in the garden just now must be her. He called her by Muen, and it's no wonder that she was angry. Muen replies that she thinks her sister is not angry, she's just a little shy when she saw Dad. Leon ponders over it, thinking that they haven't met each other much, so it's normal that they aren't familiar with each other. He believes it's all the dragon's fault for hiding this child from him, and he has to ask for the truth. In the study room, Roswitha is dealing with the document as a dragon reports to her. When Leon barges in, Roswitha questions where Muen is, to which Leon screams that she went to play with her sister. He states that she is really good at hiding things, and questions when she was going to tell him that he has an older daughter. Roswitha states that he already knows this by now, to which Leon gets angry, stating that he has to thank her. The talker picks up with Leon presenting material to him to make his building. Roswitha states that he already knows this by now, to which Leon gets angry, stating that he has to thank her. Giving birth to a child is hard work, and he didn't expect that she would give birth to two. For him stating that she worked hard, he screams that when he returns to the Empire someday, he will definitely write her name in their family tree. Roswitha questions if he knows why she didn't tell him about the existence of her eldest daughter, to which Leon replies that he thinks she was jealous of his closeness with Mien, so she deliberately didn't let her meet him as her father. Roswitha questions if he's anxious to see her, to which Leon replies that it's nonsense. He states that who doesn't want to meet their daughter? He's not like her, a cold and stern mother, and he wants to cultivate a good relationship with her. Leon gives Leon $1 million just lay feathers. Roswitha affirms it, and asks him not to regret it. The scene shifts to the kitchen, as Leon is playing with a knife, thinking that he's going to make a good meal today. Leon's first step to getting closer to his elder daughter was to open her stomach with delicious food. He thinks that he used to make this meal often in the teen, and everyone who has eaten it stated that it was good. The sweet taste is also suitable for children. Leon, tasting it, thinks that it's not bad, and his cooking skills are not rusty. Leon flexes, thinking that this meal will definitely win Noa over, and Noa will love the food her dad cooks the most. Leon is humming when the maids, seeing this, whisper that the prince has just recovered from a serious illness and he still cooks for his family. They praise him, saying that he is really a good male dragon who cares about his family. Just then, Roswitha with her daughters comes in, and they greet her. Roswitha orders that they don't have to wait for orders at dinner tonight, and they can have a rest, to which they affirm. At the dining hall, Leon greets them, stating that they just came in time. Min runs towards Leon, stating that it has a nice smell. Leon replies that she loves meat the most, so he made stew especially for her. As Leon thinks that Noa would feel her father's feelings, but to see that she shrugged her face away, Leon gets taken aback. Leon got a very different reaction from what he thought. He thinks that this female dragon has anticipated this situation, so she had not allowed him to meet Noa. Roswitha tells Noa that this is her first formal meeting, and asks her to introduce herself. Noa introduces herself as Noa Kamelkfi, the eldest daughter of the Silver Dragon Queen, Roswitha, and she is 1 year and 2 months old. Leon knows that dragons are an immortal race, and that baby dragons grow faster than human children. Leon gets down, introducing himself as Leon. Second step for Leon to get closer to his eldest daughter was to say hello politely and leave a good impression, for which she gives a pretty silent reaction. Leon is worried, wondering why this child is so cold and if she has a grudge against him. Muen moves to her sister, stating to please talk more and not embarrassed. Dad Noa states that he looks so weak in questions if he's really their father, inwardly stabbing Leon's chest. Leon comments on what a filial daughter she is, as Leon's career as a father faces its first crisis. Family dinners are supposed to be the best occasion for family members to talk and communicate, but now it has become Leon's most tormenting moment. Leon knows the two daughters look similar, but their personalities are completely different, and it's obvious is that Noa is more like her mother. Leon calls out for Noa, questioning if she likes today's food, to which he comments that it's disgusting, stabbing Leon inwardly. Roswitha barely holds off her laughter as Muen asks her mother if she's happy. Roswitha replies that her father finally got to reunite with their family. Seeing him so happy, she's naturally happy as well. She asks Leon why he isn't smiling, to which Leon replies that of course he is, and he's happy to be with his family. Muen asks her dad if he can have dinner with them every day, to which Leon is quite taken aback, thinking that he doesn't want to eat with this female dragon every day. Noa interrupts to deny it. Muen questions the reason, to which Noa answers that she wants to study at the Young Dragon Department of St. Heath Academy. Roswitha states that the Young Dragon Department of St. Heath Academy is full of dragons that are 4 or 5 years old, questioning why she's anxious to enroll. Noa replies that it's because she wants to defeat more dragon slayers, causing Leon to choke on his food. Leon thinks that it seems this child wants to defeat him, her own father. Leon states that dragon slayers are all brave, but Noa is still so young, and she will get hurt. Leon states that dragon slayers are all brave, but Noa is still so young, she will get hurt. Noa flares up, telling Leon not to treat her like a child. Leon is confused by the reality, as she is really a child. Roswitha interrupts, saying that she thinks Noa's idea is pretty good. The sooner she learns the skills, the sooner she can fight the dragon slayers. She asks Leon if that's not right, and if he has a reason to stop Noa from going to school. Leon thinks that if he continues to oppose it, Noa will definitely hate him as a father even more, and he can only change her mind. Leon denies it, stating that there is no objection from him. Leon thinks that he finally gets it, that this female dragon wants to use Noa to mentally attack him. During this dinner, he flares up in anger, thinking that she just has to wait, as he's going to get her kicked out. Roswitha states that since her father is okay with it, it's decided that the entrance test for St. Heath Academy will be held in a month. During this month, her father will help her improve, to which Noa affirms. At the end of the family dinner, Leon calls out for Roswitha, stating that these plates haven't been cleaned yet. Roswitha asks him to just let the servants do it, to which Leon states that after dinner, the couple cleans up and washes the plates together. This is the correct way to end the family dinner. That is if she wants to create a harmonious family atmosphere in front of them, even if it's just fake. Muen is looking with curious, excited eyes, making Roswitha agree to it. Muen questions if she wants to help as well, but Noa grabs her to move away, making Muen quite upset as she questions where they are going. The scene shifts to the kitchen as Roswitha questions when he is going to help, to which Leon asks Roswitha if she has forgotten 2 years ago she should never be alone with a highly trained and strongest dragon slayer. As he activates his pattern, Roswitha questions what he wants to do, as Leon reveals that before, when he traveled a long distance and was exhausted, he was controlled and played with by a dragon pattern. But now it's different. Roswitha tries to attack Leon with her tail, screaming if he thinks that he can escape from here by using this trick. But Leon blocks her tail attack, questioning who said he was going to run away. He activates his pattern, making Roswitha fall. Leon questions if she is unable to do anything, as the dragon pattern makes her tail extremely sensitive. When her tail is pinched, she's like a kitten being pinched by the back of the neck, weak and powerless. This is the new knowledge he discovered from her dragon book. He gets close to her, questioning if dragons are eager to conquer and control everything. But has she ever been conquered? Shocking Roswitha as Roswitha huffs with the pressure surrounding her body. But has she ever been conquered? Shocking Roswitha. As Roswitha huffs with the pressure surrounding her body, she asks Leon to let her go to which Leon responds that from the day he woke up she trampled upon his dignity and treated him as a toy for her entertainment. He questions what she thinks about switching things up tonight, causing Roswitha to curse him and scream, calling him ABT. Outside, the maids laugh and wonder if Her Majesty, the Queen's family, loving time is over. They open the kitchen to find it spotless, clean without a speck of dust. They question if the prince did it in the adjacent room. Leon peeks at them. He asks Roswitha to be quiet, as she doesn't want to be discovered by the maids outside. He reflects on how the queen, who is usually so high and mighty, has become like this. He closes the door and states that they should get started, calling her dear wife. 3 days later, the scene shifts to the bedroom where Leon is lying down. Muen comments that her dad hasn't woken up for 3 days, wondering if he's dead. Noa tells her to just wait and see. As she kicks Leon's face, Leon mutters that he hurts so much too, which Noa responds that he's not dead. Yet Leon questions if anyone else treats their dad like this. Leon finally wakes up, and Muen is delighted that her dad is awake again. Leon asks when he fell. Roswitha offers to help him. Leon remembers that after that night, the dragon pattern was invalidated, and he was hit hard by her. The female dragon was so cruel that, if he were an ordinary person, he would have died several times under her claws. Looking closely, she is quite pretty, and she's clearly a female dragon over 200 years old. Men asks why her dad isn't moving, and Noa states that he just looked at their mother and was stunned. Roswitha stumbles upon a hairpin, which falls to the ground. Leon picks it up and places it in her hair, commenting that it suits her quite well. Roswitha remarks that she didn't expect him to be so considerate, questioning if he has done this for other women as well. He replies that when he was a kid, he often combed the hair of his master's donkey and became very skilled at it, just like anybody. Muen asks what a donkey is, and Leon explains that donkeys are similar to dragons with 2 ears and a tail. They're very stubborn and like to hum when they're unhappy, just like their mother. Roswitha punches Leon, and he groans in pain, but Leon reassures her that he's fine. Roswitha tells the children that their task today is to learn how to write their names, and their father will teach them. Leon questions why she has assigned him another task without his permission. Muen is quite happy that their dad will teach them how to write, while Noa comments that she can write too. Muen takes Noa aside, saying they need to go to the room to find a pen with some nice colors. She discusses their favorite colors as they move out. Roswitha mentions that her sister is coming to visit today, and she doesn't want him to appear in front of her. Leon questions why she doesn't let him meet her family. As well, Roswitha calls out for Leon, saying he is now a male dragon who married into the Silver Dragon clan. He has been in a coma for 2 years due to some disease, and has only recently woken up. Leon questions why she doesn't let him meet her family. She's only recently woken up. If it comes to the point where they have to meet, he must play along with the identity she has created. Leon agrees to do so as she moves away. Leon thinks inwardly that if she believes he will listen to her obediently, she is mistaken. He plans to embarrass her in front of her sister, scheming something big at the Silver Dragon Castle. Children study. Leon teaches Noa and Muen to simply follow what he's taught and watch. He writes their names on the paper and asks them to imitate them, writing them a few times. Noa comments that it's not as good as what their mother wrote to, which Muen questions what their dad is going to do. Leon responds that he just forgot to something to their mother and will go give it to her. He bids them farewell, saying he will be back. Later, Noa comments that he's stupid, while Muen remarks that she seems somewhat happy. Noa denies it, saying she's not happy, and asks Muen to go write it down quickly, though she's quite happy inwardly. The scene shifts to the Silver Dragon Castle gate, where Isha Mel, the Red Dragon Queen, has arrived at the port. Roswitha greets Isha with a hug, saying she hasn't seen her for a long time. Isha replies that it's been a year and that Roswitha looks much. Roswitha Roswitha denies it, saying she doesn't think so. Isha comments that she heard Roswitha's husband has woken up and asks why she can't meet him. Roswitha tries to explain that he's feeling a little unwell today and cannot meet with her for the time being. Isha questions if that's really the case, expressing that it's a pity, as she also wants to see what the Dragon King who kidnapped her sister looks like. She comments that Dragon King bonds are all about profit and clan with no love involved. But she and the man and her family got married and had a baby at lightning speed, so their relationship must be very good. As well, Roswitha becomes embarrassed, questioning if that means marriage and having children make a relationship good. She adds that she is not attracted to him, not now and not in the future. Isha thinks that Roswitha still likes to act tough. As before, Roswitha pushes Isha, saying it's been a while since they last met and they should go to the garden and chat. While walking, Leon, watching all of this through binoculars, comments that this is Roswitha's sister. He says he'll try to see how far the dragon pattern can reach Isha, and Roswitha reach the garden, where Isha comments that the Dragon Clan has been a little unstable lately, especially the Red Flame Dragon King, who has been very active recently. Roswitha brought up. Roswitha asks if it's Constantine, questioning why he hasn't been seen for years. Isha answers that who knows, as he's a hot-tempered guy. Maybe he wants to take the opportunity to expand his territory. Suddenly, Roswitha pattern has been activated. Isha asks if something is wrong with Roswitha, but Roswitha denies it and asks her to continue. Roswitha grits her teeth, thinking it's the damn dragon slayer. Isha comments that they may need to strengthen the border defense, and that she will send Sinlong to contact Roswitha if there are any developments. Roswitha, feeling hot throughout her body, questions if the effect of the dragon pattern is getting stronger and stronger. She worries that if it continues like this, she will lose control. Isha comments that she doesn't look okay, as her face is red. Roswitha tries to hold herself together, stating that she suddenly remembers she has something urgent to deal with and will be back in 20 minutes. Isha offers to accompany her, but Roswitha declines and runs off. Isha comments that she realizes it's the dragon pattern, as young people are playing around with it. Scene shifts inside the castle, where Leon is having a good time. He thinks to himself that he wants to see how long Roswitha can endure. Suddenly, Roswitha bursts in. Leon calls out to her, asking how she's back so soon. Roswitha grabs him by the collar, stating that he deliberately chose this time to make the dragon pattern resonate, just to embarrass her in front of her sister. Leon decides to pretend to be innocent and tries to say it's not wrong for him to want her. Masui releases him from her grip, her face turning red with embarrassment. Leon thinks that it worked. At least she's disgusted by him. Roswitha tries to say that the shameless and defeated prisoner is talking nonsense and asks him to put away his deranged thoughts. She thinks to herself that she clearly came here to deal with him, so why did she get scared by just a few words from him? Roswitha tries to move away, stating that he's lucky this time, but if he does this again, she won't let him go. Leon teases her behind her back. Thinking that he's not scared, he wonders how a single dirty word can make her so hesitant. He reflects that the dragon pattern is really powerful, but feeling quite hot inside, he questions when he thinks of her face. His heart beats so fast. Leon slaps himself to wake up, thinking he shouldn't be thinking about nonsense. He reminds himself that the kids are still waiting for him to come back, as Muen and Noa are still waiting patiently for their dad. In the Silver Dragon Castle at night, Isha is preparing to leave, stating that she will depart for today. Roswitha bids her to be careful on the road. Isha transforms into a dragon and asks if she can meet her husband next time. Roswitha agrees, saying they'll talk next time. As Isha flies off, Roswitha curses the damn dragon slayer, thinking that she still hasn't taught him enough lessons, and that she's going to teach him one tonight. As Leon wonders if the female dragon is still scolding her. The kids are all asleep. He covers them with a blanket so they don't catch a cold as Leon tries to leave the room. Roswitha confronts him, questioning where he's going. Leon asks if her sister is gone. Twitch. Roswitha smiles and says they still have things to do today. She drags Leon out. Leon tries to deny it, but he gets dragged along anyway. In this over Dragon Queen's bedroom, Leon brings out the hot bucket, informing that the hot water is ready and what she wants to do with it. Roswitha states that she's very tired after walking all day. and asks him to wash her feet for her. Leon is quite confused. Roswitha orders him to stop staring and do as he's told, saying this is a punishment for what he did today. Leon thinks to himself that he's the dragon slayer, but now he has to become a foot-washing slave for a female dragon. He curses, thinking that the female dragon really knows how to enjoy herself. He wonders how many dragon slayers' corpses she stepped on with her feet. Roswitha confused questions since why he's staring at her feet and wonders if it's some disgusting habit. Leon quickly washes her feet, rushing through it with hot water. Roswitha kicks him out, stating that it's too hot, and throws him away. She asks if he's trying to get revenge on her on purpose. Leon groans, begging her to stop. Is this, thinking that this humiliating yet oddly comfortable feeling is too much. Roswitha states that she wants to see how long he can endure. Leon thinks that he cannot succumb to the tyranny of a female dragon and grabs her foot. He says he's eaten pig's trotters, cow trotters and goat trotters, but he's never eaten dragon trotters. Roswitha is taken aback, asking what he's doing. Leon bites her leg, stating that today's snack is raw dragon claws. Roswitha screams, telling Leon that she's going to kill him. The next day, Muen and Noa find Roswitha limping as she walks. Munch asks why she's limping, but Roswitha denies it. Munch then questions why Leon has bruises on his face, to which Leon denies it's nothing. Munch tries to say that they must have played some fun games without telling her, and she wants to join in as well, while Noa gazes at her in the garden outside the Silver Dragon Castle. As Roswitha and Leon stroll together, the maids whispered to each other, gossiping about the queen and the prince. He remarked that the two looked like a lovely couple walking side by side. However, one of the maids is puzzled, questioning why it feels like the queen and the prince don't seem very familiar with each other. The atmosphere between them is oddly heavy, almost strained. Leon wonders to himself why things have become like this. Just earlier, he had been surprised when Roswitha suggested they take a walk together. He questioned why he should go for a walk with her, but Roswitha had responded that it was part of his job to maintain the illusion of family harmony in front of outsiders. Leon couldn't help but think there was something off about Roswitha. Today, she was never this proactive, and he found himself wondering what she was planning. Meanwhile, Muen and Noa, hiding behind some bush, are spying on them. Min, excited, comments that their dad is so stupid for not even being able to hold hands with Roswitha. She exclaims that she's going to help them, but Noa tries to stop her, urging her to leave them alone. Min, however, is determined. She jumps out in front of them and confronts the two adults. Leon, caught off guard, asks why she's following them, to which Muen boldly grabs Leon in Roswitha's hands and forces them to hold each other. She announces that when taking a walk, they should hold hands together, and with that, she happily skips off, saying she's going to play with her sister. Leon, still bewildered, wonders where these children learned all this knowledge. By the tree, Noa pinches Muen and Muen cries out, apologizing and promising never to do it again, asking her sister to let her go, embarrassed by the situation. Leon comments that this is a bit unexpected and wonders what he should do next. Roswitha, however, reassures him that it's okay and that it's just fine to hold hands like this. She adds that it's nothing to worry about. Leon, still feeling awkward, mentions that Roswitha seems unusually docile today, which makes him feel a little uncomfortable. Roswitha responds, somewhat teasingly, that it seems he's been tamed by her now, that she's getting along with him better. She's not used to it herself. Leon, deep in thought, reflects that Roswitha has always presented herself as a queen in front of others, maintaining a strong, distant image. He never expected that something as simple as holding hands would shake her composure. Maybe her strict image as a mother is just a facade, because she doesn't know how to get close to her children. Leon then brings up the fact that Noa always call her mother in front of her. Roswitha looks at him, puzzled, and asks if there's a problem with that. Leon explains that in the usual way of calling dad is paired with mom. But while Muen calls him dad, she calls Roswitha mother. He questions, doesn't it seem like there's a bit of distance between them? Roswitha seems to consider this and asks if there's really a big difference between mother and mom. Leon smiles and affirms that there is. He suggests that she try getting them to call her mom instead, and bets that they'll feel much closer to her than they do now. Roswitha, surprised, runs off, stating that she understands and will try it next time. Leon, still a little confused, wonders why she's suddenly walking off so quickly. Roswitha turns back, asking if he's homesick. Leon, startled by the question, replies that he doesn't know why she's asking this all of a sudden, especially since she won't let him go back anyway. Roswitha, however, responds that she can't make him go home, but there's something that might help his homesickness just a little. The scene shifts to the castle warehouse near the castle gate. Leon, following Roswitha, asks where they are going. Roswitha replies that she didn't give it a specific name. It could be called a warehouse, a utility room, or whatever. It doesn't really matter. As they enter, Leon quickly recognizes it as a dragon's treasure trove. The room is filled with priceless antiques, some of which look centuries old. It's much more dense than Kim Johansson, and the ceiling to the floor is literally like half moon. Leon is stunned, and remarks that if these items were placed in the Empire, they could easily be sold for hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Roswitha, however, simply nods and mentions that the bracelet on display is one her grandmother gave her when she was a child. She adds that, in addition to the spoils, there are also things here that are meaningful to her personally. Len, curious, asks why she hasn't spoken much about her other family members other than her sister Roswitha. Her tone turning a little somber, explains that she's never met her father and mother. She and her sister were raised by their grandmother. Leon, sympathizing, shares that he grew up in an orphanage and never met his parents. Either he was adopted by his master and his wife, who raised him as their own. As they continue walking through the treasure trove, Leon asks what exactly she brought him here to show him. Roswitha stops in front of a large chest and says that she has something that might temporarily help him forget his troubles. Leon, intrigued, watches as Roswitha opens the chest, revealing the black gold armor inside. He gasps, recognizing it immediately. Roswitha asks if he's always wanted to get this armor back. Leon, still in disbelief, asks if he's dreaming, questioning whether she's really giving it back to him. Roswitha smiles sinisterly and affirms that she is indeed giving it to him. Leon, eager to touch it, reaches out, but as his hand gets close, he is repelled by a magical force. He realizes that the armor is enchanted with a dragon. Leon thinks to himself that his brother's black golden armor had fallen out. Roswitha, seeing his reaction, giggles, pleased that he's fallen into her trap. Leon, now frustrated, fritzes his teeth, knowing that he's been outsmarted. And now, upon activation of the dragon, Leon is stunned and questions what Roswitha has done to him. Roswitha, with a sly grin, explains that she has attached a dragon pattern to the surface of his armor, enhancing its properties. The moment he touches the armor, it activates as Leon moves. The pattern pulses, and he feels his body seize up. He curses the deceitful female dragon, realizing too late that he was too careless in trusting her. And Wisey, watching him struggle, casually mentions that the enhanced dragon pattern has doubled the armor's effect. The moment Leon tries to move, he feels his body locked in place, his muscles refusing to obey his commands. Roswitha steps closer. She asks if he can bear it, calling him Dear Dragon Slayer in a mocking tone. Leon, unable to move, barely manages to call out her name. His body still frozen under the influence of the dragon pattern. The sensation in his lower body, however, is stronger than ever, a rush of heat that he can't control, making the situation even more humiliating. He curses himself for being so easily manipulated. Roswitha, enjoying his discomfort, climbs on top of him, her eyes glinting with mischief. She asks if he thinks that she holds no grudge for being conquered by him, before she admits that she spent the past few days plotting her revenge, thinking about how to lower his guard and make him vulnerable. She smirks, revealing that she didn't expect him to fall for her trap so easily. Leon, seething with frustration, curses her under his breath. Roswitha, seemingly pleased with herself, asks if her acting skills are impressive. Leon screams at her, questioning if everything she's told him today was a lie. He demands to know if she ever truly met her parents, if her request from Muen to call her mother and to hold hands was just a ploy. Roswitha denies that it was not all false, but assures him that it doesn't change what she plans to do to him next. With a smirk, Roswitha begins to undress, teasing him with her words. She asks what he had told her earlier, whether she would like to conquer him. She affirms that she does enjoy the act of conquest and questions if he's ready for it, as she calls him her dear husband. Leon feels a wave of dread wash over him. The tension in the warehouse continued, and after a while, Leon finally cries out after drained out, thinking that it's finally over. But as he looks at Roswitha, he realizes she's still staring at him, her gaze unreadable. Leon asks her what she's doing. Roswitha responds almost absent-mindedly that compared to 2 years ago, the scars on his face have faded, but he now looks more haggard, more mysterious, and has the air of a man who's lived through more than he's willing to show. She comments that he now has the flavor of a mature man, something that wasn't there before. Leon, flustered, tries to shy away from her gaze, stating that he's trying to play tricks on him again, but he won't fall for it this time. Roswitha, however, just laughs and tells him that he's become smarter, though his health isn't what it used to be. She mocks him lightly, adding that he's not as fit as he once was. Leon realizes the truth in her. He's not in the same shape as before, not as strong or as healthy as he used to be. The realization stings, and he lets out a frustrated scream, feeling both physically and emotionally drained. The next day, Leon, looking quite tired, steps out of his room. Roswitha greets him with a teasing smile, commenting that it seems like he didn't sleep well last night. Leon, gritting his teeth, shrugs it off, muttering that it's all because of what she said, and did. Roswitha giggles, pretending not to remember what happened. But Noa, observing from a distance, knows that things are about to start again. Roswitha, in her usual authoritative tone, tells Leon that the entrance exam for the Heath Academy is very strict, and he should start tutoring Noa on dragon knowledge today. After all, for now, the only way he can prove his value is through his knowledge in other areas. Leon, fired up, despite his exhaustion, thinks to himself that yesterday was just a bad day, and today, he'll be in better shape to help Noa pass the test. At the same time, he plans to use this opportunity to get something of equal value from Roswitha. In exchange, Roswitha, sensing his intent, agrees to his request but warns him that it can't be too excessive. Leon, with a sly grin, reminds her that a promise is a promise, and he expects her to keep her word. Roswitha, moving away, cheerfully tells him to study hard and not to get too tired, making Leon angry once more. He screams at her, calling her out for all the teasing and manipulation, but she simply walks away. Unfazed, Noa, who has been listening to the exchange, asks why Leon and Roosevelt were quarreling. Leon, trying to play it cool, explains that it's just their usual daily communication. But then he asks Noa what she just called Roswitha. Noa looks at him innocently and replies that she called her mom. Leon, a little taken aback, asks if Roswitha had asked her to change the name to that, and if she preferred the old name or the current one. Noa, without hesitation, replies that she prefers the current one. Leon smiles, pleased that his suggestion worked. He tells Noa that he knew they would come to love it. Noa, impressed, runs off, excitedly asking when they can start studying. Leon, now feeling nervous about the upcoming tutoring session, calls out to her, asking her to wait for him. In order to develop my daughter's study plan, I stay up late flipping through various study books. Even to refresh myself, I ate spicy chili pepper, and was so hot that I breathed fire on the spot. The Silver Dragon Queen saw this scene, and used her cool hands to ease the pain caused by the pepper. Damn it! I can't believe I want to receive such a reward again. Considering the impact of pepper on the human body, the Queen gave me throat lozenges through our daughter. As I ate and thought to myself that, although the Queen is usually cold and aloof, she still has such a cute side. At this moment, Leon is located in the children's study room of the Silver Dragon Castle. It is already night, and the children are already sleeping in the room. Leon sat at his desk, furrowed his brow, flipping through the books of Dragon Clan in front of him, as if pondering something. At this time, Roswitha entered the study room and saw Leon still at his desk. "Oh, you're still awake at this late hour?" Leon didn't look up, looking at the book in his hand very carefully, tapping his head with his pen as he thought. Noa has a strong ability to grasp concepts, so simple teaching methods aren't suitable for her. I plan to organize some key knowledge points along with test questions to teach her. For now, I guess I'll have to stay up late to prepare the lesson plan. Noa had already gone into a deep sleep. Compared to her usual cold face, the sleeping Noa was particularly cute. Roswitha wore a proud expression, lifted her equally proud chest, and showed Leon a confident smile. That's a must. After all, Noa is like me. Upon hearing Roswitha's words, Leon lifted his lips slightly and looked up from the book, earnestly looking at Roswitha. Well, that's not necessarily true. Leon stood up slowly, patting his chest proudly, and displaying a confident smile to Roswitha. I graduate as a top dragon-slaying genius, ranking first every year in both exams and field training. I even win every top-level scholarship the school has to offer. After showing off his outstanding achievements in school, Leon leaned on the table and suddenly looked seriously at Roswitha, asking her word by word. "So, Your Majesty, what about you? What kind of champion are you?" Roswitha was left speechless by his sudden question. As an unbeatable silver dragon queen, she naturally won't lose to the man in front of her in terms of military strength. But when asked about learning, she still couldn't come up with anything that could be compared to the man in front of her. Roswitha felt careless. She furrowed her brow and looked at Leon with a somewhat displeased expression. "I always think he is a reckless man who can only fight and kill, but I don't realize he is also a top student." Roswitha recalled that the clever and courageous Leon was now a captive, forcibly held here, utterly at her mercy in both body and mind. She looked at Leon with a disdainful smile. "Ha! So powerful. Then how come you're still my captive?" Upon hearing Roswitha's words, he angrily retorted, "Damn, I only lost that one time." Leon, a renowned dragon slayer, who has vanquished countless dragons, has surprisingly been defeated by the Silver Dragon Queen this time. Leon was really a bit upset. Not only that, he's also been thoroughly bullied by her, and his body is nearly at its limit from her relentless torment. As he crouched down, he muttered quietly to himself, "One misstep can lead to eternal regret, and a tiger on the plains can be bullied by a dragon." Roswitha smiled from behind as she watched Leon's disappointed expression, while jokingly responding to his words. "You're afraid of being ridden by a dragon, right?" At this moment, Roswitha noticed a plate of yellow peppers on the desk. Pepper? She looked at the plate of peppers and asked Leon, "What are you doing with this?" Leon also looked at the conspicuous plate of peppers in the messy book at this moment. "Oh, this pepper?" He picked up a pepper. The appearance of this chili pepper seems no different from ordinary chili peppers. "I bring this from the kitchen to help wake me up." With some concern in her eyes, Roswitha raised her hand to try and stop Leon from eating the pepper. "Wait a moment, this is a Dragon Clan's yellow pepper. I doubt a human being like you cannot bear it." But it was too late. Leon took a bite of the pepper straight from his hand. Leon never expected that this seemingly ordinary pepper would have such great power. In no time at all, the pepper had made Leon's face red. So spicy! The intense stimulation of pepper made Leon yell. Leon was anxiously searching for water all over the study room. But unfortunately, there was no water in the study room. He spun around anxiously, while his mouth couldn't stop. "Water! Water! There is no water here!" Upon seeing this situation, Roswitha didn't hesitate and immediately stepped forward and placed her hand on Leon's cheek. The eyes of one dragon and one man just locked. Leon was surprised by Roswitha's action, and his face, already flushed with pepper, was even redder at this moment. Roswitha felt a bit embarrassed by her own action, so she turned her head to explain to Leon, "Well, my hands are quite cool, so they may feel more comfortable for you." Roswitha's hand just rested on Leon's face. Leon blushed, closed his eyes, and silently enjoyed the coolness that came to his face. Roswitha's fingertips are so cool, and the areas she touched are very comfortable. It's not as cold and stimulating as ice cubes, It's a very gentle coolness. The coolness of Roswitha's fingertips gradually calmed Leon down, and he couldn't help but marvel at how comfortable the temperature of her fingertips made him feel. The sensation brought by chili peppers has also been temporarily alleviated. Leon didn't feel as uncomfortable as before, so he took the initiative to thank Roswitha. "Thank you, it's all right now." Roswitha seemed to have just realized that Leon was talking to her, so she put her hand down. Leon and Roswitha distanced themselves from each other, with their backs facing away. Their faces turned red, and they both felt a little embarrassed. Actually, both of them know that the atmosphere just now was a bit off. Roswitha was the first to speak up to break the current awkward atmosphere. "Get some rest early, and don't eat too many peppers. If your mouth gets burnt, you'll have to use sign language to teach Noah." After finishing speaking, Roswitha didn't look back and walked straight to the door of the study. Leon fanned himself with his hand to ease the awkwardness, then turned his head to reply, "I know." Just now, Roswitha suddenly approached and placed her hand on his face, which no one would have been able to control. The temperature of the cool fingertips seemed to linger on his face, and that comfortable feeling made Leon's face blush again. Leon looked at Roswitha's back as she left, and silently said to himself in his heart that such a reward would actually want to do it again. "I can't believe I just wanted her to touch my face more." However, when he thought about the ruthless exploitation of his body by Roswitha in the past, which had tormented his waist, Leon felt scared without hesitation. He trembled while holding his arms in both hands. "You wake up a little bit." She is the evil she-dragon who tricks you into a small corner, madly squeezes you, and finally says that your physical strength is not good. Just think about it, is a little perverted. Looking at the messy books on the table, Leon made up his mind to find a suitable way to quickly restore his weakened body. If he continues to be bullied by the Silver Dragon Queen like this, his body will not be able to bear it. I need to find a method to help my body recover quickly. Without delay, Leon quickly picked up the book at hand and started flipping through it. Red dragon fruit has the effect of regulating qi and blood. Well, that's not it. Lotus grass, taken orally, can regulate digestive function. But that's not it either. Suddenly, Leon seemed to see something, and the book in his hand stopped on this page. He carefully read the name of the medicine and their detailed information on this page. Black Dragon Pill. It is a highly effective body-nourishing medicine that has the effect of regulating yin and yang, nourishing the body, strengthening and stabilizing the core. Leon seemed to have discovered a treasure, and the expression on his face was one of undisguised surprise. Right, that's it. The next day, the weather was sunny, and a pair of birds from the tree flew onto the branches. One of the yellow birds looked at the big white bird next to it. And the big white bird also looked at the little yellow bird, as if saying something. They also look like the father and daughter in the room who are chatting. "Noah, I just finished grading the test you took, with a maximum score of 100. Can you guess what score you get?" Noah looked at Leon without any expression on her face, and calmly said a number. 50? Leon smiled and took out the corrected exam paper, telling Noah about the results this time. There are many correct answers on the test paper, but there are also some incorrect answers. You score 62, which is a bit higher than you expected. Noa looked at her test paper without saying a word. She frowned, clenched her hands into fists, and looked a little unhappy, as if she didn't quite approve of the exam results. Leon noticed Noa's emotional changes. Is she dissatisfied with her grades? Well, this child has higher expectations of themselves. This child is very smart and serious about learning. As an older sister, she is more mature than Muen. He looked at Noa clutching the test paper in front of him with some heartache. At an age when she should have been playing carefree like Muen, she takes the initiative to enter school to learn. Seeing Noa, who was a little upset about her results, Leon reached out and stroked Noa's head to comfort her. You score 62 on your first attempt. That's pretty impressive. Noticing the hand on her head, and Leon who complimented her, Noa looked up and replied a little sheepishly. Thanks. Next, let's focus on these mistakes. Ahem. Before Leon could finish speaking, he immediately coughed, as if his throat was feeling a bit uncomfortable. Leon apologized to Noa for the sudden cough just now. Sorry. He touched his throat and recalled what happened last night. Did I eat too much peppers last night? It made my throat itch. In order to boost his spirits and prepare for Noa's study plan, and search for medicine that can restore his body, he ate a few extra peppers last night. Noa looked at Leon in front of her, and recalled the words her mom Roswitha had said to her. Your dad was making you a study plan last night. That bastard may not look reliable, but he's a top student. However, he ate the Dragon Clan's special spicy yellow pepper last night to stay up. So it's no surprise his throat is sore. Noa seemed to have remembered something. She reached into her pocket, searching for something. After a while, Noa took out a round box of throat lozenges from her pocket. The name Dragon Throat Lozenge is written on the box. She handed the box to Leon sitting across from her. This is for you. Leon was surprised and took the throat lozenge handed by Noa. He opened the box of throat lozenges and asked Noa, "Is this for me?" Noa answered his question with a somewhat cold tone. "Well, Mom gives it to you, not me." Leon picked up a throat lozenge and put it in his mouth, smiling at Noa. "Please help me say thank you to your mother later." Leon thought that this child was just like Roswitha, appearing cold on the surface. But in reality, she was not good at expressing her kindness. Leon didn't expect that the Silver Dragon Queen and Noa still had such a cute side. Leon took throat lozenges, as if he had lifted his spirits and smiled at Noa. Let's continue our studies. Noa also seemed inspired by Leon. Her eyes became serious, and she answered what he had just said. Okay. The father-daughter relationship seemed to have quietly become closer. In order to restore the weak body that was bullied by the Silver Dragon Queen, I secretly developed a mysterious bolus. As a result, daughter discovered this matter and informed the Silver Dragon Queen along the way. The Silver Dragon Queen not only did not mock me, but also advised me not to easily try this bolus now. I didn't listen and just swallowed the bolus in one gulp. After taking the bolus, I seemed to feel a strong yang energy entering my body now. The moment for extraordinary strength had finally arrived. At this moment, Leon was in the kitchen of the Silver Dragon Castle, with various containers and medicinal herbs placed on the kitchen table. He was preparing for the refining of Black Dragon bolus. Two dragon maids knocked on the door and then walked into the kitchen. They were holding a pile of medicinal herbs in their hands, some in bags, some in bowls, some brown, and some green. "Your Majesty, all the medicinal herbs you requested have been gathered." Leon changed into a pharmaceutical-related outfit and wore gloves on his hands. He placed a book related to medicinal herbs in front of him. He smiled at them and gestured with his hand for them to place all the medicinal herbs on the table. "Okay, put them all here." After placing the medicinal herbs on the table, the maids left the kitchen. Leon silently muttered in his heart, while waiting for the maids to leave, "I specifically asked them to bring more unrelated medicinal herbs, so that they won't guess what I am going to do." After the maids left, the kitchen became quiet. Leon can focus on thinking about refining medicine. He supported his chin with his hand, furrowed his brow slightly, and stared silently at the medicinal herbs in front of him, pondering the details about refining Black Dragon bolus mentioned in the book. The ingredients required to prepare Black Dragon bolus are quite common, and the refining process doesn't seem too complicated. But why does it say that even the most skilled dragon pharmacists have a very low success rate in producing Black Dragon bolus? Leon shook his head and thought to himself, "No matter what, I must make the Black Dragon bolus today." This kind of medicinal herb refining is definitely not difficult for me, as the top student in the academy. Without delay, Leon searched for the method of refining medicine in the book. He rolled up his sleeves and looked at the steps in the book, while putting the relevant herbs into a bowl-shaped container to grind. First, crush and mix the medicinal herbs to be used. Then put these herbs in the pot in order and boil them. Leon poured the ground powder back into the boiling pot of medicine, then kept stirring it with a medicine spoon in his right hand. Leon repeated this process many times over and over again. Unfortunately, a few hours later, Leon was still unable to refine dragon power. He looked at the bottles of different colored medicines and crystals on the table and felt a deep sense of despair. He covered his head with his hand and let out a sigh. "Ah, it fails again. It's really not that easy." He picked up a bottle of purple potion and shook it, looking at it with confusion on his face. "I follow the method in the book several times, but each time I fail in the final step of medicinal purification and separation." There were two reagent bottles in front of Leon. The reagent bottle on the left had been refined into blue crystals, while the reagent bottle on the right was still in the form of a purple liquid without any reaction. Leon muttered about the knowledge in the book. The high-temperature separation method described in the book, where too high a temperature can cause medicine inactivation, and too low a temperature cannot refine pure medicine. Leon was shaking the reagent bottle with his hand, frowning and seriously considering the solution for medicine purification and separation. "I can't achieve the separation effect just by manually shaking it. I need to use professional instruments." Perhaps due to the prolonged shaking, Leon's right hand felt a bit uncomfortable. He used his left hand to pinch the wrist of his right hand, to make himself feel more comfortable. The master often says that if you can't go one way, you should look at other ways. What other effective ways are there to separate medicinal dregs? Suddenly, dark clouds gathered outside the window. Thunder echoed in the sky, and even a bolt of lightning struck from the sky. It looked like it was going to rain outside. The loud thunder and dazzling lightning caught Leon's attention. He sat in the chair, shaking the reagent bottle, while turning his head to look out the window. Thunder? Is it going to rain later? Worried that rainwater might spill into the room, Leon put down the medicine bottle and walked to the window to close it. At this moment, he stared at the lightning outside the window, listening to the sound of thunder, as if thinking of something, muttering to himself. Lightning, thunder. Leon attempted to combine thunder and lightning, with the medicine refining currently underway. Suddenly, he associated thunder with the relevant knowledge he had learnt at the academy. Thunder. I remember in alchemy class. The teacher once said that electrolytic impurities sometimes have a higher success rate than fire roasting. He walked quickly to the table and looked at the unresponsive purple medicine just now, trying to use the magic he had learned to purify and separate the medicine. Perhaps I can try using the thunder element that was not mentioned in this book to extract it. I am best at thunder elemental magic, and now my magic has only regained some. However, it is more than adequate for this kind of subtle maneuvering. Leon placed his hand under the medicine bottle and cast thunder elemental magic on it. The liquid in the bottle seemed to react to this magic, boiling and creating bubbles. With Leon's efforts, half an hour later, the medicine in the bottle finally formed into the medicine bolus in Leon's hand. He carefully examined the medicine bolus and exclaimed in surprise, "Success!" Leon put the medicine bolus into a small box he carried with him. Looking at the black dragon bolus he had painstakingly crafted, Leon couldn't help but secretly smile. The medicine of the Dragon Clan is quite easy to make. He was completely immersed in the joy of being able to refine the Dragon Clan's medicine, completely unaware that Muen had already opened the door and entered the kitchen. What a great thing! Leon thought to himself, humming a happy tune. Suddenly, Muen's voice sounded beside the table. "Dad, what are you doing?" She stood on tiptoe, grabbed the edge of the table, and looked curiously at her father's smiling face with watery big eyes. Leon only felt something was wrong at this moment. He looked at Muen, who had been in the kitchen for some time, and was momentarily stunned. The air suddenly quieted down for a few seconds. When Leon fixed his eyes on Muen, and was so scared that he shouted loudly and almost fell in front of her. "Wow, Muen!" Leon, who had stabilized his body, quickly closed the box in his hand to prevent Muen from seeing the bolus inside. He nervously reached out his hand and touched her head. "It's nothing." However, Muen actually saw what was inside the box. She couldn't let go of her curiosity and continued to ask Leon, "Is that sugar in Dad's hand?" Leon decided to fabricate a white lie to make Muen give up asking about the thing in the box. He smiled at her and shook the box in his hand. "This is the medicine that Dad made for Mom." As soon as Muen heard that the medicine was inside the box, she clenched her small fist slightly, lowered her eyebrows, and her eyes revealed concern for her mother. "Is this medicine for Mom?" Is Mom sick? Leon shook his head and explained to Muen softly, while quietly putting the box into his pocket. I noticed that your mom has been working too hard lately, so I'm giving her some health supplements. Don't worry. However, in fact, this medicine was not meant for Roswitha to take. It was made for him to take himself. Muen looked up at Leon and nodded, seeming to understand her father's intention. She reached out her hand and looked firmly at Leon, making an agreement with him. Dad, you must take good care of Mom. Leon smiled, looked at Muen gently, and held her hand. Of course, this is what Dad should do. In fact, Muen didn't know that at this moment, Leon was secretly laughing badly in his heart, and had already made a plan to get back at Roswitha. When my body recovers, I must get back at her. At this point, the rain still showed no signs of abating. The weather outside was stormy with thunder and lightning. The rain was very heavy, as if it was about to engulf the entire castle. After returning Muen from the kitchen to her room, Leon also returned to his own room. It was raining heavily outside, reflecting his inner turmoil. He lay in bed, tossing the box containing medicine bolus in his hand, without intending to eat it immediately. Although Black Dragon bolus has been refined, I don't know if the nutritional supplements of the Dragon clan will have negative effects on human. He grabbed the box that was about to fall, his expression slightly hesitant, as if he still hadn't made up his mind. Maybe I should just set it aside for now. Just as Leon was pondering whether to take the bolus or not, there was a knock on the door. Leon noticed the sound and looked up towards the door, with some doubts in his heart. Could anyone else be coming over at this hour? After the knocking, someone immediately opened the door and came in. And this person was none other than Roswitha. Leon sat up in shock when he saw that. It was Roswitha walking in, and awkwardly smiled at her. Your Majesty, why are you here? Roswitha had a kind smile on her face, indicating that she was not here to cause trouble for Leon this time. She wagged her tail, slowed down her tone, and spoke to Leon about the purpose of coming to his room this time. I hear from Muen that you make me a medicine that looks like chocolate candy to regulate my body. Leon heard that it was Muen who had told Roswitha about his medicine making. He was momentarily speechless and didn't know what to say to reply to Roswitha. He turned his head away, looking a little nervous. He didn't dare to face Roswitha. Leon quietly stated in his mind that he was still losing out to his daughter's naivety. My cute daughter leaks the news so quickly? Leon nervously didn't dare to move, watching as Roswitha approached his bed step by step. However, she said she had no other purpose. Don't be nervous. I'm not here to question you or anything. I'm just surprised that you can refine medicine in such a rudimentary environment. Roswitha's face showed an expression of interest in the refined medicine. She approached Leon and reached out to him, seemingly wanting to see what his medicine bolus looked like. What have you refined? Can you show me? Leon still looked at her nervously, but faced with her questioning, he couldn't do anything about her for the time being. He sighed, thinking that he couldn't hide it anymore. Leon obediently handed the box in his hand to Roswitha. Even if I say it's not possible, you will still use violent means to snatch it away. Roswitha opened the box in her hand and carefully examined the black dragon bolus inside. The medicine bolus is flawless and glossy. Even a hint of surprise could be seen on Roswitha's face. She was quite satisfied with Leon's ability to refine medicine bolus of such quality. Not bad. To be able to make a black dragon bolus with such a perfect color under these conditions. You're really impressive, Leon. After commenting on Leon's medicine bolus, Roswitha complimented him in a rare manner. How does that saying go? Something about being skilled in both the pen and the sword? The Silver Dragon Queen, who usually didn't praise him much, rarely expressed her approval of the medicine bolus he had refined today. Leon was a little surprised by Roswitha's comment. He froze a little as he looked at her. Did she actually not mock me? Suddenly, Roswitha's expression became serious, as if she was going to say something very important. She closed the box and threw it back to Leon. You can keep it, but you can't take this medicine now. Leon steadily caught the box. He raised an eyebrow and looked at Roswitha with confusion, obviously not understanding what Roswitha was saying all at once. Huh? Why? Roswitha's expression changed to the serious expression she usually had when she was with Leon, and her tone was not very friendly. She looked condescendingly at Leon on the bed, propping her hands under his plump twin peaks. As a complement medicine for Dragon Clan, its efficacy is too strong for the human body. Leon still couldn't understand the seriousness of Roswitha's words. He frowned and looked up at her, thinking she looked down on him. I won't be able to bear it? Roswitha raised one eyebrow and looked disdainfully at Leon in her eyes. She gave Leon a provocative smile. I kindly remind you, as a human, you can't withstand its power. Her words made Leon feel very dissatisfied. His expression became serious, expressing disbelief at her words. What about the power of dragons? I have already defeated countless giant dragons. How could I not bear a small bolus? Leon insisted on proving to Roswitha that he could withstand the power of Dragon Clan. He picked up the black dragon bolus and gathered the courage to swallow it in one gulp. Roswitha, you don't underestimate me. Courage, it is a hymn of humanity. Leon looked at Roswitha with an expression of no more fear, showing a warrior's determination to go to the battlefield. Roswitha reached out her hand to stop him, but unfortunately, it was already too late. The medicine bolus had already been swallowed by Leon. She looked at Leon angrily, but couldn't say anything. You! Suddenly, Leon widened his eyes and his body felt like it was being burned up. A powerful force was gathering inside his body. It was obvious that Black Dragon Bolus had started to take effect. His skin is slowly turning red. He knelt on the bed in great discomfort, one hand supporting the bed, and the other hand gripping his chest clothes, looking very painful. Roswitha's expression was somewhat worried, and she was at a loss for what to do with his current situation. Bastard! I haven't used much healing magic before. She cursed Leon for being so impulsive, while using her hands to cast healing magic on his stomach. How do you feel now? I'll try to break down the effect of the bolus for you first. Leon did not answer Roswitha's question. He gritted his teeth, and she couldn't see the expression on his face for a moment. When Roswitha wanted to continue casting healing magic on Leon, he suddenly reached out and grabbed her hand, interrupting her healing magic. Roswitha was startled by his action. She looked at Leon with a serious expression. "Ah, don't move." Leon slowly lifted his head, his face sweating profusely. He looked at Roswitha with a resolute expression. "Just take a look, Silver Dragon Queen. This is the courage and determination of humanity." There were many lightning bolts around him. It seemed that under the influence of this power, a miracle was truly about to happen to Leon's body. After taking the mysterious bolus, I fainted directly. Just as the queen was about to call a doctor over, my temperament changed drastically, and I began to act coquettishly with her. The queen had no choice but to comply with my current situation when I suddenly changed. Suddenly, the dragon pattern on my body activated. The power of dragon pattern guided me to knock down the queen and prepare to have intimate contact with her. Not only did the queen not refuse, she also agreed to have a night of fun with me. An ambiguous atmosphere had formed between the two of them. At this moment, it was night, and the outside was still raging with wind and rain. Leon had just finished eating black dragon bolus, and his entire body was surrounded by many blue lightning bolts, illuminating his entire room. Suddenly, Leon cast a thunder elemental magic on his chest with his hand. He let out a scream and emitted a dazzling flash all over his body. Leon not only cast his magic, but also let go of Roswitha's hand to prevent the magic from affecting Roswitha. Roswitha slightly widened her eyes and looked at Leon in shock. She couldn't understand why he suddenly had to be so harsh on him. Why did he use thunder magic on his own body? What the hell is he doing? The duration of thunder elemental magic is not long. In no time, the thunder and lightning around Leon disappeared. He suddenly fainted. He closed his eyes and felt weak in his body. He quickly leaned forward, about to fall off the bed and make intimate contact with the floor. At this moment, Roswitha discovered that Leon's body couldn't maintain balance. She quickly walked forward and hugged Leon's body to prevent him from falling to the ground. She looked at Leon nervously, afraid that something might happen to him again. Leon closed his eyes tightly, and his expression looked very uncomfortable. Roswitha placed her hand under Leon's head and body, and gently placed him on the bed. Roswitha's series of movements are as gentle as water, as if she is taking care of her injured husband's wife. After installing Leon, Roswitha whispered a sentence. "He's really crazy." No one knows if this sentence is cursing him or praising him. Roswitha stood beside and observed for a while, but found that Leon still hadn't made any movement to wake up. She sighed and turned around to leave Leon's room to find a doctor for him. "You wait here. I'll go find the palace physician to come over." As Roswitha walked towards the door of Leon's room, Leon slowly opened his eyes and woke up. He had a blush on his face, like someone who had just been drunk. He seemed to know that Roswitha was leaving, so he suddenly reached out and grabbed her, trying to stop her from leaving. Roswitha felt that someone behind her had grabbed something from her, and sensitively turned to look at Leon on the bed with a hint of surprise on her face. She saw Leon awake with a blush on his face, and his gaze wandering. The thing he was holding in his hand was her own tail, Leon wagged Roswitha's tail and looked at her with a silly smile. Although Roswitha didn't understand what was wrong with Leon now, she was a little angry about his current behavior. He looked at Leon with a serious expression and a tone full of displeasure. "How did you?" Leon didn't seem to notice the expression on Roswitha's face now. He held onto the tail of Roswitha and kept rubbing it, with a happy expression on his face. At this moment, Leon was as happy as a child who had received a new toy. The handsome expression, after taking the bolus just now, has disappeared without a trace. He rubbed against Roswitha's tail while speaking softly to her. "Heh. Wife, where are you going?" Upon hearing the question he was asking now, Roswitha's expression quickly changed from anger to surprise, clearly frightened. Roswitha's face immediately took on a large blush. She looked at Leon nervously and answered him hesitantly. Who is your wife?" Roswitha expressed dissatisfaction with Leon's strange behavior. She couldn't bear him holding her tail like this. She pushed Leon's face, trying to make him let go in order to pull her tail back. "Hurry up and let go of me." The expression on Leon's face showed that he enjoyed the feeling of holding the tail of Roswitha now, and he didn't seem to want her to leave now. He giggled dizzily as he clung to her tail. "I don't want to let go. I won't let my wife leave." Roswitha and Leon pulled and tugged at each other several times for their tails. As a result, Leon still tightly held onto her tail and refused to let go. Roswitha was unable to pull her tail back in the end. He was still giggling and hugging his tail like a spoiled child, constantly muttering in his mouth, "Wife, my wife." Finding out that the method she used just now didn't work, Roswitha gave up on getting serious with Leon. She turned her head with a speechless face and silently pondered Leon's current situation in her mind. Black Dragon bolus should only have the effect of strengthening the body, and there should not be such symptoms of mental confusion. Could it be that the magic of the thunder element just now changed the effect of the medicine? However, with his current idiot-like appearance, his life is not in danger for the time, right? Roswitha looked back at the silly Leon and inadvertently let out a long breath. Compared to the usual Leon, Roswitha even found Leon a bit cute now. Her face quietly reddened again because of him. Leon obviously liked the tail of Roswitha very much. He rubbed against her tail, still showing no intention of stopping, and continued to call her wife in his mouth. "Wife, wife, wife." She pretended to be impatient, but with a slight blush on her face and a relaxed and cheerful expression, as if accepting Leon's current state. She replied to Leon following his words. Okay, I'm here. What's wrong? Tell me quickly." At this moment, she didn't know what astonishing words Leon was going to say next. Upon hearing Roswitha's response, Leon looked particularly happy and assumed that Roswitha would allow him to express his request. He looked at Roswitha with an innocent expression, as if he were a child asking for candy. He spoke to her with earnestness in a playful tone. "I want a two-birth, my wife." Roswitha was once again shocked by what Leon said. Her reaction this time was even greater than when Leon called her wife just now. She widened her eyes and slightly opened her mouth, not knowing what to reply to for a moment. The blush that had hardly faded away instantly colored Roswitha's face again. Roswitha didn't understand this unreasonable demand. She cursed Leon angrily with a face as red as an apple. You haven't even taken care of the twins of one birth, and you still want a two birth. Don't overthink it. Obviously, Leon wasn't too satisfied with Roswitha's answer. He rolled from side to side while hugging Roswitha's tail, reluctance written all over his face, like a child who had thrown a tantrum. I want a two birth. I want a two birth. Is it okay? Roswitha suddenly didn't know what to say to comfort him. She covered her forehead with her right hand, lowered her eyebrows, closed her eyes tightly with a helpless look on her face. She silently pondered in her heart what to do in this situation. To avoid any unnecessary complications, it's better to answer him according to his words now. At this moment, the rain outside hit the windows, and the crisp sound made a soundtrack for the ensuing dialogue. Roswitha looked at Leon with a speechless expression, and calmly answered the question he had just raised. Okay. We not only want a 3-child, but also a 4 and 5 child. After hearing Roswitha's answer, Leon nodded and chuckled foolishly, expressing satisfaction with her response. Then he made another request to her. Then you have to come back to my hometown with me. Roswitha was a little impatient, but she continued with Leon's words. Go back. When we're settled, we'll go back. Leon quickly dropped Roswitha's tail after hearing a satisfactory answer. He raised his hands and danced around excitedly, like a child who finally got the candy he wanted to eat. Roswitha looked at Leon, who was so happy in front of her. The expression on her face relaxed slightly. She finally managed to coax this guy. She silently commented on Leon's situation just now in her heart. This guy is even more annoying than usual when he acts like a spoiled child. Suddenly, Leon approached Roswitha and leaned in with a cheerful expression, wanting to give her a kiss. Wife, you're so good! Roswitha noticed a movement from the person next to her, and slightly turned her head to notice that Leon's pouted mouth was about to approach. She was stunned for a moment, then immediately stopped Leon. She didn't want this kind of reward. Roswitha quickly reached out her hands to cover Leon's face and pushed him away, trying to stop Leon's face from approaching her again. Don't take the opportunity to be good to me, idiot! Leon may have been hurt by her action, he exclaimed in surprise. He was now stopped by Roswitha's hand and couldn't move at once, but he still worked his face forward. Roswitha couldn't help silently cursing in her heart. Why hasn't this bastard in front of me woken up at this time? For Leon, who has not woken up yet, Roswitha can no longer bear it. Her rationality suddenly went out of control, and she punched Leon in the face. Her voice revealed impatience. When will this medicine effect wear off? Before Leon could react to what had happened, he was hit in the face by her fist and let out another muffled groan. When Roswitha reacted, her fist had already hit Leon's face. And now Leon is bowing his head and covering his injured face, kneeling on the bed in grievance, unable to say anything. Roswitha quickly withdrew her hand. She looked at Leon, feeling a bit at a loss and feeling uneasy inside. I couldn't stop myself from hitting him. There was a hint of apology in Roswitha's expression. She comforted Leon by caressing his back with her hand, while asking him about her physical condition. "Are you okay?" However, Leon still didn't lift his head. At this moment, Leon suddenly realized that his body seemed a bit strange. His hand tightly grasped the clothes on his chest, and the blush on his face suddenly deepened, constantly panting. His body trembled uncontrollably, looking very uncomfortable. "Wife, I feel a little uncomfortable." Roswitha also noticed that something was wrong with her body. She nervously lowered her head and noticed that the dragon pattern on her chest suddenly lit up. The dragon pattern emitted a dazzling purple light, indicating something to her. "My God!" She looked at dragon pattern in surprise, as if she knew why Leon was feeling so uncomfortable now. At this moment, Leon, who was lying on the bed, was still dizzy and didn't know what had happened to his body. Roswitha quickly climbed onto the bed and immediately peeled off Leon's clothes. As expected, the dragon pattern on Leon's chest also lit up. However, Leon hadn't done anything just now, and his consciousness had been in a daze. Roswitha stared closely at the purple glowing dragon pattern, puzzled. Why did the dragon pattern activate at this moment? Suddenly, Leon pressed down on Roswitha's shoulders and got up to pounce on her. Roswitha felt a little uncomfortable being pressed onto the bed by Leon, wanting to break free, but Leon tightly held onto her hand and didn't let go. She looked up at Leon with a tone full of dissatisfaction. "Leon, you are a bastard. What do you want to do?" Leon responded to Roswitha with a coquettish tone. "I feel really uncomfortable, my wife." Leon sat down on Roswitha. His eyebrows curved downwards, and his eyes revealed a hint of grievance. He talked with a pitiful expression about his physical condition to Roswitha. "I feel hot all over, and my chest itches." Roswitha was both shy and angry at this moment. She analyzed Leon's current situation, mixed with the thunder element of the dragon pattern, so that his body's desire for reproduction is even more intense than before. Just as Roswitha was still pondering the situation with the dragon pattern, Leon leaned against her chest and started to kiss her tail around affectionately. "My wife's tail is fragrant. I love her tail the most." Roswitha recalled the chaotic situation she had with Leon when his dragon stripes were activated, which made her feel unhappy both physically and mentally. "If thing continues like this, I'll be." In an attempt to stop a similar situation from happening again, Roswitha reached out and pushed at Leon's face to keep him from continuing to hold her tail, and tried to push him off of her. "My tail is dragging on the ground all day long. Don't you think it's dirty to carry it in your mouth? Get off of me quickly." Although Leon couldn't open his eyes due to Roswitha's hand, he still tried his best to grab her hand and prevent her from moving around. Just as Roswitha was trying to push Leon out of the way, Leon's index finger suddenly pressed against her lips. Leon's action made Roswitha stop pushing his face. She was somewhat surprised by this. Leon's eyes didn't have the goofy look they had just had. He suddenly looked seriously at Roswitha beneath him and praised her in a low voice. "Milkweed, you look so beautiful tonight." Roswitha was a little surprised and shy by his compliment. She turned her head and replied softly, "Even if you say so." For the sudden change in Leon's attitude, Roswitha didn't know what to say for a moment. However, at this moment, Leon seemed more tempting and handsome than ever before, and his aura made her unable to control it. What's going on? This man's attitude is completely different from just now. This irresistible madness and ferocity. She turned her head to look at the man in front of her in fascination. Do I actually have any expectations for him? Leon's face was flushed, and he looked at Roswitha with gentle eyes, softly saying words that she couldn't refuse. My dear, you can help me, right? Faced with such a temptation, Roswitha couldn't help but agree to such a somewhat unreasonable request from him. Okay, then. Only tonight. The bodies of Leon and Roswitha overlapped in this way, and the air was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. The howling wind and rain outside the window muffled the sound of them entwining with each other. After eating Black Dragon bolus, I had an intimate conversation with the Silver Dragon Queen for an evening. I woke up to find myself in bed with the Silver Dragon Queen. Recalling last night's accident, the Silver Dragon Queen was very satisfied with my service and asked me to continue working hard next time. Then, Muen naively mentioned to me the funny stories that Silver Dragon Queen told her, which made me laugh and cry. In order to make Muen happy, I made a Rubik's Cube for her, which aroused her surprise and curiosity. At the same time, I secretly prepared another Rubik's Cube for Noa. Although Noa spoke of disdain towards it, her heart revealed gratitude towards me. At this moment, it is already the morning of the second day. The heavy rainstorm last night has now stopped. The dark clouds have dissipated, and the weather is very clear, with sunlight shining on the Silver Dragon Castle. Leon woke up. He lay on his side and opened his eyes in a daze, still seeming to have some trouble seeing what was in front of him. He blinked his eyes, and finally his vision became clear. However, when he saw the person in front of him and felt her body tightly against him, he suddenly opened his eyes. Are you awake? Roswitha stared at Leon's face with interest, and gently said the first sentence to him. Leon widened his eyes, opened his mouth wide, and quickly sat up from the bed in shock. Seeing his panicked appearance, Roswitha calmly pulled the blanket over her body and sat up. Leon looked at himself and then at Roswitha, only to realize that neither of them were wearing clothes. Leon asked Roswitha with a shocked expression. Wow, why are you here? Suddenly, Leon felt a soreness. He felt a little tired and uncomfortable in his body. He touched his body and muttered to himself. My whole body hurts so much. The still dazed brain took in so much information at once that Leon couldn't process it all at once. He hadn't been able to react to what was going on. He asked Roswitha next to him in confusion. My memory is a bit fragmented. What happened last night? Roswitha slowly got down from the bed, covering herself with a blanket while answering Leon's questions. Don't you remember everything? She turned around, with a hint of teasing smile on her face, and showed Leon her entire back. You shouldn't forget, Dragon Slayer. Surprisingly, Roswitha's back was covered in various sizes of kiss marks. Not only did she have kiss marks on her back, but she also had them on her chest and waist. Leon looked at Roswitha with surprise. He stared at these kiss marks and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She has many kiss marks on her body. Did I do this? Suddenly, Leon seemed to have noticed some information. He stroked his forehead with his right hand, lowered his head, and constantly recalled various scenes from last night, and his various postures in bed in his mind. Leon seemed to realize that he had done something very humiliating. He broke down and clasped his head in his hands, and he cried out on his back. "Oh, no!" Apparently, Leon couldn't accept that he was the one who had done so many humiliating acts. Roswitha looked at Leon, who was aware of his ugliness last night, with a smug smile on her face and mocking his current situation. "Do you remember? Last night, you begged me to do it with you. Darling, let's do it one last time. Is that okay? Dear, I'm really uncomfortable. Please help me. Just this once, for the last time." Roswitha imitated what Leon said to her last night. Leon's face turned solemn. He covered his ears, trying not to make himself want to hear Roswitha repeat what he had said. However, obviously, this action was not effective. "My wife. You." Roswitha spoke louder and louder, even adding hand movements as if to show Leon's posture at that time. Leon couldn't help it anymore. He interrupted Roswitha with a helpless expression and reached out to grab her hand, preventing her from continuing her performance. "Stop. Don't say it again. I remember everything." The small incident between him and Roswitha in the morning cleared Leon's mind a lot. He sat on the bed, awkwardly getting dressed while organizing his thoughts. "I refine black dragon bolus just to take care of my body, and then find an opportunity to retaliate against Roswitha. But I don't expect the effect of this medicine to be so exaggerated." He looked at Roswitha, his eyes revealing some concern. He spoke to her with an apologetic look on his face. "I admit that I went too far last night. Did I hurt you?" Roswitha put on her own clothes. She tilted her hair back, her dashing look carrying a queenly demeanor. Her face remained calm, as if what Leon had done to her last night had not had any impact on her. "It's all right." At this moment, Leon suddenly remembered that Roswitha had mocked his body before. He crossed his hands over his chest and put on a confident smile on his face. He proudly mentioned this matter to Roswitha. "Now you should also be very clear about how my body is doing, right? Next time, don't say my body is not as good as before." Upon hearing these words from Leon, Roswitha's eyes became serious. She suddenly moved closer to Leon and stared intently into his face. Leon was a little puzzled by this action of hers, thinking he had said something wrong again. He looked sheepishly at Roswitha. What's wrong?" Roswitha, who was staring at Leon, raised her hand and grabbed Leon's chin in one hand, closing the distance between her and Leon. She looked his face left and right with a contented smile, and replied to the words Leon had just uttered. "I'm very satisfied with your performance last night, Dragon Slayer. I hope you can maintain this state in the future." After speaking, Roswitha pushed Leon back and withdrew her hand. Leon was shocked by her words and felt like he had become her exclusive toy. "Huh? Have I switched to the service industry?" After teasing Leon for a while, Roswitha sat down on the bed. She suddenly remembered a bet Leon had mentioned earlier, when she and Leon were walking in the garden. So she turned sideways to Leon and spoke. "By the way, that bet you mentioned earlier about changing the appellation." Leon was still tidying up his clothes when he heard Roswitha talking about the bet and looked up at her. Roswitha noticed Leon's movements and quickly turned her head back. She blushed and reluctantly said the next words. "You win. Have you decided on what requirements to make?" It seems that Roswitha still has some reluctance to admit that he won. This also proves that changing the way she is addressed has brought her closer to her daughters. Leon scratched his head with embarrassment when he heard her mention the bet. "Oh, I've already thought of that requirement." Then, with a sincere expression on his face, he looked at Roswitha and said the demands he wanted to make. "Can you send someone to visit my master and master's wife in the Empire?" Leon hasn't seen his master and master's wife for a long time. They may not even know that Leon has gone missing. Leon still misses them a lot. Roswitha was slightly moved by his demands. She lowered her head and pressed her hand against her chin, thinking about ways to enter human territory. Silver Dragon Clan is not very good at infiltrating, but it's not a problem just visiting people. Leon showed a happy expression when he heard that Roswitha could agree to fulfill this request. He expressed his gratitude to Roswitha with excitement. "Really? Thank." Leon seemed to realize that expressing gratitude directly to the dignified Silver Dragon Queen would not be accepted. He pretended to cough twice, showing a serious expression and saying a more formal thank you. Ahem, ahem. I'd be grateful for your help." The current location is in the garden of the Silver Dragon Castle. The sunshine shines on the colorful flowers and tender green lawn, showing that the entire garden is full of vitality. In a certain part of the garden, Leon changed into a new outfit and sat with Muen at a stone table. After a night of intense exercise, Leon felt a bit tired. He leaned back in the chair, closed his eyes, wanting to take a nap. Muen, who was playing with toys next to him, noticed that Leon didn't look very comfortable. She asked Leon with some concern, "Dad, are you sick?" Upon hearing Muen's question, Leon immediately sat up. He didn't want Muen to know that he was tired now. He straightened his back and pretended to look very energetic. I'm not sick. Why do you ask that?" Muen put down the toy in his hand. She stood up, crossed her waist with one hand, and shook her index finger with the other, with an expression of, "I know everything." She confidently said to Leon, Hey, Mom has already told me all about it. Dad took that medicine himself yesterday. Dad is a man. Man can't say he is sick." Leon was momentarily speechless. He hadn't expected at all that Roswitha would tell Muen about the bolus. He gritted his teeth and inwardly expressed his dissatisfaction with Roswitha's behavior with indignation. That she-dragon, how can she tell a child such a thing? Is she trying to embarrass me? Muen looked at her father, who had already taken medicine and was still leaning back in the chair, thinking that his illness had not yet recovered. Dad hasn't recovered. Is the medicine not effective enough? Or is Dad taking too little medicine? The daughter's questioning, coupled with what happened between him and Roswitha last night, seemed to turn into an invisible arrow poking into Leon's chest. Leon felt a fatal blow to himself. He gave a forced smile in response to Muen. Muen, it's really impolite to ask any further. Muen seemed to see the bloodstains flowing out of the corner of Leon's mouth. Ah, Dad's mouth is bleeding. Muen thought Leon was about to die. So, she quickly ran over and hugged his waist, her eyes revealing some sadness. Dad, Muen can't live without a father. Dad, please don't die. Leon looked as the innocent Muen misunderstood his current situation, and he seemed a bit at a loss. He gently reached out and touched Muen's head to soothe her. Dad is really fine. Don't worry. He comforted Muen while associating her with Roswitha. It's true that she is born to Roswitha. I always feel like there are some things that are very similar to her. She speaks without mercy, which is very similar to her. In order to make Muen happy, Leon squatted down and told her the idea he had just come up with. How about Dad make you a new toy today? As soon as he heard about the new toy, Muen's eyes suddenly lit up and her face returned to its usual happy expression. She clenched her fists and excitedly answered Leon. Toy, yeah, Muen loves toy the most. Leon found a lot of wood and gear parts. He cut the wood into small squares and used parts to assemble the blocks into a larger cube. He used paint to brush each side of this cube a different color. After the paint dried, Leon handed the cube to Muen. This little toy is called a Rubik's Cube and can be twisted freely. You can try. Muen ran towards Leon, excitedly waving her hands and taking over the Rubik's Cube. Muen focused on the Rubik's Cube in her hand and had a great time playing. Leon watched as Muen happily twisted the Rubik's Cube and quietly smiled along with him. He silently praised himself in his heart. I used to learn the principles of some simple mechanical linkage devices in the alchemy machinery class at school, but I didn't expect to use them when taking care of my child today. Am I a genius who was born to take care of children? Suddenly, Leon felt something was wrong behind him. He quickly turned around and found that there was no one behind him. Muen noticed Leon's movements. She looked up curiously and asked Leon, Dad, what's wrong? Leon was still looking behind him, trying to figure out what was in the garden. But nothing popped out of nowhere, even after he watched for a long time. He replied to Muen, It's nothing. Based on years of dragon slaying experience, Leon realized that there were actually a dragon right behind him. He lowered his head and carefully considered the situation. Just now, for a moment, I felt the sight of a dragon. And that direction is where Noa does her physical training? There are still many remaining wooden blocks scattered on the table, and some paint has not been used up yet. After some thought, he made a decision. However, that child won't come up to join us voluntarily. I'll make one for her too. It's evening. Muen had already fallen asleep quietly in bed. Noa only returned to the bedroom at this moment. She quietly opened the bedroom door and prepared to go back to her bed to sleep. Passing by the table, Noa noticed a disrupted color Rubik's Cube, with a note addressed to her pressed underneath it. This is a toy for Noa. Find a way to restore it. She picked up the Rubik's Cube expressionlessly, showing disdain towards it. Idiot, I'm not interested in this child's toy. But Noa turned the Rubik's Cube in her hand, and soon she restored it to its original state after the colors had been scrambled. She looked at the Rubik's Cube in her hand, and a slow smile appeared on her cold face. Thank you, Dad. Extra story: Noa's treasure chest. During this time, Noa has been secretly hiding something under her bed. Muen became suspicious of Noa's behavior. She opened the door and quietly watched Noa's every move. Noa has been a bit strange lately, often hiding things in the box under the bed without my knowledge. One day, Muen discovered that Noa was not in the room. So Muen disguised himself as a detective and secretly found Noa's box, wanting to see what secrets were inside. Hey, take advantage of Noa's absence today and see what's good inside. Detective Muen, go. After opening the box, Muen found that there weren't many things inside. There are fragments falling from Leon's black gold armor, a Rubik's Cube given by Leon, and the name Leon wrote to Noa. Muen thought for a moment and found that everything inside was related to Father. It seems like everything is related to Dad. Muen nodded, as if she understood the connection between them. Well, I understand now. Actually, Noa. At this moment, a familiar figure appeared behind Muen, staring at her. Noa calmly took her treasure chest from Muen's hand and closed it. You are not allowed to peek. Muen was bandaged by her like a caterpillar, making people feel both cute and funny. A good child should not rummage through other people's things. In order to create an illusion of a harmonious and loving dragon family, the Silver Dragon Queen decided to take me and our daughters to Sky City to take family photos. I didn't expect the esteemed Silver Dragon Queen to personally go to the photo studio, and I lightly mocked her. The Silver Dragon Queen was not satisfied, and directly hit my foot with a heavy blow. The manager of the photo studio was curious why I didn't see my tail. What should I do now? Will I be exposed now? Will the family photo shoot be completed smoothly? The academy that Noa is going to is called St. Heath Academy. St. Heath Academy is a noble academy among the Dragon Clan, and it also has strict standards for the students it recruited. Family is an important part of the assessment criteria. St. Heath Academy thinks that no matter whether it is an asexual oviparous birth or a couple's normal fetal reproduction of pups, only in a harmonious, loving family that espouses the concept of Dragon Clan can they be nurtured into qualified young dragon, and the Academy admits only such students. In order to create an illusion of a harmonious and loving dragon family, the Silver Dragon Queen decided to take the whole family on a trip and take family photos together. Their destination is a city located in the sky called Sky City. The Sky City boasts beautiful scenery, with an azure sky enveloping the city. There were also many dragons flying near Sky City. Dragon-shaped Roswitha found an open area to land and set Leon and daughters down. After Leon picked up Noa, Muen came next. Muen slid down from Roswitha's back like she was on a slide. She seemed to be particularly enjoying this process. Leon reached out and prepared to hold her. Slow down, I'll hold you down. After being steadily picked up by Leon, Muen waved her hands happily. With a smile on her face, she innocently asked about Leon. Dad, why didn't you change the dragon just now? Muen wants to see Dad turn into a dragon. Leon was caught off guard by her question. He smiled a little sheepishly and muttered to himself, My dear daughter, I am quite skilled at slaying dragons. But as for transforming into dragons, is it better not to? Noa appeared to see that Leon was avoiding the question. She crossed her hands in front of her chest and stood behind him, speaking softly. Are you unable to transform into a dragon? Leon broke out into a cold sweat at Noa's words. Noa's serious gaze and Muen's innocent gaze converged on him. Leon looked at daughter's curious expressions and was somewhat at a loss. There was no other choice, so he had to look at Roswitha with a pleading expression. At this moment, Roswitha had already transformed into human form and walked towards them. She looked at them with a smile and calmly explained to her daughters. Your father's body has not fully recovered yet, and he cannot transform into a dragon form at the moment. When he recovers, he will show you. It's like a close call. Leon almost thought he was going to expose his identity. He was quietly relieved by the help of Roswitha. Muen gently clenched her hands and looked at Leon with anticipation. Dad, you must recover quickly. With a helpless look on his face, Leon responded softly to Muen's words. I will try my best. Subsequently, Leon silently denied this situation in his heart. Although it is impossible. The azure sky set off the huge gate of Sky City in front of them. The area around the gate was filled with dragon people who came here to play or local dragon people. Roswitha urged them on softly. All right, hurry into the city. There's still something to do today. Roswitha held Noa's hand, while Leon held Muen's hand. 4 people entered Sky City together like this. Entering the streets of Sky City, Muen couldn't wait to take a look around. She ran excitedly ahead, her eyes filled with an indescribable joy. Wow, Noa, look, there are so many dragons. Noa didn't seem interested in the people and things on the street. She calmly followed behind Muen, persuading her not to run so fast. Slow down, don't walk too fast. The people on the street were curious about the pair of cute little dragons that had suddenly appeared, and all of them turned around to look at them with curious eyes. Only Leon and Roswitha were out of place with the people on the street. The 2 of them followed them coldly, not saying a word to each other. At this moment, Leon's walking speed slowed down. He lowered his head, his body trembling uncontrollably. Roswitha noticed that Leon wasn't following. She turned her head and noticed something was wrong with Leon. Is this guy trembling? Well, this should be the first time he has seen so many dragons since he woke up from a coma. Roswitha walked up to Leon and leaned in to mock him. What's up? Are you scared? Upon hearing Roswitha's question, Leon quickly lifted his head with an excited expression on his face. Huh? Scared? I am excited. He pointed his fingers towards the different types of dragon people in the crowd on the street, his voice revealing an uncontrollable excitement. First class merit. First class merit. Second class merit. The streets are full of achievements. I'm going to get rich. At this moment, The dragon people didn't know what the man in front of them was doing and looked at him with confusion. Roswitha felt helpless about Leon's reaction. She covered her face with her hands and silently complained about Leon in her heart. Tisk, I don't need to worry about him anymore. Leon walked ahead of Roswitha with happy steps and confidently laughed out loud. Bring them all back, and I can exchange them for a lot of money. In no time, they arrived at the photo studio. The crisp bell reminded manager that customers had entered the photo studio. A middle-aged female dragon wearing glasses and a hat, and a female dragon assistant stood at the front desk. They bowed slightly to welcome them. Welcome, Your Majesty. The environment of the photo studio is very beautiful, revealing some elegant atmosphere. The wall is filled with photos of various types of dragon people. The female dragon assistant guided them inward from the front. Muen led Noa running ahead, curiously looking at the photos on the studio wall. Noa, look, there are many photos of dragons here. After arriving at the photo studio, Leon felt something strange. He approached Roswitha and whispered to her. By the way, aren't you the Silver Dragon Queen? Why do you still have to come to the photo studio in person to take photos? Roswitha turned to him and explained the purpose of her personal visit this time. The Dragon King or Queen of the tribe can only command the people of their own tribe. But the dragons of Sky City do not belong to any tribe. Leon thought that the Silver Dragon Queen's abilities could only reach this level, and couldn't help but laugh at her. So your status as a queen is a bit low. As the Queen of Silver Dragon, Roswitha didn't want to hear such words. She stomped hard on Leon with her high heels, expressing her dissatisfaction with what he had just said. She walked in front of Leon somewhat angrily. Anyway, my status is higher than yours. Leon stood behind and covered his foot with his hand, sucking in a breath of pain. Roswitha walked up to Selena, the manager of photo studio, and struck up a pleasant conversation with her. Everyone says that Selena's photography skills are top-notch among the Dragon Clan. Being able to successfully book an appointment with you is also our family's luck. Selena held up her glasses and replied to Roswitha. It's an honor for our studio to take family photos for the Silver Dragon Queen. While chatting with Roswitha, Selena turned her head and noticed that there was no tail behind Leon. A little puzzled, she asked Roswitha about it. Your Majesty, your husband's tail. At this moment, Leon was focused on looking at the photos on the wall and didn't listen their conversation. Roswitha looked in the direction where Leon was and made up an excuse to explain to Selena. He doesn't like to show his tail. Please choose a tailless suit for him. In fact, in order to keep the other dragon people from getting suspicious, Roswitha had previously advised Leon to wear a fake dragon tail to pretend he was a dragon. However, Leon was unwilling to compromise and was adamant about not wearing a fake dragon tail. He backed away from it while waving his hands in a motion to show his refusal. No, even if you kill me, I won't wear this. This concerns my dignity. Roswitha had no choice but to follow his idea. After listening to Roswitha's explanation, Selena did not continue to pursue further. She raised her hand and gestured them towards the fitting room in the photo studio. I see, Your Majesty. Please move over here and try on the clothes first. Noa, Muen and Leon followed behind Roswitha and went in together. Muen waved her hands happily as she walked. Muen wants to wear a nice dress. After a while, with the help of the female assistant in the store, Selena first helped Noa and Muen change their clothes. Muen was wearing a white dress with a blue bow as decoration. Noa was wearing a black dress with a purple bow. Muen looked at her clothes with a face full of joy. Noa's face didn't have much expression, but probably in her heart, she also expressed her love for her new clothes. The curtain of the fitting room was pulled open, and Leon walked out from inside. He was wearing a white suit, and his hairstyle had been slightly styled by assistant. He looked very handsome and spirited. Seeing such a handsome father, Muen's eyes sparkled, and she couldn't help but praise him loudly. "Wow, Dad is so handsome." Selena was also amazed by Leon's current outfit. Her face turned slightly red, and she expressed her thoughts to Leon. "King is very suitable for this suit. You must have been very popular before, right?" However, Leon looked at himself with confusion, as if he didn't realize he was as good as everyone said he was. "Is that so? The last time I wore a suit was during my graduation ceremony at Academy." Leon realized that Noa had not yet expressed her opinion. After tidying up his clothes, he looked up at Noa with a smile on his face. What does Noa think? Noa noticed Leon's gaze, and her face immediately turned red. She shyly turned her head and hesitantly commented on Leon's attire. "Well, it's so handsome." Leon was particularly happy to hear daughters evaluate him like this. He bent down and reached out his hands to stroke their heads separately. "Your dresses are also very cute." Noa and Muen looked up at Leon together and expressed their delight in his evaluation. The curtain of another fitting room was also pulled open. Roswitha walked elegantly out of the fitting room. She was wearing a black dress with purple accents on the inside, reflecting her aristocratic temperament. The slim-fitting dress showcases Roswitha's excellent figure, and when she walks out of the fitting room, she exudes a sense of solemnity and mystery. Muen couldn't help but praise Roswitha. "Mom is so beautiful." Leon was stunned to see such an elegant and beautiful Roswitha, and his face quietly turned red without him knowing it. Roswitha noticed Leon's gaze and turned to glare at him. "What's up?" Leon turned his face away, scratched his head, and awkwardly replied to Roswitha. "No, it's quite suitable for you." Hearing Leon say that, Roswitha couldn't help but blush as well, presumably seeing that Leon's outfit showed his handsomeness. She turned her head and commented on Leon's attire. "I think it would be great if you had a tail." Leon was very dissatisfied with her proposal. He silently cursed in his heart. "Bah! I will never put on a tail in my life." Selena was already making the final adjustments to the camera. Noa and Muen were already standing in front of the camera. Muen waved her hand towards where Roswitha and Leon were standing, indicating them to come over quickly. "Dad, Mom, come on." After arranging where the four would stand, Selena provided guidance on their actions. "Get ready to take photos. Your Majesty." "King, please get closer." Roswitha and Leon were somewhat reluctant. They pulled away from each other slightly. They didn't want to get too close to each other. Smile. 3, 2, 1. At Selena's voice, several harmonious family photos slowly emerged on camera. The first photo is of 4 people. Roswitha and Leon stood behind their daughters, with serious expressions on their faces. Muen raised one hand and made a gesture, looking very happy. Noa was held by Muen's hand, with a calm expression on her face. This photo really looks like a harmonious family. The second photo is of Noa and Muen. Muen happily hugged Noa, while Noa looked at the camera expressionlessly. This photo looks like the sisters are very close. The third and fourth photos are of Roswitha and Leon. Roswitha and Leon were leaning sideways against each other, blushing and shyly forming their hands into a loving gesture for the camera. This next one shows them looking at each other face to face, looking very much like a couple interacting. Selena felt warm inside when she saw these 2 very loving photos. They do look good as a couple. The family photo shoot ended in a harmonious atmosphere. Extra story. Leon's graduation ceremony. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, Leon graduated from the academy. However, by this time, Leon was surrounded by girls who looked up to him. "Leon, can we take a photo together? Can you have dinner with me? Please accept this gift." It seems that Leon is very popular among girls. However, Leon, who didn't understand the true thoughts of the girls, rejected them outright on the spot. "Please allow me to refuse. I have to go back and nail the hooves of my master's donkey. Take a rain check." Leon said goodbye to the girls and turned away from them. The girls froze in place, and their hearts were broken as soon as they heard such a reply. Leon's master stood behind, looking at his apprentice who couldn't chat so well, with a helpless expression on his face. Did this guy get kicked in the head by a donkey? After the family photo shoot, I went for a walk on the street with the Silver Dragon Queen and our daughters. In order to get the toy bears that my daughters wanted, even if the vendor tampered with the gun, I still gave it my all and hit all the balloons with my extraordinary abilities. My daughters praised me repeatedly. Even the Silver Dragon Queen couldn't help but marvel at my marksmanship. After taking another toy bear for the Silver Dragon Queen, she asked me to go to her room after dinner. Am I going to be bullied by her again? The weather in Sky City is clear now, with a blue sky enveloping the city. The streets are still bustling with people coming and going. The lively crowd also makes this street appear more vibrant and lively. After finishing the family photo shoot, Leon, Roswitha, and their daughters left the photo studio. Before leaving, Muen happily waved goodbye to Selena. Selena smiled at them and similarly said goodbye to them with a wave and talked to them. The photo development process takes about 6 hours. During this period, Your Majesty can take a stroll around Sky City. There are many small stalls on both sides of the street. Some dragon people are curious about the products on the small stall and stop to chat with the merchants about the situation of the products. Muen excitedly held Noa's hand and ran ahead. "Noa, let's go to take a look over there." Noa didn't say anything, but she let Muen take her around to look around. Leon and Roswitha walked slowly behind them. After a short walk, Leon turned his head to speak to Roswitha next to him. I didn't expect to go out for a walk with you one day. It's really novel. Roswitha didn't look at him, but kept looking ahead and replied to him in a rather cold tone. This is all to maintain our family image. Noah values this entrance exam very much, and you have been working hard for almost a month. It's also good to relax occasionally. Walking up to a toy shooting stall, Noah and Muen stopped in their tracks. Muen seemed to have seen something, and her eyes lit up suddenly. It turns out that there is a pair of cute toy bears next to the merchant. She looked at them with joy in her eyes, as if she really wanted to get them. Suddenly, several gunshots came from not far away. Roswitha and Leon coincidentally looked into the distance. They walked nervously towards the direction of the gunshots, afraid that something might happen to their daughters. It turned out that Noah was shooting balloons on the wall with a toy gun. It seemed that she, like Muen, also wanted to get those toy bears. Unfortunately, her bullet didn't seem to hit the balloon. The vendor held a bag full of gold coins and said to her with a smile, "What a pity, kid. You can definitely hit it if you try a few more times." She pursed her lips and stared ahead with some displeasure, clearly dissatisfied with the result. Muen also looked at the intact balloon on the wall with some disappointment. Leon and Roswitha hurriedly walked over, and breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the gunshots coming from the toy shooting booth. Leon looked at the stall with great interest. "Oh, there are also shooting games like this here." Muen turned her head and saw Father walking over, her expression changing from disappointment to happiness. "Dad." Noah tightly held the toy gun, puffed up her cheeks, and looked at the balloon in front of her with dissatisfaction. "I can't hit it." Leon expressed helplessness towards the idea of the small vendor wanting to make money, silently thinking in his heart, "Haha, isn't it? This game is about you not hitting the target, so the vendor can make money." Noah handed Leon the toy gun, with a dissatisfied expression on her face. Leon stared at the toy gun and remembered seeing similar stalls before. "I have seen similar stalls before at a human market." Roswitha also seemed interested in this gun. She leaned forward and took a closer look, then immediately analyzed the situation of the gun. The bullets of this toy gun are gathered with magical energy, and there are certain requirements for the precise control of magical energy, which is indeed difficult for Noah. The vendor noticed that the parents of the children came over. He put on a flattering smile and said to them, "Do you want to give it a try? As long as you hit all the balloons within 10 shots, you can take away this pair of toy bears." Your daughters look very interested. However, the vendor's thoughts are not limited to this. He secretly chuckled in his heart. "Hey, I make it a point to let little kids try out the game, and just to entice their parents over to make a killing." Leon lowered his head and looked at Noah and Muen, asking for their opinions. "Do you want that pair of toy bears?" Noah turned her head shyly. "No." Muen also lowered his head awkwardly, 2 fingers touching each other and stuttering. Muen doesn't want it either. It seems that the 2 good children also don't want their father to waste money playing this fruitless game. Although the daughters said they didn't want toy bears, Leon immediately sensed their true intentions. "I get it. They mean what they want." Leon confidently walked up to the vendor and pointed with his finger at Roswitha standing behind him. "Please give me 10 bullets. She give you the money." "Haha, okay. The vendor repeatedly agreed and looked at Roswitha. At this moment, Roswitha suddenly realized that Leon wanted her to give the money herself. She frowned slightly and silently gave the money to the vendor. He smiled and said, "Thank you." Leon found a suitable posture, looked ahead with a firm gaze, and raised his gun towards the balloon in front of him. "It's been a while since I've held a gun. The last time was at the Dragon Slaying Academy." After adjusting everything, Leon first fired a bullet at the balloon. Unfortunately, the balloon on the wall was still intact, and even the bullet landed not far from the balloon. Leon looked back and forth at the gun in his hand, lost in thought. The vendor stood behind Leon and watched as Leon looked a little confused at the gun. He turned around and sneaked a wicked grin. "I've tampered with the gun so that whoever is coming won't be able to hit the target easily." But the next second, there were 5 gunshots and 5 explosions from the side. Leon raised his gun and fired 5 rounds at the balloon wall like he did earlier. As a result, this time, 5 balloons were hit by the bullets. The vendor widened his own eyes, his expression changing from ecstatic to shocked. "What?" Leon was quick-witted and fired bullets at the remaining balloons. But without exception, they all hit. He confidently turned the toy gun in his hand and explained the situation to the vendor. "The first shot was a test of accuracy, but I didn't expect to hit them all in the end. It's so lucky." The vendor couldn't believe his eyes at all. "This is impossible." Seeing her father hit all the balloons, Muen excitedly praised Leon. "Dad is great." Noa also looked at Leon with some admiration, her eyes full of envy. "That's great." Standing beside and watching the whole process, Roswitha couldn't help but smile and make an evaluation of Leon. "Not bad." Watching Leon hit all the balloons, the vendor had no choice but to hand over the pair of toy bears to Leon. "Wow, this is your prize." He silently cursed Leon in his heart while handing him the prize. "Take it and leave quickly." Although he didn't know why Leon was able to hit all the balloons, he clearly didn't want Leon to stay here and affect his future business. Leon happily took toy bears and thanked the vendor. "Thank you." He squatted down and handed the 2 toy bears to Noa and Muen respectively. "This is for you." Muen looked at the toy bear in her hand and thanked Leon very happily. "Thank you, Dad." Although Noa didn't react much, she still thanked him. "Thanks." Leon watched as the daughters got the toys they wanted and slowly smiled back. Standing aside, Roswitha was somewhat stunned by Leon's serious attitude towards things. This guy is usually a little less reliable, but every time he gets serious, he always has a special charm. At this moment, Leon suddenly looked up at Roswitha. She crossed her arms around her chest and stood empty-handed in the distance, looking in his direction. Roswitha also noticed Leon's gaze. She looked at him with some confusion. "Why is he watching me?" Leon suddenly realized what he had to do next. After leaving the toy shooting stall, the 4 of them continued to take a walk on the street. Noa and Muen holding the bear, were already walking at the forefront, while Roswitha and Leon continued to follow behind them. When a mother and daughter passed by them, Little Dragon pointed enviously at the thing in Roswitha's hand. "Mom, I also want that." Roswitha held a particularly large teddy bear in her hand and walked down the street, attracting the attention of passers-by. Her eyes stared blankly ahead, seeming somewhat surprised by the sudden appearance of the toy bear. Leon laughed triumphantly and walked ahead of Roswitha. "Ha ha ha! Did you see the uncomfortable expression on that unscrupulous merchant's face at the end? This is his retribution." He recalled that when he suggested playing shooting again. The vendor's expression of reluctance made him laugh uncontrollably. As it turned out, unsurprisingly, Leon quickly took another toy bear. Roswitha looked at Leon, who was still feeling proud, and frowned slightly, obviously not satisfied with his approach. "If it were me to handle it, I would only advise them not to waste time on that childish game." However, Leon didn't care about the game just now. He turned around and said to her, "It's good that they're having fun." He saw that Roswitha was not very happy, so he pointed to the toy bear in her hand and asked her, "What's up? Don't you like it?" Roswitha impatiently replied to him, "I said I don't want it anymore." Leon recalled the scene he had just seen and said to her, "You're already here. You can't go back empty-handed, right?" Roswitha couldn't say anything for a moment. She leaned her chin against the toy bear's head, shyly staring at it, silently thinking to herself, "Bears are just unappetizing food that doesn't even satisfy hunger. But they are made into toys. Well, they are quite cute." She walked briskly in front of Leon, a blush on her face that was hard to hide. "After dinner tonight, come to my room." Leon looked incredulously at the receding figure of Roswitha and shouted in surprise, "Huh?" Time came tonight, and they had returned to Silver Dragon Castle. The stars and moon shrouded the entire castle. After dinner, Leon changed out of his daytime clothes and headed to Roswitha's room. He walked down the hallway, feeling conflicted inside. "Roswitha invites me to her room. It's been late at night, and there's only one man and one dragon in the room. Something will definitely happen if I go to her room." He closed his eyes nervously. Recalling his past experiences, he was very distressed whether he really wanted to go to her room. "If I go, I'll feel uncomfortable all night. If I don't go, I'll feel uncomfortable for a week." Without noticing, Leon had already walked to the door of the room. No matter, his small step forward is his big step forward. Leon suddenly mustered up his courage and prepared to knock on the door of Roswitha's room. "Damn, I'll fight her." Before his hand even touched the door, a bright light emanated from the crack. The door of the room was not locked. Is the door unlocked?" Leon pushed the door open and looked around, only to find that there was no one in the room. Roswitha's room is silver white with gold accents. There are many books on the bookshelf. It seems that she also has a habit of reading on a regular basis. The toy bear he gave her in the morning was placed nutlessly on the bedside. Leon heard the sound of water coming from the side. He turned his head and realized that Roswitha was still taking a shower in the bathroom. I'm early. She's still taking a shower. Through the glass door, Leon seemed to be able to see Roswitha taking a shower in the bathroom. He silently evaluated the quality of the door in his heart. The quality of this glass doesn't seem very good. Leon suddenly knew something, with a surprised expression on his face, and quietly stepped back. She's really going to do that tonight, right? He shook his head from side to side, trying to shake the bad thoughts out of his head and calm himself down. Calm down, Leon. Just as Leon was still wrestling with his thoughts, the bathroom door was open. Roswitha walked out in a purple halter nightdress. There were droplets of water that she hadn't wiped off, and a faint steam was still emanating from her entire body. You're here. So, let's get started. Leon had a bitter expression on his face, feeling that his body was going to be in danger again. Am I going to be exhausted again? Extra story. The family photos had been developed and completed. There were some envelopes containing photos placed on the table. Noa and Muen opened the envelope and carefully examined the photo. Mom and Dad are a perfect match. Muen excitedly held up a photo of Leon and Roswitha and evaluated them both. Noa quietly looked at the photo in her hand without saying a word. While flipping through other photos, Leon noticed a card attached to the back of one of them. He looked at the card with some confusion. There is a card attached to this photo. Roswitha also noticed the card. What? Give me a look. They came close together and read the sentence on the card. I hope silver radiance will forever shine in the eyes of those I love. After finishing the sentence, the air suddenly fell silent for a few seconds. Suddenly, Roswitha and Leon blushed and took the initiative to distance themselves from each other. Who is in love with him? Roswitha turned her back to Leon and took the photo away with a displeased expression. There must be something wrong. Let me handle this one. Leon looked in the other direction nonchalantly and put his hands behind his head, without looking directly at Roswitha. Exactly. This card must have been written incorrectly. The Silver Dragon Queen called me to her room, just to write a test paper with her. Well, I calmly accepted the challenge. In the end, my score turned out to be higher than hers. Unwilling to admit defeat, the Silver Dragon Queen asked me to write the test paper with her. After a week of test practice, the average score between the Silver Dragon Queen and me was not far apart. To express her gratitude, she unexpectedly invited me to take a shower in her bathroom. Just as I was enjoying a relaxing soak, the Silver Dragon Queen walked in. Roswitha walked over to Leon in a purple halter nightgown with a graceful stride. She didn't say what she was going to do, just calmly asked him the location. Where do you want to do it? The living room or the balcony? Leon froze for a moment when he heard Roswitha ask him that. His eyes nervously looked towards the balcony behind him. As it was nighttime, there was silence outside and no sound. He stuttered and answered Roswitha. On the balcony. It's not good, is it? It's embarrassing to be seen. At this moment, Roswitha did not notice what Leon was thinking in his heart. She turned around and walked towards the dressing table, taking something from it and placing it in her hand. Then she set up a location for Leon. Well, let's do it in the living room. It's the same wherever we do it anyway. Leon knew he couldn't escape tonight. He let out a long sigh, closed his eyes, and then fell heavily onto the sofa. Come on. He seemed mentally prepared and suddenly said it out loud to Roswitha. Roswitha had already walked to the sofa with a roll of pink stuff. She saw Leon lying on the sofa with his eyes closed in a strange pose. She hadn't even said what she was going to do next. She was puzzled by his behavior. What are you doing? Upon hearing her questioning him in such a way, Leon suddenly opened his eyes and realized that Roswitha was not going to do anything strange with him now. He was a little surprised, and his face instantly flushed with embarrassment. What? Don't you want that? Roswitha realized that Leon thought he was coming to her room to do another thing with her. She sat on the sofa next to Leon, holding something in one hand and her eyes fixed on him with a playful smile. Mr. Casmid, you are very horny. But tonight is not suitable. Let's reschedule. It seems that Leon really misunderstood what Roswitha said just now. Then, Roswitha spread out a stack of paper that had been rolled up in her hand on the table. Leon pretended to cough to conceal his embarrassment, and sat up from the sofa, looking at the stack of paper on the table and asking Roswitha, "What is this?" Roswitha replied him, "These are the test questions from the previous assessment of viviparous families by the St. Heath Academy. The questions in the exam paper are related to lifestyle habits, personalities, and experiences between partners." Leon picked up an exam paper and carefully looked at the questions on it while listening to Roswitha's explanation. This thick stack of things was not something else, but a set of exam papers. She looked at Leon seriously, shook the test paper in her hand, and continued to explain. "We need to prepare the answers in advance to avoid not being able to answer later and affecting Noah's admission evaluation." Leon quickly finished reading all the questions with his exam paper in hand and spoke with a look of disgust. "Isn't this just some boring question in the tacit understanding game between couples? The test questions first provide these questions. First, what is your partner's favorite color? Second, what is a phrase that your partner often says? Third, where was the first date? Fourth, which SF light novel does your partner like to read? Wait, is there something else that's not part of the exam that got in?" Leon lifted his head and looked at Roswitha, asking the first question. "What color do you like?" Roswitha also picked up a test paper from the table and looked at the questions on it. "Black. How about you?" She seemed to say the answer without hesitation. "Silvery." Leon also quickly gave his answer. After hearing each other's answers, Leon and Roswitha looked up expressionlessly at each other's hair color. They suddenly found that the color they said was exactly the same as each other's hair color. For a moment, they fell silent. However, they quickly turned their heads and shifted their gaze. Both of them had a suspicious blush on their faces, looking a bit embarrassed. They don't seem to want to admit that this is a fact. Roswitha spoke first. "Tisk, it's just a coincidence." Leon immediately replied to her. "That's right, it's just a coincidence." After the little interlude, both Roswitha and Leon picked up their pens and wrote their test papers carefully. Roswitha held a pen and wrote as she spoke to Leon. Anyway, let's first test our level of understanding of each other. Leon also furrowed his brow, pondering the answer while replying to her. Okay. Just as they were struggling to think about the answer to the test questions, 2 moths flew near the candle. This also seemed to imply that Roswitha and Leon were going through the test, that the test questions brought them. After some time, they both finished writing the test papers. Leon began by correcting Roswitha's exam paper first. "I've corrected exam paper." Immediately afterwards, Roswitha also corrected Leon's exam paper. On the table were the exam papers they had just finished writing. The score on Leon's exam paper is 58 points, and the score on Roswitha's exam paper is 45 points. Leon proudly pointed at his score and couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Haha! My score is higher than yours. So it seems that I know the queen better." Roswitha saw that her score was lower than Leon's, and she was somewhat dissatisfied, but she couldn't say anything to refute him. She picked up the test paper written by Leon, carefully examined the questions he answered correctly. What she didn't expect was that Leon knew some of the little habits in her life like the back of his hand. She silently thought in her heart, "I didn't expect him to even notice my favorite sitting position, the most comfortable way to place my tail, and other small habits. He observes me very carefully in normal times." Roswitha looked again at some of the questions on the paper that had red crosses drawn on them. The parts that were not answered correctly are all in the area of guessing my thoughts. Has your partner ever been particularly disappointed with you in something? Leon wrote a very negative answer below this question. She must have been particularly disappointed in me. She put down her exam paper, crossed her hands in front of her chest, closed her eyes, and calmly analyzed her past habits. "I have always been accustomed to keeping things bottled up in my heart and never revealing them to others. It's normal for him to guess wrong." As the queen in charge of the Dragon clan, Roswitha had a lot of responsibilities on her shoulders, so there wasn't really anyone with whom she could talk about her heart. Leon didn't raise his head, still looking intently at the test paper. After experiencing so many things with Leon, Roswitha realized that she might be able to try to confide in him about her feelings. She opened her eyes and secretly looked at Leon. Maybe this person. I can. At that moment, Leon suddenly felt Roswitha staring at him closely, seemingly exuding an aura of discontent. He looked nervously at Roswitha and thought silently in his mind. She has been staring at me since just now. Is it because I scored higher than her that she held a grudge against me? Roswitha suddenly felt a warmth coming from her shoulder. Her eyes looked down and found that it was Leon's hand on her shoulder. He walked over from the nearby sofa at some point, and naturally sat on the sofa where she was sitting. In order to break the stiff atmosphere just now, Leon approached her and confidently patted her shoulder to comfort her. Ahaha, it's normal that we haven't been together for too long and can't get high scores in a short period of time. Then, he looked at Roswitha and gave her a relaxed smile. For Noah, please make an effort to get to know me better. This smile made her feel like her heart was suddenly hit by something. Looking at Leon's smile, Roswitha's face turned slightly red. She slightly widened her eyes and lowered her eyebrows, looking as if she had been moved by Leon's smile. Roswitha realized that she couldn't show such an expression in front of him. She turned her head and slapped the exam paper she was holding hard in Leon's face, not wanting him to see her now. "Stop talking nonsense. Write down your correct answer quickly." Leon was puzzled by such sudden behavior on her part. He then felt his face being covered by paper, even with a little pain accompanying his face. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He hastily removed the paper from his face and found that it was his own exam paper. Both of them wrote the correct answers to each other's test papers. Leon found one of the questions on his test paper, and Roswitha drew a red cross next to it. He said to her in surprise, "By the way, did you write this question incorrectly? Have you never been disappointed in me?" Roswitha answered calmly, "No, if I have to say it. It's just that there were too few black dragon bolus refined last time." Leon was somewhat dissatisfied when he heard her answer like this. He thought she looked down on him. "Bah! Then I will eat black dragon bolus as a meal in the future. Don't regret it." Roswitha gave a gentle smile and refuted, "I look forward to it." On the night before the family examination, Leon and Roswitha were still writing exam papers in Roswitha's room. For the next day's examination, they were not willing to lag behind. Before long, they had already corrected all the test papers they had written tonight as well. Leon packed up the test papers on the table, looked at the scores on the papers, and said to Roswitha with a satisfied face, "Well, not bad. After a week of hard work, our average score on the test questions can also reach over 80 points. If we perform normally, there will be no problem with the family assessment." Roswitha instantly lay on the table. She frowned tightly, looked tired, and her voice was a bit weak. As the Silver Dragon Queen, she also felt for the first time that an exam could make her so mentally exhausted. It was so late, Leon didn't want to disturb Roswitha's rest. After finishing exam papers, he stood up and prepared to walk towards the door of the room. He looked at Roswitha. "Well, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first." Just as he was about to lift his foot, Roswitha grabbed his hem and stopped him. "Wait." Leon looked back at her suspiciously, wondering if there was anything else she needed to tell him. She raised her head and pointed to the bathroom in her room, saying seriously, "My bathroom has a bathtub. You can take a shower and then go back." Leon was stunned when he heard Roswitha's words. He slightly widened his eyes and mouth, stuttering, "Take a shower? In your room?" Seeing Leon still standing there in a daze, Roswitha directly pushed him towards the bathroom with her hands. "Go inside, hurry up!" Leon was still confused. He looked back at her while being pushed by her, wanting to ask her what was going on. But soon, the bathroom door was closed by her. Leon had no choice but to obediently take a shower in the bathroom. He put hot water in the bathtub, took off his clothes, and thought about the strange behavior of Roswitha just now. Why does she insist on letting me take a shower here? Is she having some bad ideas? He sighed and thought about recent events again. But these days she has been nervous because of the entrance exam. Is she okay? The bathtub is already filled with hot water. Leon also stopped continuing to think about what had just happened. He lay directly in the bathtub, letting the hot water run over his body. Anyway, just enjoy it for now. Taking a hot bath is indeed the best way to relieve fatigue. He felt the fatigue all over his body relieved. Leon closed his eyes happily, enjoying the comfortable feeling brought by the hot water. He said contentedly, "Ah, it feels comfortable now." Just as Leon was about to continue enjoying his bath alone, the bathroom door suddenly opened. Roswitha walked in with a smile on her face. She was wrapped in a bath towel all over her body, with her hair curled up, and looked like she was coming in to take a shower. The bath towel wrapped around her graceful body curves, making her look even more alluring. Leon was somewhat surprised by Roswitha's sudden intrusion. "Roswitha?" At this moment, the dragon mark on Roswitha's chest was emitting a purple glow. Its radiance seemed to indicate that the body could no longer suppress its excitement. She spoke while lifting a strand of hair behind her ear. "I have accumulated a lot of pressure these days, so I want to." Leon's face turned very bad as soon as he heard Roswitha's words. He instantly felt something was wrong. He silently said in his heart, "She still has to do it." Leon looked at his chest and sure enough, his dragon mark also lit up. He suddenly sat up and expressed his incomprehension towards Roswitha's behavior. "If you're under a lot of pressure, why are you putting pressure on me?" Roswitha gave him a faint smile, revealing a triumphant expression, as if this action had been planned beforehand. "If I transmit the pressure to you, I can get a release, don't I?" Leon nervously stepped back, but after all, it was in the bathtub, and there was nowhere else he could step back. While walking towards Leon, Roswitha boldly unwrapped the towel from her body. "Besides, didn't you come here with this mindset a few days ago?" Leon pursed his lips, turned his head to one side, and for a moment didn't know what to say to refute her. He recalled the last time he did think that. Roswitha came to him to help her release stress. Before Leon could react, Roswitha had already stepped into the bathtub and pressed her body tightly against him. The water in the bathtub also overflowed some due to the entry of her. Leon's chest was hit by her twin peaks, leaving him somewhat at a loss. Roswitha touched Leon's chest with her hand, lifted her head, and said to him with a look of enjoyment, "You can't escape, Leon. Just surrender." So, the voices of the two and the sound of water echoed throughout the bathroom.
Please remember to click on the avatar to subscribe to me, and turn on the small bell.
The entrance examination for St. Hiss Academy has finally arrived. Noah was taken to the written test, while Silver Dragon Queen and I went to the family assessment. When the examiner asked me and the Silver Dragon Queen questions, we found that it happened to be what we had written before. I pretended to be very intimate partners with the Silver Dragon Queen, and answered questions very smoothly. A few days later, the assessment result came out. Will Noah be successful in getting accepted into the academy? Today is the day for Noah to participate in the entrance examination. The weather is very clear, with sunlight shining on the buildings of the St. Hiss Academy. The academy has a beautiful environment, with green plants adorning the teaching buildings, making the academy look like it has been integrated with nature. The academy is composed of these large and small teaching buildings, which look like a castle from a distance. It is very magnificent and spectacular. Leon, Roswitha, and Noah had arrived at the St. Hiss Academy. Leon was wearing a very formal brown suit today, looking very energetic. He looked left and right curiously, surprised by this academy that covers a very large area. "Oh, this is St. Hiss Academy." Roswitha stood next to Leon and held onto Noah. She was wearing a white dress with brown accents, which better reflected her mother's aura. Noah looked up at the magnificent academy in front of her, and couldn't help but open her mouth in surprise. However, Roswitha's complexion did not seem to be good. She frowned slightly, her expression looking unhappy. She stared blankly at the teaching building in front of her, feeling a bit nervous. Leon turned his head and noticed that Roswitha beside him had a tense expression on her face. She hadn't said a word since entering the gate just now. He suddenly approached Roswitha, with an impish smile on his face, whispering to her in a joking tone. "What's up? You just finished the stress-relieving activity last night. Has its therapeutic effect passed so quickly?" Upon hearing what Leon said, Roswitha recalled the intimate activity she had with him last night, and her face immediately turned red. Although it was the activity she proposed last night, it still made her feel a bit embarrassed to hear Leon say it like this. She slapped Leon hard on the back and whispered a curse behind him. "Damn it!" Leon had a relaxed expression on his face, and with a smile, he accepted the slap from Roswitha behind him and took a few steps forward. "Haha, let's go quickly." The interaction between the two also eased the tense mood of Roswitha a bit. They entered the ground floor of the office building to do the final information check for Noah's enrollment test in a little while. At this moment, the staff at the front desk was checking Noah's enrollment information. She skimmed through the information to confirm Noah's identity. Noah, K. Melkivi, Silver Dragon Clan. The staff was somewhat surprised when she saw the age column. Is the age 1 year and 3 months? The staff averted her gaze from the document and looked down at Noah, who had no expression on her face. She is somewhat incredulous about participating in the entrance examination at her age. Leon noticed the staff's reaction and asked her with some confusion, "What's up? Is there anything wrong with that?" She was worried that Leon might misunderstand something, so she replied with a smile, "No, I'm just a little surprised." She smiled and explained to Leon. Although the academy stipulates that the minimum age for young dragons to enroll is 1 year old. However, in reality, all enrolled young dragons are around 4 to 6 years old. Isn't your little princess a bit too young? She may be worried that it may not be appropriate for Noah to go to school at her current age. Standing next to her, Roswitha seemed to be a bit unhappy about the staff's doubts. She probably thought that the staff had some doubts about Noah's ability. She stepped forward with a serious expression, one hand on Noah's shoulder, and replied to her. "Noah is very smart. Her age is not a problem. We respect her ideas." After hearing what Roswitha said, the staff didn't pursue the matter any further. She held out her hand towards the entrance of the office building next to them, indicating that they would need to go this way in a while. "I see. Then please go in. Later, specialized staff will take her to the written test. and accompanying parents will need to go to the 4th floor for a home assessment. Under the guidance of other staff members, Noah went to the examination room for the written test, while Leon and Roswitha followed the staff to the 4th floor. After arriving at the meeting room, the office assistant guided them to sit on the sofa and placed 2 cups of tea in front of them. Sitting across from them are the 3 examiners responsible for family assessment today. While looking at the 3 examiners with a smile on her face, Roswitha approached Leon a little nervously. Leon sneaked a few glances her way, and knowing the situation that Roswitha was in, so he didn't say anything. She took Leon's arm and lowered her voice to him. Based on your experience, do you think the 3 of them are easy to deal with? The assistant distributed materials while quietly supplementing some information for the 3 examiners. The 3 examiners took the materials from the assistant's hands. 2 of the examiners took a serious look at the content above, and then looked up at Leon and Roswitha. There was another examiner who was perusing the information in the materials. Leon carefully observed them and whispered to her, It looks easy to kill. Before being captured by you, I would have easily taken his head in 50 rounds. Leon secretly made a murderous expression, clenched his left hand tightly into a fist, and whispered his inner thoughts. If they dare not agree to let Noah go to school, I will bring a knife to see them. Roswitha looked at him with some surprise. She didn't expect him to be so serious. The 3 examiners seemed to sense the strong aura emanating from Leon, and silently thought to themselves, "This parent is very imposing." The elderly person sitting in the center with white hair and white beard and wearing a monocle spoke first. "I am Walter Wilson, the Vice President of St. Hiss Academy, responsible for your assessment today. Don't be nervous. Please relax and answer our questions." The vice principal exudes a sense of elder authority in terms of appearance, attire, and tone of speech. Okay. Leon and Roswitha tried to put on a smile in response to the vice principal's words. Despite the smiles on their faces, they actually still felt a little nervous because the elders in front of them were too dignified. Leon thought silently in his mind as he faced such an authoritative-looking vice principal. This old man doesn't look simple. Would he ask any strange questions? Vice Principal Wilson took the information sheet in his hand and looked at it before launching into them with a question with a serious expression. "Do you remember when your wedding anniversary was?" Leon and Roswitha didn't speak. They quickly glanced at each other, as if they had known the problem in advance. The question has come up. One evening a while ago, they were reviewing the test questions they had done together on Roswitha's bed. At this moment, while looking at the exam paper, Roswitha suddenly thought of a question that was not on the exam paper. How should we answer when asked about our wedding anniversary? After all, we have never been officially married, and I became pregnant before getting married. Leon closed his eyes and carefully considered the answer to the question. If they mention a memorable day, it can only be that day, right? Before Leon could even speak up about the date, Roswitha said it first. It is the year 1733 in the Genesis calendar. May 25th. Leon and Roswitha moved closer to each other with easy smiles on their faces. And together they said that very important date. That was the day I bonded with Roswitha in the dungeon. Leon silently thought in his heart. On that day, Leon was forced to bond with Roswitha, who had suffered from the side effects of his spell, and had 2 lovely daughters. This is an unforgettable day for Leon and Roswitha. Vice Principal Wilson looked down at the information sheet again, and thoughtfully touched his beard, surprised by their marriage. Married for less than 2 years, the child is already over a year old. This progress seems to be faster than that of an average family. Leon smiled apologetically. In order to dispel the vice principal's concerns, he immediately explained this experience. Haha, we fall in love at first sight, have a good relationship, and get pregnant soon after getting married. The vice principal nodded, as if he had no further questions about the answer. He looked up and continued to ask them questions. Have you noticed any flaws or bad habits in your partner during the past 2 years of marriage? Leon and Roswitha answered his question without hesitation. Roswitha's answer was no, while Leon's answer was yes. The vice principal noticed the inconsistency in their answers and looked at them curiously. Although there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with this answer. In fact, it was specially arranged by them. Leon said quietly in his mind, "Our answers need to be a mix of true and false to be credible." The vice principal turned his gaze to Leon, wanting to hear Leon's answer. "Please." Leon lowered his head and placed his hand on his chest, with a hint of sadness on his face. "I sometimes feel like I don't have much presence." Next, Leon used all his acting skills to show the 3 examiners that a husband admired his wife very much. "My wife is too capable. Whether it's matters within the Dragon clan, or household chores like taking care of the children, she handles them in an orderly manner." Roswitha watched him act there with an expressionless face. She was somewhat speechless about his exaggerated performance. Then, Leon affectionately held Roswitha's hand, and showed his deep love for her to Roswitha. Roswitha felt a little helpless, but now she could only pretend to look at him with affection. But she builds up stress too easily. So, I want to take the opportunity of this interview to tell her. I also want to do more for this family. Just feel free to rely on me. Although that's what he said, Leon added another sentence in his mind. Don't stress me out in the future. The female examiner sitting on the left side of the vice principal couldn't help but exclaim when she saw such a caring husband for his wife. She turned her gaze to Roswitha and asked her a question. "You are truly a considerate and good husband. What do you think is the most attractive aspect of your husband, Miss Roswitha?" "He is handsome, has a good figure, is focused, serious, intelligent, not greasy, responsible, likes children, and won't easily lose his temper." After Roswitha finished speaking, her face also turned slightly red. Although she seemed a bit reluctant, she still spoke a lot about Leon's strengths. Then, she continued to supplement what she had just said. "Although his body is a bit worse than before marriage, it's not a big problem. My husband is also skilled at making medicine, and he can use various medications to regulate himself." Upon hearing this, Leon's smiling mouth twitched slightly. "Are you complimenting me or undermining me?" Roswitha turned and also took Leon's hand firmly in hers, and looked at him fondly. She spoke softly to him. "So, I also want to take the opportunity of the interview to say to my husband, You don't force yourself too much. At this moment, Roswitha's hand secretly exerted force, tightening Leon's grip even tighter. This seems to be retaliation for Leon's behavior towards her just now. Leon clearly felt the pain coming from his hand, but he couldn't shout out in front of the examiners, so he had to silently endure it. The three examiners looked at the loving couple with smiles on their faces, and couldn't help but secretly comment in their hearts. What a super loving couple. Next, the three examiners continued to ask them questions. Some of these questions are simple, while others still require their cooperation to be fully answered. However, throughout the entire process, both Leon and Roswitha were able to answer the questions smoothly. Finally, the family assessment was coming to an end. The examiner sitting to the right of the vice principal posed one final question to them. So, at the end of the interview, do you have any questions you would like to ask each other? This is an additional question, and the interviewee needs to speak the truth. Roswitha shook her head gently and answered the question with a smile on her face. I don't have any questions to ask my husband. I know everything about him. However, it seemed that Leon still had some questions to raise. He leaned against the sofa, touching his chin with one hand, as if he was seriously thinking something. Roswitha peeked over at him, noting that Leon still had the appearance of wanting to ask a question, and thought a little nervously. Say more, be more wrong. Hurry up and finish the assessment. Leon turned his head and looked seriously at Roswitha. You like the toy bear I gave you, right? Roswitha was somewhat surprised by Leon's question. She really couldn't figure out why a dragon slayer would specifically ask a dragon such a question. Why is he asking such a question at this moment that has nothing to do with identity, position, and grudges? His ideas always come as a bit unexpected. She looked shyly aside, raised her hand to tidy her hair around her ear, and nodded. Yes, I really like the toy bear you gave me. After hearing her answer, Leon patted his hand contentedly and smiled happily. Okay, I'm fine now. The family assessment officially ended. The three examiners stood up, and Leon and Roswitha also stood up with them. The vice principal shook hands with Leon. So, the interview ends here. The assessment results will be sent to the Silver Dragon Temple through the messenger dragon in a few days. Thank you again for your cooperation. After waiting for Noah to finish the written test, Leon, Roswitha, and Noah returned to the Silver Dragon Temple together. A few days later, a small messenger dragon landed on the windowsill. It carried a bamboo tube on its back. Noah's assessment result had been delivered here. Muen excitedly told Noah, "Noah, messenger dragon has arrived." Leon took off the bamboo tube and placed it on the table to open it. Open it up quickly and take a look. Roswitha looked nervously at the bamboo tube. Noah and Muen looked at the bamboo tube with very expectant eyes. Leon took out an admission letter from the bamboo tube with the emblem of St. Hiss Academy. The letter had these lines written on it. Dear Noah, K. Melkivi, congratulations on passing our assessment. Please report to Academy and attend the admission ceremony in 3 days. The four faces of the family crowded together and repeatedly looked at the few lines on the notification letter, all feeling very surprised. Leon and Roswitha couldn't help but say the same thing. Noah passes the assessment. It was Noah who was most surprised. I passed the assessment. Noah really passed the entrance examination. Seeing this news, all 4 people were particularly happy. Muen happily hugged Noah. Noah is great. Mom and Dad are great. Noah held the admission letter, and finally a smile appeared on her usually expressionless face. Leon and Roswitha stood behind them, looking at them with joyful expressions. Roswitha turned her body to look at Leon. Her nervous mood instantly dissipated. She thanked him. "Thank you." Leon proudly touched his nose. "Don't thank me. It's mainly up to Noah herself. My daughter is wonderful." To celebrate Noah's successful admission to St. Hiss Academy, Roswitha walked into the kitchen and prepared to personally cook a meal to reward everyone. "Make a big meal today to celebrate. You come to help, so as not to say that you don't have a presence in this home." Leon followed behind her and replied with a joking tone. Okay. I notice that you are very narrow-minded and always hold grudges." Noah was successfully admitted to St. Hiss Academy. I attended her enrollment ceremony with the Silver Dragon Queen and Muen. However, the Silver Dragon Queen and I, along with Noah, were called to the stage to speak at short notice by the vice principal. We had no choice but to go up. After Noah finished her acceptance speech, the vice principal unexpectedly asked me to kiss her, including the Silver Dragon Queen. What should I do next? 3 days later, Noah's entrance ceremony was held as scheduled. On this day, the weather was sunny, and the auditorium of St. Hiss Academy was bathed in warm sunlight. Accompanied by rounds of applause, Vice Principal Wilson, dressed in academy attire, walked briskly onto the stage. He stood up at the podium and delivered his entrance speech for the new semester. Congratulations on passing the assessment. Welcome to the entrance ceremony of St. Hiss Academy. The auditorium was filled with parents and children attending the entrance ceremony. The children were all wearing the school uniform of St. Hiss Academy. Some looked up at the stage with bright and lively eyes, listening attentively to the speech, while others observed the surrounding environment with curious eyes. There are many outstanding students among the new students this time, and harmonious families can cultivate outstanding students. Taking this opportunity, we invite these families to share some experiences with us. Next, let's welcome the top student in this new student entrance exam, Noah K. Melkivi, and her family to the stage. Muen sat in the audience, looking very excitedly at the dragons around her, and the speech of the vice principal on the stage. Beside her, Anna, the head maid of the Silver Dragon clan, looked ahead with a smile while guarding Muen's safety. Muen applauded very happily as she heard her parents and sister being called to the stage. Wow, Dad, Mom and Noah are going on stage. Anna replied to her. Yes, Your Highness. Leon and Roswitha led Noah up the stairs next to the stage and walked towards the vice principal's podium. A dragon assistant reached out her hand and gestured for them to walk in this direction. Leon smiled kindly at the parents and students sitting in the audience, but felt helpless about the current situation in his heart. How could it become like this? An hour ago, Vice Principal Wilson called them to his office. In the office, He smiled and told the 3 people in front of him the next arrangements. Noah achieved the highest score in the entrance exam, and the couple's family assessment also ranked first. Please be sure to speak on stage as a new student representative and family representative. They turned around, straightened up, and stood at the podium. The eyes of hundreds of dragons in the audience were focused on them. Leon looked at Roswitha and Noah next to him, and then at the hundreds of dragons standing in the audience. He was also powerless in the current situation. There was no choice. The situation came up suddenly, and I had to bite the bullet and go for it. The vice principal looked at Noah and asked her a question. Noah, as the youngest candidate, but with the highest score, what are your thoughts to share? Noah lowered her head and pondered for a moment, then approached the microphone and spoke her thoughts. My mom is a very powerful dragon, and I also want to become as strong as her when I grow up. When I proposed to come to school, Mom gave me affirmation and support. Roswitha was very happy to hear that Noah was so adoring of her. She looked at Noah, and her eyes revealed the pride that filled her. In addition, my sister Muen has always there for me. I am very grateful to them. Muen, who was in the audience, heard sister mention her, and looked at her with sparkling eyes, her hands happily clasped in front of her chest. Realizing that Noah hadn't mentioned herself yet, Leon peeked at Noah with an expectant look. What about Dad? Will she mention me? Noah seemed to notice her father's gaze, and understood what he was trying to say. She sighed and looked ahead firmly, continuing her speech. Lastly, and most of all, I'd like to thank my father. He helps me review and prepare for exams every day, and often stays up late to prepare materials. Thanks to him, I am able to stand here. Leon couldn't help but feel a little moved to shed tears when he heard Noah speak so highly of himself. Although she usually seemed not easy to get into, she was sincere in some ways. He said softly, while looking at her with tears in his eyes. Noah. That's all. Thank you. After adding a few more words about her expectations and goals, Noah ended her speech. She politely bowed to the audience, indicating that her speech had been completed. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, and Roswitha and Leon standing aside also applauded for Noah. The vice principal also acknowledged Noah's wonderful speech. He looked at them with a smile on his face and expressed his thoughts. It seems that Mr. Leon is very good at teaching children. Since that's the case, your daughter is so grateful to you. Why don't you kiss her to show your father's love? Leon turned his head and looked at the vice principal in great surprise. He didn't know he had such an open side. This was a bit different from the normal speech process. Leon expressed his inner feelings with great excitement in his heart. Vice Principal, what are you talking about? Do you want to turn the entrance ceremony into a patricide scene? He turned back quickly and looked nervously at Noah. At that moment, Noah was still expressionlessly looking ahead, as if she didn't show any sign of surprise at the vice principal's proposal. A month ago, Noah wouldn't even let me touch her. How could I kiss her in public? Noah had turned around and looked at him, worried that Noah would be torn by such an offer. Leon smiled and bent down to approach Noah, opened his hands to her. He whispered to her, Noah, There's no need to be so difficult. Let's just hug each other, okay? Noa frowned, her eyes looking to the side, and replied to Leon with a blush. Hurry up, and finish the kiss. And get this awkward ceremony over. Although Noa looked reluctant, in her heart, she was actually looking forward to her father kissing her. Leon looked at Noa with some surprise. He didn't expect Noa to accept the vice principal's request. Noa. Perhaps Leon doesn't know. Noa actually likes him as much as Muen does. Leon also gathered his courage. He gently hugged Noa, closed his eyes, and kissed her forehead forward. Noa slightly widened her eyes, feeling somewhat surprised by this. Many dragon figures in the audience watched this scene very quietly. The warm atmosphere emanating from this father and daughter touched some parents present. Seeing such a warm scene, Muen couldn't sit still. She widened her eyes and excitedly reached out her hand, making a gesture of wanting to rush out, while enviously saying, "I also want to kiss Noa." Seeing that Muen was about to leave her position, Anna immediately stood up to stop Muen, so as not to disturb the order of the venue at this moment. "Your Highness, you cannot go up now." Leon stood up and smiled as he parted ways with Noa. Noa's whole face was red, and she turned her head shyly, afraid to look at Leon. Upon seeing this scene, Roswitha breathed a light sigh of relief. "Fortunately, he didn't kiss me." Leon and Roswitha approached Noa and placed their hands on her shoulders, smiling at the audience, looking like a very harmonious family of three. The vice principal expressed his opinion on the scene just now. Excellent Dragon Clan never forgets to be grateful to their families. And the way the Malkivi family interacts with each other has made us feel what a true family should be like. Leon and Roswitha didn't know, and what he said next made them widen their eyes. "You kissed your daughter as a model of a loving couple. How could you forget your wife, Mr. Leon?" Upon hearing the vice principal's words, Leon and Roswitha were both stunned. They looked at the vice principal and were very surprised that he still had requirements for them. Leon clenched his fists, glared at the vice principal with unfriendly eyes, and secretly cursed him in his heart. "The sinister and cunning dragon, you're so arrogant. I should have killed you on the day of the assessment." Although Roswitha's expression was not clear, she gritted her teeth fiercely and seemed somewhat dissatisfied with the request. The vice principal looked at them with a smile, seemingly unaware of their current feelings. Noa looked up at Leon, her face showing a look of worry. Perhaps it was because of this request. She was also feeling uneasy for her parents. Leon looked at her and silently made up his mind in his heart. However, this is Noa's most important opening ceremony. I, Leon, have been through many battles. How could I be scared by this thing? Come on, my dear wife. We are the happiest and most harmonious family, aren't we? Noa turned her head and looked at her mother with curious eyes, anticipating her next move. What? Roswitha was startled by Leon's sudden action. She looked at his outstretched hand, and then looked up at his serious expression. She didn't expect Leon to really plan on kissing her. In the audience, Muen and the other dragon people looked at them with great anticipation. Roswitha's face was tinged with a slight blush. She whispered to Leon, Are you really going to kiss me in front of hundreds of dragons? Leon also cooperated with her and whispered back to her. There is nothing be done. Noa and Muen are both watching. Please cooperate with me. Roswitha stammered. How embarrassing. Leon didn't hesitate too much. Quickly approached Roswitha and gently hugged her. His handsome face slowly approached her, causing her face to quickly turn red. We've slept together and held hands, but we haven't kissed, except for that one time 2 years ago. Leon seemed very calm, but Roswitha was now so nervous that her heart was beating faster. Why is he so calm? It seems like only I'm nervous. Their lips slowly approached each other. Roswitha closed her eyes shyly. She was thinking in her heart, I don't care what happens next. Roswitha carefully grabbed Leon, with a nervous expression, but also looking forward to the kiss. She thought Leon was going to kiss her lips. However, Leon gently sidestepped, with a relaxed expression, and landed the kiss on her cheek. After the kiss was over, Leon distanced himself from Roswitha and looked at her with a smile. Roswitha opened her eyes and looked at him with some surprise. It turned out that the kiss hadn't landed on her lips. With a hint of shyness and a frustrated expression, she touched the place where Leon had kissed her. The place he kissed seemed to still retain his warmth, and it felt hot to the touch. She seemed to still have some lingering feelings about the kiss she had just received. Leon bowed slightly towards the audience, indicating that their family's small theater had come to an end. Only to this extent. However, some parents in the audience seemed to have not seen enough yet. They said to Leon in a joking tone, "Why don't you kiss her mouth? Kiss again. Kiss again." At this moment, Leon secretly turned around to look at Roswitha and showed her a victorious smile. He whispered his true thoughts to her. Well, it's comfortable. It's relieved. At this moment, Roswitha realized that Leon's behavior was purposeful. His previous action was not only to fulfill the vice principal's request, but also to retaliate against her behavior towards him in the bathroom last time. She felt like she had been teased by Leon. She gritted her teeth and clenched her fists in anger, looking at him with dissatisfaction. How dare this guy use me to relieve stress? If it wasn't in front of so many people, I would have pressed him to the ground. After Noah's speech and a small interaction with the couple, the vice principal invited them off the stage. With a burst of applause, Leon, Roswitha, and Noah followed female dragon assistant off the stage and back to their seats. Thank you very much for the laughter and joy brought to us by the exemplary families of this year. Please take a break. Next, the vice principal returned to the podium and continued to introduce the next process of the admission ceremony. The enrollment ceremony ended quickly. Noah escorted her parents, sister, and head maid to the school gate to bid them farewell. Roswitha softly instructed her. Then we're ready to go. We'll come pick you up next weekend. Take care of yourself, Noah. Noah wasn't sad about parting with her parents like other children were. She is still that strong child. She said to her mother as usual, "I will, Mom." Muen trotted over and tightly hugged Noah. Her expression was a bit sad, reluctant to part with Noah. "Noah, remember to think of me. Noa held Muen and gently patted her back to comfort her. I'll miss you. Leon crouched down, level with Noa's gaze. He was like an old father who was worried about his daughter, telling Noa a bunch of things to pay attention to. Remember to eat on time and not be picky about food. Study hard. If you don't understand the knowledge in your studies, you can come and ask me when you come home during the holidays. Oh, and most importantly, if you get sick, you must go to the school doctor of the academy and never try to be brave. Noa was a little helpless at what he said. She replied to him with a blank face. I know. I'm not a child anymore. Leon pointed to Roswitha standing behind him and quietly explained to Noa who was saying these words. These words were spoken by your mother after she got drunk. She's too embarrassed to tell you in person, so I'll say it for her. He didn't expect her to be so worried about her daughter's situation at school. Roswitha, who had been exposed to the truth by Leon, glanced at him, then turned her head and cursed him softly. Verbose. Then, Leon rolled up his sleeves and posed as if he was going to fight, saying to Noa, stay away from classmates with bad personalities. But if they bully you, just fight them back. Dad's got your back. Upon hearing these words, Noa couldn't help but laugh. She looked up at Leon and asked him a question. Have you ever done this kind of thing when you were in school? Leon showed her a bright smile and answered Noa's question. Yeah, it's just that every time I have a fight at school, my master, your grandfather, will take me back and beat me up. He stood up, patted Noa's shoulder, and assured her. But don't worry, Dad won't beat you up for such a small matter. Noa clenched her fists as if inspired by Leon. She gathered her courage and said firmly to him, I remember. With the wishes of her parents and sister, Noa's school life began. When the Silver Dragon Queen was searching for information about the blood curse, she was informed by a trusted maid that my master and master's wife were missing. The Silver Dragon Queen asked her to continue observing the situation based on the maid's message. At the training ground, I was teaching Muen how to wield a sword, but Muen was not yet very proficient. After the Silver Dragon Queen returned from her inspection tour, she had a lot of conversations with me about daughters. I also appreciate her willingness to tell me. As we were about to leave, the Silver Dragon Queen suddenly asked me to help her put on her shoes. The current time is evening. The rest of the Silver Dragon Temple was quiet, but the lights were still on in the Queen's study. A bright desk lamp illuminated the entire desk, which was piled with many materials and books. Roswitha hadn't slept yet. She sat at the desk, holding a book about blood magic, carefully searching for something. Suddenly, she noticed the information on one page of the book. The blood curse is a forbidden magic that can only be used once in a lifetime, using blood as a medium and the practitioner's life as a cost. She held her chin and pondered for a moment before revealing a sly smile. Improve it. Maybe it can become a good way of playing. Just as she was thinking about how to improve the magic that Leon had once cast, suddenly a gust of wind blew into the study. She noticed someone jumping in from the balcony. Roswitha seemed to have gotten used to this sudden visit. She lifted her head and asked the person at the balcony entrance, "You're back?" A purple-haired female dragon person gently jumped into the balcony. and then knelt down on one knee in front of the desk. She was dressed in maid attire, resembling the style of an assassin. She is the trusted maid of the Silver Dragon clan. Sherry. She nodded slightly and greeted Roswitha. Your Majesty. Roswitha continued to ask her. How is the investigation going? Sherry lowered her head and frowned slightly. Obviously, the news she brought may not be particularly good. She reported the situation she was investigating to Roswitha. Sorry, I couldn't find the whereabouts of Tiger Lawrence and his wife in the Empire. They have gone missing. Missing? Originally, Roswitha had been helping Leon visit his master and master's wife. However, after hearing Sherry's investigation results, Roswitha was somewhat surprised. She closed the book, stood up, and continued listening to Sherry's investigation results. The information is erased very cleanly. I do not trace their whereabouts. Roswitha's brow furrowed slightly. She lowered her head and pondered the current situation, recalling the information that Leon had once told her about his master and master's wife. According to Leon, his master is just an ordinary farm old man. It doesn't seem that simple. Roswitha realized that the current situation may not be normal. She looked up at Sherry and gave her instructions for the next step. Continue to investigate while ensuring your own safety. Notify me immediately if there is any news. Sherry nodded slightly, indicating that she had received her instructions. Yes, Your Majesty. Then, she gently jumped out of the balcony and disappeared into the dark night. A few days later, on an evening when the sun was about to set, the voices of an adult and a child could be heard from the training ground. Leon was wearing training clothes and had a serious expression. He held a wooden stick and activated his magic, swinging it forcefully towards the air. With Leon's swing, the wooden stick emitted many blue lightning bolts. Leon was teaching Muen how to wield a sword. After demonstrating several swings of the stick, he turned his head and said to Muen, "Come on, just like me. Swing the stick down hard." Muen was very excited to see his father make such a handsome move. She clenched her small fist tightly, as if cheering herself on, and firmly said to Leon, "Okay." Muen followed his father's movements, and also waved the wooden stick in his hand. However, it seems that Muen didn't understand how Leon swung the stick. She closed her eyes and happily took a swing at the air with her stick. Leon, who was standing beside and watching, couldn't help but feel a little helpless. She was not very familiar with the movement of wielding a sword. It seems that he still needs a long time to teach Muen. Leon guided Muen's sword swing, while explaining to her how the posture needed to be. Muen listened attentively to what Leon had to say, and was very cooperative in correcting own movements. Just when they were training very seriously, a familiar figure also came to the training ground. Roswitha crossed her arms in front of her chest and walked over from a distance. Anna followed closely behind. Muen turned his head and noticed Roswitha and Anna. She greeted Roswitha very happily. "Ah, Mom!" Leon heard Muen's voice and also noticed Roswitha beside him. He turned his head and asked about her as he usually did when talking to her. "Oh, have you returned from your patrol?" Roswitha looked at Leon and nodded, indicating that she had completed her patrol. Muen put down the stick and ran quickly towards Roswitha. She happily held Roswitha and rested her head on her soft twin peaks. Roswitha looked at her with a gentle expression, gently stroking her head and asking about her situation today. "Did you listen to your dad at home today?" Muen lifted his head and looked at her with round blue eyes, nodding. "Yes, Muen is obedient. Dad even taught Muen how to hold a sword." Roswitha smiled and touched Muen's head again, expressing great satisfaction with her performance today. "Well, that's good. We're going to have dinner later. I've ordered the chef to make beef steaks. Change your clothes first." Upon hearing that there was something delicious today, Muen's eyes lit up instantly. She clenched her hand very happily. "Beefsteak. Muen likes it." Anna walked over and bowed slightly to Roswitha, indicating that they would leave first. Then she took Muen's hand and walked back to the Silver Dragon Castle. "Your Highness, let's go." After bidding farewell to Roswitha and Leon, Muen left the training ground with Anna. She held Anna's hand while humming a tune. "Steak, steak, beef steak." After watching Anna and Muen leave, Roswitha was about to turn around and talk to Leon. "So, you..." A branch was then pointed at Roswitha's throat. It was mere millimeters away from her. Her eyes widened slightly, a little surprised at the sudden appearance of the branch and Leon's current behavior. Leon held up a wooden stick and pointed the sharp part at her, without intending to lower it. Roswitha glanced at the wooden stick in front of her, then at Leon, with no hint of fear in her eyes. She smiled confidently and said to Leon very calmly, "What? Have you finally decided to take action against me? At the Silver Dragon Temple, pointing a weapon at me is a crime of disobedience and will result in the death penalty." Leon gave her a provocative smile. He shook the branch in his hand and said the next words lightly. "This is just a branch. Queen, do you call the branch weapons?" Roswitha looked up disapprovingly. "Weren't you once the strongest dragon slayer? Seriously, this branch can also be used as a weapon for killing in your hands, right?" Leon closed his eyes and sighed, his expression easing. He put down the tree branch, knowing that he couldn't fool Roswitha anymore, and also realizing that there was something hidden in her words. He slowly approached Roswitha, with a look on his face like he had read her inner thoughts. He spoke to her in a joking tone. "She-dragon, if you want to praise someone, praise them well. What's the point of being sarcastic?" Roswitha reluctantly turned her head and stepped back slightly, not wanting Leon to get close to her. She seemed unwilling to admit that what Leon said was true. "Bah! Who praised you?" Leon walked towards the bench next to him with a branch in his hand, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. "Tisk, I just want to scare you. But if you're not afraid, it's boring." After hearing what Leon had to say, Roswitha spread her hands, indicating that his little ploy had little intimidating effect on her. She followed Leon and headed for the bench as well. "I don't think your current body can hurt me with a twig." The sun set slowly, its orange-red glow showering over them and casting their shadows on the ground. At this moment, the sunset was like flames, slowly dyeing the entire blue sky into a beautiful orange-red. Then, the sunset cast its light onto the training ground. The weapons on the training ground were shining brightly under the sunset. Leon and Roswitha sat on a bench, basking in the sunlight of the setting sun. At this point, Roswitha told Leon about the letter Noa had written to her. Yesterday, Noa wrote to me. She said she was doing fine for a few days and told us not to worry. Leon waited for a while and found that Roswitha hadn't continued speaking. He turned his head and asked her with some surprise, "Is there anything else? Is it that short?" Roswitha's gaze softened, and she gazed into the woods not far away. She wagged her tail and replied to Leon in a gentle tone. "No, it's already rare for her to proactively write a letter back to report her safety." Leon nodded and turned his head back a little helplessly. He also knew that Noa had always been this character. "That's right. She looks a lot like you in this regard." He crossed his hands and placed them at the back of his head, leaning casually against the back of the bench. He looked up at the beautiful sunset and talked to Roswitha about Noa. She always has a tight little face, making it hard to guess what's really going on in her heart. However, as long as you find the right way, we can still get along very happily. Roswitha also looked up at the sky with Leon and mentioned to him Noa's evaluation of him. Noa actually admires you quite a bit. She has a typical dragon mentality, longing for the strong. As soon as she thought of Noa talking about the image of Leon in her own heart, Roswitha couldn't help but chuckle softly. She covered her mouth while looking at Leon. "You are now seen as a top student in her heart. So she said she wants to achieve many first places in the academy. She never wants to lose to you." Leon was a little surprised to hear Roswitha say that he was a role model for Noa to learn from. After all, he had never heard Noa say that before. He recalled that Noa had frowned and said some negative comments to him, such as saying he was an idiot, he was weak, and so on. He scratched his cheek and said awkwardly, "I thought in her mind, I was just a weak nerd." Roswitha snorted a little. She took off her shoes and talked to Leon about Noa's past. "When you first woke up, Noa kept avoiding you, right? But in fact, during your coma, she often went to see you. Occasionally, when I found her, she would excuse herself by saying she was looking for Muen." Leon also chuckled softly when he heard what Roswitha said. "Haha, this is also very similar to you." Roswitha tucked her slender legs away and wrapped both arms around her knees, shrinking herself down on the bench. She watched the sunset in front of her and continued to say to the previous things. When they were babies, they cried and no one could coax them well. But as long as someone puts them by your side, they will immediately calm down. Perhaps before they have their own consciousness, blood ties have already tightly linked you together. In Roswitha's memories, Leon remained unconscious and lying in bed. His arms gently embraced Noa and Muen, who were still infants. The two little babies have stopped crying and are sleeping quietly under their father's arms. Noa gently held Leon's fingers, while Muen gently pulled Leon's clothes. This scene looked really harmonious between father and daughters. Leon looked at his hand with some trance. He muttered to himself, "Bloodline? It's a bit unfamiliar." For Leon, the word bloodline has little to do with him. He recalled some of the things he experienced when he was a child. I am an orphan who never experienced parental love when I was a child, and I don't understand what family affection is. Young Leon had no one to rely on around him. He curled himself up into a ball, trying to comfort his lonely self. When I was 5 years old, my master and master's wife adopted me. Even though I have no blood relationship with them, they treat me like a son. Since then, Leon has a home and someone he can rely on. And that is his master and master's wife behind him. Although Leon had a home, he still felt like he lacked something. When he saw his parents and children passing by him, the laughter of the children and parents, and the harmonious atmosphere of the family made Leon envious. I have the concept of home for the first time, but occasionally, I feel a sense of loss in my heart. Leon crouched down and shrunk himself into a ball. He kept his head down, looking a little lost. If only my master and master's wife were my true parents. At this moment, master's wife noticed Leon's emotions and quietly walked over. She also squatted down and touched Leon's head to comfort him. "Leon, you will become father in the future." He repeated what she had said with confusion. Father? For Leon, who has no parents, he can't imagine what he would be like after becoming a father. Master's wife smiled and explained to him. "Yeah, they'll be the family you'll want to love, protect, and give everything to." Leon stood still, looking at Roswitha standing not far away, as well as Noa and Muen waving at him. Now that Leon has grown up, he understands what his master's wife said to him at that time. Leon walked out of his memories. He quietly clenched his fists, as if he could still feel the warm touch of Noa and Muen's fingers when they were still infants. That's right, they are the family members I cherish the most now. Roswitha watched Leon stare at his hand motionlessly for a long time, and kindly reminded him, "What's wrong with you? We should go back." It was only when Leon heard her voice that he realized he had been lost in thought for such a long time. He stood up awkwardly and replied to Roswitha's words. "Ah, well, nothing. Thank you for telling me that. So, let's go back. Ha ha ha." However, Roswitha did not stand up with Leon. She moved her shoes to Leon with her feet and pointed to them. Leon didn't quite understand Roswitha's action. He frowned and asked her in confusion, "What?" A sly smile appeared on Roswitha's face. "If you want to thank me, help me put on my shoes." Leon looked at her with a bewildered expression, and was somewhat speechless about her demand. "Huh?" The Silver Dragon Queen insisted that I help her put on her shoes. I had no choice but to follow her request. Noa had returned from school, but she felt a bit frustrated because she didn't get a perfect score in one of her subjects. I helped her analyze the reasons, and comforted her that she still has a chance to win first place. Muen was curious about who would win the fight between me and the Silver Dragon Queen. We both thought we could win. Since we were both dissatisfied with each other, we decided to go to the training ground and have a fight to determine the winner. Roswitha and Leon are still on the training ground. Roswitha sat on the bench with her hands crossed in front of her chest. She pointed to her shoes with her foot and said to Leon with a triumphant expression, "If you want to thank me, help me put on my shoes." Leon stood in front of her, his hands tightly clenched into fists. He glared at her angrily and said, "Huh? Do you want me to help you put on your shoes? How is that possible?" Leon remembered the incident where Roswitha had asked him to help her wash her feet before. He approached her, bent down, with an angry expression on his face, and pointed at her with great dissatisfaction. "Helping you wash your feet last time was already humiliating enough. You still want me to put your shoes on now? Do you want to embarrass me?" Suddenly, Roswitha kicked Leon in the face, and a crisp sound echoed. Leon's face twisted, and he felt a little pain in his face. He looked at her with angry eyes, not expecting her to come up with this move. She said to him with a slightly angry tone, "I haven't avenged the kiss you gave me at the entrance ceremony yet. Can't you even help me put on a shoe now?" She was still dissatisfied with Leon kissing her during Noah's opening ceremony. She looked at Leon with an impatient expression and extended her foot in front of him. She urged him to help her put on her shoes quickly and then go back to eat. "Don't say anything else. Hurry up. Help me put it on and go back." Leon saw that there was nothing he could do about the current situation. He frowned and reluctantly squatted down, lifting Roswitha's white and delicate feet with one hand, and helping her on with her high heels in the other. Okay, I'll help you." Roswitha lowered her head and watched Leon's movements, slowly revealing a smile on her face. "You say you're unwilling to help me put it on, but your movements are pretty quick." Leon replied to her words with a mocking tone. "Well, putting shoes on you is much simpler than nailing iron solace to a donkey's feet." Roswitha recognized Leon's hint and mockery, and her expression changed from a smile to anger. She frowned and was very dissatisfied with what he said. She angrily kicked the foot with her shoes on hard, wanting to kick Leon's face again. However, Leon had just been kicked once, so how could he be kicked again? With the lesson just now, he won't let Roswitha kick him. He nimbly leaned back and deftly dodged her attack. Leon felt particularly happy because Roswitha failed to hit him. Then, he ran back to the castle quickly. As he ran, he turned back with a smug expression and said to her, "As long as I run fast, you can't hit me." Roswitha couldn't chase after her immediately because her other foot hadn't put on her shoe yet. She could only watch Leon quickly leave his sight while angrily clenching her fists and cursing him in her heart. "What's the use of running so fast? Just you wait tonight." A few days later, the weekend arrived. Noah was coming back from school. Leon, Roswitha, and Muen arrived at the lawn, not far from the entrance of the Silver Dragon Temple to greet her. At this moment, a dragon roar echoed through the sky. They looked up together. Muen waved his hand to the sky and said excitedly, "Look, look!" A huge dragon appeared on their heads. Upon seeing such a large dragon, Muen was very excited to jump and wave her hand. Leon also seemed to be seeing a dragon of this size for the first time. He was very surprised by this. "Oh, this dragon is several times bigger than what you look like after transforming. This giant dragon is named Leviathan. It is mainly gray in color with blue-green wings. It has something on its back that looks like a carriage. This volume can accommodate hundreds of young dragons." That's right. It's a transportation vehicle specifically designed to pick up and drop off young dragons. Leon looked up at the giant dragon in astonishment, while Roswitha, standing behind him, was no longer surprised. She crossed her hands and explained to Leon calmly. Giant dragon Leviathan, with a huge body but weak combat ability, usually plays the role of a transporter in the dragon clan due to its exceptional endurance and emotional stability. At this moment, the giant dragon Leviathan stopped on their heads, and a blue magic beam of light descended from its body to the ground. Leon carefully observed Leviathan while raising a doubt to Roswitha. Emotional stability? She continued to explain to him. It's said that a Leviathan wouldn't even lose its temper once for thousands of years from birth to death. So the Academy used them to transport young dragons. Noa's figure appeared in the beam of light, her school uniform swaying slightly in the wind, and then standing steadily on the ground. She opened her eyes, still expressionless as usual. She greeted Roswitha with a calm voice. "I'm back, Mom." Roswitha walked towards Noa with a smile on her face. Leon also followed closely and approached Noa. "Welcome back, Noa." Muen rushed up and hugged Noa very happily. "Noa, I miss you so much." Noa's face was slightly flushed. She gently hugged Muen, although the joyful expression on her face was not very obvious. Perhaps in her heart, she was very happy to be able to go home and see her parents and sister. Then, Noa walked towards Leon. She shyly lowered her head, clenched her fists lightly, and stuttered to him. Leon watched her shy and unfamiliar expression, silently speaking in his heart. "This child is not used to calling me Dad yet." However, Leon did not take this matter to heart. He knew that one day Noa would smoothly say Dad to him. After the dragon flew away, the family walked towards the city. Leon was holding Muen with his left hand, and Roswitha was holding Noa with her right hand. Leon walked with a smile on his face and said to Noa in a relaxed tone, "Glad you're back. Mom and I made some of your favorite dishes." So, while chatting about the recent situation, the family walked towards home. After the family ate together, the whole family sat on the sofa to rest. Noa took out several full score papers and placed them on the table. Each test paper is marked with 100 in red pen. Noa introduced the names of the subjects, her scores, and rankings one by one. Fundamentals of Alchemy Machinery, full score, first place. Magic Overview, Young Dragon Edition, full score, first place. Dragon Clan History, Young Dragon Volume 1, full score, first place. She almost perfectly achieved first place in all subjects. Roswitha smiled and held her test paper, nodding happily, expressing satisfaction with Noa's grades. Muen's eyes shone brightly as he looked at these test papers, revealing a very envious expression. However, as Noa held the last transcript, she slightly lowered her head. She doesn't seem to have the courage to show them. She looked away and awkwardly said to them, "There is one last subject. All-around physical fitness test only scored 95 points and did not get first place. Sorry." Upon seeing the unhappy Noa, Roswitha felt somewhat at a loss. She gently waved her hand and encouraged her with a rusty tone. "Ah, there's no need to apologize. You're already quite impressive." Muen walked towards Noa and held her hand. She was like a little sun, warming Noah's lost heart with a positive tone. Mom is right. In Muen's heart, Noah is the best. However, Noah's expression still showed a hint of unhappiness. Leon looked over her report card carefully. He turned his head and silently shook his head as he saw the way Roswitha and Muen comforted her. These two people, one is not very good at expressing emotions, and the other is too full of emotions. It's still the old father who has to do it. He took Noah's all-around physical fitness test transcript and analyzed the data with her. Oh, running, bench pressing, pull-up. These are basic physical training, and your peers are all 4 or 5-year-old young dragons. It's normal to have weaker physical fitness than them. Leon flipped over to the back of her transcript and pointed to the data in the top red box with his finger. This column reads, Practical Training. Noah won a total of 9 games, lost 1 game, and drew 0 games. Her winning rate is 90%, ranking first in single-item ranking. He said to her seriously, "But you see, in your practical training, you have won 9 out of 10 games, which is the highest winning rate in the whole class. This means that although you may not be as strong as those brats, you are far ahead in terms of strategy and combat skills. So you don't have to dwell too much on this score. You will have plenty of opportunities to surpass them in the future." After listening to his analysis, Noah was still not satisfied with her grades. She frowned and muttered softly, "I heard from Mom that when you were in school, you always got first place in every subject." Leon put down her transcript. He lowered his eyebrows and looked down, as if recalling things from when he first started school. "Actually, when I first started school, I wasn't the first place either. I later achieved first place through hard work and perseverance." He looked at her with a smile and encouraged her again not to give up. "You still have a lot of time. Don't let one mistake dampen your morale. I believe you can do better." After listening to Leon's encouragement, Noah seemed to have the courage again. She nodded and replied to Leon with a serious expression. I got it." At this moment, Muen walked forward with a curious expression and asked Leon and Roswitha a question. They both noticed Muen and turned to look at her. "Dad is so powerful. If Dad and Mom fight, who will win?" Upon hearing this question, both Leon and Roswitha patted their chests with their hands and confidently told her, "It's me." Realizing that the other party was all thinking they would win, the expressions on Leon and Roswitha's faces became unhappy. They all looked at each other with great dissatisfaction. "Huh?" Leon smiled confidently. He straightened his chest and proudly pointed his finger at himself, talking about his past honors at school. "In my previous live practice, whether it was unarmed combat or weapon and magic battles, no one was a match for me. Undoubtedly, I am the most powerful." Roswitha snorted softly, indicating that she didn't care about the honor Leon mentioned. She crossed her hands in front of her chest and said irritably to him, "Although I didn't receive as many honors as you in academy, I only won the crucial game." Leon and Roswitha neither agree with each other. They approached and glared fiercely at each other. Their eyes locked with such intensity, it felt as if sparks were about to fly. Roswitha sneered and mocked him. Didn't you marry me back then because you never win me? Leon was also unwilling to be outdone. He gritted his teeth and said, "It's obvious that you didn't win against me. And that's why you have two lovely daughters, Muen and Noa." Seeing that they couldn't come to a conclusion from their argument, Leon and Roswitha headed toward the door together. They decided to go out together and have a fight to determine the winner. Roswitha said impatiently to him, "Well, why don't we go out and have a fight?" Leon rolled his sleeves up as he walked away, full of energy and wanting to fight her. "Let's go. I've been wanting to have a fight with you for a long time." Noa watched her parents walk out the door in a rage and couldn't help but feel a little speechless by their behavior. She didn't expect her parents to argue over who could win who. Muen watched as his parents' backs gradually drifted away. Her eyes suddenly lit up. She said to Noa with an expectant expression, "Are Dad and Mom going to fight?" Noa also became interested in the duel between her parents. She took Muen's hand and walked towards the door with her. "Let's follow up and take a look." Leon and Roswitha walked to the training ground. The weather is very nice today, perfect for outdoor fight. They were all stretching their bodies and doing some warm-up exercises to prepare for the upcoming duel. Noa and Muen brought their favorite snacks and sat on the bench next to the training ground to watch. While eating popcorn, Muen turned her head and asked about Noa. Noa is also curious. Who is more powerful, Mom or Dad? Noa looked intently at Leon and Roswitha and replied to Muen in a calm tone. "Teacher said that watching more masters sparring would also help us improve our fighting skills." Roswitha rubbed her wrist and spoke softly to Leon. "Speaking of which, your body probably hasn't recovered enough to fight against the Dragon Queen yet, right?" Leon was doing lunge presses, warming up before a fight. He stared at her, and the tone was full of willingness to fight. "So what? There aren't many opportunities to fight with the Silver Dragon Queen. I'm going to make the most of it." However, there didn't seem to be much point in simply fighting. She lowered her head and thought for a moment, then suddenly came up with an idea. She made a suggestion to Leon with a relaxed expression. "Why don't we bet on something?" Leon looked at her with some alertness. "What do you want to bet on?" Roswitha smiled and looked seriously at him. "If you win, I won't touch you for a month. If I win, you have to meet one of my demands." Leon looked at her, struggling to think about her proposal in his mind. "Although I don't know what abnormal demands the she-dragon will make, as long as I win. I can easily take a month off. I dare not even think about it in my daily life." When Leon thought of not having to be in contact with Roswitha for a month, he secretly felt happy in his heart. This is a great comfort to both his body and spirit. He never imagined that his body would not be severely ravaged for a whole month. The angel in Leon's mind sounded the horn to him, as if celebrating in advance that he would be granted a holiday. For this hard-earned holiday, and to allow his body and mind to rest, Leon must win this duel. He looked firmly at Roswitha. "Okay, I accept this bet." Knowing that Leon had accepted the bet, Roswitha no longer procrastinated. "So, let's get started." They looked at each other. The duel is about to begin. In order to choose who could beat who, The Silver Dragon Queen and I decided to fight in the training ground to determine the winner. Soon, the duel began. We launched simultaneous attacks. She and I both used our strengths and fought evenly with each other. At the most exciting stage of the duel, I discovered a flaw in the Silver Dragon Queen. I seized this opportunity and used my last move against her. Can I beat her in this fight? After the warm-up activity, Leon and Roswitha looked at each other with firm eyes. They carefully observed each other, afraid of missing every move they made. They are waiting for a signal to start a duel. The gentle breeze blew, lifting the sand from the training ground, as if they were on a battlefield. Noa and Muen sat on a bench next to the training ground, eating popcorn and watching their parents' upcoming duel with great interest. Muen happily swayed his legs and put sweet popcorn into her mouth, silently praising the taste of popcorn in her heart. Just as Muen was happily eating popcorn, her leg accidentally touched the pineapple juice placed next to her. She exclaimed in surprise, wanting to reach out and catch it, but it was already too late. Pineapple juice immediately fell off the bench. Leon and Roswitha both looked warily at the bottle of pineapple juice that had fallen, thinking it was a signal of the start of a fight. As soon as the paper cup of pineapple juice hit the ground, Leon and Roswitha rushed towards each other like lightning. Muen looked at the spilled drinks with great regret. "Ah, my pineapple juice." Noa stared closely at parents and said calmly, "The fight has begun." Firstly, Leon launched an attack. His expression was serious, taking this duel particularly seriously. He first flew into the air with a stomp of his feet, then clenched his fist with his right hand and gathered energy, swinging towards Roswitha. Roswitha had noticed Leon's move. She crossed her hands and placed them in front of her to protect herself, with her feet spread apart to stabilize her center of gravity. Leon struck her crossed arms with a powerful punch, his fist charged with concentrated energy. Roswitha blocked Leon's blow, but the ground beneath her feet had already developed serious cracks. It seems that Leon's attack power is very strong. Roswitha took advantage of Leon's lack of opportunity to fight back, and extended her tail from below, sweeping towards his chin. Leon felt danger coming from below. Leon gritted his teeth and leaned back with all his strength, dodging her attack. She saw that the attack did not hit Leon, so she swung her tail and launched another attack on him. Leon leaned back and supported himself on the ground with both hands, performing a backflip and once again dodging her attack. After Roswitha's attack ended, before she could react, Leon changed from supporting himself with both hands to supporting himself with one hand on the ground, and changed his direction. He propped up one hand on the ground while extending his left foot, condensing the magic on his foot and kicking Roswitha with all his might. Roswitha reacted quickly and immediately put her hands in front of her, blocking Leon's attack once again. However, Leon's attack this time was much heavier than when he first attacked him. Although Roswitha blocked his attack, she was kicked a long distance by him. She left deep marks on the sand beneath her feet. She extended one leg backwards and gently supported the ground with her hand, barely stabilizing her balance. Roswitha furrowed her brow and cautiously looked ahead. She quickly thought about Leon's attack strength and posture just now, and realized that she was currently at a disadvantage in terms of physical skills. I don't have an advantage over him in terms of physical skills. I'd better pull away from him first. She decided to change her current way of attacking, and use Dragon Flame to distance herself from him first. After Roswitha stood firm, she brought her left hand closer to her right hand, and gathered a powerful purple magic. Magic raised a part of sand, as if its power was very strong. Leon chuckled softly as he watched her plan to use magic to attack him. It seems that the Queen doesn't want to play close combat with me. Roswitha didn't care at all about what Leon said to her. As long as I can beat you, that's fine. Roswitha dispersed the gathered dragon flame into several parts. She waved her hands outwards, and all the dragon flames flew towards Leon. Leon noticed these dragon flames, and quickly ran to his right, trying his best to avoid them. After Roswitha's dragon flame fell to the ground, it made a loud noise and smashed several deep pits on the ground. The sand beneath his feet was also lifted up by the dragon's flames. Roswitha kept a close eye on the direction Leon was avoiding, while quickly waving several dragon flames towards him. Noa and Muen sat beside and stared intently. Noticing that the current situation is unfavorable for father, Muen stopped eating popcorn. She looked at Leon with a worried expression on her face. Is Dad going to lose? He has been running away all along. Noa picked up a popcorn. She used the knowledge she learned in school to calmly analyze the combat methods used by parents to Muen. Not always. He used simple physical techniques to attack and dodge Mom's attacks, while Mom kept using dragon flames to maneuver and seek opportunities for sudden attacks. She put popcorn in her mouth and said the analysis results while eating. This indicates that in close combat, Mom lacks confidence in defeating him. After listening to Noa's analysis, Muen felt particularly happy that she knew so much. She approached Noa with a smile on her face and looked at her with admiration. Noa knows a lot. Noa's cheeks turned slightly red. She feels a bit shy about the praise from her sister. These are what the teacher taught in class. On this side of the training ground, Roswitha closely followed Leon while extending her right hand and flying the several dragon flames formed towards Leon. She seemed to already know that Leon couldn't exert all his strength to confront her under her magical attack. She gave a gentle smile. Leon, aren't you very fast? Come on. Roswitha kept sending out the dragon flames. Dragon flames flew over at a very fast speed and kept exploding behind Leon. Several dragon flames even almost hit him. Some of the sand and soil that were thrown up by the dragon's flames all hit his back. Leon avoided these dragon flames while looking backwards. Not only am I fast, but I'm also very tough. Roswitha gave a disdainful smile, knowing that he was just mouthing empty threats. She quickly came up with another method to strike at him immediately. So, how about this? She gathered the dragon flames in her hands and closed them together, as if trying to gather the dragon flames. The dragon flames flying behind Leon suddenly merged together, becoming two relatively large dragon flames. They quickly wrapped around Leon, preventing him from hiding from both sides. Leon noticed the huge dragon flames forming on both sides of him, but he couldn't find a way to escape. Two dragon flames quickly surrounded Leon, forming a huge magic circle. Soon, there was a huge explosion from the place where Leon was just now, emitting a particularly bright purple light. The immense power of dragon flame also blew up a huge deep pit on the ground. The flying dust combined with sand to form thick smoke. This made it difficult to see what happened to Leon. Suddenly, a blue lightning bolt appeared in the thick smoke. Immediately afterwards, Leon rushed out from the thick smoke. He leaped high and left the smoke behind. He was wrapped in many blue lightning bolts. He gave a confident smile to Roswitha. "Isn't it too slow, Roswitha?" The strong wind brought by Leon, when he rushed out, scattered Roswitha's hair. She noticed the electric current on Leon's body, and couldn't help but be surprised by him. She knew Leon was using magic to force himself to get stronger again. This guy strengthened his body with thunder magic. Leon stomped heavily on the ground with his right foot, adjusted his direction, and prepared to attack in the direction of her. No one can take away my 1-month holiday. His right foot stomped hard on the ground, and he flew in the direction of Roswitha with a serious expression. There was even more lightning on his body than just a moment ago. It was obvious that Leon had strengthened his body with thunder magic again. For the sake of this hard 1-month's holiday, Leon decided that he was going to go out on a limb. Leon threw a few quick punches at Roswitha. His punches were so fast, almost like lightning, and it's almost impossible to see his fist and the direction of his fist. Roswitha gritted her teeth, carefully observing while quickly blocking Leon's fist with both hands. However, due to Leon's speed being too fast, she was now slightly feeling the strain. She frowned tightly, stopping Leon's attack while feeling a little worried about Leon's current use of magic to strengthen his body. After all, Leon's body hadn't fully recovered yet. Even though his current body cannot withstand the strengthening of thunder magic, he still behaves so recklessly. I need to end the fight quickly. She began to think about ways to quickly end this duel. She's exposed. Leon smiled softly. He saw the strained expression on Roswitha's face, and knew that she was now somewhat unable to carry his attack. He noticed that her mind was somewhat elsewhere. He had a chance to give her the final blow. He stopped his attack and extended his left foot, sweeping towards Roswitha's feet. At this moment, Roswitha realized that Leon had attacked her in a different way. She didn't expect him to attack from under her feet. She wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. She tripped over Leon's foot and lost her balance a bit. Roswitha struggled to lean back, trying to dodge Leon's next attack. She wanted to find an opportunity to attack, but the current situation made it impossible for her to fight back. Leon gathered all the thunder magic onto his right fist and extended it towards Roswitha. He looked at her firmly, with a confident smile on his face, as if expressing to her that the victory was determined. I won! Roswitha was originally going to lean back, and then find a chance to stand firm, blocking Leon's punch towards her. However, due to Leon's sudden attack on her, she was unable to maintain balance. Her hand reached into the air, and she was about to fall to the ground. Leon, who was about to give her the final blow, noticed that she was unable to fight back, and there was a risk of injury. So he immediately stopped attacking. Leon restrained his thunder magic and reached out to grab her. He pulled hard and pulled her back in his direction, as she was about to fall. After pulling Roswitha up, they changed their standing direction. Leon placed his hand on her waist and supported her to prevent her from losing balance again. He held her firmly in his arms. Roswitha's twin peaks touched Leon's chest. She felt the warmth coming from him, which made her feel little tempted. This scene seems like a plot from a romance novel. Leon and Roswitha's faces were both flushed. They all looked at each other affectionately. Leon slowly approached Roswitha. Roswitha said softly, "Leon." Just as Leon was immersed in what seemed like a romantic atmosphere, Roswitha quietly extended the dragon flame gathered in her hand to Leon's chest. It was then that Leon sensed something was wrong. He lowered his head and saw that his chest had been burned by dragon flame. "Ah, it's burning!" Leon looked nervously at the burning dragon flame in his chest and shouted loudly. He immediately let go of Roswitha and tried to extinguish it with his hands, but the dragon flame seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Leon was somewhat at a loss about this. Suddenly, Leon discovered a problem. Although it was burned, he didn't seem to feel his chest hot. "Huh? This fire doesn't feel that hot?" He lowered his head and saw that Roswitha's dragon flame had slowly begun to disappear. The fabric on the chest was only partially burned, leaving some burnt marks. Roswitha had adjusted her mood. She stood behind him, arms crossed, and looked at him seriously. She was dissatisfied with his attitude just now. "The fight is not over yet. How can you distract yourself?" Hearing the loud explosion of dragon flame landing on the ground, Noa and Muen put down their snacks and walked over. Due to the smoke just now surrounding Leon and Roswitha, they couldn't see who won. Muen raised his head and curiously asked Leon and Roswitha, "Dad, Mom, who won in the end?" Although Leon doesn't want to admit it, the fact is right in front of him. He had no reason to defend himself, so he had to admit defeat. He pouted and said, "Finally, I am careless. I lost this time." Roswitha closed her eyes and softly praised him. "I have to admit that you are indeed very strong. You don't have enchanted armor or handy weapons. You can fight me like this just by relying on your physical skills. Before you, no one had ever been able to do it." Leon clenched his fists and said to her with some reluctance, "Humph, isn't that right? If I fight with all my might, I can definitely beat you." Since Roswitha has won against Leon, Leon must meet her demands. Roswitha gave him a sly smile. "Now that you've admitted defeat, don't forget our bet." Roswitha's words were like a sharp arrow, piercing straight into Leon's body. He seemed to have been attacked by tens of thousands of points. Just now, all he was thinking about was pulling up the soon-to-fall Roswitha, completely ignoring the bet. "I forgot about the bet." As soon as Leon thought of being manipulated by Roswitha, he felt that his body was about to be at risk again. He lay on the ground, feeling like his soul was about to leave him. Noa and Muen crouched beside them, curiously looking at their father on the ground. Muen raised a question to Roswitha. "Mom, did Dad die?" Roswitha stood beside them, smiling at them, and replied, "Don't worry. He just used his strength too much and fainted due to exhaustion. He will recover soon." Since I lost to the Silver Dragon Queen in the duel, I had to agree to meet her demands. After bidding farewell to daughters, I followed the Silver Dragon Queen back to her room. I have fulfilled all the requests made by the Silver Dragon Queen to me. However, she applied the improved blood curse to me. This caused our dragon marks to be activated. Am I going to be manipulated by her again? At this moment, it was already evening. The Silver Dragon Castle was also surrounded by night. The surroundings of the castle were quiet, except for 2 rooms where the lights had not been turned off. Noa and Muen were wearing nightgowns and kneeling on the bed. They blinked their big eyes and looked at the person sitting in front of them. Noa hugged her arms with both hands and frowned slightly, as if she didn't understand the behavior of the person in front of her eyes. Muen looked at the person in front of him with curious eyes. At this moment, the person in front of them spoke. "Noa, after I leave, you need to take good care of Muen. She's still young and immature, so as a sister, you should take care of her more. Muen, you need to listen to your sister and not make her angry. You should be obedient at home." The person sitting in front of them is none other than Leon. He pretended to wipe away tears while expressing his emotions affectionately at this moment. "Ah, after leaving, the ones I'm most worried about are you. You are just over 1-year-old children. How could your mother bear to take me away?" Watching Leon's vivid and emotional performance, Noa was somewhat speechless about it. She frowned as if she didn't understand Leon's behavior at this moment. "You're just staying in Mom's room for 1 night. Why does it sound like you're going to the execution ground?" Leon trembled all over when he thought of the various actions that Roswitha had done to him. He tightly grasped his clothes with his hands and showed a frightened expression to Noa. In a sense, beheading on the execution ground is just a momentary event. But your mother can torture someone all night. It's even more terrifying than execution. Noa watched her father passionately perform there with an expressionless expression. Muen seems to have understood what Leon said. She opened her big eyes and excitedly said to Leon, "Oh, I know. Mom is going to eat Dad, right? I saw in the book that after a female mantis marries a male mantis, she will eat the male mantis." In Muen's recollection, she once saw popular science about praying mantises and pictures of female praying mantises eating male praying mantises in books. This was similar to Leon's description. Leon was surprised by the child's imagination when he heard Muen say these words in a childlike tone. He replied to her expressionlessly, "Though this eating is different from that one. Dad is about to be eaten. Muen, why are you still so happy?" At this moment, a familiar voice sounded at the door of the room. "Well, don't talk nonsense to daughters, like I'm scary." Roswitha had already stood at the door at some point and heard the conversation between Leon and Muen. She was wearing a camisole nightgown and black stockings, leaning against the door, reminding Leon not to say strange things to the children. Leon raised an eyebrow and looked ahead expressionlessly. He didn't even need to think about it to know that it was Roswitha coming over. She walked towards Noa and Muen's bed and coaxed them to lie down on the bed. She leaned down slightly, helping them cover themselves with blankets while smiling and saying to them, "You should go to bed early. Don't worry, Mom just wants to discuss some interesting things with Dad tonight." Leon, standing behind Roswitha, watched her vigilantly. He sensed something was off with her words. Leon looked at her and asked a question. "Interesting things?" Roswitha answered leisurely. "For example, the birth of the universe." Leon refuted her. "Is it the birth of life?" Roswitha ignored him and continued speaking. "The mysteries of the world." Leon felt speechless about what she said. "Is it a mystery of the human body?" Noa and Muen watched quietly as Leon and Roswitha argued in front of them. Muen observed them with curious eyes, while Noa looked aside expressionlessly, uninterested in their topic. Roswitha watched as Leon had been staying here for quite some time, and immediately pulled Leon by the collar, wanting to drag him out of his daughter's room. "Anyway, you've said enough goodbyes. Come with me now." Leon reached out his hand to the front with a helpless expression, as if he had something else to say to his daughters. "Wait, I have some last words to say." After being dragged out of the room by Roswitha, Leon didn't forget to leave his last words for Noa and Muen. He spoke loudly in the hallway in a voice they could hear. "Noa, Muen, remember, Dad will always love you." Finally, the footsteps of Leon and Roswitha gradually faded away, and the corridor slowly quieted down. They had already turned off the lights in the room and also closed the door when they left. Noa and Muen held each other's hands and prepared to sleep. Muen opened her eyes, turned around to look at Noa, and asked curiously, "What are Mom and Dad going to do?" Noa had already closed her eyes. She didn't want to think about anything related to them. She calmly answered the questions raised by Muen. "I don't know. Let them be. Childish adults." Leon followed Roswitha back to her room. After he sat down, Roswitha took out 2 bottles of red wine and placed them on the table, along with a few glasses. She sat casually on the sofa. She took a sip of the red wine in her own glass and couldn't help but praise its taste. She looked at Leon and noticed that he hadn't taken a sip of the red wine placed in front of him. She curiously asked Leon, "Don't you want to drink?" Leon sat on the sofa next to her. He frowned, closed his eyes, and crossed his hands in front of his chest. Obviously, he doesn't want to drink, nor does he want to face the current Roswitha. He quickly rejected her. "No." Upon hearing Leon's answer, Roswitha's mood suddenly became unhappy. She won today's battle, but now he hasn't met her demands. She shook her glass and stared straight at him. She said to Leon in an unpleasant tone, "What's up? I remember you promised me that you would meet my demands after losing to me, but now you're not even willing to drink?" She held up her glass while feeling dissatisfied with him for not immediately fulfilling her request. Leon immediately sensed the mood of Roswitha at this moment. He sensed an aura of danger from her. He silently turned his head to the other side and nervously lied to her. I don't really feel like drinking right now. Although he told her so, in his heart, he silently reminded himself to protect his body. I must stay rational. I won't let you manipulate me tonight. Roswitha didn't comment too much on Leon's statement. She put down her glass and suddenly shifted the topic to the fight between the two of them today. Actually, I really hope you can win. Leon raised his eyebrows lightly, somewhat skeptical of her words. He looked up at her and asked her, "Why?" Roswitha stood up and walked towards the direction where Leon was sitting. She said to him in a relaxed tone, "If you win, I will have to give you a month's leave. You can take the opportunity to take good care of your body. Perhaps you will become more fun." Upon hearing her words, Leon's expression turned displeased. She said it as if she deliberately didn't let him win. He lowered his head and said unhappily, "Then why didn't you admit defeat today?" Roswitha gave a gentle smile. She bent down and picked up the glass of red wine in front of Leon while saying to him, "Because I have come up with a better way of playing." Leon opened his eyes and found that the red wine in front of him had been taken by her. He didn't immediately realize what she meant by what she said. He doesn't know what she wants to do next. Suddenly, Roswitha tilted her glass slightly and poured out all the red wine inside. She poured all the red wine onto her chest. Red wine flowed down her chest and even soaked her nightgown. Her clothes and body emit a strong aroma of red wine. She looked down at Leon from above, showing him a crazy expression. "My favorite thing is how you can't accept defeat after losing to me." Leon didn't understand her current behavior. He leaned back slightly, surprised by her. "What are you doing?" As soon as Roswitha placed her glass on the table, she lunged in Leon's direction. She adjusted her posture and knelt on top of him. There is still some red wine left on her chest. She looked down at Leon with a unique aura of the queen in her eyes. She tugged at his collar with a seductive and commanding tone, and said softly to him, "Drink it up, Leon." Roswitha's twin peaks pressed tightly against Leon's chest. This made Leon have to watch them. The residual red wine contrasted sharply with the white twin peaks. The red wine-soaked nightgown lightly outlined her perfect body lines. The aroma of red wine kept wafting into Leon's nose. He said silently in his heart with a helpless expression on his face, "The scent of Roswitha's body is intertwined with the aroma of red wine. This scene is really wonderful and irresistible." He swallowed his saliva, seemingly unable to refuse the sight. He hugged Roswitha tightly, buried her head in her chest, and kept licking the remaining red wine on her chest. Roswitha held onto his shoulder with one hand, and gently pressed his head against her chest with the other. The feeling of being touched by the tongue on the chest was wonderful, and Roswitha enjoyed it very much. She closed her eyes, her cheeks turning slightly red, and felt her body trembling slightly. She gently twisted her body, and the straps of her nightgown slipped off. She didn't know if it was excitement or happiness. Due to the extremely comfortable feeling, she couldn't help but make a sound. Huh. As Roswitha was enjoying this wonderful feeling, Leon finished licking the red wine on her chest. He looked up at her, with a slight blush on his face, and traces of red wine lingering at the corners of his mouth. He exhaled hot air and said to her, "Is that okay?" Roswitha looked at him. It was obvious that her body and mind had not yet been fully satisfied. She pinched Leon's chin and rubbed his lips with her fingers. She raised her eyebrows lightly, revealing a mysterious and relaxed smile as she stared at his mouth. "Of course, this is not enough." She continued, speaking her next request in a commanding tone. "Open the mouth." Although Leon was reluctant, he had no choice but to open his mouth now. Roswitha secretly revealed a sinister smile, silently putting her true plan into motion. She bit down hard on her lip, causing blood to trickle from her mouth. She pressed her hand against Leon's cheek, letting her blood drip into his mouth. Blood? Leon tasted something that had fallen into his mouth with a rust smell, and then realized that Roswitha had eaten her own blood for him. He widened his eyes in surprise at what she had done. He realized that something was wrong with the current situation, so he suddenly pushed Roswitha away, who was sitting on him. "What are you doing?" He doesn't know why she did such a thing. Leon staggered up and quickly wiped his mouth with his hand. Suddenly, he remembered the magic he had used that required blood to activate. And now, Roswitha has also used the same magic on him. He looked at her cautiously. "Did you use that forbidden magic on me?" Since Leon already knew what he had done, there was no need for Roswitha to keep it a secret. She knelt on the sofa, with one hand supporting her face and licking the corners of her mouth, revealing a satisfied smile. "That's right, the blood curse. You are very familiar with it." Due to the activation of the blood curse, her eyes slowly began to turn red, and the dragon mark on her chest also shimmered with purple light. At the same time, influenced by the blood curse and dragon mark, Leon's eyes also turned red. The blood curse made Leon feel very uncomfortable in his body. His whole body was trembling, and it was difficult for him to maintain a standing position. He had to bend down, grabbing the clothes on his chest while speaking to Roswitha with difficulty. Why?" Roswitha didn't seem to care about his situation. She answered Leon's question in a relaxed tone. "Since you used this forbidden magic on me 2 years ago, I have always missed the feeling of it. Once the blood curse is activated, it will consume a person's life." Leon remembers this very clearly. He watched as Roswitha sat comfortably on the sofa, without any fear of the side effects it might bring. He endured the discomfort of his body, lifted his head with difficulty, and continued to ask her a question. "Do you know the price that must be paid for this forbidden magic?" Roswitha gave a gentle smile. She couldn't have been unaware of the side effects of this magic. So, she quietly conducted a lot of related research in places unknown to Leon, changing the impact of the blood curse on her body. She looked down at Leon and answered him. "Of course I know. I slightly modified the operation method to minimize the impact of the blood curse on the dragon clan's body, only retaining its enchanting effect." The influence of the blood curse on Leon was gradually increasing, and Leon was preparing to lose his sanity. He closed his eyes and shook his head hard, trying to keep himself awake. However, he felt his body temperature rising, and his head uncomfortable. My body is so hot. My mind is blank. At this moment, Roswitha walked over and placed her hand on the back of Leon's hand. I have always forced and threatened you, and you always look unwilling. She leaned into Leon's ear, placed her other hand on his shoulder, and spoke seductive words softly in a commanding tone. And now, I want you to coax me like a mad dog, begging me to connect with you. Stimulated by Roswitha's words, Leon couldn't hold on anymore. He suddenly knelt on the ground, lowered his head, and let out a cry of anguish. Roswitha looked at him from above, exuding a queen-like aura. Ha! The game is about to start. My delicious captive, Mr. Leon Casmid. Due to the blood curse cast by the Silver Dragon Queen, my body had become extremely uncomfortable. Then, I was manipulated by her to say what she wanted to hear. I couldn't control myself, so I had to have another night of carnival with her. After waking up, the effect of the blood curse disappeared, and I regained consciousness. However, the Silver Dragon Queen did not wake up as usual. I planned to seize this opportunity to escape while she was still sleeping. Due to the influence of the blood curse, Leon was no longer able to stand normally. His legs softened, and he knelt in front of Roswitha. His hand tightly grasped his clothes, constantly exhaling hot air. He tried to maintain consciousness and looked up at Roswitha. Roswitha stood in front of him, but did nothing. She leaned slightly over, hands on hips, and approached Leon with a victorious smile. She knew that Leon kneeling in front of her was about to lose control of himself. She spoke to him in a mocking tone. Brave, fearless, and upright dragon slayer, you're about to lose control of yourself, right? Do you know what you look like now? Leon shook his head hard. He didn't want to know his current expression, nor did he want to comply with Roswitha's words. He tried to reply to her words. No. At this moment, Roswitha cast another spell and summoned a small mirror with a gold border out of thin air from her hand. She slowly enlarged the mirror to the size of a regular floor mirror and placed it next to Leon. She was placing the mirror while explaining its purpose to him. This is a magical prop I bought in Sky City, which can briefly record images. Leon tried to turn his head and look at this mysterious mirror. He didn't know what Roswitha is going to do next. Roswitha spoke to him in a seductive tone. Leon, tell me in front of it. What do you want to do now? Leon knelt in front of the mirror and saw himself now different from usual. He saw his face blush, constantly exhaling hot air, and his eyes were wandering. He felt his body becoming increasingly uncomfortable. At this moment, Leon seemed to have been manipulated and said something he wouldn't normally say. Ha, ha, kiss, kiss. No. He seemed surprised by his own words. His red eyes suddenly contracted. His mouth slightly opened, unable to believe that he had said it himself. Roswitha gave a gentle smile. She looked at him arrogantly with a mocking smile, as if dissatisfied with his volume. Huh? What are you talking about? Say it again loudly. Upon hearing Roswitha's words, Leon became anxious. He quickly reached out his hand, as if trying to catch Roswitha. He loudly repeated what he had just said again. I want to kiss you, Roswitha. However, in Leon's heart, this was not actually what he wanted to say. That's clearly not what I'm trying to say. Obviously, the influence of the blood curse on him was becoming deeper and deeper, and he had now been completely manipulated by Roswitha. Roswitha approached him again, and reached out to repeatedly caress Leon's face. She gently tilted her head and gave him a wicked smile, mocking Leon's current situation. Leon, look at what a mess you're in. How dare you abandon the bottom line and ask humbly your enemy for a kiss? Leon lifted his head and looked at her with grievance, showing a longing expression towards her. After being manipulated, he couldn't wait to get her kiss. However, how could Roswitha, who was full of bad thoughts, just give Leon a kiss so easily? But I won't give you a kiss. She gave him a smug smile and gently patted Leon's head to the side, withdrawing her hand. She played Leon like he was a puppy. Leon turned his head and stared blankly at Roswitha. He slightly widened his red eyes and looked incredulously at Roswitha in front of him. He seems to know that his request has been rejected. In his blank mind, it seemed like something had broken. He shook his head desperately, unwilling to accept Roswitha's answer. No, Roswitha. The next second, Leon grabbed her shoulder and slammed her onto the bed. Due to Leon suddenly pouncing on her, Roswitha had no chance to react. She opened her mouth slightly and looked at Leon in surprise. By the time she realized it, she had already been pinned down on the bed by Leon. Leon grabbed Roswitha's shoulder with one hand and Roswitha's hand with the other, pressing her onto the bed and preventing her from moving freely. He sat on top of her, exhaling heat, and looked at her with eager eyes. In this form, he wanted her to meet his requirements. Roswitha was not afraid of Leon's actions towards him. She catered to Leon's gaze and read out Leon's urgent mood at this moment. She raised her eyebrows lightly, tilted her head to look at him, and joked. You're so impatient. You really don't look like you. It seemed that Leon knew that his previous behavior did not satisfy Roswitha, so he reached out and gently held Roswitha's hand, placing it in front of him. He stuck out his tongue and affectionately licked the back of her hand and fingers, as if praying for her to fulfill him. Roswitha, I want to kiss you, hug you, and be one with you. Then, Leon put down her hand and gently stroked her face, which was completely different from Leon's usual gentle treatment. Roswitha stared closely at Leon's every move, feeling somewhat surprised. She didn't expect the effect of the blood curse to be so strong. Based on Leon's current situation, she also vaguely inferred her appearance after being cast the blood curse by Leon at that time. So, this is the active look I got when I initiated the blood curse in the first place. Since he had been begging her like this, Roswitha could only reluctantly agree to his request. Well, this is what you begged me for. She reached out and wrapped her hand around Leon's neck, tightly pressing her body against him, pulling him onto the bed. She stared into his eyes, showing him all her desires. Leon heard that Roswitha had agreed to his request, and also showed a satisfied smile. Leon climbed onto the bed with the movements of Roswitha. Roswitha tightly hugged him, relaxed her legs, and handed over everything of her body to him. She allowed him to spend an unforgettable night with her. Puppy Leon, let me see your true appearance after falling into depravity. Soon, dawn broke. The scenery outside the castle changed from a starry night sky to a clear sky. The sunlight shone on the silver dragon castle, making it shine brightly. Inside the castle, soldiers also began a day of patrol activities. In Roswitha's room, the sunlight quietly shone in from outside the window. The sunlight shone on her bed, and her hair was also bathed in the sunlight. Leon and Roswitha were lying in bed without clothes on. After a while, Leon woke up, while Roswitha was still sleeping soundly. He recalled what happened last night, and felt like it was a dream. He didn't expect to be played with again by Roswitha. He rubbed his uncomfortable head, and cried out regretfully, "Ah!" As he rubbed his head, he opened his eyes and looked at Roswitha, who was sleeping beside him. "I fell into depravity again last night." He placed his other hand on the bed and supported himself to sit up. Because yesterday's activity with Roswitha was too intense, his head was still a bit dizzy. It's all the trouble caused by that blood curse. It made me let go of my pride and dignity as a dragon slayer, and beg her to have a good time with me for one night. As an excellent dragon slayer who had killed countless dragons, he was ashamed of his fall. He once again broke the bottom line he had set for himself. He gritted his teeth and turned his head to look at Roswitha. This is another shame of breaking the bottom line. At this moment, Roswitha had not yet woken up. She closed her eyes, as if she had fallen into a deep sleep due to exhaustion. Seeing that Roswitha had a great time last night and is still comfortably sleeping, Leon feels a little jealous. As the culprit, you had a great time playing and slept soundly. You look defenseless. Leon reached out his hand and caressed her face. Suddenly, he found himself subconsciously caressing her face. When he reacted, his face was slightly flushed. Leon immediately withdrew his hand. He was surprised by what he had just done. He stared blankly at Roswitha in front of him, unable to believe that he had taken the initiative to touch her face. "Hey, what am I doing? How could I subconsciously touch her face?" He placed his hand in front of his mouth, pretending to be calm and analyzing the intention behind his previous actions. He muttered to himself with a flushed face, "How could I want to touch her? I just wanted to wake her up. There was absolutely no other intention." After consoling himself, Leon turned his gaze back to Roswitha. Roswitha, who was supposed to wake up early, unusually didn't wake up on time today. In the past, even if she was tired at night, she would still wake up on time the next morning. Leon thought in confusion. Why didn't she react? Did she pretend to be asleep? Leon thought that Roswitha had already woken up, just pretending to be asleep and watching his reaction just now, and then suddenly sat up and laughed at him. He leaned down gently and poked her forehead with his fingers, trying to expose her act of pretending to be asleep. "Hey, don't pretend to be asleep." Noticing that poking her in the forehead hadn't woken her up, Leon gently patted her face with his hand again. "Get up quickly. Aren't you usually quite self-disciplined?" However, Roswitha was like falling into a deep sleep, unable to wake up no matter how Leon calls. Leon found it strange that he couldn't wake up Roswitha, and there was no sign of her waking up. He furrowed his brow, crossed his hands in front of his chest, and looked at her lost in thought. He began to suspect whether it was a side effect of her casting the blood curse last night. Why hasn't she woken up yet? Is she under the influence of the blood curse? The degree of influence of magic depends on the physical fitness of the person casting it. When I was on the brink of death, I cast the blood curse. Although I didn't know how to survive, it still left me unconscious for 2 years. Roswitha is a healthy body of the Dragon Queen, and is expected to be in a coma for a week or so. Roswitha is still sound asleep, with a slight breath coming out of her mouth. Leon held his chin with his hand, pondered for a while, and made a decision. Isn't this the perfect opportunity for me to escape? Knowing that Lorsivs won't wake up for now, Leon has a chance to escape from here. His gaze became serious, and he revealed an evil smile. Leon immediately left the bed and got dressed. Based on the intelligence he had previously learned, he traced the clues and opened one of the drawers in the cabinet in the room. There is not only a string of keys with a warehouse in the cabinet, but also a bottle of medicine and a bottle of pills. He plans to take his equipment before escaping. In a week, with the physical fitness of an ordinary human, one cannot run far. But wearing black gold chariot is different. Combined with the medicine and bolus to restore my physical strength, as long as I run with all my strength, it is enough to bring me back to the human realm. He put the key into his pocket while putting the medicine and bottle into another pocket. He had a cheerful expression on his face, as if he could be sure that he could seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to quickly escape from here. After taking what he wanted, Leon crossed his hands on his hips, turned around, and looked at Roswitha lying in bed, imagining what would happen if she found him missing. When she wakes up and finds out I'm missing, it's already too late. Ha ha ha. Leon closed his eyes, looked up, and laughed heartily. He could imagine the furious appearance of Roswitha. However, gradually, Leon's laughter weakened. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, his smile slowly froze. His eyes turned to the side, as if he had remembered something. He sighed. Is it really okay for me to leave like this? He lowered his hands like a deflated ball, and lowered his head together. He feels somewhat depressed about his current situation. He put the keys, potions, and pills back into the drawer, while carefully considering what he had already experienced. Come to think of it, it has been 2 years since I left the Empire, and I am unsure of the current situation there. There are still a lot of doubts about the fact that I was captured back then, and it's also risky to go back hastily, so it's better to be cautious. In Leon's memories, it seems that he also experienced something, and this event may have been the key to his current status as a captive of the Dragon Clan. If he goes back like this, unexpected dangerous things may happen. Leon decided to give up this opportunity to escape. He walked slowly to the window while thinking seriously. He remembered entrusting Roswitha to help him check on his master's affairs before. Besides, I have already asked Roswitha to investigate the master's recent situation before. Maybe I should wait for their news again. The most important thing is... Leon lifted his head and looked out the window at a lawn with gentle eyes. In the garden of the Silver Dragon Castle, Noa and Muen were playing together. At this moment, Muen saw a beautiful purple butterfly. She ran towards the butterfly and reached out her hand, trying to catch it. She excitedly said to Noa standing behind her, "Noa, catch it quickly." Noa calmly followed behind Muen and spoke slowly to Muen running ahead of her. "Slow down, don't fall." Watching these lovely daughters playing and frolicking on the lawn with a happy smile, Leon knew he couldn't leave them behind anymore. "I can't leave them now." Leon closed his eyes and smiled lightly, then shook his head and sighed. "Ah, sure enough. I still have to stay in the Silver Dragon Castle now." He turned around and walked towards the bedside. Roswitha still sleeps soundly. He looked at her and whispered, "After all, I haven't had my revenge yet. Wouldn't you say, Roswitha?" Leon smiled and looked at her, while Roswitha lay in bed, breathing evenly. It's been a whole day, and the Silver Dragon Queen still shows no signs of waking up. Noa suspected that I had done something to her. I just smiled, but it was inconvenient to say anything to her. After sending my daughters out of the door, I looked at the Silver Dragon Queen and pondered for a while. To get back at her for what she did to me before, while she wasn't awake, I dressed her up according to my idea. However, at that moment, the dragon mark on my chest suddenly lit up. By now, it was evening. Roswitha was lying on the bed, still showing no signs of waking up. Her eyes were tightly closed, and her expression looked relaxed, as if she was sleeping as usual. After learning that Roswitha hadn't woken up, Noa and Muen both went to her room to visit her. Even the usually cheerful Muen showed a rare expression of sadness at this moment. She grabbed the edge of the bed with both hands, lowered her eyebrows, and looked at Roswitha on the bed with a worried expression. Noa stood next to Muen, her brow slightly furrowed. "Is Mom okay? She has been sleeping for a whole day now." Noa turned her head, crossed her hands in front of her chest, and looked at Leon standing next to her with a serious expression. She suspected that he did something bad to Mother last night. "What did you do last night?" Leon turned his head and didn't look directly into Noa's eyes. He scratched his head, but couldn't tell her about the activity between him and Roswitha last night. He lied to her nervously. "Ah, haha. Well, we were chatting on the balcony last night. Maybe she caught a cold in the cold wind at that time." After listening to the explanation, Noa looked at him with a skeptical expression on her face, as if she didn't quite believe what he was saying. Leon seemed to feel Noa looking at him with skeptical eyes. He realized that such an explanation could not dispel Noa's doubts, so he turned to Anna for help. "There's no big problem. Do you think so, Anna?" Noa and Muen looked at Anna together, wanting to know something from her. Anna nodded lightly and explained to Leon expressionlessly about the current situation of Roswitha. "Prince, please rest assured. Just now, the physician came to examine your Majesty's body. Except for a slight weakness, everything else is normal." Thanks to Anna's help, Leon breathed a light sigh of relief. Then Anna told Leon about her personal work schedule for the next steps. "I will temporarily handle matters within the clan on behalf of your majesty in the next few days. If there's nothing else, Prince, I'll take my leave and get back to work." Leon nodded and replied to her, "Oh, okay." At this moment, for some unknown reason, Roswitha suddenly broke out in a lot of sweat. Her eyebrows were furrowed and her expression looked somewhat uncomfortable. Muen seemed to notice that his mother was very uncomfortable. She reached out and gently touched her mother's head, trying to ease her discomfort. "Mom, hurry up and get better. Muen won't make you angry anymore." Standing next to her, Leon looked closely and noticed that there was a lot of sweat on Roswitha's face and neck. He held his chin with one hand and pondered seriously why such a situation had occurred. Why did she sweat so much? "I'll wipe her down later." Noa thought Leon had bad intentions and wanted to take the opportunity to continue doing some bad things to her mother. She lifted her head and stared at him with unfriendly eyes, wary of his behavior. She asked Leon with a serious tone, "Do you want to do something while Mother is unconscious?" Her mother was lying unconscious in bed. It was hard not to believe that nothing had happened last night. Leon let out a soft sigh for Noa's persistent suspicion and vigilance towards him. He knew that he also had some responsibility for the situation of Roswitha. He didn't refuse. He bent down and looked sincerely at Noa, trying to dispel her concerns. "Noa, you're overthinking. Now I just want to take good care of your mother." Noa raised an eyebrow and looked at the father in front of her, half believing and half doubting, answering his words. "Is that so? That's good." Since her father said so, Noa didn't continue speaking. At this time, she and Muen should go back to their room to rest. She walked towards the door without looking back. She also spoke to Muen, who was standing by the bedside. "Go back, Muen. Come visit Mom again tomorrow." Muen grabbed the bedsheet with one hand and clenched it gently into a fist with the other, feeling a bit reluctant to part with Roswitha, who was still lying in bed. She said to Roswitha with a sad expression on her face, "Mom, Muen will come to visit you again tomorrow." Noa opened the door and left first, followed closely by Muen. Before leaving, Muen poked her head out and waved goodbye to Leon, saying good night to him. "Good night, Dad." Leon smiled at her and waved his hand to her. "Good night." After the door closed, the room returned to calmness. Leon turned around and looked at Roswitha. At this moment, he suddenly noticed a detail. He didn't see her big tail. In daily life, no matter at any time, any place, or what she is doing, her big tail will always be exposed. Leon held his chin and fell into thought. She usually showed her big tail, but I didn't expect her to be so weak now that she can't even show her tail. Roswitha still tightly closed her eyes, furrowed her brow, and exhaled slightly from her mouth. It seems that her body is still very uncomfortable. The sweat streaming down her face and neck soaked her nightgown. Leon noticed that her clothes were soaked with sweat and planned to help her change into a clean set of pajamas. Would it be better to help her change clothes as well? He opened Roswitha's wardrobe. There are not only a few hanging clothes in the wardrobe, but also some clothes packed in boxes. He expressed surprise at so many clothes. At this moment, he came up with an idea to retaliate against Roswitha. So many clothes. It's okay to change clothes according to my preferences, right? Once he was sure of what he wanted, Leon dug into his wardrobe and rummaged through the clothes he wanted to wear for Roswitha while whispering. Shoulder-bearing, low-cut, tie, black stockings. In no time, he took out all the clothes and accessories he had found. The clothes and accessories are ready, but Leon still has one problem to solve. He held his chin with one hand, leaned slightly down, and carefully observed her. Well, I have found similar styles of clothing to replace what I need. But how can I solve the problem with the ears? He divided her hair into 2 bundles with both hands and tried to braid her hair. Perhaps I can weave one with her hair. Discovered that her hair could be styled into the shape he wanted. He decided to solve the problem of not having ears in this way. Leon took off Roswitha's wet nightgown and put on the clothes and accessories he had just prepared. After a while of busyness, she put on the clothes that Leon had prepared for her. Upon seeing Roswitha wearing this outfit, Leon blushed slightly and couldn't help but show a silly smile. It's done. Roswitha, Bunny Girl Limited Dress Up. A part of Roswitha's hair was tied into the shape of 2 rabbit ears. She wore a black tie around her neck, a low-cut bodysuit, and black stockings over her legs. Her clothes have been changed from the purple nightgown she wore earlier to the current Bunny Girl outfit. Her lying posture on the bed was even posed like a little rabbit. This is Leon's clothing preference. Leon's face blushed even redder when he saw the current Roswitha dressed up as a beautiful and charming little rabbit. He wanted to turn his face away, but his eyes couldn't help but glance down. He scratched his cheek with his hand and shyly evaluated her. I didn't expect it to be quite suitable for you. The dragon mark on Leon's chest seemed to sense his inner calling, and suddenly emitted a dazzling purple light. It flickered, as if expressing his inner emotions at this moment. Leon noticed the flickering light on his chest, and nervously lowered his head. Sure enough, this is his dragon mark shining up. He looked flustered and hurriedly tugged at his clothes, saying in great surprise, "Wow! Why did the dragon mark suddenly light up at this moment?" Leon recalled the words that Roswitha had said to him. At that time, the dragon mark on her chest was also in a glowing state. She crossed her hands in front of her chest, her eyes filled with the queen's unique arrogance. She looked down at him and said to him, "Oh, I forget to mention. When 2 people bear the dragon mark, it reacts whenever one of them wants to connect with the other." Roswitha's words were recalled in his ears, and memories related to dragon mark also surfaced in front of him. He vigorously waved away the memories in front of him with both hands, trying to drive them away. He was still searching for reasons for himself. Go away, go away. How could I have such thoughts about Roswitha when I am sober? It must be due to the bunny girl costume. In order to calm himself down and make the dragon mark disappear, Leon decided to do something. I'd better calm down by reading the 3 honors and 3 shamas of the Dragon Slayer 10 times first. He closed his eyes, clasped his hands together, and whispered something. The 3 honors and 3 shamas of the Dragon Slayer. Proud of being loyal to the Empire. Ashamed of colluding with the Dragon Clan. Proud of shedding blood on the battlefield. Ashamed of fleeing in the face of battle. proud of slaughtering dragons and guarding the home, ashamed of betraying and defecting to the enemy. The 3 honors and 3 shamas of the Dragon Slayer are a few sentences he himself composed to remind himself of the responsibilities of the Dragon Slayer. After quietly reciting the 3 honors and 3 shamas of the Dragon Slayer, Leon's heart slowly calmed down. The dragon mark on his chest also slowly disappeared. He breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, he suppressed the dragon mark. Otherwise, the same thing would have happened again as last night. That was a close call. Leon turned his head again to look at the sleeping Roswitha, and then at the clothes he had carefully dressed for her, lost in thought. If he helps her take it off like this, it feels like he won't achieve the goal of revenge. However, it's rare to dress up Roswitha like this, and it would be a pity if I didn't record it. Leon thought for a moment, and suddenly came up with another idea. I remember she had a household camera. Based on his previous memories, he found the cabinet where Roswitha stored the camera. He bent down, pulled open each layer, and reached in to carefully search for a while. At this moment, his hand seemed to touch a rectangular object. He took it out and saw that it was indeed the home camera used by Roswitha herself. He raised the black camera and said very happily, "Ha! I found it." Leon held up his camera and stood at different angles frantically taking photos of Roswitha wearing a bunny girl costume and lying in bed. He walked back and forth on both sides and at the foot of the bed, and the sound of the camera taking pictures never stopped. Roswitha may not have been aware that Leon was doing such a thing to her. Leon was secretly laughing while taking photos. "You have today too, Roswitha." He even forced her mouth to smile with his hand. He maintained the smile on her face, while holding up the camera to take several continuous shots. "Come on, wife, smile." After taking photos of Roswitha, he carefully examined the photos he had taken from various angles in the camera. He looked up at her again, revealing a wicked grin. "I will definitely help you preserve these embarrassing photos properly." For him, this can also be considered a small revenge on her. Just then, Roswitha, who still had her eyes still closed, suddenly let out a faint sound. Leon was startled by the voice of Roswitha. He thought it was because he was taking photos and walking too loudly just now, and she was awakened. He opened his mouth wide and looked at her with surprise, holding the camera very nervously. He called out softly, "Damn it! Is she about to wake up so soon?" However, after making that faint sound, Roswitha did not make any other movements. Her furrowed brow suddenly eased, her expression became calm, and she exhaled a faint breath from her mouth. She fell into a state of slumber again. Leon nervously observed beside him for a while, and after confirming that she had no other movements or signs of waking up, he breathed a light sigh of relief. He closed his eyes and repeatedly touched his chest with his hand, trying to ease his tension. False alarm. In order to prevent the frightening situation from happening again, Leon decided to help Roswitha switch back to regular pajamas first. "I'll help her switch back to regular pajamas first. Tomorrow I will proceed with the next revenge plan." Time slowly went from night to morning. The silver dragon castle draped in night, and stars was also gradually illuminated by the morning sun. Noa left the room and walked down the hallway, wanting to visit her mother. Suddenly, she heard a rapid sound of running. Muen ran quickly behind her. She ran while urgently calling out to Noa. "Noa! Noa!" Noa heard something wrong with Muen's shout, so she quickly turned around and looked at her. Seeing Noa stop, Muen also stopped to catch her breath. Noa looked at her with a gentle expression and asked her what had happened. "What happened? Take your time." Muen was holding a Rubik's Cube in her hand, but her expression looked a bit worried. She held up the Rubik's Cube to show to Noa, and said with some grievance, "My Rubik's Cube broke, and I wanted to go find Dad to fix it, but I couldn't find him anywhere." Noa furrowed her brow, as if the thing she was most worried about had happened. Could it be that he wanted to escape while Mom was unconscious? She had long suspected that Leon would do something while his mother was unconscious, but she didn't expect him to abandon her and run away alone. At this moment, Muen felt a pulling force. She lowered her head and saw that Noa was holding her hand. Noa wanted to accompany her to find their father. She comforted Muen. "Don't worry, I'll go find him with you." They held hands together and ran in the hallway, planning to go to other parts of the castle to find Leon. Muen ran while shouting in the hallway, "Dad, where are you?" Noa and Muen searched for me in every corner of the castle, but they couldn't find me. Noa began to analyze the reasons and justifications for my stay here, even suspecting that I might have already fled this home. Muen felt very sad about the current situation of her parents, and Noa comforted her not to be upset. They decided to hold a farewell ceremony for me to commemorate me who had already left. Meanwhile, I am still in the back mountain, planning how to retaliate against the Silver Dragon Queen. The sunlight shone into the Silver Dragon Castle, making the corridor shine brightly. Due to Muen's inability to find Leon, skeptical Noa decided to accompany her to various places in the castle where he would go to search for him. They walked hand in hand along the corridor of the Silver Dragon Castle. Muen looked around and spoke. "Dad, where are you?" They first arrived at Roswitha's room, thinking that he would come to visit her. However, when they pushed open the door and entered, all they saw was their mother lying unconscious in bed. Muen looked around the room carefully and didn't find Leon here. She whispered to Noa, "He doesn't seem to be here." Perhaps Leon had just left and now returned to his room to rest. So they went back to Leon's room. However, when they opened Leon's door, the room was empty. Muen looked around the room carefully this time, but couldn't see Leon's figure. She said a little disappointed, "There's nothing here either." Perhaps Leon went to the kitchen to cook, so they went to the kitchen to look for it. However, they searched every corner of the kitchen, but still couldn't find Leon. "Dad?" Muen even opened the kitchen trash can and poked his head in to see if Leon had fallen into the trash can. She reached out again and searched through the garbage, trying to find him. However, in reality, she won't stay in the trash can. Muen picked up the trash can and shook it again, looking at the garbage inside with a puzzled expression. Noa stood behind, watching her tinker with the trash can. She stared at Muen's back, feeling speechless about her innocent and adorable behavior. She silently said in her heart, "How could he possibly be there?" Noa and Muen searched every place Leon could go, but they couldn't find him. Muen gradually became worried about Leon, speculating whether he had lost his way in the castle or encountered some danger. "We can't find Dad anywhere. Could he get lost?" Noa seems to have known this kind of thing would happen long ago. She crossed her hands in front of her chest and lowered her head to think for a moment. Then, she looked at Muen seriously and said to her in a mature tone, "Muen, some people are good, but they will have to leave sooner or later, just like last time." Muen didn't understand what Noa meant for a moment. Has Father done the same thing before? She tapped her chin with a finger and lifted her head in thought, but couldn't recall which time Noa was talking about. She said with confusion, "Just like last time?" Noa nodded. She held her chin with her hand, pondered for a moment, and then said the result of her guess. "If my guess is correct, that man has already left." Noa could imagine that Leon would abandon them while their mother was unconscious, climb over the castle walls with a happy expression, and escape the castle with all his might. As for why Noa had such a guess, in fact, she had already had this doubt in her mind a long time ago. The family photo they took together may seem no different from an ordinary family, but in reality, Noa can feel that the parents in the photo are not as harmonious and loving as she imagined. "I have always felt that my family is somewhat different, appearing harmonious on the surface, but actually having many false aspects." She's not unaware, she just didn't say it out. As an older sister, she is more mature than Muen, so she can feel that the atmosphere at home seems different from that of an ordinary family. She recalled what she had experienced before. "Since I can remember, that man has been sleeping in the room, and Mom told us that he is our father." Without any explanation, the mother told her directly that the person lying in bed was her father. However, when she arrived at the bedside and looked at the unconscious person on the bed, she seemed unable to feel that it was her father. One day, he finally woke up, but immediately thought of running away. Mom didn't explain anything and brought him back. Since then, he hasn't tried to escape again. But I don't think he's willing to stay here. Since it's her father, why insist on escaping outside? She stood in front of the window of the room, watching with her own eyes as Leon sneaked out of the castle and ran towards the castle walls. Noa didn't understand his behavior. After Mother brought him back, she didn't give any explanation to her and Muen. She found it very strange. Although Leon has not made any attempt to escape now, she believes he will not give up easily. In order to prepare for the entrance exam, Leon helped her with her studies and specifically taught her the knowledge points she would pass the exam. He even stayed up late to prepare review materials for her. He presented himself as an approachable and good father. Later on, he began to deliberately approach and please me, teaching me how to learn and appearing like a good father. However, Noa did not feel that his so-called sincerity could move her. But are these really his love for me? Or is it just his plan to secretly seek an escape opportunity while we relax our vigilance? She gradually began to doubt Leon. In her recollection, Leon reached out his hand to her in a friendly manner, seemingly wanting to establish a good father-daughter relationship with him. However, she believed that he was just pretending to be good to them. In fact, he had another purpose. She began to doubt more and more what this family was formed for. She also suspected that Leon was not truly in love with her mother, nor did he truly like her and Muen, but was just confined here for other reasons. When there are unknown factors hidden behind a love, I would rather not have this impure love than become a tool used by others. Noa thinks that Leon will definitely not succumb to this fate, and one day he will secretly leave them. She watched as Leon's figure in her memory gradually faded away, silently commenting, "He doesn't belong here. Sooner or later, he's going to have to leave us behind and get out of here." Muen's eyes were filled with tears when she heard Noa say that their father might have left them. She clenched her fist tightly, with a sad expression, sobbing and saying to Noa, "Mom doesn't wake up, and Dad doesn't want us anymore. Noa, what should we do in the future?" Noa walked forward and gently wiped away the tears from the corner of Muen's eye. She said to Muen with a caring look in her eyes, "Don't worry, I will protect you." Muen could no longer control his emotions and immediately threw himself into Noa's arms, crying loudly. "Wah!" Noa tightly hugged her and gently patted her back to calm her emotions. Noa touched her head again and looked towards a certain part of the kitchen, as if she had made up her mind. She gently said to Muen in her arms, "Let's have a farewell ceremony for that man." Meanwhile, Leon is located near the back mountain of the Silver Dragon Castle. He walked to a cherry blossom forest nearby. Every tree in this cherry blossom forest is lush with branches and leaves, thick and tall, and looks like it has been here for a long time. A gust of wind gently blew away some cherry blossom petals. The sunlight shines through the cherry blossom trees and falls on the path covered with cherry blossoms, making this place even more beautiful. Leon changed into outdoor clothing and walked into the cherry blossom forest. He held a map and walked along its route, while observing the surrounding environment. He nodded lightly, expressing his satisfaction with the scenery here. The scenery here is really nice. The maid didn't lie to me." Not long ago, Leon went to see the head maid, Anna, and wanted to ask her where Roswitha usually likes to go. Anna heard someone calling her and looked up in confusion, meeting Leon's gaze. "Prince, would you like to know where your Majesty usually likes to go?" He nodded and replied to Anna, "That's right. I want to go for a walk today." Anna seemed uneasy about Leon going out alone, so she kindly gave him a suggestion. "If Prince wants to go, I will send someone to accompany you." Leon waved his hand, indicating that he did not need anyone to accompany him. He also took out the map and asked Anna to help circle out the places that Roswitha liked to go to for him. "No need, I'll go by myself. Just circle it on this map for me." Leon held the map in both hands, looking at some of the locations circled on the map and muttering to himself, "My usual range of activities is limited, so I only have the opportunity to come out and take a look when the she-dragon is unconscious. take the opportunity to investigate the surrounding terrain and give her a surprise when she wakes up. He clenched his fist, a wicked grin creeping across his face. He came here not just for a walk. He has already made a plan and is ready to retaliate against Roswitha. Of course, investigating the places that the she-dragon likes is just a cover-up and part of my revenge plan. What I'm planning to do is take advantage of the moment when the she-dragon is weak after waking up and make her suffer humiliation in a place she loves, just like how she humiliated me in front of my homeland before. At this moment, Leon discovered a huge cherry blossom tree. He is so small in front of it. There are many cherry blossoms in full bloom on this big tree, which is very prominent among all the cherry blossom trees. The cherry blossom petals falling under the tree, together with the cherry blossoms blooming on the tree, form a pink world. He walked over to the tree and patted its trunk with his hand. He looked up and observed it again, confirming that the large cherry tree was a good choice. Well, this tree is thick enough. Then, he simulated the scene of retaliating against Roswitha. He lowered his head, supported the tree trunk with one hand, and made a hug gesture with the other hand. This posture is just right. He stepped on the soil under his feet and confirmed its condition. He realized that the soil here was still a bit hard. The soil on the ground isn't soft enough. It should be nice to lay down flower petals when the time comes. He turned around and turned his gaze towards the foot of the mountain. He found that looking into the distance from here, he could clearly see the appearance of the Silver Dragon Castle at the foot of the mountain. He nodded. From here, I can also see the Silver Dragon Castle at the foot of the mountain. Nice. After observing the cherry blossom forest, Leon took out the map and marked it with a red check mark with a red pen. Include this in my options as well. In order to choose several good locations to retaliate against Roswitha, Leon not only went to this cherry blossom forest, but also to the streams in the forest, the northern cliffs, the golden grasslands, and the secluded caves. He walked around the area near the Silver Dragon Castle. In the end, after on-site observation, the small stream in the forest and the golden grassland were also selected by Leon as the locations for revenge against Roswitha. He closed the map and showed a confident smile. This time, he was very well prepared and determined to seek revenge against her fiercely. All right, everything is ready. I just need to wait for Roswitha to wake up. He gave a very serious look towards a certain spot in the cherry blossom forest. Ha! She-dragon, I will make you pay. Time gradually arrived at night. The blue sky gradually turned into a starry night sky. After inspecting all the locations, Leon returned to the Silver Dragon Castle. As he passed by the courtyard, he noticed some dragon maids gathering here. They gathered around a bonfire, kneeling on the ground, and occasionally faint cries could be heard from here. He felt very curious and walked over to them, standing behind them and asking what they were doing. What's wrong? Why is this place so lively? The dragon maids were crying while wiping their tears with handkerchiefs. They were immersed in a state of sadness, completely unaware of who was speaking. One of the dragon maids did not turn her head, but directly answered Leon's question. Two Royal Highness Princes said that they would hold a funeral and asked us to prepare a bonfire. A table was set up near the campfire by the dragon maids, on which there was a photo frame and some flowers. All the dragon maids knelt on the ground facing the photo. Then, Noa and Muen came to the table. With a sad expression, Muen placed her favorite steak next to the photo. "Muen give you the steak. Come back and visit us." Noa walked over, holding a small box that she had hidden under the bed, containing many small treasures. She also placed it on the table. She reached out and gently patted Muen's shoulder, comforting her. "He has already left. Try to take it easy." Leon couldn't see clearly what Noa and Muen were doing next to the table in front of the campfire. He looked at them from a distance, feeling puzzled in his heart. He scratched his head and silently said in his heart, "Are they playing some new kind of house game? Well, I'll play along with them a little." "Excuse me." Leon walked through the crowd and motioned for them to get out of the way. However, when the maids saw Leon, they were so scared that they stood up and retreated. "Ah, Prince!" Some of them were so shocked that they covered their mouths, while others widened their eyes slightly, feeling very shocked. At this moment, Leon did not notice why they reacted so strongly. He walked directly behind Noa and Muen and asked them who they were paying respects. "Who are you paying respects to?" "Your grandfather used to teach me how to play the sorna. Would you like me to give you a little demonstration?" The photo on the table is exactly the one taken by Leon when he was taking a family photo with them. Leon looked at the photo and for a moment didn't think there was anything strange about it. He smiled and said to them, "This is actually me." He still maintains a smile. However, after thinking for a moment, he seemed to have discovered something amiss. He didn't expect that the person Noa and Muen were paying respect to was himself. He instantly opened his eyes and looked at the photo in front of him with a shocked expression. He was so scared that he shouted loudly, "Wait, wait, wait! Why?" I went to the back mountain for on-site inspection, but when I came back, I found that my daughters were holding a funeral for me. After inquiring about the reason, it turned out to be just a misunderstanding between them and me. 2 days later, the Silver Dragon Queen woke up, but she felt her body was very tired. When she thought I had already escaped, my appearance surprised her. After seeing Muen off the room, I decided to explain my plan to her. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Noa and Muen immediately turned their heads and found their father standing behind them. They looked at him with surprise on their faces. Leon, Noa and Muen looked at each other in disbelief. Muen pointed his finger at Leon and said in surprise, "Ah, Dad has appeared." Leon stood behind Noa and Muen, shocked to see his black and white photo placed on the table. He looked down at them awkwardly and asked what was going on. "My dear daughters, I just went out for a day. Is it too hasty to hold my funeral now?" Muen looked carefully and confirmed that the person in front of her was her father. Her eyes couldn't help but be filled with tears. She said to him with a crying tone, "Dad." Then, Muen pounced directly into Leon's arms. She burst into tears while tightly embracing his body, reluctant to let go of him. Wah! Dad is back! Wah! Leon was at a loss for words at Muen's sudden crying and clinging to him. He wondered what had happened this day to make her feel so sad. I thought Dad didn't want Muen anymore. Muen looked up at him with tears in her eyes, feeling aggrieved. She thought she would never see her father again. He reached out and gently touched Muen's head, soothing her emotions. He looked at her with a smile and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? How could Dad ever not want you?" When Noa saw Leon standing in front of her, she seemed to know that she had done something wrong. She misunderstood that Leon would abandon them and run away. She dared not look up at him. She looked away from him and awkwardly said to him, "Muen and I searched for you several times in the castle, but we didn't see you. I thought you had already left." Leon lifted his head and explained to Noa with a smile. "Haha, how could Dad leave? I just went for a walk in the back mountain today." Noa silently took down the small box placed on the table and held it in her arms. She lowered her head and looked at the box, feeling an indescribable emotion in her heart. She silently said in her heart, "So, I misunderstood him." The dragon maids were still surprised by Leon's sudden appearance. Some of them were looking at him in silence, curious as to where he appeared from, and some of them seemed to have realized that it was just a misunderstanding. As soon as Leon picked up Muen in his arms, he comforted her while addressing the dragon maids around him. "It's all right. Everyone can leave now." After receiving Leon's order, all the dragon maids left the lawn one after another. Without much explanation, they also realized that this was actually just a misunderstanding. Once the mood had stabilized, Muen pointed to the steak on the table and whispered to Leon, "Dad, you're back. Can Muen eat your tribute?" Leon didn't know what to say for a moment. Although he didn't really leave them, nor did he really pass away. This passage from Muen made him feel like he had been resurrected from the dead. He said helplessly to her, Of course." "Yeah." After obtaining Leon's consent, the expression on Muen's face changed from sadness to joy. She came out of Leon's arms and happily rushed to the table. She brought the steak down and ate it with relish. Watching her happily eat her favorite food, Leon secretly laughed in his heart. "Muen is so greedy. She definitely isn't like me." At this moment, Noa, who had been quiet for a long time, said to Leon expressionlessly, "Next time you go out alone, remember to tell us." Leon turned his head and looked at her with some confusion. He had just been so busy comforting Muen that he now realized that now he hadn't figured out exactly what had happened tonight, or why everyone had gathered around to give him what looked like a funeral. Noa lowered her head and dared not look into his eyes. Her face seemed to blush with embarrassment. She muttered awkwardly, "Muen, she's very worried about you." Leon heard something from Noa's words. Although she said that Muen was worried about him, he actually knew that Noa also cared about him, but he didn't dare to directly express his own feelings to him. He smiled helplessly, reached out and scratched his head, apologizing to her. Sorry for making you. Making Muen worry. He silently evaluated Noa's behavior in his heart. This child looks worried about me, but still feels embarrassed to say it out. Noa slowly lowered her head. She frowned, as if thinking about something. Then, she lifted her head and looked at Leon with serious eyes. Anyway, this is my fault. It's because I didn't trust you. Sorry. Noa slightly bowed to Leon, apologizing for her series of doubts about him. Since it's her own fault, she must have the courage to admit it. Leon was startled by her movements and took a small step back. This is the first time he has seen Noa apologize to him so solemnly. She kept looking down at the ground like this, as if she wouldn't raise her head without Leon's forgiveness. Leon watched as she lowered her head and tightly grasped the figure of the small box, silently analyzing Noa's current situation in his heart. Was their farewell ceremony due to her misunderstanding? As long as she doesn't say anything, no one will know. He looked at Noa with a smile. In fact, he has already forgiven her mistakes in his heart. For a mature child like Noa, he could understand how she was feeling at this moment. It's also true that precocious children always consciously take on their own responsibilities and mistakes. But ultimately, this misunderstanding was due to my failure to give her enough sense of security. Leon also thinks that he is still not doing enough on the father's side. Noa is still a child at the end of the day, and she still needs her family to love her. But the lack of security makes her wary of Leon. Noa yearns for family and love, but will not take the initiative to take a step forward. Even if I promise her something now, she probably won't easily believe me. Leon silently clenched his fist and made a decision. He wanted to prove this part of his fatherly love to Noa. He hopes she can believe him. Therefore, as her father, all I can do is slowly prove with practical actions that I will always be by your side. He squatted in front of Noa, reached out and gently touched her head, comforting her not to blame herself too much. It's okay. Let's go have dinner together. You still have to go to school tomorrow. After receiving Leon's forgiveness, Noa looked up at him and nodded. She tightly grasped the box in her hand again, and didn't let go anymore. The time came to the evening of the second day. Noa has already returned to school, and there is only Muen at home. She quietly came to Roswitha's room to visit her. Roswitha lay in bed with an uncomfortable expression, still showing no signs of waking up. Muen supported her face with both hands, and looked at her mother lying in bed with a worried expression. Suddenly, Roswitha's hand on the quilt moved gently. Then, she opened her eyes gradually. She looked around for a while before realizing that she was lying on the bed in the room. Muen noticed that Roswitha had woken up. She propped herself up on the bed with both hands and looked excitedly at Roswitha. "Mom, you're awake!" Roswitha heard someone calling her. She slowly turned her head and noticed Muen standing by the bed. Seeing that Roswitha had woken up safe and sound, Muen was so excited that tears kept rolling in her eyes. She said to Roswitha with a sobbing voice, "Mom, you've been sleeping all the time. Muen is so worried about you." Roswitha couldn't bear to see her daughter cry. She lifted her hand and wiped away the tears from the corner of Muen's eye. She apologized to her. "Sorry, Muen. I made you worried." She was overjoyed when her mother finally woke up after sleeping for so long. Roswitha wanted to move her body, but she felt very tired. She tried to lift her right hand, but also felt very weak. She looked at her hand, pondering what had happened before. My body feels drained, and the magic power in the body was unresponsive. She touched her chest again, as if something inside had weakened, causing her physical condition to decline. Originally, with my Dragon Queen body, I was able to resist the side effects of the backlash of the blood curse. And now that I've become like this, perhaps it's because I used that thing earlier to save that guy. She turned her head to look at Muen. There was no one standing beside her. She looked around the room again and saw no one else either. Only Muen stood by her bedside, holding her hand all the time. Roswitha pondered for a moment, suspecting that Leon had fled without a trace while she was unconscious. Based on his personality, it is estimated that he has already fled by now. The evening sun shone into Roswitha's room, making it appear brighter and no longer as dim as before. So, Roswitha asked Muen how long she had been unconscious. "Muen, how long did Mom sleep?" Muen thought for a moment and then said to her, 2 days. Roswitha frowned slightly. She hadn't realized she had been asleep for so long. Leon must have run a distance by now. However, due to her physical condition, she is unable to personally go out to capture him, and can only send soldiers to bring him back for her. He can't run far in 2 days. It should not be too late to send someone to catch him. Just as she was about to call someone over to the room, a familiar voice came from outside the door. "Muen, how about having fish for dinner tonight?" Leon, dressed in a lightweight outfit, pushed open the door of the room. He crossed his waist with one hand and lifted a big red fish to show to Muen. This fish is almost half its body length. He happily said to her, "I just caught a big fish in the back mountain." Muen cheered excitedly when he saw such a big fish. "Yeah." Roswitha turned her head and found that the person she had just wanted to catch was right here. She felt a little surprised. Leon doesn't seem to have noticed Roswitha yet. He closed his eyes and proudly boasted to Muen about his fishing ability. "Haha, Dad is great, right?" Muen ran up to Leon and looked up at the big fish that was even taller than her, saying happily, "Yep, Dad is very amazing." Roswitha couldn't say anything, just watched them quietly. It seems that she, like Noah, misunderstood that Leon would abandon them and run away. Leon seemed to feel a pair of eyes staring at him. He opened his eyes, turned his head, and only then did he realize that Roswitha had already woken up. He grabbed the fish with one hand, and the decoration at the end of Roswitha's bed with the other, bending slightly down to look at her. "Oh, you're awake." Roswitha felt somewhat embarrassed about Leon's appearance. She turned her head and whispered, "Why are you here?" Leon shook the big fish in his hand and said to her in a relaxed tone, "Otherwise, where else could I be? I just went to the back mountain to breathe fresh air, and also caught a fish for my dear wife to supplement her nutrition." Upon hearing Leon's words, Roswitha's face blushed slightly. She lowered her head, wanting to bury her face in the blanket. She complained softly to Leon. "Who is your dear?" Muen, standing beside, seemed to understand what Leon was saying. She said helplessly to him, "Dad doesn't feel ashamed." After seeing that Roswitha was okay, Leon turned around. He bent down slightly and showed the fish in his hand to Muen. Muen clenched his hand slightly and excitedly wagged his tail, watching the big fish. He said to her, "Muen, Dad has entrusted you with a glorious task. Can you take this fish to the kitchen?" Upon hearing that Leon was going to hand over the fish to her, Muen immediately agreed. She raised one hand, indicating that she would definitely be able to complete the task. Don't worry, Dad." She dragged a bigger fish with one hand and walked happily towards the kitchen. Leon watched her receding figure and waved goodbye to her. "Oh, by the way, Mom and Dad have something to deal with. You can have dinner first." Muen responded without looking back, and then disappeared at the corner of the corridor. After sending Muen out of the room, Leon returned to Roswitha's room. Due to her doubts about Leon just now, Roswitha didn't dare to look at him directly. When he walked up to her bedside, she looked away from him and whispered, "I thought you would leave daughters and escape while I was unconscious." For Leon, he still remembers what Roswitha did to him. He hasn't retaliated against her yet. So, he won't easily escape like this. He took off his gloves and said to her with a smile, "There are still many things between us that have not been resolved. How could I escape?" "Between us?" Roswitha looked at him with some surprise. She suddenly felt something was wrong. He could feel what Leon was going to do to her next. Leon slowly approached her and gave her a mischievous smile. He leaned down to look at her and mentioned something that happened over a month ago to her. "Do you remember what you did to me when I woke up over a month ago?" Roswitha didn't think about it for a moment. She recalled what she had done to Leon over a month ago. "What I did before." Suddenly, she seemed to remember something. But now it's too late. Leon's shadow has already been reflected on her face. She looked at him in surprise. "Did you want to?" Leon raised his hands with a sinister smile on his face, as if he was going to do something to Roswitha just like what Roswitha did to him a month ago. "I brought the silver dragon queen from her room to the cherry blossom tree in the back mountain. The silver dragon queen knows that my purpose is to seek revenge for what she did to me before. I activated the dragon mark with a strong sense of revenge." The silver dragon queen not only did not resist, but also tacitly approved of my revenge behavior. After a night of hard work, I finally completed my revenge. However, at that moment, she, who was already asleep, grabbed my clothes. Leon bent down and slowly approached Roswitha. Due to just waking up and not having fully recovered, Roswitha cannot immediately sit up and resist him. She stared closely at Leon and pulled the quilt tightly with both hands. "Leon, don't think you can attack me just because I'm weak. I advise you not to act recklessly." Upon hearing these words, Leon silently lowered his head. Roswitha couldn't see his expression clearly. Leon thought that Roswitha's words seemed like she had forgotten how she had treated him at the time. He has not forgotten the revenge that Roswitha took against him at that time. He said with a slightly aggrieved tone. Weakness? At that time, he had only just woken up, when he was fiercely bullied by Roswitha. Now she is also very weak. But she has said such things. He felt very angry. He lifted his head and looked at Roswitha with angry eyes. Was I not weak back then? When I first woke up, I didn't even drink a sip of water before you carved a dragon mark and pushed me down. Did you give me a chance to refuse? Roswitha was not influenced by Leon's words. As long as her body returns to its normal level, she can easily bully him and retaliate. She looked at him with angry eyes and threatened fiercely. Do you know what will happen to you when I recover? So, don't do anything that you will regret. Leon had already grabbed her quilt with his hand, as if he was going to do something to her next. He was not intimidated by the threat of Roswitha. He had already made sufficient preparations. He approached her face, looked at her with a victorious expression, and said to her in a relaxed tone, "Regret? No, no, my dear wife." Roswitha suddenly felt her body leave her bed. She didn't know what Leon was going to do next. This is the most correct decision I have ever made in my life. Then, Leon pulled the quilt over Roswitha, picked her up, and walked towards the door. Roswitha wrapped herself in a quilt and looked at him with surprise, almost falling off him. She instinctively tightened her quilt. Leon turned his head to look at her, with a mischievous smile on his face. He knew that she was still weak and unable to resist him, so he took her out in this position. He spoke confidently to her. This time, it's your turn to be a prisoner of war. So, Leon began his revenge plan. The time has swiftly turned to evening. The sky was orange-red just now, but now it has turned into a starry night sky. The moonlight illuminated the somewhat dim cherry blossom forest. Leon followed the route on the map and carried Roswitha to the cherry blossom forest in the back mountain. He walked on the road covered with cherry blossoms, and occasionally cherry blossoms blown down by the wind floated onto him. However, Roswitha was still struggling hard in his arms. She didn't expect Leon to bring her out directly. She struggled while trying to push him away with her hands. However, due to insufficient strength, she couldn't immediately push him away. She angrily said to him, "Let go of me." Leon casually let her push his head. When he saw her struggling so hard, not only did he not put her down, but he held her tighter. He tightened his hands slightly. "Don't move, otherwise you might fall." Roswitha knew that in her current physical condition, she wouldn't be able to break free from Leon's embrace no matter what. Although she was very unwilling, she had to give up temporarily. She frowned and complained silently in her mind. "If it weren't for my lack of strength, I would have beaten this guy up long ago." After walking for a while, Leon carried her to the huge cherry blossom tree that he had come to before. Since this cherry blossom tree was very large, Whenever the wind blew, it would have a lot of petals floating down to the ground. Some time ago, when he came here to investigate, he had collected a lot of petals and spread them on the ground. He patted the quilt on the petals and put down Roswitha. Roswitha knelt on the ground and looked around, realizing that this was the place she liked to go for walks on a regular basis. However, she wasn't sure what Leon was bringing her here for. She looked at him angrily and said, "What are you bringing me here for?" Leon thought to himself that Roswitha had absolutely no idea what he had done during her coma. Leon stood in front of her, straightened up, and raised a finger to shake, smiling and explaining to her. "During your coma, I thoroughly investigated your favorite places to go, and this is the first stop tonight." At this moment, Roswitha had no mood to admire cherry blossoms. She felt uneasy as she listened to what he was saying. She frowned and expressed her speculation. "The first stop? So you still need to take me to other places?" Leon did not directly answer Roswitha's question. Leon turned around and held out his hand in the distance, gesturing for Roswitha to look his way. Standing at this angle, they could clearly see the silver dragon castle shrouded in night. He said to Roswitha, "Do you see it? That's your castle. Here, you can have a panoramic view of it all." Through Leon's prompting, Roswitha recalled the time long ago when she had taken him to the borders of the human territories and bullied him severely in front of his homeland. She crossed her arms over her chest and spoke her own conclusion. "Are you trying to avenge the incident in your hometown?" Leon still vividly remembers that experience to this day. He couldn't forget the humiliation and bullying that Roswitha had inflicted on him at that time. Leon slowly unbuttoned his shirt. The dragon mark on his chest emitted a dazzling purple light. That's right. Give someone a taste of his own medicine is not exclusive to your dragon clan. Roswitha cautiously lowered her head and looked at her chest. Sure enough, her dragon mark also appeared. Then, she felt an abnormality in her body. She slumped down on the quilt, one hand covering her uncomfortable chest, and her face instantly flushed. A faint whimper escaped her lips. "Huh." Leon stood next to her in a pleasant mood as he watched her struggle to tolerate the dragon mark. He said to her, "Although I am human, I also have a strong sense of revenge and ceremony." Leon walked up behind Roswitha, reached out a hand, lifted her chin, and forced her to look forward towards the silver dragon castle in the distance. Although Roswitha was reluctant, she had no choice but to raise her head now. He whispered in her ear, "Roswitha, look ahead carefully." Roswitha was forced to look forwards. The silver dragon castle stayed quiet in the night, as if asleep, but it still gave off this aura of sanctity. Leon extended his finger and pointed ahead. "Your palace is there, and all your pride and dignity come from there." Leon's hand stroked Roswitha's hair, and gently lifted and lowered her hair. Then, he gently stroked her face again. Now Roswitha could be manipulated by him. "But now you can only be manipulated by me." Due to being tormented by Dragon Mark, Roswitha is unable to resist him and can only endure his provocation. She tried to suppress the power of Dragon Mark. Then, Leon pushed down Roswitha and pressed her under him. He stared at her closely and said to her in a relaxed tone, "How does it feel to be humiliated by a defeated dragon slayer, Roswitha?" He grabbed her hand and prevented her from moving freely. Then, he slowly approached her and took a few gentle bites towards her white back, leaving one obvious red mark after another. He said to her while doing it, "These are all things you have done to me before." Roswitha closed her eyes and endured what Leon did to her. Her body couldn't help trembling, but she had no intention of pushing him away. On the contrary, she seemed to enjoy the way Leon was treating her, and even couldn't help but want to demand more of this feeling from him. Under the influence of Dragon Mark, this idea is becoming increasingly clear. I wanted to resist, but my body couldn't help but want more. In that case, at this moment, Roswitha suddenly opened her eyes. She extended her tail and gently wrapped Leon's arm around it. Leon was startled by her sudden movement. He looked at his arm and felt somewhat surprised. The current Roswitha is tormented by Dragon Mark, and her body has not yet recovered, so she should not still have strength. He furrowed his brow slightly, thinking cautiously. Tail? Why does she still have strength? Roswitha turned back to look at Leon behind her, with a determined gaze, as if she had made up her mind. While you are still in control of the situation, do your best to make me feel ashamed and unwilling. Because after this, I will seek even more brutal revenge against you. She looked at him very seriously, and her eyes seemed to appear as if they were blazing with anger. Leon felt the emotions coming from her. He gave a laugh. He didn't feel the slightest fear for the harsh words she put down. He straightened up and pointed to his chest, revealing a confident smile. Don't talk to me about the future. I have always lived in the present. Tonight is still long. The Revenge Carnival night has just begun. Your Majesty. After speaking, Leon bent down again and began to take revenge seriously. Under the cherry blossom tree, their figures overlapped. An occasional faint whimper could be heard. At this moment, some petals from the cherry blossom tree fell down again, adding some embellishments to Leon's revenge in the dark night. After a night's endeavor, they finally returned to Roswitha's room the next morning. The morning sunshine has already shone into the dim room, slowly illuminating the entire room. It seems to be reminding the people in the room that it's already morning. After Leon put Roswitha on the bed, he also lay down on the bed casually. Roswitha has fallen into deep sleep after a night of intense exercise with Leon. Leon had just brought her back from outside, and it had already taken him a lot of effort. He gasped for breath and said, "Whew, it's finally back. I switched places to get her revenge all night, and it wore me out." Leon recalled the route from last night in his mind. He not only carried out his revenge plan in the cherry blossom forest, but also took Roswitha to the small streams in the forest and the golden grassland. These places were all locations he had previously conducted on-site investigations and deemed suitable for revenge against her. Carrying her to several places in a row has already exhausted him. Roswitha lay deeply asleep on his arm, breathing evenly. Not only did she have one red mark after another on her arms, but she also had these marks on her back, chest, and even thighs. These are all the results of Leon's revenge against her last night. He looked at the sleeping face of Roswitha and silently said in his heart, "But it seems that she is quite satisfied with tonight, sleeping so soundly." That was when Leon realized that something seemed wrong with his thoughts. Obviously, he was trying to get revenge on her for what she had done before. How did it turn into letting her enjoy herself? He suddenly froze, widening his own eyes slightly. He was somewhat incredulous about his own ideas. Wait, satisfied? Didn't I come here for revenge? He closed his eyes and shook his head fiercely, trying to shake off this idea. He denied that she would have such thoughts. For Roswitha, Leon bullied her fiercely in front of her silver dragon castle, and she should feel ashamed. No. She has just fully experienced the humiliation of being oppressed by her most despised dragon slayer. In short, this revenge was successful. Finally, Leon was able to return all the humiliation and dissatisfaction he had suffered before to Roswitha, allowing her to experience the feeling of being severely humiliated by someone she looked down upon. He evaluated the revenge plan with satisfaction in his heart. Anyway, my revenge this time can be considered successful. Leon feels that it's almost time now, and he should also leave her room. He sat up from the bed and glanced at the sleeping Roswitha, whispering softly, "Before the maids get up, I'll go back to my room first. We're not the kind of relationship where we can share a bed and sleep until morning together." They were originally sleeping in separate rooms. If the maids discover it, he won't be able to explain it to them. Just as Leon was about to get out of bed, it seemed like Roswitha sensed something and reached out to grab the hem of his clothes. Leon turned around and looked at her with confusion, but found that she hadn't woken up yet. She murmured to herself, as if saying something. "It's so cold." Seemingly feeling the coldness in her body, Roswitha tightened her body slightly and brought her hand closer to her mouth, trying to warm herself up a little more. Leon noticed her movements and silently said in his heart, "When she falls asleep, she wants to move closer to a warm place. This is the instinct of all living beings." He lowered his head with a hesitant expression. He only completed his revenge plan against her last night, and now she is seeking warmth like a small animal, which makes him feel like she is tempting him again. "I can't be tempted anymore." But Leon let go of Roswitha's grip on the corner of his clothes and held it gently. He gently pulled up her quilt and got inside. He lay beside her, quietly watching her sleeping face, and couldn't help but smile. He even moved a little closer to her body in order to make her feel warm. It would be warmer to stay here than to go back and lie on the cold bed in that room. Roswitha seemed to feel a warm object around her, so she stopped mumbling to herself and fell back into a deep sleep. After a night of intense exercise, I fell asleep on the bed of the Silver Dragon Queen. Muen opened the door of the room and wanted to play with us, but found us sleeping soundly. She found red marks on our bodies, so she brought in ointment to help us apply it. After waking up, we unanimously agreed to lock the door next time. I helped the Silver Dragon Queen cook, and prayed in my heart that she wouldn't recover so quickly. However, what I don't know is that the power of the Silver Dragon Queen has begun to slowly recover. Time suddenly arrived in the morning, and the sun gradually rose. The morning mist gradually dissipated under the sunshine, revealing the blue sky that would appear on a sunny day. The sunlight shines on the trees, revealing their vibrant side. Two birds stood on the branch, cuddling up to each other while singing a song. Through their interaction, it seems like one can see the peaceful coexistence between Leon and Roswitha. Muen opened the door to Roswitha's room in a daze. She was still wearing pajamas, looking like she had just woken up not long ago. She yawned and tears were squeezed to the corner of her eye. She slowly opened her eyes and rubbed them with her hand, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Muen slowly walked into Roswitha's room and climbed onto the sofa at the end of the bed. She placed her hands on the decoration at the end of the bed, then gently pressed her hands downwards and tiptoed her feet. She slowly climbed onto Roswitha's bed with the help of the height of the sofa. She shook Roswitha's shoulder with a hand, hoping she would wake up. "Mom, wake up. The sun is shining on your tail." After being shaken by Muen a few times, Roswitha whispered a few words softly. She frowned lightly, as if she didn't want to wake up yet. Muen shook a few more times, but Roswitha still didn't get up. She seemed to feel a little cold in her body, so she shrunk into the blanket. She placed her hand near her mouth, as if to warm it up. She said to Muen in a daze, You go play with Dad." Then, she adjusted her sleeping position and fell into a deep sleep again. Muen couldn't wake up Roswitha, so he slowly crawled to the other side of the bed. She shook Leon's shoulder, trying to wake him up. "Dad, wake up. The sun is shining on your backside." However, Leon only moved his body slightly. He frowned lightly and had no intention of waking up. It seems that because the blanket was too comfortable, he also shrunk into it to warm up his body. He still closed his eyes and replied softly to Muen, "It's so warm. Let Dad sleep a little longer." Phew. Upon discovering that neither Leon nor Roswitha wanted to wake up, Muen felt a bit angry. She puffed up her cheeks and gently clenched her hands into fists. She knelt on the bed, looking somewhat unhappily at her parents, who were lying under the covers. "But you are holding each other so tightly. Who can play with Muen?" Muen got up early and ran to Roswitha's room, wanting to wake them up and play with her. However, Leon rested his head on top of Roswitha's head and used one hand to protect her head. Roswitha rested her head on Leon's shoulder and placed one hand on his chest. They all snuggled tightly together, falling deeply asleep. Neither of them seemed to notice how close they were to each other, just that their bodies felt warm. However, after kneeling on the bed and observing for a while, Muen suddenly noticed something. Leon and Roswitha, who usually argue and even fight with each other, are actually sleeping together at this moment. This surprised her a bit. She tapped her cheek with her finger and looked at their sleeping position, lost in thought. Muen has never seen Dad and Mom so intimate before, but why do they have so many red dots on their bodies? At this moment, Muen noticed that both Leon and Roswitha had large and small red marks on their bodies. These marks are not only on the body, but also on the neck. Muen, who is still a child now, doesn't know what these traces represent. She pondered what might have caused these traces to appear. She quickly figured out the reason based on the size of these traces. Oh, this must be bitten by a bug. A big mosquito appeared behind her. Muen may have noticed that Leon and Roswitha had a large area of exposed skin, coupled with not being able to fully cover themselves with blankets while sleeping. Some insects took advantage of the situation and secretly stung them while they were asleep, which is why these traces were left behind. Muen quickly jumped out of bed and ran to find a medicine. She remembered that when she was bitten by a mosquito before, Roswitha had given her a piece of knowledge. Mom used to teach me that if I get bitten by a bug, I need to apply medicine. She found a cabinet containing some medicines, opened the drawer, and excitedly searched while recalling the appearance and names of the medicines. In no time, she found a bottle of green ointment specifically designed to treat mosquito bites. She lifted it up and said happily, "Find it." Then, Muen climbed onto the bed again. She stood on the bed, holding the bottle of ointment in one hand and placing the other on her waist, looking down at her parents who were still asleep. She showed a very confident smile and whispered to herself, "Don't worry, Noah is not here. Muen will take good care of you all." Eliminating mosquito bits for Mom and Dad is a piece of cake for Muen. Muen believed that she had worked so hard to help them, and they would definitely praise her when they woke up. Muen climbed up to Leon first. She dipped her hands in some green ointment and applied some to Leon's back. Then, she applied some ointment to his chest. Upon discovering that there were more red marks on Leon's body, Muen decided to apply more to him. "I'll apply more ointment to Dad." Leon felt a slight itch behind him, but he didn't open his eyes. He smiled and then continued to sleep. After applying the ointment to Leon, Muen climbed up next to Roswitha and also applied some ointment to her body and face. After a while, Leon vaguely heard someone calling him. "Leon, wake up." He opened his eyes gradually, wanting to see clearly who was calling him. He reluctantly sat up from his bed and found out that it was Roswitha calling him. She woke up earlier than him and was already sitting in bed. He was just about to greet her when he suddenly felt a cool sensation on his face, as if something was stuck to it. He said in confusion, "How do I feel like my face is wet?" Then, Leon turned his head and found that Roswitha's face and body had been painted with some green things. Not only her, but Leon also noticed that he had been coated with a lot of ointment, even on his face and near his mouth. Leon and Roswitha looked at each other in confusion. The air suddenly quieted down for a few seconds. Leon couldn't hold back any longer when he saw the current appearance of Roswitha. He held his belly and burst out laughing. He laughed heartily while pointing at her face and saying, "What's going on with your face?" Roswitha didn't know what to say about the current situation. She could only silently close her eyes and be speechless about their appearance. At that moment, Muen, who had already gone to her room to finish changing, came running in. She climbed onto the bed and excitedly raised her hand, indicating that she had helped apply the ointment on them. "I do it." Muen saw that Dad and Mom were bitten by insects and had many red marks on your bodies. So Muen helped you apply medicine. Red mark. Ah. Upon hearing Muen mention the red marks on their bodies, both Leon and Roswitha awkwardly turned their heads to the side. Leon pretended to cough a few times, trying to conceal his embarrassment at the moment. Roswitha closed her eyes and remained silent, but the blush on her cheeks could no longer be concealed. They couldn't explain to Muen that these red marks were actually caused by their intense exercise outside last night. Leon thought silently in his heart. Some things are better for child not to know. Muen happily clenched her hands into fists and looked at them with a naive expression, hoping to receive their praise. "Muen is great, right?" Leon had to keep the red marks on his body as a secret in his heart for now. He reached out and touched her head, revealing a smile. He looked at her and said, "Yeah, you did a great job." Muen received praise from Father and looked at him with a smile. Muen felt very happy to be able to help Father and Mother. She looked at Leon and Roswitha and excitedly raised her hands, offering to come over and help again next time. "I will also help Dad and Mom apply it next time." Leon and Roswitha didn't say anything, just turned their heads to look at each other. They don't want their daughter to see such an awkward scene again. At this moment, their thoughts are in agreement with each other's. Next time, make sure to lock the door. The sun outside slowly rises and then slowly sets. In the blink of an eye, it was already evening time. The sunset outside the window shone into Roswitha's room, making the slightly dim room brighter. Leon knocked on the door and walked into the room with a tray in his hand. On the tray was a bowl of golden fried rice containing meat and vegetables. He placed the tray in his hand on the cabinet next to Roswitha's bed and picked up the bowl containing a large bowl of rice. He held the bowl, took a spoon, and scooped up a spoonful of rice. He blew air into the spoon to lower the temperature of the rice a bit. Then, he made a feeding gesture to Roswitha. "Ah." Roswitha moved back a bit in disgust when she saw him stick the spoon out. She didn't know what Leon wanted to do at the moment. She asked him with confusion, "What do you want?" Noticing that Roswitha was intent on avoiding his spoon, Leon stuck it in her mouth as fast as he could. He explained to her his purpose for doing so. "I'll feed you. You haven't eaten for several days. Although the Dragon Clan can go without eating or drinking during their dormant period, you are probably hungry now." Roswitha was unexpectedly fed a spoonful of rice by him. She raised her hand, just about to refuse his spoon, but it was too late. She reluctantly ate the rice. She crossed her hands in front of her chest, with a slightly displeased expression on her face. She was somewhat dissatisfied with Leon's behavior just now. She was chewing her food while looking at Leon. "You don't need to feed me. I can eat it myself." After swallowing the rice, she was surprised to find that the taste was quite good. Although she didn't want to admit the fact voluntarily, she still praised him. She said to him with a relaxed expression, "The taste is pretty good." It seems that Leon's cooking skills are indeed good. Upon hearing Roswitha's praise, Leon smiled at her. He also scooped a spoonful of rice into his mouth. He closed his eyes, shook the spoon with his hand, and confidently said to her, "Of course, it's love-fried rice that I made myself." Seeing that Leon suddenly began to eat the fried rice he made for her, Roswitha was a little unhappy. She reached out and grabbed his shoulder, trying to get fried rice back. "Isn't this made for me? Why did you eat it yourself?" Seeing how hard she tried to reach out, Leon deliberately took fried rice far away from her, so that she could not get it immediately. He knew that with her current physical condition, she didn't have much strength to grab it. He played a joke on her. "Aha, I'm afraid you won't be able to finish eating, so I'll help you share the burden." Roswitha was clearly getting a bit anxious. "Who said I couldn't finish eating? Take another spoonful." In a short time, Roswitha finished the bowl of fried rice. Leon took the empty bowl handed over by Roswitha and placed it on the nearby tray. Roswitha's stomach bulged slightly when she was full. She gently rubbed her stomach to help it digest faster. Under Leon's careful care in these few days, Roswitha's mental state has also begun to slowly recover. After placing the bowl on the tray, Leon turned his head and said something to her. "These past few days, you have been weak and unable to move around. So I have been taking care of your bathing and cooking and feeding you. How good I am to you." Roswitha couldn't help but feel a little unhappy when she heard him say such sincere words. She knew that what he described was different from what he actually did. She furrowed her brow slightly and explained his words. Do you mean torturing me after taking a shower or torturing me in bed after dinner?" No matter what they are doing, in the end, it all turned into doing that kind of thing. How could Leon let go of such a good opportunity to retaliate against Roswitha? He held the tray and prepared to leave the room. He turned around and looked at her with a smile on his face. How could it be torture? This is the husband's loving care. Roswitha could never tolerate Leon's repeated torment on her. She watched his departing figure and laid down her harsh words loudly. "Leon, every despicable deed you do now will become a shame I will pin on you in the future. Remember this well." Leon didn't feel afraid of what Roswitha said, and didn't even take her words to heart. He waved his hand and said goodbye to her. "Ha ha ha, see you tomorrow morning, my beloved wife." Seeing Leon take her so lightly, Roswitha felt furious. However, given her physical condition, she was also unable to leave the bed and give him a punch. She clenched her fists tightly and spoke through gritted teeth. "Damn Dragon Slayer. He's really good at torturing me." In order to vent her anger, she smashed her fist against the nearby wall. After she withdrew her fist, several cracks suddenly opened in the wall. Immediately afterwards, A hole about the size of a fist was left on the wall. Roswitha leaned forward curiously, and was somewhat surprised to see the marks she had just left on the wall. She raised her hand and observed that her strength seemed to have been restored. My strength has returned. At this moment, Leon is still in the kitchen. He hummed a song while washing dishes. Brush, 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 brush. He stared at the plate in his hand, smiling as he thought about his plan to continue bullying Roswitha. She-Dragon, please don't recover so quickly. I still want to bully you for a few more days. However, knowing nothing about it, he surely didn't realize that Roswitha had slowly regained her strength under his care. The Silver Dragon Queen has regained her strength, but she told the maid not to tell me this news. I am currently teaching Muen how to use magic, and am not aware of the situation of the Silver Dragon Queen. Muen quickly learned a small part of magic within a few hours, which made me curious. In the evening, I went to the Silver Dragon Queen's room, intending to torture her again. However, she threw me onto the bed and tied me up. It's already evening now. Night falls over the Silver Dragon Castle. The curved moon shines on the castle in the sky. Inside the Silver Dragon Castle, several rooms also had lights on. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door of Roswitha's room. Excuse me, Your Majesty. Anna pushed open the door and entered. She walked in carrying a tray with a bowl of steaming medicinal soup on it. At this moment, Roswitha was sitting on the bed, focused on reading a book. After hearing the knock on the door, she looked up at Anna. Anna said to Roswitha, "This is the medicine prescribed by the doctor, which can help you recover your strength." Roswitha turned her head to look at the bowl of medicine and said calmly to Anna, "My body has recovered. It's okay not to drink." Anna didn't go on when she heard that Roswitha had regained her strength. She placed the bowl of brown medicine on a nearby cabinet. At this moment, Anna lifted her head and noticed that the walls seemed a bit different from before. There is a hole with several cracks on the wall next to Roswitha's bed. She said to Roswitha with confusion, "Your Majesty, this is..." The hole that was punched out by Roswitha is a bit deep, and even the crack next to it has cracked very wide. Roswitha glanced aside, because she didn't know she had regained her strength just now, and Leon said some derogatory words to her. She punched the wall directly to vent her anger. She awkwardly said to Anna, I didn't control the force just now. Find someone to fix it tomorrow." Anna nodded, indicating that she had received her instructions. "I understand." After putting the medicine on the cabinet, Anna held the tray and prepared to leave Roswitha's room. Roswitha seemed to suddenly remember something. She put down her book and called out to Anna. "Wait." Anna turned around and wanted to know if there was anything else Roswitha had instructed her. Roswitha whispered to Anna, "Don't tell Leon beforehand that my body has recovered. I want him to take care of me for a few more days." After speaking, her face turned slightly red, and her eyes looked to the side. She even picked up a book and gently covered her face, as if the words made her feel shy. Anna looked at Roswitha with some surprise upon hearing these words. She seemed to have never heard Roswitha say such words, nor had she seen Roswitha's shy face. Anna thought that Roswitha was satisfied with Leon's careful care these days, and didn't want him to leave so soon. In the Silver Dragon clan, Roswitha is the queen who leads her people forward. But here she is, a girl who wants to spend more time with her lover. At the thought of such a happy scene, Anna couldn't help but chuckle softly. She put her hand to her mouth, trying to conceal her smile. Okay, I know. After Anna left the room, Roswitha's expression suddenly changed from a shy smile to a sinister one. She wasn't trying to get Leon to take care of her for a few more days, as she'd claimed. She tightly grasped the book in her hand, and silently said in her heart, "Humph, Leon, your good days are coming to an end." 2 days after Roswitha regained her strength, Leon still didn't know her physical condition. It's daytime now. The bright sun has set on the courtyard and the nearby flowers, making the entire courtyard look vibrant. At this moment, he and Muen were playing together in the courtyard. Muen jumped up happily, trying to catch Leon's attention. Dad, Muen wants to learn that one. The one where the body becomes shiny." Leon held his chin in his hand and pondered for a moment what Muen was saying. Then, he lowered his head and looked at her, saying, Shiny? Are you talking about magic?" Muen jumped excitedly a few times, waved his hand in the air a few times, and then turned a few circles. The movements she made seemed to be imitating the appearance of Leon and Roswitha fighting on the training ground. She said to Leon while making movements, "It's the kind of thing you and Mom did on the training ground." Leon hadn't noticed Muen wanting to have the idea of learning before. So how did she suddenly want to learn this at this point in time? He looked at Muen and said to her in confusion, "Muen, why do you suddenly want to learn magic?" Hearing Leon ask her that, Muen felt a little shy. She lowered her head and stretched out her left hand and the index finger of her right hand to touch each other. She whispered to Leon, "Noa learned a lot of things in school. Muen didn't want to be left behind by her. As the eldest sister, Noa has already gone to school to learn a lot of knowledge. On the last time Noa went home, Noa had already applied the knowledge from school to analyze her parents' fights. She envies Noa for learning so much knowledge." After learning about Muen's thoughts, Leon seemed to have understood the reason why she wanted to learn magic so much. He bent down slightly and looked into her eyes, saying to her, "So, Muen also wants to learn something?" Muen nodded vigorously, indicating that this was her motivation to learn magic. Leon lifted his hand and held his chin, looking into the distance, pondering about Muen's situation. The advantage of having 2 children at home is that there will be a competitive relationship between them. She likes her sisters so much. She certainly doesn't want to distance herself from her sister. Since Muen wants to keep up with Noa's pace, as a father, Leon will not let her feel left behind. He made a fist with his right hand and placed it on his chest, while placing your left hand on your waist, as if he were making a strong guarantee for Muen. He said to her confidently with a smile on his face, "Okay, Dad will definitely teach you magic. Let's start with simple magic guidance." Muen looked up at Leon and answered very happily, After teaching Muen magic guidance for a period of time, Leon allowed her to slowly guide the magic of her body. Muen closed her eyes tightly, her body trembling slightly, as if using all her strength to do the magic guidance. She lowered her head, clenched her fists, and was working hard to guide the magic out of her body. A faint magical airflow enveloped Muen's feet and body, even gently made her hair float. Leon crossed his hands in front of his chest and noticed the slowly rising magical airflow near Muen. He expressed surprise in his heart at her learning speed. In just a few hours, Muen was able to smoothly guide the magic within her body. Maybe she will soon receive the magic enlightenment and awaken the power of the original magic. Is she a genius? Just as Muen was still focused on guiding the magic of her body, her hungry voice broke the calm at the moment. She stopped the movement of guiding the magic, lifted her head, and looked pitifully at Leon. "Dad, Muen is hungry and lacks energy." It seems that the magic guidance consumed a lot of energy, which made her feel hungry. Leon looked at her, feeling embarrassed by her hungry voice. Muen is still a child and does not yet possess the efficient learning capabilities like Noa, so it will take some time before she can learn the magic guidance. He smiled, raised his hand, and scratched the back of his head, silently saying in his heart, "Well, we shouldn't act too hastily in everything." Leon took Muen's hand and walked towards the direction of the castle. He plans to let Muen train until this stage and take her back to eat to fill her stomach. He lowered his head and smiled as he said to Muen, "That's all for today's practice. Let's go back and eat something." Muen was holding Leon's hand while jumping happily. "Yeah, Dad is the best." Accompanied by the sunshine, from a distance, the figures of the father and daughter look very warm. Time gradually arrived at night. The stars once again descended over the silver dragon castle. Anna knocked on Roswitha's door and walked in. She was holding a tray covered with a red cloth in her hand. There seems to be something else inside the tray. She brought the tray in front of Roswitha and said to her, "Your Majesty, this is what you asked me to find." Sitting on the bed, Roswitha crossed her hands in front of her chest. She looked at Anna and the tray in her hand, nodding at her. Put it next to me." At that moment, there was another knock on the door outside Roswitha's room. Subsequently, Leon walked in directly. He waved his hand to her happily with a smile on his face. "Wife, I'm coming." However, Roswitha ignored Leon, who suddenly came to the room. She turned her head and thanked Anna for bringing her what she wanted, then asked her to leave the room first. "Thank you. You can leave first." Anna bowed slightly, indicating that she had received instructions from Roswitha. Anna's face lit up with a happy smile as soon as she thought of Leon coming into the room, and that Roswitha could spend more time with him. She walked past Leon with a smile and left Roswitha's room. Leon put his hands behind his head and walked into the room with a smile on his face. According to what Anna had said earlier, it would take 5 more days for Roswitha to fully recover. I still have time to torture Roswitha properly. As he walked, he planned in his mind how to continue tormenting Roswitha. He still doesn't know that her body has recovered. He stood in front of Roswitha, his hands slightly bent, and he said to her with a caring expression, "Where else are you feeling unwell today? I'll give you a massage." Today's Roswitha didn't feel as weak as she did before her body had recovered. She didn't feel shaken at all by what Leon said. She looked directly into his eyes and said very calmly, "Why don't you show me the might of the strongest dragon slayer in the Empire today? Only 2 days, you're already giving up? You're not as powerful as I thought." Upon hearing Roswitha's provocation against him, the corners of Leon's mouth twitched slightly, and his smile froze on his face. He said with some anger, "What did you say?" "Okay, she-dragon." The words spoken by Roswitha made him feel very unhappy. He walked forward and pulled off the blanket covering her body. "Seeing how tired you are, I didn't plan on doing that tonight. It seems like I was overthinking." Roswitha furrowed her brow slightly and looked at Leon with a frightened expression. She lifted her hands up, wanting to make defensive movements. Leon gave her a wicked smile. He slowly approached her, repeatedly stroking her face, giving a preview of the torment he would inflict on her tonight. "Your mouth is so hard, so your body must also be very solid, right?" Roswitha's body trembled slightly and looked at Leon with fearful eyes. At this moment, Leon was unaware of the seriousness of the matter. For Roswitha's provocation just now, he intends to give her a proper punishment. He quickly took off his clothes, ready to carry out a new round of torture on her. "Roswitha, you will regret it." Suddenly, Roswitha's expression changed from fear to a sinister smile. She looked at Leon with a firm gaze and confidently said to him, "I have never regretted it." She quickly wrapped her tail around Leon's body and tightly grasped him. Before Leon could react to what had happened, he was caught by Roswitha. He lowered his head in confusion, looking at her tail, feeling a bit at a loss. Immediately afterwards, he felt as if he had left the ground. He showed a surprised expression. Roswitha turned around and fiercely swung Leon from her tail. Leon was thrown so hard by her tail that he was thrown directly onto her bed. He closed his eyes tightly and his back hit the pillow hard. Just as Leon was about to get up, Roswitha quickly climbed onto the bed, pressed his body with her hand, and sat directly on his body. She looked down at him, displaying the usual posture of a queen. Leon lay motionless in bed. He gradually realized that her strength was different from a few days ago. She has such great strength. Leon shouted loudly at Roswitha. "Roswitha, have you recovered?" At this moment, Leon realized that her body had recovered. Her behavior and expression just now were all illusions created for him. In fact, she wanted to take this opportunity to retaliate against the torture he had inflicted on her a few days ago. Roswitha placed her index finger in the middle of her mouth and made a gesture to silence him. "Prisoner should be quiet, my dear dragon slayer." Subsequently, she reached out and uncovered the red cloth placed on the tray. There are 2 pairs of handcuffs, a whip, and a crystal ball on the tray. Leon looked at the tray next to him and was surprised by what was placed on it. These days, Roswitha's body hasn't recovered, so she probably doesn't have the time or energy to prepare these things. He thought in confusion. When did she prepare these things? In order to prevent Leon from escaping, Roswitha handcuffed his hands and feet separately. Leon thought nervously. Am I just giving myself up for grabs? She also found a black cloth to cover his eyes, and even took off his remaining clothes. He sat on the bed struggling hard, his hands and feet trying hard to break free from the handcuffs. However, unfortunately, he did not succeed. Roswitha gave a wicked smile. She looked at Leon's wretched appearance and said to him, "Don't think about struggling." Due to Leon's inability to see and his hands and feet being restrained, he became increasingly nervous at this moment. He couldn't think of what Roswitha was going to do next. Do you want to torture me to extract a confession? Extra story. New hairstyle. One day, when Roswitha was asleep, Leon braided her hair. He focused on overlapping the hair in his hand, and slowly braided a braid. At this moment, Roswitha seems to have been awakened by Leon's actions. She saw Leon holding her hair and doing something. She asked him a little unhappy, "What are you doing?" Leon was suddenly startled by her voice, and his hands trembled. "Ah, you're awake." He walked towards her with a smile and a mirror in hand. He confidently said to her, "How about you change your hairstyle occasionally?" "What is this?" Roswitha sat up and picked up the mirror to look at herself. She found that she had a beautiful braid. Leon stood beside her and said to her, "I'll weave your hair casually. If you don't like it, just untie it." Roswitha's face blushed slightly as she looked at the neatly and beautifully braided hair. Actually, she is very satisfied with this hairstyle. She touched her braid and silently evaluated it in her heart. Well, not bad. So, Roswitha quietly kept this braid. The Silver Dragon Queen retaliated against me by showing me the video of our previous sports together. I was forced to recall what I had said to her before, and was subjected to retaliatory torture by her. After intense physical activity with the Silver Dragon Queen, the messenger dragon sent a letter informing us that Noah had fought with other classmates. The vice principal brought us and classmates' parents to the office and explained the situation at that time. After the vice principal finished speaking, Noah suddenly wanted to add other content. Leon's hands and feet were handcuffed by Roswitha, and his eyes were covered with a pair of stockings. He was thrown onto the bed by Roswitha and dared not move freely. Although he was feeling a bit nervous at this moment, he still decided not to give in to Roswitha's interrogation of him. He spoke loudly to her. "She-Dragon, let me tell you, I have received professional anti-interrogation training and will never submit to you." Upon hearing his words, Roswitha chuckled inwardly. She sat in front of him and reached out to touch the crystal ball placed on the tray. She said to him with a smile on her face, Is that so?" After Roswitha touched the crystal ball a few times, it suddenly emitted a blue light. Then, the glow converged into a screen. The screen suddenly started playing the last time. Leon was controlled by Roswitha's improved blood curse and kept saying prayers to her. "Roswitha, I want to kiss you. Please, give me." Leon suddenly became nervous. Although he was blindfolded by socks and couldn't see the scene, when he heard the familiar sound, his eyes slightly widened and his expression gradually became a bit scared. He stuttered. This is... Roswitha touched the crystal ball and turned her head to look at Leon. She knew that he would be very anxious when he heard this voice at this moment. She put on a mocking expression and said to him, "Huh? So who is the person begging me like this?" At this moment, the crystal ball continued to play the scene of Leon begging Roswitha. On the screen, he said another sentence to her. "Ah, Roswitha." Leon heard his voice coming out of the crystal ball again. He felt his head smoking and his body trembling uncontrollably. He became increasingly nervous, and his face instantly took on a large blush. He opened his mouth, but for a moment, he couldn't think of any words to refute Roswitha. That. Roswitha picked up the crystal ball from the tray and slowly brought it closer to Leon. Leon gradually became able to hear the sound inside the crystal ball clearly. However, he still didn't want to admit that the voice in the crystal ball was his own. He turned his head to the side, pointed with his finger to the place where the sound was coming from, and said firmly to Roswitha, "That can't be me. It's just that the sound is very similar." Roswitha knew that Leon was still trying to argue, and didn't want to admit what he had said to her. She secretly mocked him in her heart. She held the crystal ball in front of Leon, and untied the stockings tied around his eyes. She said to him with a mocking tone, "Oh, is that so? Shall I give you a closer look?" Leon felt the stocking being removed from his eyes, and his vision gradually cleared. However, when he saw the crystal ball before him, he was stunned. The crystal ball displayed images of him, and he could distinctly hear his own voice. "Roswitha, I want to kiss you, hug you, and be one with you." The sound inside the crystal ball kept drifting into Leon's ears. This gave Leon goosebumps all over his body, as if he had been electrocuted and felt very numb. He closed his eyes, and his expression became very painful. He couldn't stand the words he said to Roswitha at that time. Leon had no choice but to surrender to Roswitha. He knelt on the bed in shame, lowered his head, clasped his hands together, hoping that she wouldn't continue playing his video anymore. He shouted loudly, "No need! I remember everything." Roswitha wrapped one hand around her body and held a crystal ball with the other hand. She looked down at Leon's wretched condition, feeling quite satisfied with how quickly he had succumbed to her. She showed a victorious smile. She picked up the whip placed on the tray and said to Leon, "It's good that you remember. So now, you repeat what you just said a few more times." Roswitha held a whip in one hand and pinched the tip of the whip with the other, smiling as she looked at Leon. She has now begun to plan how to torture Leon as revenge for the torture he inflicted on her a few days ago. If you can't remember clearly, the teacher can review for you. She lifted Leon's chin with a whip, forcing him to look up at her. Faced with compromising evidence in Roswitha's possession, Leon wore a troubled expression, not daring to struggle or make excuses recklessly. He wanted to say something, but found himself unable to say anything. He had no choice but to follow the instructions of Roswitha. Under the illumination of the desk lamp, The shadows of Leon and Roswitha were projected onto the cabinet. Roswitha swung the whip in her hand and struck Leon's body with force. Leon knelt on the bed, struggling to endure the pain caused by the whip beating. After a while, Roswitha slowly approached him while beating his body. The shadows of two bodies overlapped. The warm-colored desk lamp silently illuminated Roswitha's room. It cannot speak, just silently watching their interaction, bringing them some light. It knew they had spent another unforgettable night. At this moment, the round moon has risen, bringing a bright moonlight to the starry sky. The moonlight happened to shine into Roswitha's room. At this moment, Leon and Roswitha had just experienced intense physical activity. Under the illumination of the moonlight, the marks on Leon's body from being whipped could be seen very clearly. He lay in bed, feeling as if his body had been hollowed out. He turned his head and silently shed tears for himself. At this moment, a red messenger dragon flew in from outside the window. Roswitha heard some movement by the window and immediately got out of bed and walked to the window. Messenger Dragon stood by the window and brought her a letter. After reading the contents of the letter, her expression suddenly became somewhat strange. Noticing the movements of Roswitha, Leon turned his head and noticed the messenger dragon by the window. Now that it was late in the day, something must have happened for the messenger dragon to send a letter at this time. Seeing the change in Roswitha's expression, Leon looked at her wearily and asked, "This is a letter from the academy, right? Sending the messenger dragon so late. Did something happen?" Roswitha put down the letter in her hand. She turned her head and looked at Leon with a serious expression, telling him the contents of the letter. "The academy asked us to go to the school tomorrow. Noah got into a fight with someone." Upon hearing the news, Leon was so scared that he sat up from the bed. He looked over at Roswitha with a shocked expression, somewhat disbelieving the news. "Eh?" The time gradually came from evening to morning. The starry night sky and the moon in the sky gradually transformed into an orange-red sky and sun. The location now was Vice Principal Wilson's office. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows received a bright sunrise from outside the window. The sun shone in, illuminating the entire office. Noah appeared in the office wearing a clean and neat school uniform. She stood very straight with her hands behind her back expressionlessly. From Noah's attire and appearance, she looks like she hasn't had a fight with anyone else. However, the three boys standing next to her looked quite pitiful. The red-haired boy standing in the middle is wearing a dirty school uniform. Not only was the face swollen from the blow, but even the right hand was injured and needed to be lifted with a sling. The two brown-haired boys standing next to him also had swollen marks on their faces, and their school uniforms were dirty. They stood beside the sofa, watching the people sitting on it. Leon and Roswitha, who have already arrived at the office, are sitting on the sofa. They sat straight and listened attentively to Vice Principal Wilson's next words. Vice Principal Wilson looked at them and didn't intend to beat around the bush, but spoke directly to them about the matter related to Noah's fight. "I called you here today mainly to deal with the fight between Noah and her classmates. Before Vice Principal Wilson could continue speaking, Roswitha could not hold back her angry emotions. She narrowed her eyes slightly and said to the Vice Principal, "Principal, do you mean these 3 young dragons teamed up to bully my daughter?" Roswitha crossed her hands and placed them in front of her chest, walking up to the 3 injured young dragons. She looked at them with fierce anger and a serious expression. As soon as the 3 young dragons looked up, they saw the already very angry Roswitha in front of them, and were so shocked that they screamed out on the spot. "Ah!" Leon walked over to Noa, looked behind her, and then looked in front of her. He circled around her like this, checking if she had any signs of injury. He looked at her with worried eyes and said, "Have you been injured anywhere?" Noa calmly looked ahead and didn't react too much to Leon's movements. She said to him very calmly, "No, I'm fine." Vice Principal Wilson frowned slightly. He looked to Noa and the 3 young dragons and told the truth about this fight. In fact, it was your daughter who beat them up." Upon hearing these words, Roswitha, who had just sat back on the sofa, was somewhat surprised. The anger that had risen within her instantly disappeared without a trace. She turned her head and looked at Vice Principal Wilson with a slightly awkward expression on her face. "Ah, is that so?" The 3 young dragons hugged each other very aggrieved and cried softly. It seemed that no girl had ever beaten them so badly before. Obviously, they were frightened by Noa's fighting ability. Noa calmly looked at Leon standing next to her. Leon also looked at Noa with a slightly surprised expression. The air suddenly quieted down for a moment. Then, with a proud smile, Leon sneaked a thumbs up towards Noa. He remembered the conversation between him and Noa at the beginning of the school year. It seems that she has taken his words to heart. He silently praised her in his heart. "Not bad for my daughter. Well done." Noa closed her eyes and also showed a proud expression. Vice Principal Wilson pushed his glasses. He also has some opinions on this fight incident. Although this incident was just a small brawl between young dragons, it also involved conflicts between cocoon-born and viviparous young dragons. The dragon race has 2 ways of reproducing offspring: egg-laying and live birth. There is not much difference between adult dragons when they grow up, but there are still some differences in their abilities during the young dragon stage. Oviparous young dragons inherit their strength directly from their mother's body and have certain advantages in physical fitness and talent. Viviparous young dragons need to grow and learn in order to master their strength. It can be said that within the same age group, the strength of cocoon-born young dragons is superior to that of viviparous young dragons. Vice President Wilson looked at Noa. Although a viviparous young dragon, this child used her own strength to fight 3 oviparous-born young dragons that are a few years older than herself. She has a bright future at such a young age. He is very optimistic about Noa's future development. At this moment, the office door was suddenly rudely pushed open by someone. A well-dressed adult dragon with red hair walked in. He is accompanied by 2 adult dragons. It seems that they are the fathers of those 3 young dragons. The adult dragon with red hair put his hands into his pockets and swaggered towards his son, speaking casually. "I heard my son hit someone. What a big deal. I'll pay for all the medical bills." When he saw the marks of his son's face and hand injuries, he was completely stunned. "Ah, my dear son, how did you get beaten up like this?" The two fathers around him were also very surprised when they saw their injured son. The boy with red hair turned his head with a very aggrieved expression when he heard his father's voice. "Dad!" The boy with red hair and two other boys rushed towards their father together. They cried while tightly embracing them. They feel like they have been greatly wronged. Sitting on the sofa, Roswitha recognized the race of the adult dragon with red hair at a glance as it walked in. She approached Leon and explained to him in a low voice. "That guy is a member of the Crimson Flame Dragon King Constantine's clan. The Crimson Flame Dragon clan is arrogant and domineering, making communication difficult." Upon hearing Roswitha's words, Leon did not feel afraid of this dragon from another race. The number of Crimson Flame Dragons I've slain could line up and circle the academy twice. After comforting his son, the adult dragon with red hair looked at Roswitha. He put on a very arrogant expression and said to her, "I thought who was here? Isn't this the queen of the Silver Dragon clan? As a queen, you don't even know how to discipline your own children and let her bully other dragons at will?" The boy with red hair hid behind him, looking at Roswitha with a frightened expression. "Oh, the Silver Dragon clan's combat power is not as strong as our Crimson Flame Dragon clans. Do they only dare to encourage young dragons to bully our children?" As he spoke, he approached Roswitha. Leon realized something was wrong and quickly stood in front of Roswitha to stop him. It is obvious that he is provoking her. Roswitha felt particularly uncomfortable when she heard these words. She questioned him with a somewhat angry tone. "Huh? What are you saying?" He stood in front of Leon and continued to speak provocative words without hesitation. "If you don't apologize to my son today, don't even think about walking out of this door." Leon was not to be outdone. He looked at the adult dragon in front of him and laid down harsh words to him. "Who's afraid of who? My fists are itching for a fight." Vice Principal Wilson couldn't bear to see this incident escalate into a parent fight. He slapped the table hard. "Be quiet." The three parents stopped arguing when they heard the voice of the vice principal. They all looked at the vice principal. Vice President Wilson coughed and then told them the cause and process of the incident. "Parents, please calm down and listen to me retell the process of this matter first. Last night, in the cafeteria, Lar and two classmates had an argument with Noah. Noah's plate hit Lar and dirtied his clothes. In memories, Noah calmly watched as her plate was knocked to the ground. Lar grabbed his dirty clothes and exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, my clothes!" So, on the way back to the dormitory, the three of them blocked Noah in the backyard of the dormitory and had a fierce physical altercation. Vice Principal Wilson looked to the three young dragons and asked them if there was anything else to add regarding the details of the incident. "Do you have anything to add?" The three young dragons took a step back in great fear and shook their heads, indicating that there was nothing to add. No. However, at that moment, Noa raised her hand. She seems to have something else to say. Principal, I need to add something. The daughter raised her hand and added details about the incident to the vice principal. In light of the recent incident involving my daughter, I have provided her with guidance on self-protection. The adult dragon with red hair is very angry about this. He accuses our actions and insults us. I couldn't bear to see his insults anymore, and went up to stop him. At the suggestion of the Silver Dragon Queen, the vice principal prevented him from continuing to cause trouble, and presented the results of the handling to the children. After Vice Principal Wilson finished recounting the details of the fight, Noa suggested to him that she needed to provide additional information. Noticing Noa's gesture of raising her hand, Vice Principal Wilson turned to look at her and said, "Noa, do you have anything to add?" Noa crossed her hands and placed them on her chest, with a displeased expression on her face. She turned around and looked at Lars standing beside her, revealing some details of the incident that had not been mentioned. Firstly, when in the canteen, he deliberately provoked me. Overturning the plate was just an accident. Secondly, in the backyard of the dormitory, they rushed over and scared me. I accidentally broke his arm in self-defense. Lar became nervous when he saw Noa's unhappy expression. He looked at her with a frightened expression, his body trembling slightly, and slowly took a step back. "Right, Lar?" Noa's face was expressionless, her brow furrowed slightly. She looked at him with serious eyes, as if confirming to him whether what she said was true or not. She still feels angry about his provocation towards her yesterday. Due to the terrifying aura emanating from Noa, Lar was so scared by her that she almost cried. He immediately hid behind his father again. He tightly held onto his father's hem, revealing only half of his body, and answered Noa's words hesitantly. That's right." Lar's father turned around and looked at his son with a puzzled expression. He doesn't know why his son is so afraid of a girl. He asked his son in confusion, "Why are you so afraid of her?" After listening to Noa's additional details about the matter, Leon, standing behind her, raised one hand and held his chin, thinking for a while. Then, he looked at Noa and expressed his thoughts. "Noa, I think you did something wrong." Noa seemed to notice that Leon's words had a tone of accusation towards her. She lifted her head, lowered her eyebrows, and gently clenched her hands into small fists. She looked at him with a slightly nervous mood, prepared in advance to accept Leon's preaching. However, contrary to her expectations, Leon did not criticize her approach to self-defense, as she had imagined he would. He lowered his head, bent down, patted his knee, and then proposed a method to deal with similar incidents to Noa. "If you encounter this kind of thing again, you should kick his knee first, okay?" Noa was stunned for a moment. She looked at Leon's knee, and was somewhat puzzled by his suggestion. Why kick the knee? Leon straightened his body, crossed his hands in front of his chest, and looked ahead with a very confident expression. On the battlefield, if the Crimson Flame Dragon's knee is injured, they are easily attacked. A blazing flame seemed to emerge from behind him, as if igniting his passion for battle with the dragon. Noa nodded and understood what Leon meant. Then, She took out a notebook and a pen, listening to Leon's explanation while jotting down the method. Okay, I'll pay attention next time. If something similar happens again in the future, she might really be able to use this method. After watching Leon teach Noa self-defense knowledge, Lars' father couldn't bear it anymore. He believed that Leon intentionally taught her daughter knowledge that was not good, and also intentionally guided her to bully his son. He was very angry and pointed at Leon, saying loudly to Vice Principal Wilson, "Principal, did you hear that? This guy actually taught his daughter to bully my child in public." Leon had a smile on his face, a calm expression, and paid no attention to Lars' father's words. However, this next statement from Lars' father made them feel uneasy. For a student with violent tendencies like her, an apology is no longer sufficient to resolve the issue. She should be directly expelled from school. Upon hearing him clamoring for the vice principal to expel Noa, Leon opened his eyes in surprise. Roswitha and Noa also began to feel nervous. They all looked in the direction of Lars' father. Seeing Lars' father trying to make a scene, Vice Principal Wilson, who was standing nearby, raised his hand to stop him. "Lars' dad, please calm down. Whether or not to expel Noa will be decided by St. Hiss Academy." Moreover, many students have reported that Lar often bullies some viviparous dragons. The students in the canteen last night also proved that Lar deliberately provoked Noa first. Vice Principal Wilson also added some of Lars' usual actions regarding his behavior in this incident, and also stated that this is not the first time he has bullied a dragon younger than him. As the vice principal spoke, Lar lowered his head nervously and looked aside. He also seems to know that his approach is wrong. Lars' father still felt angry. He does not accept the vice principal's explanation. His son was bullied by the dragon, but he was also accused by others of provoking others first. He widened his eyes and angrily said to the vice principal, "Principal, do you mean their daughter beat up my son, and the academy not only did not punish her, but also accused my son of deliberately provoking her?" Leon can't stand Lars' father throwing tantrums here. He walked forward, looked into Lars' father's eyes, and loudly rebuked him. "Don't you feel ashamed? How old is your son? He was beaten up by my 1-year and 2-month-old daughter. What are you shouting about?" Upon hearing that Leon's daughter was much younger than his son, Lars' father was slightly surprised. However, he still hadn't restrained himself, and continued to argue loudly to Leon. "Never mind how old my son is, the point is." They all looked at each other with angry eyes, as if sparks were about to ignite between them. At this moment, Lar whispered his age. I am 7 years and 11 months old." Leon and Lars' father looked at him together and fell silent for a moment. Lar noticed that the adults were watching him and was a little scared. He timidly took a step back. The air suddenly quieted down for a few seconds. After learning about Lars' age, Leon couldn't help but laugh. To prevent laughing too loudly, he covered his mouth with his hand. He looked at Lars' father with mocking eyes and said, "If I encounter such a shameful thing, I will definitely dig 3,000 feet deep and bury myself, letting this matter rot in my stomach forever." Lars' father became even more angry when he saw Leon's smug expression. He was so angry that he couldn't think of anything to refute Leon at once. Since he had nothing to say to Leon's daughter, he had to shift the focus of his insults from Noah to their entire family. He said with an angry expression and gritted his teeth, "A coward who dare not even show the tail. What right do you have to say about my son?" He rudely pointed with his hand at Roswitha and Noah standing not far away. "I think your whole family is lowly." Roswitha and Noah furrowed their brows slightly, looking at Lars' father with displeased expressions. They all noticed his rude behavior, but couldn't say anything for a moment. At this moment, Leon reached out and tightly grasped the finger that Lars' father pointed at them. Then, Leon forcefully twisted his fingers in the opposite direction. Leon couldn't tolerate his rude behavior and inexplicable insults towards his family. He said to Lars' father with a slightly angry tone, "You pointed at me and cursed. I endured it. But how dare you point and curse at my wife and daughter?" Lars' father's fingers were held so tightly in Leon's grip that he couldn't break free for a moment. He closed his eyes tightly in pain and raised his head, screaming loudly, "Ah!" Seeing Leon take the initiative to stop Lars' father for them, Roswitha felt some relief. She quietly smiled and silently evaluated his behavior in her heart. Leon, he's quite protective of the child. Lars' father tried several times, and finally broke free from Leon's hand. He held his painful finger and took a few steps back. However, it seems that he still doesn't know the lesson. He frowned and looked at Leon with an angry expression. He gently rubbed his injured finger and let loose with harsh words for Leon. "How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am?" Lars' father angrily rushed towards Leon, intending to have a fight with him here to vent his anger. Seeing that Lars' father's actions were somewhat off, the other two fathers immediately rushed forward and pulled him back. "Duke, don't be angry for now. The principal is still watching. Don't fight here." Although Lars' father was held back by them, he still wanted to break free from them. He revealed his identity to Leon in an attempt to intimidate him. "I am the Duke of the Crimson Flame Dragon clan. Our leader is Constantine." However, Leon was not afraid of his identity. He hugged himself and pretended he was scared of him. Come on. I'm so scared." Faced with this farce, Roswitha couldn't bear to watch anymore. She walked up and said to Lars' father, "Sir, this is a minor conflict among the children at school. If they are involved in the family status of both parties, it will not benefit you in any way." Roswitha looked at Lars' father with a serious expression and expressed her opinion on the matter. "I believe that St. Hiss Academy will make a fair judgment, regardless of the outcome of the Academy's handling. We are willing to accept it." Then, she turned her head and looked confidently at Vice Principal Wilson. After all, the final outcome of this fight still needs to be judged by the Vice Principal. Relying solely on fights between parents or involving the status of both sides still cannot lead to a good outcome. Vice Principal Wilson smiled and nodded with satisfaction. He agreed with her view. Silver Dragon Clan's queen truly has a grand vision. He looked at Lars' father, who was still angry, and gave him the final warning. "Lars' dad, if you insist on causing trouble in school and leading to the escalation of the situation, We can only cancel your son's student enrollment record." Hearing this, Lars' father froze. He stopped struggling and slowly calmed down. His anger instantly half gone. Lar also doesn't want to be unable to go to school because of his father's continued misconduct. He walked forward and grabbed his father's hem. He lifted his head with a somewhat aggrieved expression to persuade his father. "Dad, forget it. I still want to continue my studies at school." Upon hearing what Lars said to him, Lars' father hesitated a bit. He gradually restrained his unreasonable attitude and temporarily calmed down. He closed his eyes, pretended to cough a few times in an attempt to cover up the awkward scene just now, and calmly said to the vice principal, "I just lost my composure. We also accept the ideas of the academy." However, Lars' father still seems to hold a dissatisfied attitude towards this matter. He looked at Leon and Roswitha standing not far away with angry eyes, and made a small plan in his heart. "I'll step back for now. But once we're out of school, we'll see who has the last laugh." Since both parents have calmed down, Vice Principal Wilson can also announce the outcome of the fight incident here. Okay, in this incident, Lar is at fault first, while Noah acts in self-defense, though with excessive force. So, he turned his head to look at Noah first, and announced the outcome of his handling of her. Noah will go back to receive oral education from her homeroom teacher, and seriously reflect on her behavior this time. Noah lightly clenched her small fist, and looked at him with some surprise. She didn't expect her punishment result to be less severe. Then, he looked at Lar and his other two classmates. Lar and two other classmates each write a self-criticism, and submit it to the homeroom teacher. In addition, you are also responsible for classroom hygiene for a week. The above is the final processing result. Lar and his classmates sadly lowered their heads, and silently accepted the punishment result. The sunlight outside the window seemed to brighten up the office a bit, as if it was also satisfied with the outcome of this incident. After the incident was resolved, Leon and Roswitha left the office with Noah. In the hallway, Noah turned around and waved goodbye to them. "Well, I'll go back to the classroom first." Roswitha nodded, indicating that she could leave here first. Leon and Roswitha stood together, watching her leave the hallway. At this moment, Leon seemed to have remembered something. He looked at Noah's back and waved at her, reminding her to remember the method he had taught her. "If they dare to bully you again, you must kick their knees first." Noah glanced back at Leon. Though she didn't say anything, she nodded, indicating that she would keep his advice in mind. At that moment, Vice Principal Wilson suddenly appeared behind Leon. He walked forward and suddenly said to Leon, "Mr. Leon." Leon was so scared by him that he shouted out loud, "Eh?" His face doesn't look very good. Leon turned his head to Vice Principal Wilson with a smile on his face and said nervously to him, "Vice Principal Wilson, do you have anything else?" Just now he loudly reminded Noah to remember his advice. And as the vice principal, Wilson may not want to hear comments like bullying other dragons. He is worried that what he just said may have been heard by the vice principal. He thought nervously. He probably didn't hear what I just said, right? However, the vice principal didn't seem to notice what Leon said. He asked Leon another question with a serious expression. Although we have only met a few times, I have always had a question. You've never let your tail show. Upon hearing the vice principal's words, Leon's mood became even more tense. He was worried that, because he didn't show his tail, the vice principal began to doubt his identity. He opened his mouth to explain, but suddenly couldn't come up with a reason. He silently said in his heart, "Did he discover my identity?" Vice Principal Wilson smiled and looked at Leon, saying the next words. "I can't see which noble dragon clan you come from. If you're willing, can you tell me?" Noticing that something was wrong with the current situation, Roswitha quickly walked over and took Leon's arm, pretending that they were a very loving couple. She quickly explained to the vice principal, "My husband is not a member of the noble dragon clan. He is just an ordinary member of our silver dragon clan." Leon was also forced to lean tightly against Roswitha. He echoed a little nervously based on what she said. "That's right. I'm just a commoner." Vice Principal Wilson did not seem to doubt Leon's identity. He touched his beard and was pleased that they were able to raise the talented Noah. The remarkable union between the two of you has brought forth an exceptionally gifted young dragon, which is nothing short of a miracle. In short, St. Hiss Academy welcomes such children to enroll. Do you understand what I mean? The vice principal looked at them with a kind expression. However, there seemed to be other meanings in his words. You should have more children. The more, the merrier. Leon and Roswitha also saw the true thoughts floating behind the vice principal. They whispered in their hearts, "Principal, you have your thoughts written out." Vice Principal Wilson seems to be aware of his current attitude. He pretended to cough, trying to cover up his embarrassment. "I believe that on the day Noah graduates, she will be able to lead the Dragon Clan to defeat more dragon slayers." He clenched his fists excitedly and looked firmly at Leon, expressing his confidence in Noah's growth. Leon responded to Noah's encouragement with a smile, but felt uncomfortable inside. It doesn't feel great. Leon and Roswitha walked towards the other end of the hallway, while chatting with Vice Principal Wilson about other topics. However, what they didn't know was that Lars' father, who had just come out of the office, kept staring at their backs and remained silent. At this moment, Lars' father seemed to have come up with some bad idea. He led the other two fathers towards the other end of the corridor. He said with a malicious smile, "Let's go." After the outcome of our daughter's matter, the Silver Dragon Queen and I are preparing to go home together. At this moment, Lars' father wanted to fight me and avenge his son. Based on his attacking movements, I assessed his abilities and quickly defeated him. Just as I was about to leave Academy with the Silver Dragon Queen, I noticed that my daughter witnessed the entire fight. She not only praised me in person, but also gave us the cookies she made. I touched her head with joy, but the Silver Dragon Queen looked at my hand and fell into contemplation. After bidding farewell to Vice Principal Wilson, Leon and Roswitha left the teacher's office building together. Leon put his hands into his pockets, chatting with Roswitha while walking down the stairs with her. Roswitha crossed her hands in front of her chest, and walked down expressionlessly. Although she seemed a bit impatient, she still replied to Leon's words one by one. The warm sunshine shone on the staircase, making people feel like a harmonious couple communicating normally. At this moment, Lars' father walked out from somewhere with the fathers of 2 other classmates. They walked up to Leon and Roswitha, blocking their way. They all looked at Leon and Roswitha with unhappy expressions. Lars' father put his hands into his pockets and said to Roswitha with an impatient tone, "Wait a minute, Silver Dragon Queen." Leon and Roswitha stopped in their tracks when they saw Lars' father appear in front of them again. Roswitha furrowed her brow and became more alert to Lars' father. Just now, in Vice Principal Wilson's office, Lars' father clearly had plans to provoke a conflict. She realized that they had ill intentions in stopping her and Leon. She looked at Lars' father and said to him, "Is there anything else?" The Academy has already provided the outcome of this matter. Didn't you agree just now? Upon hearing Roswitha's words, Lars' father gave a gentle smile. Roswitha thought he would no longer have any objections to this matter. However, in fact, he doesn't think so. As a duke, how could he sit back and do nothing when his son was being bullied by their daughter? He spread out his hand, revealing a fake smile, and slowly approached Leon and Roswitha. "Don't be so nervous. The polite remarks I made in the office were just to save face for the Academy. Now that we are out of the Academy, we have to solve the problem according to the way of the Dragon Clan." Lars' father walked up to Leon and locked eyes with him. It was obvious that the target he was looking for was Leon. Leon frowned and looked at him with cold eyes. Then, Lars' father reached out and pointed forcefully at Leon's chest, as if provoking him. Leon lowered his head to take a look, but did not react strongly to his movements. Lars' father said to Roswitha, with a somewhat angry tone, "I want to start a duel with your husband here." Roswitha secretly looked around. She noticed that some passing teachers and parents of classmates were already looking towards them with curious eyes. Due to Lars' father intentionally creating a fighting atmosphere, many passing teachers and parents stood behind her and whispered to each other, discussing their behavior at this moment. As the queen of the Silver Dragon Clan, she also had to consider the current situation. If we refuse them here, they will definitely smear Silver Dragon Clan for being weak and afraid of war. Lars' father grinned and made a provocative expression. He said to Leon and Roswitha with a serious gaze, "You wouldn't refuse, right?" Seeing that he was really going one-on-one with Leon, and there were more and more dragons watching around, it was not convenient for Roswitha to refuse him on the spot. She approached Leon and whispered to him, "Do you want to fight? Is your body okay?" As Leon's body is still in the recovery stage, she is worried that with his current physical condition, it may be difficult for him to fight with Lars' father. However, Leon did not give up the idea of this fight at all. He looked at Lars' father with serious eyes and punched his left hand with his right hand. There is a strong fighting aura emanating from his surroundings. Obviously, he was looking forward to the fight between him and Lars' father. He takes the initiative to beg me to fight him. Of course, I have to accept it. Since Leon wanted to fight, Roswitha didn't continue to persuade him. She nodded in agreement with his idea. She stood behind Leon and reminded him to pay attention to the strength of the fight. Go ahead. Don't beat him to death. Leon flashed a confident smile and flexed his wrists casually. As he walked forward, he answered Roswitha's words. Oh. Just then, the school bell rang, signaling the end of class. Noa has just finished class. She walked out of the classroom holding a beautiful box. 2 young dragons ran past her. The brown-haired young dragon excitedly said to the green-haired young dragon, "Hurry up! I heard there are dragons fighting in front of the gate. Let's go take a look." Upon hearing their conversation, Noa instinctively looked in the direction they were running. Fight? Could it be? Noa furrowed her brow gently, as if sensing something happening at the school gate. When she heard the word, fight, she remembered what Lars' father had said in the vice principal's office. She felt a little worried. So she followed in the footsteps of the 2 young dragons and ran down the teaching building. The corridors of the teaching building and the school gate were crowded with students watching Leon and Lars' father fight. In order to see the fighting scene more clearly, some students even climbed onto the decorations at the school gate to watch. All the students watching excitedly looked at them, discussing the scene of the fight with each other. Look, there are dragons fighting. Who is fighting with whom? In order to facilitate the fight, Leon and Lars' father came to an open space in front of the school gate. Leon was doing warm-up exercises with a relaxed expression. He first stretched his thighs, and then stretched his arms to relax his body. He seems to have full confidence in this fight. Lars' father, who was standing across from Leon, carefully observed him for a while and noticed that Leon didn't look as strong. This guy looks weak and doesn't even dare to show his tail. There's nothing to be afraid of except for his tough mouth. Lars' father revealed a sinister smile. Since Leon looks so weak, he has nothing to fear. As long as he wins, he can avenge his son. He silently thought in his heart, "My son lost a fight. Today I'll beat up her dad and help him regain his confidence." Seeing that Leon had already finished warm-up exercises, Lars' father introduced him to the rules of fighting. He was also worried that Leon, who was so weak, would not be able to defeat him, so he took the initiative to lower the difficulty for him. The Crimson Flame Dragon clan won't bully anyone. As long as you can hold on for 3 rounds, I'll concede defeat. However, Leon didn't pay any attention to his words. He closed his eyes, placed one hand on his waist, and casually picking his ear with the other, showing a very casual expression. He impatiently said to Lars' father, Okay, save the speeches. Let's get started." He urged Lars' father to start quickly, and flicked the extracted earwax towards him. In the face of Leon's provocation and belittling of him, Lars' father became infuriated. He clenched his fists and looked at Leon with an angry expression. "You! Don't underestimate me." Lars' father widened his eyes in anxiety. He angrily cursed Leon while rushing towards him. Ha! He gathered magic on his right hand and formed a flame. He raised his fist wrapped in flames and swung it forcefully towards Leon. Seeing that the fight had begun, Leon quickly adjusted his state as well. With a serious look in his eyes, he prepared for Lars' father's attack. Based on the movements and attack style of Lars' father, Leon quickly analyzed his abilities. He turned his body and easily dodged Lars' father's attack. Hey! He silently evaluated Lars' father in his heart. I didn't guess wrong. This guy is much weaker than the dragon clan I encountered on the battlefield. Leon lightly jumped on the ground while raising 2 fingers to Lars' father. He reminded him with a smile. There are still 2 rounds left. Lars' father was very dissatisfied when he saw Leon dodge his attack. Noticing Leon's provocation, his anger couldn't help but rise again. He immediately turned around and continued attacking. He frowned and impatiently said to Leon, "You're so good at hiding. Don't tell me you're a chicken?" Lars' father knelt on one knee while speaking provocative words to Leon. He forcefully slammed his fist wrapped in flames onto the ground. The ground where he and Leon were located immediately cracked several slits, and even the floor bricks were thrown out by flame magic. It seems that the power of his punch is very great. Leon remained unwavering in response to Lars' father's provocation. When he saw the cracked ground, he immediately jumped into the air to dodge the cracks and flying bricks on the ground. The punch of Lars' father obviously didn't hurt Leon in the slightest. In order to increase his attack power, he quickly gathered the flame magic into his mouth and sprayed it forcefully in the direction of Leon. Leon noticed a very bright and intense flame flying towards him. He could feel the temperature on his face and body getting higher and higher. However, in the face of the blazing flames that were coming closer and closer to him, his face did not show any expression of fear or retreat. He stared closely at the flame, as if contemplating something. As the flames were about to approach his face, he quickly descended from the air and landed next to Lars' father. The flames spewed out by Lars' father exploded into a huge and beautiful spark in the azure sky. Leon squatted lightly on the ground, perfectly avoiding the 2 attacks of Lars' father. Lars' father looked down and found Leon squatting next to him unscathed. He was very surprised. He has attacked Leon 3 times in a row, so he has no chance to launch an attack on Leon anymore. Leon lifted his head with a firm gaze and gave him a confident smile. This time, it's my turn. Leon quickly stood up and kicked Lars' father's calf socket hard. Lars stumbled forward and suddenly lost strength in his legs. He cried out in pain. Huh! He half knelt on the ground, clutching his injured calf. He hadn't expected Leon to come at him in this way at all. He lifted his head and looked at Leon with angry eyes. You! Before Lars' father could react, Leon quickly flashed in front of him again. He clenched his right hand into a fist and concentrated all his strength on his right fist. He wore a confident smile, believing that the outcome of this fight had already been determined. Then, he punched Lars' father hard in the face. Unable to fight back, Lars' father was thus quickly knocked out by Leon. Lars' father was sent flying for a long distance by Leon's punches, and only managed to stop when he hit a nearby building hard. Then, he collapsed to the ground, temporarily passed out. Seeing that Lars' father no longer had the strength to stand up, Leon clapped his hands and cleaned the dust off his hands. It is obvious that he won the battle this time. Dealing with dragons of this level is a piece of cake for him. Who is a dragon slayer? He smiled lightly and muttered to himself, "I don't even need magic to deal with guys of your level." Seeing Lars' father get hit by Leon, to the point where he directly fainted, the fathers of the other two students felt very scared and shocked. They were so frightened that they shouted out loud, "Ah! Duke Rail!" They had probably never seen their Duke get beaten so badly by another dragon. Leon turned his head, and his expression quickly changed from a smile to a cold one. He clenched his fists to show them and asked them, "Do you want to give it a try?" If they feel dissatisfied, Leon can also have another fight with them. Both fathers were so scared when they heard Leon's words that they couldn't speak for a moment. They witnessed the entire process of Leon and Lars' father fighting, and also witnessed how powerful Leon's abilities were. Seeing Lars' father faint on the ground, they were so scared that they dared not have any complaints against him. They showed an awkward smile. They shook their heads wildly and waved their hands, indicating that they would not participate in the fight. No, no. They ran to pick up Lars' father, who had already passed out, and quickly dragged him away from the school gate. Leon watched their fleeing figures and stood behind to warn them. "Take him away quickly. Tell your son to stay away from my daughter from now on." Seeing their figures disappear at the end of the road, Leon breathed a sigh of relief. The fight between Leon and Lars' father has come to an end. He turned his head with a smile and prepared to ask Roswitha to come home with him. "Okay, let's go." "Noah, when did you come?" At that moment, Leon suddenly noticed Noah standing behind him. He didn't know that Noah had been standing here since. Noah looked up and found Leon looking towards her. She was holding the beautiful box and staring blankly at Leon. There were also some onlookers on the stairs who were looking at her and Leon with envious eyes. Noticing that Leon was watching her, she immediately shifted her gaze to the nearby building. She seems to have been standing here for a long time. Her face was a little red, as if she was a bit shy towards Leon. She stammered to explain her reason for being here. I just happened to pass by and saw that this place is a bit lively." Then, Noah walked up to Roswitha and handed her the beautiful box in her hand. She said to them, "This is for you." Leon looked at the box and curiously asked her, "What is it?" Roswitha took Noah's box. She opened it and found a large heart-shaped cookie inside. She was a little surprised by this cookie. Noah lowered her head, her gaze drifting away. She was worried that the cookie she made for the first time wouldn't taste good to them. She nervously rubbed her hands and explained to them with a shy expression, "This is the cookie that the teacher taught us to make in cooking class. I only got second place. Maybe the taste isn't very good. You can give it a try." Roswitha smiled and broke the large cookie into 2 pieces. She picked up one of them and took a bite, only to find that the taste was actually quite good. Not as bad as Noah had said. She praised Noah while eating cookies. How could it not taste good? This is delicious. Leon, you should try it too. She handed Leon the other half of the cookie and hinted with her eyes that he should try it quickly. Leon picked up his other half of the cookie and ate it with relish. The rich flavor of cookie spread in his mouth. The crispy chocolate chips melted in his mouth, making him feel the sweet taste. That's right. How could the cookies made by my daughter not taste good? You will definitely get first place next time. After Leon and Roswitha finished their cookie, Noa walked up to Leon. Leon saw Noa approaching him and was still thinking about what else she had to say to them. She put her hands behind her back and hesitated for a moment. Then, she lifted her head and said to Leon, "Just now, you were very handsome." Upon hearing Noa praise him directly in front of him, Leon suddenly froze. His face quickly turned red. He silently thought in his heart, "Noa actually praised me directly? Does this mean that the relationship between her and me has taken a step closer?" Leon smiled happily. Two cute little angels also appeared in his mind cheering for him. Noa was able to initiate interaction with him is a very gratifying thing for him. In order not to let his joy be too obvious, he scratched his head with his hand and pretended to smile calmly at Noa. "Ahaha, of course, your dad is really amazing." Noa also showed a faint smile as she looked at Leon. Leon reached out and gently touched Noa's head. At this moment, Roswitha standing beside couldn't smile. She lowered her head and looked at the hand that Leon had placed on Noa's head. She found that there were very obvious injuries on the back of his hand. She looked at Leon and fell into contemplation. The Silver Dragon Queen noticed that my hand was injured and brought me a medicine box to apply medicine for me. She thanked me for today's matter. I feel like everything I did was for the daughter. A few days later, the sister of the Silver Dragon Queen invited us to her house as guests. She warmly welcomed us and interacted with our daughters. After dinner, she plans to show us photos of the Silver Dragon Queen when she was a child. Just as the Silver Dragon Queen was about to snatch the album away, I took it and looked at it. It's already evening now. After dinner, Leon returned to his room. He sat on the sofa, holding a brown-covered book in both hands, and read it very seriously. The title of this book is Encyclopedia of Dragon Parenting, with the subtitle 108 Ways to Communicate with Babies. He appears to be studying the book's content to better understand his daughter's current developmental stage, aiming to refine his parenting approach and improve communication with them. He analyzed the way Noa and Muen usually spoke to him based on the content of the book. At that moment, the knocking sound outside the door interrupted his thoughts. He lifted his head and looked towards the door, wanting to confirm who would come to his room at this time. Then, his room door was opened. The person knocking on the door is Roswitha. She walked in wearing a white nightgown and black stockings, carrying a small medical kit. Leon saw that the person coming in was her, so he placed the book in his hand on the table next to him. He asked her in confusion, "Oh, why are you here?" He didn't know what she was doing in his room with the medical kit at this time. Roswitha did not immediately answer his question. She walked straight to the sofa where Leon was sitting and sat down next to him. Leon moved towards the side of the sofa, freeing up some space for Roswitha. He turned his head and looked at her with a slightly surprised expression. Her appearance in his room at this point is very suspicious. He was worried that she might want to torture him all night again. He was thinking nervously in his heart. Why is she sitting next to me? Did she conceive some novel way to play again? However, Roswitha did not do anything to him as Leon had thought. She placed one hand on the medical kit, ready to open it, and then extended the other hand towards Leon. She said to Leon, "Hand." Her eyes looked to the side with some blush on her face. She seemed a little shy about the request. Leon's tense emotions disappeared instantly. He looked at her with a puzzled expression. Huh? He didn't know what she meant by making this gesture towards her. Roswitha saw his puzzled expression and explained to him, "Isn't your hand already injured?" Leon knew that Roswitha was talking about his hand injury. This morning, Lars' father challenged him to a duel. As a top dragon slayer, how could he not agree to this request? He couldn't stand Lars' father's provocation towards their family anymore. He mustered all his strength and struck down Lars' father with a powerful blow. As a result, due to excessive force, serious injuries appeared on the back of his hand. Leon lifted his injured hand and looked at it, his expression calm. He seemed indifferent to the scar. "Oh, you're talking about this. It's just a minor injury. It'll be fine in a couple of days." However, Roswitha is still somewhat concerned about Leon's injuries. She closed her eyes and shyly pulled his hand over. "Give me your hand, hurry up." Seeing that Roswitha insisted on applying medicine to his injured hand, Leon dared not continue to persuade him. Roswitha opened the medical kit placed on her lap and took out a cotton swab and a bottle of red medicine. She put a cotton swab into the bottle and dipped it in some red medicine. Then, she took Leon's hand and used a cotton swab to apply red medicine to the back of his hand. The red potion covered Leon's back of his hand, making him feel a bit cold, but also a bit painful. He called out softly, "Ah." He didn't expect the injury on the back of his hand to be quite serious. He took a gentle breath. The hand trembled slightly due to the pain. Roswitha noticed Leon's movements. She gently grasped his hand while applying medicine to him. "Don't move. It will be fine soon." After Roswitha finished speaking, Leon stopped moving casually. He slightly lowered his head and looked at her, who was carefully applying medicine to him. He froze a little as he stared at her figure. He silently said in his heart, "As a seasoned dragon slayer, I have countless injuries on my body. I used to handle casually. This is the first time someone has been so careful in helping me apply medicine." Roswitha held a cotton swab and carefully applied medicine to Leon's back of his hand. Then, she pulled his hand in front of her and noticed that some areas were severely injured. She put the cotton swab back into the medicine bottle and dipped it in some extra red medicine. She applied more red medicine to the severely injured area on the back of her hand with a cotton swab. After the potion had fully coated the back of Leon's injured hand, Roswitha took the cotton swab away and gently rested his hand on her thigh. Then, she took out a bandage from the medical kit and prepared to wrap it around his hand. Leon could feel the gentle movements of Roswitha and also feel her fingertips wandering on his hand. Roswitha's palms are soft and hot. Her fingertips feel slightly cool. The areas she touched are itchy. What am I overthinking? Realizing his thoughts about Roswitha, Leon immediately turned his head to the side. He didn't want to admit that Roswitha sitting in front of him now would treat him so gently. However, his physical reaction did not lie to him. His face slowly turned red, and he was even too shy to look at him. Roswitha focused on wrapping Leon's bandage without looking up to see his small movements. At this moment, she suddenly spoke to Leon. "Today's matter, thank you." Leon still didn't look directly at Roswitha. He opened one eye and glanced at her, saying with some confusion, Why thank me?" After wrapping Leon's hand in a bandage, Roswitha took out a pair of scissors from the medical kit and cut off the excess bandage. She tied the bandage on Leon's hand into a bow and gently tightened it. She explained to him what happened at school today. "Lars' father has a domineering attitude, but you take the initiative to stand up and protect me and Noah." Leon understood that what she wanted to thank was for today's matter, so he gave her a gentle smile. Those are all things I should do. Although we live as strangers, in front of outsiders, you are at least my." This is all for Noah. Realizing that he was about to say something related to Roswitha, Leon immediately changed his words. He raised his hand and casually touched his neck, trying to hide the embarrassment of having just said the wrong thing. However, the increasing redness on his face had already revealed his inner thoughts at that moment. Upon hearing what he said, Roswitha did not refute it. She closed her eyes and touched her braid with her hand, revealing a faint smile on her face. I knew you wouldn't admit it so easily." After dealing with Leon's injuries, Roswitha remembered that there was one more thing she hadn't told Leon. "By the way, my sister has sent a letter inviting our whole family to visit her place. Do you want to go?" Leon thought for a moment, then replied to her, "Your sister? I don't want to go." Upon hearing his answer, Roswitha closed her eyes and spoke to him with a threatening tone. "Okay, then let's settle the previous matter." Leon was so scared at the thought of how she had tortured him several times at night that he dared not continue to refuse her. "Fine, I'll go, all right?" The moon gradually dispersed the clouds around it, silently watching the interaction between Leon and Roswitha. A dragon roar and the sound of flapping wings echoed through the sky. Roswitha, transformed into a dragon form, flew with Leon, Noah, and Muen to Roswitha's sister, Isa's house. They are going to visit Isa's house that day. The sunset gradually dyed the sky from azure to orange-red. It seems that they spent almost a day on the road. Gradually, a huge castle appeared in front of them. Obviously, they have flown into the territory of the Red Dragon clan. After finding the location of the city gate, Roswitha slowly landed on an open space in front of the gate. She flapped her wings and lifted up all the sand around her. It seems that it will take some more time, for her to land on the ground. At this moment, Isa and the servants had been waiting for them at the city gate for a long time. The first to come down from the dragon's back is Noa, followed by Leon and Muen. Noa hugged her chest with both hands and walked slowly forward. Leon held onto Muen and gently patted her with his hand, trying to wake her up. "We're here. Muen, wake up." Muen slowly opened his sleepy eyes and looked around, only to realize that they had arrived at their destination. She gently rubbed her eyes with her hand and answered Leon's words in a daze. The Red Dragon Queen Isa waved her hand to Roswitha and ran towards her. With a smile on her face, she joyfully called out the name of Roswitha. "Ros." Isa threw herself onto Roswitha's dragon head in an instant. She tightly hugged the dragon head of Roswitha and gently stroked her. She was very excited and said to Roswitha, "Your dragon form is still so handsome." Due to Isa repeatedly rubbing against her dragon head, she couldn't help but revert back to her human form. "Isa, it's so itchy." Roswitha turned her head and looked shyly at Isa. Faced with her enthusiasm, Roswitha still couldn't resist. Isa still tightly hugged her and kept rubbing against her face. She looked at her with a smile and said, "Even when you change back, you're still adorable." She hasn't seen her lovely sister for a long time. She wants to spend more time with her. Isa leaned closer to Lothar's face and carefully examined her, then happily rested her head on her shoulder. Isa's affectionate behavior made even Roswitha unable to refuse. She smiled lightly and said to Isa, "Isa, let me introduce my husband and daughter to you. You haven't officially met them before. This is my husband, Leon Kazmid." She raised her hand and asked Isa to look towards her, indicating that the person standing next to her was Leon. Leon raised his hand and waved it at Isa, showing her a smile. Ahaha. After the embrace with Roswitha ended, Isa looked over to Leon and greeted him happily. "Hello, it's so good to finally see you awake." Then, Roswitha lowered her head and gently patted Noa and Muen standing on either side of her, introducing them to Isa. "This is my daughters." Muen stepped forward in front of Roswitha and excitedly raised her hand to greet Isa. "Hello, Auntie Isa." Muen was delighted to meet Isa. However, Noa is not necessarily the case. After seeing Isa, she took a step back behind Roswitha. She had one hand behind her back, and the other hand gently grabbing onto Roswitha's clothes. She seems a bit shy towards Isa. Isa was very happy to see the children. She crouched down, tightly embracing Muen with both hands, and rubbing against her face. She hugged Muen while guessing their names. "Oh, let me guess. You're Muen, and the one behind you is Noa, right?" Muen nodded, indicating that what Isa said was correct. "Yes, Auntie Isa guessed correctly." Isa noticed that the two children could clearly see the difference and said to them, "You are the same as what Ross said in the letter." Seeing that Noa was still shy and afraid to embrace her, Isa opened her arms to make room for Noa's embrace. She took the initiative to ask Noa, "Noa, do you want your auntie to hug you too?" Noa looked at her with a red face and hesitated for a moment. She lowered her head, looked away, and nervously rubbed her hand. Then, she nodded and whispered to her. Okay. After obtaining Noa's consent, Isa quickly pulled her over. She tightly hugged Noa and Muen, and gently wrapped her tail around them. She lightly rubbed their faces, with a happy smile on her face. It seems that Isa likes them very much. Muen closed her eyes and rubbed against Isa, revealing a happy smile as well. Although Noa still looks shy, she must also be happy for this enthusiastic aunt in her heart. Surrounded by lovely children, Isa feels really happy now. She said with a joyful heart, "It's so happy to touch such a cute little dragon girl." Immersed in the joy of embracing the child, she almost forgot that her brother-in-law was standing next to her. She touched the heads of Noa and Muen while looking up at Leon. "I heard from Ross that you usually take care of the children. Thank you for your help." Upon hearing Isa's gratitude, Leon smiled at her. "It's not really hard. I enjoy taking care of children, and they are also close to me." Standing next to him, Roswitha was a little unhappy with his words. She raised an eyebrow and looked at him. "They are clearly closer to me, right?" Leon's competitive spirit suddenly flared up at that moment. He looked at Roswitha and said, with a hint of dissatisfaction, "Wife, are you joking? How could this be possible?" Roswitha furrowed her brow gently, and her expression suddenly became serious. She approached Leon and reiterated what she had just said. "Do you think I'm joking with you?" In front of Roswitha's family, Leon dared not say too much to her. Okay. They are close to you. I'm going easy on you." Isa smiled as she watched them argue, and evaluated their relationship. "Your relationship is really good." Upon hearing what Isa had said to them, Leon and Roswitha immediately turned their heads to the side. Their faces were tinged with a blush, as if they were embarrassed by Isa's words. They stuttered to Isa, It's okay." Having said so much, it's not convenient for Isa to let them stand at the city gate for so long. She warmly invited them into the castle. Okay. You must be tired after traveling so far. Let's go in first." The living room of the Red Dragon Castle is very large, and there are many pieces of furniture with red as the main color. After dinner, Leon and Roswitha sat on the sofa to rest. Noa and Muen sat on another sofa chatting together. At this moment, Isa walked over with a thick photo album. Noa and Muen lifted their heads and noticed Isa walking towards the sofa where they were sitting. Isa approached them and raised the brown photo album in her hand. "Do you want to see your mother's childhood photos?" Upon hearing that she could see her mother's past photos, Muen's eyes lit up. She excitedly raised her hand to Isa. "Wow, I want to see." However, Roswitha, who was sitting on the sofa next to Muen, was somewhat surprised. "What?" Roswitha doesn't seem to want Leon and the children to see her childhood photos. She quickly rushed to Isa and tried to snatch the photo album. She said anxiously, "Isa, why do you still have those photos? Give them to me quickly." Noticing Roswitha's movements, she immediately raised the photo album higher to prevent her from obtaining it immediately. Oh, Ross seems shy. Isa gave Leon a suggestive glance. Leon looked at her and immediately knew her intention. Just as Roswitha was about to snatch the photo album, Isa gave it a strong toss across to Leon, standing opposite her. With a light jump, Leon caught it securely in both hands. Seeing the photo album in Leon's hands, Roswitha's face instantly turned red. Hey, wait! She wanted to stop Leon from opening the album, but it was too late. Leon has already opened the photo album. There's nothing more embarrassing than flipping through childhood photos. Let me see what skeletons you've got hiding in your closet. Opening one page of the album, Leon seemed to see something. He showed a very surprised expression. This is... After opening the photo album, my daughters and I all saw the photos of the Silver Dragon Queen before. We couldn't help but praise her in the photo. Just as we were still wanting to know more about the Silver Dragon Queen's past, the Red Dragon Queen showed us a video about her. The words spoken by the Silver Dragon Queen in the video touched me deeply, but she actually didn't want me to continue watching the video. After finishing our chat with the Red Dragon Queen, the Silver Dragon Queen and I returned to our room, only to find that the room's arrangement seemed a bit strange. After catching the photo album tossed by Isa, Leon turned around and began flipping through its contents. Roswitha wanted to stop Leon from looking at the album, but she was too late to run over and grab it. Leon turned to one of the pages, and a photo inside immediately caught his attention. He couldn't help but evaluate. Wife, I didn't expect you to have such a side. Upon hearing Leon's words, Roswitha instinctively became nervous. Noa and Muen are also very curious about the photo of Roswitha. Muen reached out her hand to Leon and wanted him to show them the photo. Dad, we also want to look. In order to show them which photo he was referring to, Leon took it out of the album. He turned around, showed them the photo, and said to Roswitha with a smile, "You look so energetic when you were still a student." Isa took a look at this photo and immediately knew when it was taken. Oh, this is a photo of Ross as an outstanding student representative giving a speech on stage. In the photo, Roswitha stands in front of the speech stage with a very lively smile on her face. She was wearing the school uniform of St. Hiss Academy and had her silver long hair tied into a ponytail, looking very spirited. She held the script needed for her speech in her right hand and placed her left hand on her body, confidently delivering her speech to the students on stage. Sunshine and green trees serve as her background, creating a good atmosphere for her. The lively and cheerful Roswitha in the photo is obviously completely different from her current personality. Leon couldn't help but evaluate her again. Why have you grown into such a cold and aloof queen now? Ah! Realizing that he was going to say something she didn't like to hear, Roswitha immediately walked up to him. Then, she kicked him hard with her high heels to stop him from continuing. Leon felt the pain in his feet and called out softly. He didn't dare to scream in front of his daughters and Isa. Roswitha angrily took the photo from Leon's hand. She looked at Leon with displeased eyes and whispered a reminder to him. Don't get too cocky. You might be her next target for pranks. Leon lifted his injured foot and gently rubbed it, while showing an awkward smile to Roswitha. now that he knew she was angry. He didn't continue speaking. Leon placed the photo album on a relatively short table, making it easy for Noa and Muen to see it. Noa helped flip through the album and looked at the photos inside with Muen. It seems that they are very interested in the photos of their mother when she was a child. Isa stood behind them with a smile on her face as she watched them flip through the photos. She said to them, "There are many photos of your mother when she was a child ahead. You can take a look." Looking at these photos, Isa recalled things from the past. When she was a child, she was white and soft, and it felt really comfortable to touch. These 2 pages in the album contain several photos of Roswitha's childhood. There is a photo of her being scared and crying when she saw a spider. There are 2 photos of her crawling around in bed and sleeping when she was just born. There is a photo of her defeating a beast, even bigger than herself alone. There is a photo of her shyly holding up her award. Noa and Muen looked at these photos and said happily, "Mom, it's so small." Muen also wants to touch Mom. After reading these 2 pages, Noa flipped over the album to another page. At this moment, Muen saw a very special photo. She pointed to it and excitedly said, "Mom is so cool in this photo." Upon hearing what Muen said, Leon standing next to them felt curious. "Let me look." He gently bent down and leaned closer to Muen to see which photo it was. In the photo, Roswitha is wearing a crown on her head, a very gorgeous white outfit on her body, and a red cloak on her shoulders. She sat on the throne and showed a cool smile as she looked ahead. This aristocratic attire reflects the majesty and heroic demeanor of Roswitha. Isa looked at the photo and explained to them, "Oh, this is a photo taken on the day when Roswitha inherited the title of Silver Dragon Queen." Leon turned his head to look at Roswitha and gave her an enigmatic smile. "Wow, you're really cool." Upon hearing Leon's praise of her, Roswitha closed one eye and quietly turned her head to look to the other side. Although she didn't want to accept his evaluation of her, the blush on her face had already exposed her emotions at this moment. Noa and Muen flipped through the album page after page and looked through all the photos of Roswitha from childhood to adulthood. Noa flipped through the album one more page and found that there was nothing else left. She said a little surprised, "This is the last page." Muen held her face with both hands and looked at the photo album, feeling a little disappointed. "No more? Muen wants to see more photos of Mom." Noticing that Noa and Muen had already finished looking at the photos, Roswitha breathed a light sigh of relief. She walked up behind them, picked up the photo album, and gently closed it. "Okay, now that we're done looking, you can take it back and put it away." Isa. Just as Roswitha was about to hand over the photo album to Isa took out a crystal ball from behind. She held it and looked at them with a smile. "It's not over yet. Do you know what this is?" Roswitha became nervous again when she saw that Isa wanted to show them her past to them again. She couldn't help but shout, "Isa!" The crystal ball in Isa's hand is something that Leon is all too familiar with. He excitedly raised his hand and answered Isa's question. "I know. This is called the recording stone." Isa covered her mouth with her hand, shaking the recording stone on her hand, while giving them a mischievous smile. She said to Noa and Muen, "Do you want to watch your mother's videos?" Noa and Muen feels very excited. They lifted their heads and looked at Isa, with an undisguised expectation on their faces. They spoke in unison. "Yes." Roswitha doesn't want them to know about her past anymore. She immediately walked up to Isa and looked at her with a pitiful expression. She held Isa's hand and said to her, "Isa, as your biological sister, I beg you not to release the contents inside." Seeing that Roswitha was trying to stop Isa from showing them the video, Leon couldn't help himself. He also walked up to Isa and put his hands together in front of his chest, making a gesture of pleading with her. He wore a face full of expectation and said to her sincerely, "I also beg you, as your brother-in-law, you must show us what's inside." Although he was saying that, he secretly thought to himself, "Roswitha is so resistant, there must be some unspeakable videos hidden in there." Leon and Roswitha leaned against each other, praying that Isa would listen to one of them. Isa closed her eyes and covered her head with her hand. She smiled and shook her head lightly, pretending to be very difficult with their demands. Then, she approached them with a playful expression on her face. She reached out a finger and shook it, then said to them, "Well, Leon is a guest at home for the first time, so let's listen to him first. I'll listen to Ross next time." "Yeah." After Isa agreed to Leon's request, Leon smiled. He extended 2 fingers towards Roswitha and made a victorious gesture. Roswitha looked at Leon with very angry eyes. She could only curse him fiercely in her heart. "I will definitely not bring you here again next time." Isa asked the maid to help turn off the lights in the living room. Then, she found a small cushion and placed the crystal ball on top of it. She touched it a few times, and then it emitted a dazzling light and played the video. Leon and Roswitha stood in front watching, while Noa and Muen stood behind them watching. While the video was playing, Isa also reminded them, "This is a super precious video." Soon, a scene appeared in the video. The moon quietly stays in the sky and illuminates the dark sky around it with a faint moonlight. Under the moonlight, the small river shimmered, and occasionally, the sound of flowing water could be heard. A gust of wind blew by, and the woods near the small river made a faint sound, as if making background music for the video. The entire environment is very harmonious. It seems that this video was taken at night. Upon seeing this scene, Roswitha suddenly remembered something. She said, somewhat surprised, "This place." She quickly reached out her hand, trying to cover Leon's eyes. She doesn't want him to see the content of the video. "You can't watch." Leon was startled by her action. He didn't know why she suddenly became nervous. He tried to take her hand away while speaking in confusion. "What?" Next, the video showed Roswitha during her student days. She sat on a pile of rocks by a small stream, her cheeks slightly flushed as she gazed at the recording stone. At this moment, Isa's voice sounded in the video. "Ross, what are your criteria for choosing a spouse in the future?" Upon hearing her sister's question, Roswitha hesitated for a moment. She turned her head shyly and tried to avoid the capture of the recording stone. "Isa, Don't make any videos. It's embarrassing. However, Isa is still curious about this question. Don't be shy. Tell me about it. Since her sister wants to know, it's not convenient for Roswitha to keep it a secret. She looked up at the sky and pondered for a moment. Then, she reached out and scratched her face, with a shy expression, and said to Isa, let me think. First of all, this person's grades should be stronger than mine, preferably having won many first places. Then, he should have a sense of responsibility, not hate children. In the video, Roswitha slowly reveals her criteria for choosing a spouse. However, these standards seem to be in line with the current Leon. Muen was a bit surprised to notice this. She whispered to Noa standing beside her. Mom's obviously referring to Dad, right? Noa looked at her and nodded, agreeing with her opinion. And be strong, but not bully the weak. He has his own code of conduct, and is not influenced by the race or the outside world. Upon hearing this passage, Leon extended his finger to point at the scene and began to boast. He's powerful, but he doesn't bully others. That's right. This is indeed referring to me. Roswitha was a bit angry about Leon's self-evaluation. She said to him with angry eyes, "Bah! Don't you feel ashamed?" She reached out and twisted Leon's face to one side, trying to stop him from continuing to watch the video. However, Leon tried to turn his face and look ahead, wanting to get rid of her hand. Standing next to them, Isa noticed that they were arguing with each other over the standards in the video. She smiled and quietly continued to observe them. At this moment, after listening to what Roswitha said, Isa in the video said to her, "These 3 points are all difficult, especially the last one. Many people lose themselves after gaining power and authority." In the video, Roswitha holds her legs with both hands and looks up at the moon in the sky. The moonlight seemed to want to respond to her, gently enveloping her figure. Her eyes shone brightly, as if filled with hope for the future. Who knows? If there were no such people, I wouldn't want to force myself to get married. If I get married in the future, I will only marry someone like this. Then, Roswitha turned her head to look at the recording stone and revealed a very cute smile. For her future husband, she expressed her firm resolve. Leon was instantly mesmerized by the smile on Roswitha's face in the video. He slightly widened his eyes and opened his mouth in surprise. He stared blankly ahead, his mind still echoing with the words spoken by Roswitha. Then, Leon's face slowly turned red. He only found out that Roswitha was looking for a husband like him. He quietly turned his head to look at her and stuttered. "So, I am perfect in your mind." Roswitha immediately turned her head and avoided Leon's gaze. She doesn't want to admit that he is the best husband in her heart. She explained hesitantly, trying to conceal her emotions at the moment. That's just something I casually said when I was young." Noticing that Roswitha didn't want to answer him directly, Leon secretly smiled. He lightly touched Roswitha with his arm and joked with her. I know. You don't have to be so shy." At this moment, Isa seemed curious about their relationship. She crossed her hands on her chest and walked up to them, asking them a question. "I'm also curious. Who among you first liked whom? Upon hearing this question, Leon and Roswitha did not hesitate. They reached out their hands and pointed at each other, speaking in unison. She likes me first. He likes me first. Roswitha was very dissatisfied with Leon's answer. She looked at Leon with a threatening gaze and angrily said to him, "Do you dare to say it again?" Leon felt the anger from her. He nervously glanced to the side and immediately dared not say anything else. In order to avoid being avenged by Roswitha, he had to change his statement. Leon thought quickly in his head about what to say. Then, he slowly raised his hand and explained to Isa with a helpless expression. She likes me first, but I ignored her. Later, I regret it and start liking her instead. Roswitha closed her eyes and nodded, quite satisfied with his explanation. She whispered, "That's more like it." Watching the interaction between Leon and Roswitha, Isa found it very interesting. She supported her chin with one hand and looked at them with a smile. "Sure enough, your relationship is very good." Leon and Roswitha immediately turned their heads aside and did not look at each other. They seemed to be trying to make excuses for their relationship. "No." Isa chuckled softly. Then, she continued to share information about Roswitha. She said to them very happily, "So, do you want to read the love letters that Ross received back then? These love letters are a pile of them." Leon, Noah, and Muen looked at Isa with anticipation on their faces. "We want to see." However, Roswitha really didn't want them to continue to know about her. She shouted in a hurry, "Isa, why do you even keep that one? Let me burn it now." Roswitha's voice echoed throughout the entire Red Dragon Castle. At this moment, the Red Dragon Castle remained quietly in the dark night. It lit up some lights, silently illuminating the surroundings of the castle. They had a very harmonious and noisy day. After the chat with Isa was ended, Leon and Roswitha walked towards the room together. As soon as she arrived at the door, Roswitha noticed that the room seemed a bit strange. Leon felt a little puzzled when he saw her suddenly stop. He asked her, "What's up?" There is a bathtub filled with hot water in the room. There were also some roses sprinkled on the bathtub. Then, in the middle of the bed, many roses were arranged in a heart shape and placed on top. The overall color tone of the room is red, and red candles are placed next to the bed as decorations. The whole atmosphere feels like a room where couples sleep. Seeing the room with this kind of arrangement, both Leon and Roswitha froze. They looked at the scene in front of them in surprise, and silently said in their hearts, "What is this situation?" The Red Dragon Queen has carefully prepared a couple's room for me and the Silver Dragon Queen. When we wanted to sleep in separate rooms, the Red Dragon Queen seemed to disagree with our idea. We have no choice but to sleep together in this room. Although I don't want to sleep with her, her thoughts seem different from mine. When the Silver Dragon Queen was taking a shower, she rushed me to the balcony. Here, I met the Red Dragon Queen. While drinking with her, I also knew some secrets about the Silver Dragon Queen. Leon and Roswitha's room is covered in red, and the atmosphere created by the room is also subtle. This looks like a room that a couple hotel would have. At this moment, Isa also entered the room. She watched their reaction to the room with a smile. Leon raised his hand and awkwardly covered his face. He couldn't believe what he saw was real. Roswitha's face also blushed. She turned her head, furrowed her brow slightly, and pointed to the room to ask Isa, "Isa, what's going on in this room?" Isa seems to have intentionally decorated their room like this. She blinked her eyes playfully at Roswitha and said in a cute tone, "I have specially prepared the guest room for you. You will stay here for the next 2 days." However, Roswitha didn't want to sleep with Leon in this room where the atmosphere didn't seem quite right. She closed her eyes, crossed her hands in front of her chest, and said somewhat dissatisfied, "Are there any other rooms available?" Isa seemed to know what Roswitha was thinking at the moment. In order to promote the relationship between Roswitha and Leon, Isa will not miss this opportunity. She lightly touched Roswitha with her shoulder and poked her arm with her fingers. She said to Roswitha with a joking tone, "Oh, you don't have to be shy." Upon hearing the conversation between Roswitha and Isa, Leon standing beside them felt helpless. He didn't expect his gentle and understanding sister to have such a bold and open side. She was a bit speechless about Isa's behavior. He looked at them with an unhappy expression and silently said in his heart, "I was careless. The she-dragon sister is no joke. She wants to lock up 2 endangered species, wait for them to bond, breed offspring, and complete the task of revitalizing the race." Leon came up with such a picture in his mind. Isa was holding a toy box that was modeled after their room. She placed Roswitha's doll on the bed in the toy box and slowly approached her with Leon's doll in her hand. She looked at the dolls with a wicked smile, as if she wanted them to do something indescribable in the room. After realizing Isa's little scheme, Leon quietly turned around with a helpless expression. He intended to make a hasty escape from the room before Isa and Roswitha noticed him. He didn't want to comply with Isa's wishes. "I'm leaving here." Isa seems to have understood Leon's thoughts. After noticing Leon's movements, she immediately walked behind him. She reached out and grabbed Leon's shoulder, trying to stop him from leaving the room. She looked at him with serious eyes and a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. "Where are you going?" Leon instantly stopped in place and dared not move. He felt a little scared by the terrifying gaze from behind. Leon turned around nervously and looked at Isa with an awkward expression on his face. He didn't expect Isa's perception to be so strong. In order to prevent her from noticing his actions again, he pointed his finger at himself and quickly found an excuse to explain to her. "My daughters should miss me. I'll go see them." Isa looked at Leon with a skeptical gaze. She didn't take her hand off his shoulder either. She doesn't intend to let him leave the room. She smiled and told him about Noa and Muen's situation. "Don't worry. I've made other arrangements for the children. I have prepared another room for them. They should be having fun now." At this moment, in another room, Noa and Muen were playing puzzles together. Noa is holding a puzzle and thinking about where to place it. Sitting next to her, Muen observed for a while and immediately found the position of the puzzle. She stood up happily and pointed out the correct position to Noa. There are also many toys around them, such as wooden horses, dolls, slides, etc. It seems that they really don't need Leon to worry. Before leaving the room, Isa poked her head out from the crack in the door. She emphasized with a playful tone that they must stay in the room. "You stay here and rest well." Then, she waved to them and closed the room door. Looking at Isa, who was so enthusiastic, Leon and Roswitha felt overwhelmed. They watched her leave the room. After the footsteps in the hallway slowly disappeared, Leon and Roswitha dared to relax. They lowered their heads and let out a silent sigh. They really can't resist Isa. They also have no way to deal with the current situation. As neither separate beds nor different rooms were an option, they can only reluctantly sleep together. As she moved in the direction of the wardrobe, Roswitha said to Leon, "It seems that we can only sleep in this room tonight." Leon furrowed his brow slightly and commented on what Isa had just said. "I didn't expect your sister to be quite cunning." Roswitha opened the wardrobe. As expected, there were many couple items inside. The first layer of the wardrobe is adorned with various colors and styles of skirts and tight-fitting clothes. The second and third layers contained many different types of toys for couples. It seems that Isa was very well prepared to increase their relationship. Roswitha observed these items while explaining to Leon, "My sister is like this. Once you have been with her for a long time, you will know." At this moment, it seemed that Roswitha had thought of something. She suddenly slammed the wardrobe door shut. Leon was startled by her actions. He looked at her with confusion, not knowing why she did it. However, Leon didn't think too much about it. After looking around, he became curious about the bathtub filled with hot water. He knelt down on one knee and began to observe the bathtub. He didn't notice that Roswitha's face instantly flushed again. She pretended to be calm and looked at the wardrobe, then turned around and said to Leon, "This room only has one bed and a bathtub, do you know? You sleep in the bathtub." Upon hearing what Roswitha said, Leon felt very dissatisfied. He turned his head to look at her and said a little angrily, "Huh? Why should I sleep in the bathtub?" However, Roswitha closed her eyes and turned her head to the side. She didn't want to hear what Leon said. Noticing that Roswitha didn't want to talk to him, he told her the results he had just observed the bathtub. "Besides, I check and find that the bathtub outlet has been blocked. Your sister is determined to let us sleep in the same bed. In the bathtub, hot water is slowly emitting steam, and the petals on it occasionally drift from one side to the other." Isa also made modifications to the bathtub in advance to prevent one of them from sleeping in. Leon walked over to the double bed, covered in red sheets and blankets. He reached out his hands and touched the bed, feeling that it was very soft. He said with a surprised expression, "Oh, this bed is also somewhat different from a regular bed." Leon widened his eyes slightly, as if he had thought of something. "Is this a waterbed?" In order to provide them with a good experience, Isa also replaced the ordinary bed with a bed made of soft materials. She seemed to be able to foresee the scene of them sleeping in bed. She gave a thumbs up and hoped they would enjoy the feeling this bed brought them. "Ha! It's quite elastic." Leon, like a child, treats the waterbed as a trampoline. He lay on the bed and let his body bounce up. He opened his arms and felt its elasticity with great joy. Roswitha furrowed her brow slightly and looked at him. She felt speechless about his childish behavior. After playing enough, Leon sat up from the bed and looked at Roswitha. "I won't let you enjoy such a comfortable bed alone." Roswitha turned her face with a slight blush to the side, not looking at Leon. She said to him with a hint of hesitation, "Well, let's sleep together." Leon felt something was off when he heard that Roswitha suddenly agreed to sleep in the same bed with her. He was worried that she was going to torture him hard all night again, like she had done before. He lifted his head, gently clenched his hands, and placed them on his chest. He put on a feigned fear on his face and said to her, "Why did you suddenly change your mind? Are you trying to take advantage of me?" Roswitha was very angry about Leon's words. She really wanted him to sleep in bed this time. She didn't know he would have such a reaction. She closed her eyes and frowned. She clenched her fists in great anger and tried to punch him. She said to him with an angry tone, "Are you going to sleep or not?" Roswitha quickly picked up a leather whip from the wardrobe and forcefully straightened it, wanting to vent her dissatisfaction with Leon. The flames of anger burned fiercely behind her. In Leon's eyes, Roswitha's figure slowly grew larger in front of him. She looked at Leon with threatening eyes and said to him, "How about we play with all the toys in the wardrobe tonight? What do you think?" Leon realized that his words just now had already angered Roswitha. He gave her an awkward smile. He shook his head and waved at her, indicating that he didn't want to do that. "No. No." Seeing that Leon no longer spoke ill of her, Roswitha turned around and prepared to take a shower. She grabbed the bed curtain with one hand and prepared to pull it open. At this moment, she noticed that Leon was still in bed. She glanced at him and issued a reminder to him. I'll take a bath. Don't peek." Leon crossed his hands in front of his chest and opened one eye, looking disdainfully at her. He whispered, "Who'd even bother looking?" Although he said so, his face still blushed quietly. However, Roswitha still couldn't trust him. She pushed Leon to the door of the room and kicked him out. "I don't believe you. You go out for a while and come back." In this way, Leon was temporarily thrown out of the room by her. Leon, who was standing outside the room, had nowhere to go temporarily, so he had to take a leisurely walk inside the castle. It's already evening now, and most of the lights in the castle have been turned off. He can only take a walk in the dark. He put his hands behind his head and complained softly as he walked. "As if I haven't seen it before. I'm already sick of it." At this moment, Leon seemed to suddenly see something. He opened his eyes and looked ahead in surprise. Isa stood alone on the rooftop. She turned her head and looked at Leon with a slightly surprised expression as well. She didn't know anyone would come to the rooftop at this time. She leaned against the railing, holding a red wine glass in her hand. It seems that she has been standing here drinking and enjoying the scenery all along just now. Isa walked over and placed the red wine glass on the table. She was a little curious about Leon's arrival. She asked him, "What are you doing out here? Is Ross not with you?" Leon was just thinking about Roswitha when he unconsciously walked to the rooftop of the castle. He felt a little nervous when he heard Isa's question. After all, Isa forcibly left them in the room without intending to let them out. He quickly found an excuse to explain. She's taking a bath. I came out to get some fresh air." Fortunately, Isa did not continue to inquire about the reason why Leon left the room. She picked up the red wine placed in the ice bucket and gently shook it. She said to Leon, "Can you accompany me for a drink?" "Okay." Leon quickly agreed to Isa's request to drink. He showed a relaxed expression, put his hands into his pockets, and walked towards the table. Isa took the other empty wine glass next to the ice bucket and poured the red wine into it. After pouring red wine into Leon's glass, Isa also poured some wine into her own glass. She poured wine while explaining to Leon, "This is the wine that Ross usually likes to drink." Then, Isa handed Leon the red wine glass. Leon took the glass and thanked her. "Thank you." Isa and Leon leaned against the railing on the rooftop and gazed at the distant scenery. At this moment, the moon has gradually risen into the sky, slowly illuminating the dim night. There are also many sparkling stars around, the moon that adorned the night sky. The surroundings of the castle were very quiet, with only their voices remaining. Isa and Leon chatted while drinking. Previously, Ross and I would occasionally drink and chat here. Leon remembered her interactions with Roswitha today and commented on their sisterly relationship. "Your relationship is really good." Isa looked at the distant scenery, her eyes filled with nostalgia. She remembered some of the things she had lived with Roswitha before. "I've watched Ross grow up. She spent 50 years with me after she was born. Later, she became the Silver Dragon Queen and left here. So we changed to writing letters to each other to report our safety. Over a year ago, she suddenly told me that she had married a low-key Dragon King and was pregnant with his child. Although she is married, she doesn't seem very happy. Her melancholy can be felt between the lines." In her memory, Isa opened several letters sent by Roswitha on the table. In the densely packed sentences, Isa could see the emotions and feelings of Roswitha at that time. She said in the letter that your health is not very good. You always have to sleep long hours, so you don't get to be there for her. Although there are maids taking care of her, you also know that twins are much more difficult during pregnancy and childbirth than single births. Roswitha gently touched her growing belly, but there was no hint of joy on her face. She felt very helpless. Leon is still in a coma and shows no signs of waking up. Upon hearing the situation of Roswitha at the time, Leon lowered his head and looked at the glass in his hand, feeling a little guilty. He has some sympathy for her. He silently thought in his heart. She was forced to conceive the child of an enemy, spend her pregnancy alone, and could only relieve her inner distress and sorrow by writing letters to her only sister. At that time, Roswitha probably thought each day felt like a year. At this moment, Isa suddenly slapped Leon's back hard. Leon opened his eyes wide and felt the burning pain in his back. However, he didn't dare to shout in front of Isa. He had to grit his teeth and endure the pain. Isa patted and smiled as she said to him, "Oh, at that time I thought she married an irresponsible, lazy, and useless dragon." Leon bent over, enduring the pain in his back, and turned his head to look at Isa. He didn't expect her to think so of him before. He gave her an awkward smile and said to her, "Ahaha, do you think I'm this kind of dragon?" Isa smiled and stared at him, thinking for a moment. Then, she came to her conclusion. "Through tonight's brief interaction, you really don't look like a useless dragon. Perhaps there is also some reason behind it." Then, Isa told Leon another conclusion that she could be very certain of. "But this also makes me more convinced that." Leon picked up his glass and took a sip of red wine, wanting to ease the embarrassment he had just experienced. At this moment, he noticed that Isa seemed to be about to say something very important. He turned his gaze towards her. "Ross really likes you." Upon hearing this news, Leon was greatly shocked. He slightly widened his eyes, as if he couldn't believe what Isa was saying. When he recalled the shy scenes of Roswitha in the past, his face slowly turned red. He silently thought in his heart, "Roswitha really likes me?" In my conversation with the Red Dragon Queen, I learned about the emotions of the Silver Dragon Queen towards me. However, I don't want to admit that this emotion is real. After returning to the room, I found that the Silver Dragon Queen had fallen asleep. Just when I thought I could sleep peacefully, she gave me a surprise. She was amused by my reaction to this surprise, and sat up from bed mocking me. However, at that moment, a spider fell in front of her. Through tonight's interaction with Leon, Isa came to a conclusion. Roswitha likes Leon. When he heard this sentence, Leon was somewhat shocked. He slightly widened his eyes, and his cheeks quickly turned red. He couldn't help but think of the scene in the past, where Roswitha showed her shy side in front of him. He stared blankly ahead, silently thinking in his heart, "Roswitha likes me?" However, this idea was quickly dismissed by Leon. No, this is impossible. How could that fierce she-dragon possibly like me?" He shook his head wildly, trying to shake off the idea he had just had from his mind. He remembered some things from the past again. Roswitha often argued with him in front of him, and even reached out to grab his clothes, wanting to fight with him. She looked at him with fierce eyes, and occasionally uttered some mocking words from her mouth. This made him feel very unhappy. Leon turned his head and looked at Isa with a skeptical expression. Based on the way he normally got along with Roswitha, and what Roswitha had done to him, he felt that her conclusion was somewhat unreliable. He believed that she only knew that Roswitha was good to her, but did not know that the other side of her was very ruthless. He silently evaluated in his heart. "You don't know your sister very well." Seeing Leon standing there seeming conflicted about her words, Isa found it very interesting. She said to him with a joking tone, "What's up? Are you feeling shy?" Leon is also aware that Isa is currently unaware that he and Roswitha are just pretending to be husband and wife. She also didn't know the truth about his marriage to Roswitha and the hatred that existed between them. In order to prevent Isa from suspecting his relationship with Roswitha, he could only choose to continue finding excuses to deceive her. Thinking of the current situation, he closed his eyes and sighed. However, in front of her sister, I still have to pretend to be very in love with Roswitha. Leon lifted his hand and touched his neck, pretending that Isa had seen through his thoughts. He gave her a shy smile and said to her, "Ahaha, you're right. We're deeply in love with each other." Isa walked over, holding a glass in her left hand and tapping Leon's shoulder a few times with her right hand. She expressed satisfaction with his answer. "The way you interact speaks volumes." Leon smiled at her, feeling a bit embarrassed. After all, it's still a bit difficult for him to lie to Isa. Then, with a serious expression, Isa continued speaking to Leon. "Ross is particularly not good at expressing her emotions. Besides me, you are the first dragon to be treated like this by her." She remembered the scene she saw in the living room tonight. Leon and Roswitha were arguing together as usual. Leon approached Roswitha with an unhappy expression and was dissatisfied with what she had said. Roswitha was not to be outdone. She stares at Leon, crosses her arms over her chest, and gives him a snide remark about what he said. Seeing Roswitha so openly express her emotions to others left Isa somewhat surprised. "Leon, you are a responsible man. You don't need me to tell you what you're going to do in the future, right?" Isa raised her head, fixing Leon with a threatening glare as a faint smile played on her lips. The flames were burning fiercely behind her. If she ever found out what Leon had done something excessive to Roswitha, she would make sure he paid for it. Leon became nervous as he watched Isa's figure slowly grow larger in front of him. He could feel the heat of her fury radiating toward him. He closed his eyes, thinking a little scared. "If I say I don't know, she will definitely kill me here." Leon hurriedly adjusted his emotions and made up the appropriate sentences in his head. He looks to Isa with a determined look and says to her, "Isa, you can trust me with your sister. I couldn't take care of her when she gave birth to her first child. If she had a second child, I will protect my wife and children, no matter what." He showed a very serious expression and placed one hand on his chest, expressing his thoughts to Isa. He made a solemn promise to her. It looks like Leon has made up his mind. Seeing Leon's unwavering determination, Isa slowly withdrew her anger and threats from earlier. Her furrowed brow slowly relaxed. She nodded and was quite satisfied with his performance. "Humph, you better follow through." At this moment, Isa put down the glass in her hand and turned around. She placed her hand on Leon's shoulder and turned his body in one direction. She gently pushed him, hinting that he was going back into the castle. Okay, don't show off. Go back quickly. Don't keep Ross waiting." Leon looked at Isa behind him in surprise and couldn't say anything for a moment. Before he could react, Isa hurried him off the rooftop. Leon had no choice but to listen to Isa's words and leave the rooftop. Noticing that Leon had walked back, Isa finished the remaining red wine in her glass. Just as Leon was about to walk to the rooftop entrance, she suddenly remembered that there was one more thing she hadn't told him. She held up her glass and called out to him. "Oh, wait." Upon hearing Isa's voice, Leon stopped in his tracks. He turned his head and looked at her with a puzzled expression, asking her, "Is there anything else?" Isa lifted her hand and covered her mouth, revealing a mischievous smile. She said to Leon, with a sense of mystery, "Don't be restrained tonight. The room has excellent soundproofing." Upon hearing Isa's words, Leon suddenly froze in place. The words, "excellent soundproofing," suddenly popped into his head. He opened his eyes wide and felt a little surprised. In fact, Leon didn't need Isa to say it explicitly to know what she was trying to say to him. Their room layout, special clothes in the wardrobe, various shapes of toys, and bathtub filled with hot water. All of these indicate that Isa wants them to enjoy in their room tonight. At the thought of these small details observed in the room just now, Leon closed his eyes very shyly. His face suddenly turned red like an apple. "This is so embarrassing," Leon shouted very loudly. His voice echoed throughout the entire castle. At this time, there are still some rooms in the Red Dragon Castle that have not turned off their lights. They silently illuminated the entire Red Dragon Castle. The moon has slowly risen to a higher place. The moonlight it emits slowly illuminates the surrounding environment. It also quietly listened to the interesting conversation between Leon and Isa tonight. At this moment, Leon had already walked back from the rooftop to the door of the room. He quietly opened the door of the room and looked inside, only to find that the lights had already been turned off. Upon hearing that there was no sound in the room, Leon tiptoed into the room and closed the door. Although the room is relatively dim, he can still see clearly. He poked his head out from behind the wall and looked inside the room. He found that Roswitha had already finished taking a shower and was lying in bed to sleep. Leon couldn't believe that Roswitha was already lying in bed so early. He silently said in his heart, "Is Roswitha already asleep?" He quietly climbed onto the bed with a puzzled expression, wanting to confirm if Roswitha had really fallen asleep. When he saw the closed eyes of Roswitha, he slowly relaxed his guard. After noticing that Roswitha didn't make any other movements, Leon showed a gloating expression. "Great, I don't have to suffer from her tonight." After all, just now, Isa urged him to go back to his room to accompany Roswitha. As long as she falls asleep, everything else can be irrelevant to him. Roswitha lay flat on the bed, with one hand still outside the blanket. Her expression was calm, and she was sleeping soundly. She slightly opened her mouth, and even breathing sounds came from her mouth. The blanket also slightly outlines her slender figure and sleeping posture. Leon rarely sees her very quiet in bed. In the past, she would pester him until midnight, making it difficult for him to sleep. He gazed at her sleeping face and silently thought to himself, "Although we are enemies, I have to admit that she looks really beautiful when she falls asleep." Suddenly, Leon seemed to notice something. A hint of purple light seemed to emanate from Roswitha's chest. Although the light was covered by the blanket, it was still very noticeable. However, Roswitha did not seem to feel anything unusual in her chest. Leon looked at the purple light with surprise. This makes him feel very uneasy. Why is her chest glowing? Could it be that the dragon mark has been activated? Leon covered his face with both hands and showed a very scared expression. He shouted inwardly while shaking his body left and right in great fear. Because as long as the dragon mark is activated, it means that Roswitha will have to grab him again and vent her emotions fiercely on him like before. He could imagine that tonight would be another sleepless night for him. At this moment, Leon noticed a detail. No, my dragon mark doesn't resonate. What's going on? Since Roswitha's dragon mark has been activated, his dragon mark should also be in an activated state. However, he lowered his head and looked at his chest, only to find that his dragon mark showed no signs of glowing. He tugged at his clothes and looked inside carefully, then repeatedly caressed his chest. After completing this series of actions, he was able to confirm that his dragon pattern had indeed not been activated. Leon felt very strange about this. In order to avoid waking up Roswitha, he gently pulled down the blanket covering her, wanting to confirm if she really had dragon patterns on her chest. At this moment, he saw her holding a dragon doll with purple light in her right hand. She placed the doll between her twin peaks. As long as she covers herself with the blanket, her chest will look like it's glowing. Suddenly, Roswitha, who was sleeping, opened her eyes. She looked at Leon with a smile and greeted him. Hi. Leon turned his head and found that Roswitha had actually been awake all along. He was stunned for a moment. He only realized now that she was playing a prank. She has been pretending to be asleep since he walked in just now, just to give him such a surprise. Leon was very angry about Roswitha's surprise. He doesn't find this joke funny at all. He angrily lifted her blanket and shouted loudly at her. "What are you doing? Why did you hide the light bulb under the blanket? Scared me to death." After taking a shower, Roswitha changed into a very cool and breathable purple nightgown. Since she was discovered by Leon, she stopped pretending to be asleep. She knelt on the bed, one hand supporting the bed, and the other hand holding a glowing doll to show Leon. She shook the doll and looked at Leon with a smug expression on her face. "I just found it in the small toy pile in the wardrobe. I think it's quite interesting, so I'll use it to tease you." She was particularly pleased with his reaction just now. Seeing Leon's strong reaction, Roswitha narrowed her eyes slightly and said to Leon with a mocking tone, "What's up? Judging from your reaction, do you think it's a pity?" Upon hearing Roswitha's words, Leon's face instantly turned red. He didn't have that kind of idea about Roswitha just now. He tightly closed his eyes, crossed his hands in front of his chest, and turned his head to the side. He didn't want her to see his expression at this moment. He stuttered. No. I'm going to sleep. Don't talk to me." In order to avoid Roswitha continuing to speculate on his thoughts, Leon plans to end the topic directly. He angrily wrapped himself tightly in a blanket and lay on the bed with his back to her. He closed his eyes, pretended to be asleep, and refused to continue chatting with her. Upon seeing Leon's behavior resembling an escape, Roswitha found him very interesting. She narrowed her eyes slightly and sat behind him, mocking him. Ha ha ha! Roswitha hasn't decided to put down the doll yet. She held the doll in one hand and propped herself up on the bed with the other, slowly leaning against the bedboard. She felt very happy to have successfully played a prank on Leon. Although he had just said those words to her, based on her past experiences of several nights, she didn't quite believe that he would really hold back his inner impulse. She sat on the pillow with her eyes closed and said to him with a proud smile, "You better not regret this, and come attacking me at midnight." At the same time, Roswitha's arm accidentally touched the decoration on the bedboard, but she didn't care. She was not aware of what would happen next. For some unknown reason, a black spider hanging from a rope suddenly descended from the ceiling. Roswitha opened her eyes and turned her head, staring at it for a while. She didn't realize what was appearing in front of her. Then, the black spider moved its legs, as if waving a greeting to Roswitha. It slowly approached her. At this moment, Roswitha saw that what had fallen in front of her was not something else, but a moving spider. She stared stiffly at the spider, and her expression immediately turning into fear. Roswitha let out an ear-splitting scream. Leon, who was sleeping, heard her voice and immediately lifted the blanket and sat up. He thought something had happened to Roswitha. He turned his head and asked in surprise, What's the matter?" Roswitha was so scared that she threw away the doll. She immediately threw herself into Leon's arms and reached out her hands to tightly embrace him. Leon knelt on the bed, looking down at Roswitha. He didn't know what had happened that made her so scared. Roswitha was curled up in Leon's arms, and her body was tightly pressed against him. She tightly grasped Leon's clothes. Leon could feel Roswitha's body trembling slightly with fear. She lifted her head, her eyebrows furrowed, and there were still some tears at the corners of her eyes. She looked at him with pitiful eyes and stuttered to him, There is a spider." Leon lowered his head, saw Roswitha's trembling form, and realized why she was so scared. He remembered that in the family photo album that Isa gave him tonight, he saw a photo of she crying from being scared by spiders when she was a child. Now the scene is exactly the same as in the photo. He silently said in his heart, "When I was looking at the photo album today, I seemed to see a photo of Roswitha crying when she was scared by spiders as a child. Is it a shadow left by childhood?" Leon couldn't help but laugh out. He never expected that the awe-inspiring Silver Dragon Queen would be afraid of a spider smaller than her. Haha, the Silver Dragon Queen also has things to fear. "All right, let me help you catch it." Leon comforted Roswitha while slowly moving towards the spider and reaching out to grab it. Roswitha was hiding behind Leon, watching the spiders in the distance. She tightly held onto his clothes and urged him to take it away quickly. Hurry up! She didn't want this spider to appear in front of her again. After Leon caught the spider, he suddenly felt that something was wrong with it. He picked it up and observed it closely, noticing that this spider seemed a bit different from ordinary spiders. He looked at it in surprise and said, "This is After I caught the spider, the silver dragon queen still felt a little scared. I suggested that she grab my hand. Although she seemed reluctant, she still followed my instructions. I held her hand while joking with her to help her relax. However, as time passed, I increasingly felt that something was wrong with my mood. The Silver Dragon Queen's mood seems to be the same as mine. Finally, we unanimously made a decision. Leon picked up the black spider and observed it for a while, only to find that it was just an ordinary toy spider. Apart from feeling that it was very furry, he couldn't see anything frightening about this toy spider. He turned around, with a smile on his face, and handed the toy to Roswitha. He comforted her. "Look, it's just a toy spider. There's nothing to be afraid of." However, even as a toy spider, Roswitha still felt very scared. She immediately stepped back. She closed her eyes tightly, turned her head to the side, and placed her hand in front of her. She tried to refuse its approach. She let out a scream. "Ah!" Roswitha, who was gradually losing her sanity due to fear, could no longer tolerate this toy. She looked at Leon with angry eyes, and gathered purple dragon flame in her hand. She lifted her hand, and aimed at the toy spider in his hand. She said very angrily, "Whether it's true or false, let it disappear." The flames of anger burned fiercely behind her, as if they were about to burn the toy to ashes. As soon as he saw Roswitha getting serious, Leon became a little nervous. He quickly turned his back to her, and protected the toy in his arms. He was worried that if the emotionally unstable Roswitha fired dragon flame at him, not only would he be burned by it, but the entire room would also be engulfed in flames. He tried to persuade her not to launch the dragon flame. "Calm down, calm down. I throw it outside." Leon found an open window, and forcefully threw the toy spider out of the window. Then, he clapped his hands, and brushed away the dust in his hands. He closed his eyes and turned around, showing a smile to Roswitha. "Okay, the spider has been thrown away. You can go to sleep now." Seeing that the spider was no longer in the room, Roswitha calmed down and slowly extinguished the dragon flame in her hand. She didn't immediately answer Leon's words. She lowered her head, with a slight blush on her cheeks, as if she was a bit shy about the situation just now. Leon breathed a sigh of relief when he noticed that Roswitha's emotions were no longer as excited. He was quite scared by her reaction just now. Being able to release the toy spider and scare her like this, he could only think of one person. After all, everything in this room was prepared by her. He sighed helplessly and silently said in his heart, "This spider should also be part of her sister's plan, right?" In order to expose the fearful and vulnerable side of Roswitha. Although Roswitha saw Leon throw the spider outside with her own eyes, she still felt a little scared about the situation just now. She pursed her lips, lowered her eyebrows, and looked away. She seemed too scared to look in the direction where Leon was. She placed her hand on her chest, trying to calm her emotions. Roswitha pondered for a moment. Then, she knelt on the bed, and placed her hands between her legs. She lifted her head, looked at Leon with a shy expression, and said to him, I sleep on the inside, and you sleep on the outside. Is that okay? She was worried that similar situations might occur while sleeping, so she planned to switch positions with him. Leon showed her a relaxed smile. Without hesitation, he agreed to Roswitha's request. No problem. You can sleep anywhere you want. He sat up and down on the bed, and spread out his hands to point to the position on the bed, indicating that Roswitha could sleep towards the inside of the bed. After deciding on his sleeping position, Leon took off his coat, placed it next to him, and climbed onto the waterbed. He lay down on the bed with Roswitha and helped cover them with blanket, ready to sleep. However, after experiencing the thrilling event just now, how could they fall asleep so quickly? So, Leon and Roswitha stared blankly at the ceiling with their eyes wide open, not saying a word. Perhaps it was their first time sleeping together, and their faces were tinged with a slight blush. They have no drowsiness at all. Leon seems to be worried that Roswitha still has a fear of toy spiders. He turned his head to look at Roswitha and reached out his hand to her. If you're still scared, do you want to hold my hand in sleep? Upon hearing Leon calling her, Roswitha turned her head to look at him as well. After listening to Leon's words, Roswitha slightly widened her eyes and felt a little surprised. She didn't expect Leon to proactively offer to help her. She stared at him blankly, then glanced at his hands. She opened her mouth to say something, but hesitated for a moment. Then, Roswitha, who was lying flat on the bed, changed to lying on her side and faced Leon. She has already decided what to say to him. She closed her eyes and told him with a slightly disgusted tone. Since you said that." Although her expression looked reluctant, she seemed to accept Leon's suggestion. Hearing what Roswitha said, Leon gave her a smile. It was rare for him to see her being so frank. Roswitha extended her left hand and carefully grasped Leon's right little finger. Leon found it strange that Roswitha only held onto one of his fingers. He looked at her and said to her with an unhappy tone, "How can you feel secure holding only one little finger?" Roswitha was puzzled by Leon's words. He took the initiative to suggest that she could hold his hand, but now he is dissatisfied with her behavior. She felt a little angry. She quickly approached him and said to him, "How do you want to hold it?" Leon broke free from Roswitha's hand and held her palm with his own. He slid his fingers between hers, interlacing them in a tender clasp. Leon tightly held onto her hand and confirmed that there were no issues before saying to her, "Fool, you should hold it like this." Roswitha looked at Leon with a slightly surprised expression and couldn't say a word of rebuttal. She didn't expect him to hold her hand so directly. Leon looked at her with a smile and didn't find it strange that he was holding Roswitha's hand. Rather, he held her hand very naturally now, without any other thoughts. However, Roswitha's current thoughts are different from Leon's. She closed her eyes tightly and turned her head to one side, not wanting to look at Leon's face. A deepening blush spread across her face, making her feel as though her cheeks were on fire. Leon's action made her notice that her emotions had become very strange. She silently said in her heart, "How can he just hold my hand so casually? Is it only me who feels uncomfortable? Roswitha's thoughts were a jumbled mess. She shook her head, trying to calm herself down. No, as the Silver Dragon Queen, I dare to do anything. I just hold hands with him. What's so embarrassing about this? Although she said these words to comfort herself, it didn't seem to have any effect. She lay flat on the bed, with her eyes tightly closed and a furrowed brow. She didn't want Leon to know that her thoughts were so chaotic. At this moment, although Leon was also trying to fall asleep with his eyes closed, his face had a relaxed expression. When he felt a different sensation in Roswitha's hand, he chuckled softly in his heart. He started joking with her. Why are your hands always so cold? Upon hearing Leon's question, Roswitha became a bit nervous. She replied to him unhappily. I'm born with a cold body. Are you nervous? Why are your palms still sweaty? It's you. Roswitha secretly opened one eye with a shy expression and looked at Leon. From the moment Leon took her hand, she could distinctly feel the difference between his hand and hers. She silently evaluated in her heart. Leon has calluses and small scars on his hands that have been holding swords for years. It is slightly rough but very warm. There seems to be an electric current spreading from the place where the 10 fingers touch each other. Leon's hand is on top, and Roswitha's hand is below. He tightly grasped her slender hand with his slightly rough hand, as if to protect her. Leon seemed to be worried that his hand wasn't holding steady, so he gently exerted force and clenched it a bit. Roswitha felt the warmth emanating from him, but at the same time, she could also sense a strange sensation. This feeling made her heart beat faster. Since she was not talking to Leon at this moment, she could hear her heartbeat very clearly. The feeling of this heartbeat left her at a loss. She wanted to suppress her emotions, but didn't expect her heart to beat faster and faster. She turned her head to the side, afraid to continue looking at Leon. She pursed her lips and once again blushed. Although she didn't want to admit her feelings towards him, her physical reaction had already revealed her current mood. At this moment, the moon had already crossed the mountains and slowly ascended into the sky. The moonlight shone into the room through the open window. It secretly observed the interaction between Leon and Roswitha. Leon remembered the standards mentioned by Roswitha in the video. He is very curious about this. By the way, the mate selection criteria you mentioned in the video just now. Before Leon could finish speaking, Roswitha understood what he wanted to ask. She immediately interrupted him and replied, "Fake. This matter has been over 100 years. Don't take it seriously." Leon felt somewhat skeptical about this answer. "Oh, what are your current standards?" "I don't have any standards now." Since Roswitha answered like this, Leon didn't continue to pursue further. They stopped chatting and closed their eyes together, preparing to enter a sleep state. The whole room was quiet, with no sound at all. However, as time passed, they still did not feel sleepy. Although Leon asked Roswitha to hold her hand and let her sleep peacefully, he didn't know why this gesture of holding hands made him unable to sleep either. He furrowed his brow slightly, and a blush slowly spread on his face. Due to not wanting to disturb Roswitha, Leon could only shout inwardly, "I can't sleep at all." He clasped his hands to his face and opened his mouth to scream. The discomfort of not being able to sleep made his head increasingly uncomfortable. His head is very clear, and there is no sign of him entering a state of sleep. It was getting to the point where he couldn't stand the feeling of not being able to sleep. Is she asleep? Leon secretly opened one eye and looked at Roswitha beside him, wanting to confirm her current situation. At this moment, Roswitha closed her eyes and had a calm expression, as if there was no sign of waking up. As the minutes ticked by, Leon increasingly felt uncomfortable in the hand he was holding onto Roswitha. However, he couldn't immediately put down her hand. After all, this is a way to make her sleep peacefully. He silently thought in his heart. Keeping the same movement, my fingers are getting numb. It should be okay if I secretly move my fingers, right? So, he quietly let go of her hand and carefully flexed his stiff fingers. Roswitha immediately noticed Leon's hands moving around casually. Leon's movements made her hands feel itchy. She thought he was going to do something sneaky again when she wasn't looking. She closed her eyes tightly and furrowed her brow slightly. Feeling unhappy, she silently thought, "He just needs to hold my hand. Why are he groping around?" She opened her eyes and stared at Leon. She was dissatisfied with his actions. She looked at him with an angry expression and cursed in her heart. A prisoner dares to touch his master casually. However, Leon closed his eyes and had a calm expression, as if he had fallen asleep. He didn't notice the strange gaze from her. Roswitha couldn't stand Leon constantly moving her hand. She decided to launch a counterattack against him. "All right, I touch you too." She quickly grasped his hand with great force and groped around very casually. The middle of the blanket bulged due to her movements, and there was also a sound of hands rubbing against the blanket. It seems that she is engaged in a very intense battle with Leon. Leon suddenly felt Roswitha's hand moving incessantly. This gave him goosebumps all over his body. He closed his eyes tightly and felt the discomfort in his hands. "What's happened? Why is Roswitha's hand constantly touching me?" Leon was puzzled by Roswitha's behavior, but he dared not stop her. He didn't know why she suddenly did this to him. He tried to avoid her attack and distance himself from her. However, Roswitha has been fighting back against him, not giving him a chance to escape. Due to their constant touching of each other's hands and unwillingness to let go, it resulted in them both pulling and tugging at each other's hands. Then, their shoulders accidentally touched each other. They don't want to open their eyes and see what's happening now. During this process, Leon's back of his hand also touched Roswitha's thigh. Although he only lightly touched her, he could clearly feel her body temperature. This made his body unusually strange. Her body is very soft. The area where my skin touches hers feels itchy. Roswitha's feelings at this moment are similar to Leon's. Due to the excessive range of motion of Roswitha just now, she and Leon got closer. Her shoulders were tightly pressed against his, which made her emotions start to get excited again. She could feel something slowly eroding her thoughts. My mood is so strange. The feeling of hunger is growing wildly in my heart. Leon silently swallowed his saliva. He seemed unusually excited about this situation. A thought quietly emerged in his mind. I want. Roswitha's ears gradually turned red. It seems that an idea has also emerged in her mind. I want. I really want to do something more. Leon and Roswitha took their hands out of the blanket. They turned their heads and stared at each other. Their faces also flushed. They can all feel their heart beating faster. Their body temperatures gradually rose from touching each other. Their warm breath wrapped around them, making their inner desires even stronger. At this moment, they all have a common idea. Although they didn't say a word, they seemed to have understood each other's true thoughts. They nodded at each other, indicating permission for each other to take action. Leon directly lifted the blanket covering them. Then, he knelt on the bed, maintaining the same posture as he had just held Roswitha's hand. He pounced on her and pressed her under him. Roswitha did not refuse Leon's somewhat rude actions. She straightened her waist slightly and moved her body, adjusting to a comfortable position to lie down. They silently said in their hearts, "Only for tonight." Then, Leon slowly approached Roswitha. His nose touched that of her. Roswitha looked at Leon with affectionate eyes, as if hoping that he would do something to her soon. The ambiguous atmosphere surrounds them. As the Silver Dragon Queen and I tried to do something further, another toy spider popped out. After throwing away the spider, I gently hugged her to give her comfort and fell asleep with her. After waking up, the Silver Dragon Queen felt embarrassed about what had happened last night. The Red Dragon Queen asks her about her situation with me, but she simply brushed it off with vague answers. Later, we joined the Red Dragon Queen for breakfast in the dining hall. As I reached for the peanut butter, the Silver Dragon Queen happened to go for it at the same time. Leon flipped over and knelt on the bed. He pinned Roswitha down onto the bed and pressed her under him. Roswitha did not feel disgusted with Leon's action. She relaxed her whole body and lay quietly under him. She lightly flicked her tail and touched his back, as if urging him to do what they both wanted to do. Leon. Roswitha whispered Leon's name. She looked at Leon with affectionate eyes and gave him a shy smile. She gently twisted her waist, as if trying to ease her inner excitement. Her twin peaks also trembled a few times with her movements. The shoulder straps of her nightgown slipped a little off her shoulder. At this moment, driven by desire, Roswitha is so captivating, like a cake that makes one's mouth water. She is looking forward to Leon tasting her. Leon responded softly to Roswitha. He lowered his head and looked at her lying under him, his eyes gradually becoming somewhat hazy. He felt that the current Roswitha was even more tempting than usual. His face is gradually turning red, and even his body temperature is gradually rising. His inner desires were driving him crazy, wanting to do something further with her. Leon slowly approached Roswitha. Their noses lightly touched, and their eyes only saw each other's shadows. Their breathing became slightly faster, and they exhaled a warm breath that gently sprayed onto each other's faces. Their bodies are tightly pressed together, transmitting each other's body temperature. At this moment, Leon suddenly noticed a detail. Although we all know what will happen next, it's strange that Dragonmark didn't react at all. Actually, there is a little knowledge here that he doesn't know. Dragonmark is a kind of magic used to add charm. When both people have the purest appreciation and desire for each other, Dragonmark will not react. Driven by the ambiguous atmosphere, the lips of Leon and Roswitha slowly approached each other. They are about to touch each other's lips. At this moment, completely absorbed in the intimate world with Roswitha, Leon failed to notice that his left hand had pressed against the bed behind her. Perhaps Leon hit the mechanism on the bed, and a black toy spider that fell onto the rope fell from the ceiling and landed in front of them. Just as Leon and Lothar were immersed in a romantic atmosphere, the sudden appearance of the toy spider made them both turn their heads and look at it. Roswitha stared at the spider in disbelief for a moment. When she realized that the spider she was most afraid of, she immediately widened her eyes. Ah! Roswitha let out a loud scream once again. This time, her screams were louder than the first. The sound echoed throughout the entire Red Dragon Castle, as if it was about to shake the castle. Leon feared that Roswitha might unleash her dragon flame again out of panic, so he immediately sprang into action. He reached out and grabbed the toy spider, then quickly comforted her. "Don't panic. I catch it. Don't release dragon flame." Isa seemed to have heard screams coming from the castle. However, she was not particularly surprised. She smiled, lowered her head, and looked at the red wine in her hand. Then, she drank the red wine in one gulp. She can imagine what happened in the castle. She closed her eyes and whispered with a cheerful mood. "They should have noticed the surprise I prepared, right?" After Leon threw the spider out of the window, he quickly comforted the frightened Roswitha. He gently hugged her and lay in bed with her. He placed one hand on her waist and kept stroking her head with the other hand, calming her emotions. He whispered while touching her head, "Don't worry. It's okay now." Roswitha cowered in Leon's arms with great fear. Her body was still trembling slightly. She tightly closed her eyes and placed one hand on his chest to ease her inner fear. In order to reassure Roswitha, Leon checked the entire room's furniture and their bed. He told her the results. "I carefully check inside and out, and don't find any other mechanisms." At this moment, the two toy spiders thrown out by Leon were abandoned on a lawn somewhere. As it was already evening, no one around could come and pick them up. However, they happened to be stacked together. They like a loving couple whispering and doing some indescribable things together. Perhaps Leon's words had an effect, or maybe it was the warmth of his embrace. Slowly, Roswitha began to feel her fear fade away. Her breathing was no longer rapid, but gradually slowed down. Her body also showed no signs of trembling. Seeing that Roswitha in his arms had calmed down, Leon breathed a sigh of relief and tightened his embrace slightly. He placed his hand on the back of Roswitha's head, and then placed his chin on his head. He hoped that this action would make her feel secure. He closed his eyes with a relaxed expression, ready to enter a state of sleep. At this moment, Roswitha noticed a detail. Because her head was pressed against Leon's chest, she could hear his heartbeat very clearly. The intense heartbeat made it difficult for her not to care. She lifted her head slightly and looked at him, saying to him, Your heart beats so fast." Just as Leon was about to fall asleep, he heard Roswitha's words. His face became even redder than it was a moment ago. He dared not lower his head to face Roswitha. The usually arrogant silver dragon queen was now lying quietly in his arms. This stirred something in him. He doesn't want her to know his emotions at this moment. He secretly opened one eye, revealing an awkward expression. He fabricated a lie in an attempt to conceal the fact that his heart was beating faster. I'm also afraid of spiders." Roswitha let out a soft sigh. She didn't want to think about whether what Leon said was true or false. She and he encountered this kind of thing tonight, and as the queen of the Dragon clan, she felt particularly embarrassed. She closed her eyes again and grabbed onto his shirt, preparing to enter a state of sleep. She whispered to him, "I won't do this kind of thing with you in the future. Don't bring up this matter after tonight." In order to maintain his dignity as the Silver Dragon Queen, Roswitha emphasized to Leon that he would not be allowed to talk about everything that happened tonight in the future. Although she said these words to him and put on an unhappy expression, her body couldn't help but get closer to him. Leon closed his eyes and nodded. Drowsiness rushed towards him like a tide. He felt a little dizzy in his head. He answered Roswitha's words in a low voice. Okay, I know." Morning came gradually as time moved forward. The sun has risen into the sky. The sunshine slowly illuminates the sky, and the bright azure color makes people feel relaxed. The sunlight also peeked through the window and warmed the room. The crisp chirping of birds echoed from outside the window, reminding people in the room to wake up in time. Roswitha felt the warm sunshine shining on her. She suddenly opened her eyes and found herself asleep. She slept very deep this night and showed no signs of waking up. When did I fall asleep? She is puzzled about this. She suddenly sat up from the bed. She doesn't remember when she fell asleep. She only remembered Leon holding her. And then she felt a deep drowsiness and lost consciousness. Roswitha felt that the room seemed empty, and there was no sound at all. She turned her head to the side and found that Leon was not in bed. She looked around again and confirmed that Leon was no longer in the room. She silently thought in her heart, "Has that guy already woken up so early?" But it's also good this way. She lifted the blanket and got out of bed, ready to change her pajamas into everyday clothes. After last night's incidents, I don't know how to face him now. She lowered her head slightly, with a slight blush on her face. She took off her pajamas while recalling what happened last night. Due to 2 incidents of toy spider raids, she was greatly frightened. This made her feel very embarrassed. She didn't know how to continue spending time with Leon next. Roswitha's pajamas slipped off and fell at her feet. Then, she walked towards the wardrobe and took out her clothes. This is the first time I have broken my principles. I expose my weaknesses in front of a human and fall asleep in his arms. She slowly put the clothes on herself and placed her hand behind her neck, tidying up the jewelry around her neck. It was the first time she had ever done that to a human. As the queen of the Silver Dragon clan, she increasingly felt that what happened last night had undermined her authority as a queen. She couldn't believe what happened last night was true. If she let others know these things, she would surely wish to make those who know these things lose their memories. This is really embarrassing. I must never tell anyone. She doesn't want anyone to know everything that happened between her and Leon last night. Although she felt very unwilling to accept these things, since they had already happened, there was nothing she could do. After putting on her clothes, she stood at the door of the room and took a deep breath. Then, as if she had made a major decision, she opened the room door and walked out with firm steps. At this moment, a familiar voice came from the door of the room. "Are you awake?" Roswitha turned her head and was a little surprised by the person standing next to her. The person standing next to the door is Isa. She seems to have been standing here for a long time, as if waiting for Roswitha to leave the room. She leaned against the wall, crossed her hands in front of her chest, and looked at Roswitha with an expectant expression on her face. Although she stood on the rooftop last night, she could vaguely guess what had happened between Roswitha and Leon last night. She still pretended not to know anything and asked Roswitha, "How was your night last night? Is it exciting?" Roswitha realized that those mechanisms were intentionally installed by Isa in their room. She clenched her fists lightly and looked at Isa with a hint of anger. She said to Isa with a sense of dissatisfaction, "Very exciting. Don't play pranks next time." Isa looked at her with a smile on her face and found her reaction very interesting. At this moment, Isa seemed to have remembered something. She leaned over to Roswitha and lifted her hand to gently cover her mouth. She whispered to Roswitha with a sense of mystery, "Have you used the toys I prepared for you?" Roswitha knew what Isa's purpose was. She nervously lowered her head, her cheeks tinged with a slight blush. Although she and Leon didn't do anything more intimate last night, she still felt shy about the issue. She answered Isa softly, "No." Isa felt a bit regretful about Roswitha's answer. However, she didn't act particularly exaggerated. She closed her eyes and raised her hand, saying to her in a joking tone, "That's really a pity. By the way, when you leave later, I'll pack a few toys for you. You take them back and practice how to use it. When are you going to have another child? I'm waiting for her to inherit my red dragon castle." Roswitha felt her own face getting redder and redder. She felt that her secret was about to be discovered by Isa. If Isa continues to ask, she will not know how to answer. She quickly walked over and took Isa's arm, pulling her towards the dining room. She stuttered, "Isa, we don't need you to worry. Let's have breakfast." Isa looked at the shy Roswitha with a smile and found her reaction quite amusing. Although she knew that Roswitha wanted to change the subject, she had no intention of exposing her lies. In the denied room of the Red Dragon Castle, the maids are busy serving the prepared breakfast to the table. Leon, Noah, and Muen have arrived at the dining room. They sat on chairs next to the dining table and waited for the arrival of Roswitha and Isa. Leon and Muen are sitting in the same chair. He gently pinched Muen's face and played with her. Muen sat on Leon's lap, waving her hands happily with a happy smile on her face. Noah did not participate in their interaction. She sat on another chair and quietly read a book. Leon lowered his head and looked at Muen with a smile. Muen felt a ticklish sensation on her face and occasionally let out a few laughs. She grabbed his arm to prevent herself from falling off his thigh. At this moment, she seemed to notice two familiar figures at the entrance of the dining room. She turned her head and looked at the doorway. Ah! Mom and Auntie are here. Roswitha and Isa walked into the dining room together. Upon hearing the sound, Roswitha looked forward. She noticed that Noah and Muen had arrived at the restaurant early, and even Leon, whom she hadn't seen in the morning, was already waiting for them here. Isa turned her head and gently waved to the maids, indicating that they could leave the dining room first. The maids bowed to her, indicating that they had received her instructions. Seeing that Roswitha and Isa had arrived at the dining room, Muen was very happy. She jumped down from Leon's thigh like a light and agile bird. She ran towards the dining table while speaking. "We can have breakfast now." Then, everyone started eating breakfast at the table. Leon and Roswitha sat on one side. Noah and Muen sat across from them. Isa sat in the middle position. The family quietly enjoyed the warmth brought by breakfast. Leon and Roswitha quietly ate the food on their plates. Although they haven't spoken since they met, their hearts are difficult to calm down. A strange atmosphere arose between them. Leon picked up a piece of meat from the plate and put it in his mouth. He stole a glance at Roswitha and furrowed his brow slightly. He could feel that the atmosphere between him and her was somewhat different from before. He lightly bit his fork and silently said in his heart, "It's so awkward. Last night, I almost kissed Roswitha under the influence of the atmosphere, and even fell asleep holding her." Leon held his face in both hands and shouted inwardly. He felt particularly shy when he recalled what happened last night. He didn't expect that he and Roswitha almost couldn't control their respective desires. He even slept in the same bed with her. This is another point that shocked him. At this moment, an angel and a demon appeared in Leon's mind. The angel poked his head with a spear and accused him with a dissatisfied tone. "Leon, you're practically throwing yourself into the arms of your sworn enemy. This is an act of surrendering to the enemy." However, demon clearly disagrees with the angel's idea. The demon said to the angel in a relaxed tone, "They are husband and wife. They have already done more intimate things. This is nothing." Leon turned his head to look at the angel, then at the demon. He did not express any opinion on their viewpoint. Angel and demon feel angry about each other's viewpoints. They grappled with each other and shouted loudly, "Do you want to have a fight?" However, Leon no longer wants to focus on watching them fight. He continued to silently eat his breakfast. He picked up the bread from the plate and took a bite. This bread tastes a bit bland. I'll add some peanut butter. Leon reached out and wanted to grab the peanut butter that was not far from him. However, at this moment, Roswitha's hand also happened to reach out. She also wants peanut butter. Leon's hand and her hand coincidentally touched each other. Leon and Roswitha turned their heads together, looking at each other with a slightly surprised expression. Extra story: The Waterbed's Hidden Secret. Today, Isa is here to introduce the waterbed where Leon and Roswitha sleep together. She raised her hand and showed everyone the waterbed that appeared behind her. This is my customized heart-thumping and relationship-boosting waterbed for Ross and her husband. Then, she picked up a stick and pointed to several mechanisms she had installed on the waterbed. On both sides of the bed, I have set trigger buttons. If they touch the button, it will drop the toy spider that Ross is afraid of. They only avoid triggering the mechanism by staying embraced in the center of the bed. So, do you know what to do now? Isa stood in front and made a mischievous expression. After listening to Isa's introduction, Roswitha standing behind her looked at her angrily. She was dissatisfied with the surprise prepared by Isa. This is completely unnecessary. After touching each other's hands, the Silver Dragon Queen and I felt shy and quickly avoided each other. The Red Dragon Queen saw that our interaction was very interesting, so she started joking with us. Speaking of the previous fight involving Noah, the Red Dragon Queen has advised us to be more careful lately. The Silver Dragon Queen is fearless and expresses willingness to fight against the Crimson Flame Dragon clan. Before returning home, the Red Dragon Queen bid us farewell and looked forward to our next visit. After my daughters fell asleep, I played a joke on the Silver Dragon Queen. Because Leon felt that the taste of the bread was a bit bland, he wanted to add a little peanut butter to the bread. However, what he didn't expect was that, when he wanted to get the bottle of peanut butter, Roswitha happened to want it too. Their hands touched each other like this. Leon and Roswitha's faces quickly took on a large blush. They immediately withdrew their hands. They shyly turned their heads aside, afraid to look at each other's faces. Leon said nervously to Roswitha, "You can take it first." Roswitha nodded nervously and stammered her answer to him. Okay. Seeing the reactions of Leon and Roswitha, Isa found them very interesting. She raised one hand and placed her cheek on it. She looked at them with a skeptical expression. She gave them a faint, mysterious smile and said to them, "Is the dining room very hot? Why are you blushing?" Roswitha lowered her head slightly and awkwardly smiled. She pretended not to understand what Isa was trying to convey. She raised her hand and used it as a fan to blow herself, trying to ease the temperature on her face. She said to Isa, "Yes, it's quite hot." Leon also felt that there was something wrong with the atmosphere between him and Roswitha at this moment. However, for Isa's question, he could only pretend not to know. He seems to be able to feel the collar a bit tight. He closed his eyes and hooked his collar with his hand, trying to dissipate heat for himself. That's right. even though Leon and Roswitha did not directly express the reason for their blushing. Isa could guess that this was evidence of their relationship becoming even closer. She raised her hand to cover her mouth and continued joking with them. "So, do you want to go back to your room and take a shower?" After a night of getting along, Leon and Roswitha became more sensitive to their relationship. They don't want Isa to know what happened last night. At this moment, they also had no intention of staying in the same room. They looked nervously at Isa and answered her in unison. "No." Isa felt happy when she saw their movements so synchronized. She secretly laughed in her heart. Although she was just joking with them, the reactions of Leon and Roswitha made her feel that they were really a fun couple. She silently evaluated them in her heart. No matter how many times I joke with them, their reactions are always very interesting. After having breakfast for a while, Isa remembered something that happened not long ago. She looked at Roswitha and asked her, "By the way, Ross, I heard that you had a dispute with a Duke of the Crimson Flame Dragon clan a few days ago?" Roswitha nodded, indicating that what Isa said was true. She still remembers very clearly the fight between Noa and other dragons, as well as the duel between Leon and a Duke of the Crimson Flame Dragon clan. She looked at Isa with serious eyes and explained some of the circumstances of the incident to her. His son didn't succeed in bullying Noa with other dragons. Instead, he was beaten up by Noa. Later, he even tried to pick a fight with us, only to get thoroughly thrashed by Leon. Leon closed his eyes and gave a relaxed smile. He evaluated the Duke's abilities. "Haha, that dragon is so weak. I am knocked down by him with just one punch." Isa was pleasantly surprised to hear that Noa had beaten up her bullies on her own. She didn't expect Noa to have such powerful abilities at this age. She looked at Noa with a smile. She touched Noa's head and praised her. "Oh, our Noa is really amazing." Noa also showed a smile. Although she didn't speak, she must have been happy with Isa's words at this moment. Knowing that this incident was related to Roswitha, Isa also paid attention to the follow-up of this incident. She looked at Roswitha with serious eyes and told her other details about the incident that she had known. However, after the useless Duke returned to the territory, he found their leader Constantine and exaggerated the matter once. Upon hearing Isa's words, Roswitha felt extremely angry. She frowned and clenched her fists, feeling dissatisfied with what the Duke had done. She cursed it angrily. That despicable guy. Leon listened quietly to the conversation between Isa and Roswitha. He held his chin with his hand and pondered over some things. He recalled the knowledge he had learned during his studies at the academy. Constantine. I remember he seemed to be described as a heroic figure in the history of the Dragon clan, who helped them expand their territory. The illustrations from the book came to his mind. A red giant dragon flapped its huge wings and roared towards the sky. Under its feet are clusters of flames, as if to proclaim that this is its territory. Isa supported her chin with her hand and continued to tell Roswitha the details she had known. You also know that he has been very active in expanding his territory recently and may take the opportunity to cause trouble. You should be careful. She believed the incident that occurred last time might pose a threat to their safety. She is a little worried about this. However, Roswitha did not waver because of what Isa said. She closed her eyes and said to Isa with a serious tone, "If he really targets my silver dragon castle for the sake of a useless duke, I don't mind teaching the Crimson Flame Dragon clan a lesson." After speaking, she quickly opened her eyes. At this moment, her eyes were filled with killing intent and anger. She was angry about the Duke's behavior. If the Crimson Flame Dragon clan really wants to go to war with her, she would show them no mercy. The weather is very sunny today. The sun also rose early into the sky and cast sunlight on the Red Dragon Castle. After finishing breakfast, Isa escorted Leon, Roswitha, Noa, and Muen to the castle gate. The soldiers of the Red Dragon Castle stood neatly on both sides of the castle gate, silently guarding their safety. Isa gave a big hug to Roswitha. Although she was a little reluctant to part with her sister, she still smiled and said to Roswitha, "Pay attention to safety on the way home." Roswitha gently patted Isa's back and answered her happily, "Okay, Isa, we'll visit you again another day." At this moment, Isa took out a pink gift box from behind her. She handed it to Roswitha. She mischievously blinked her eyes at Roswitha and said to her with a sense of mystery, "This is a farewell gift for you. You can open it when you go home." Roswitha took the gift box in surprise. She said to Isa, "Thank you." Then, Isa quickly walked up to Noa and Muen. She squatted down and hugged them with both hands. She said to them with a happy expression, "You should eat more meat and grow up quickly. Come play with me again next time." Isa slowly approached them. She closed her eyes and gave them a kiss on the face. Muen raised her hands and happily clenched them into fists. She nodded and smiled at Isa. "Muen will eat more meat." Noa felt a bit shy about Isa's behavior, but she didn't find it unpleasant. Her face was tinged with a faint blush. She crossed her hands in front of her chest and whispered to Isa, "Okay." After speaking with Noa and Muen, Isa stood up. She looked at Leon with a faint smile. Last, Leon noticed that Isa's gaze turned towards him. "Don't forget what you promised me." Isa suddenly said a mysterious word to Leon. She seems to be hinting at something about Leon. She looked at him with serious eyes and extended her hand to him. Upon hearing Isa's words, Leon instantly understood the meaning she wanted to convey to him. He remembers very clearly the conversation he had with Isa on the rooftop that night. He smiled lightly and reached out his hand to shake her hand. I keep my word." However, Roswitha standing next to them didn't understand their words. She looked at them with a puzzled expression. She didn't know what information they contained in their words that she didn't know. Roswitha unleashed her magic to transform her human form into a dragon form. Leon, Noa, and Muen climbed onto her back together. Then, she gently spread her wings, ready to fly into the sky. Purple magical energy surrounds her wings. Subsequently, Roswitha leaped vigorously and flapped her wings, flying towards the distant sky. The strong wind blew Isa's clothes and hair up, but she didn't care at the moment. She raised her hand and waved at them, bidding them farewell. Safe travels. Although Isa gradually lost sight of their figures, she still heard Muen's voice clearly. "Goodbye, Auntie." She could guess that Muen was waving at her while saying goodbye to her. After seeing the figure of Roswitha gradually fading away, and not hearing their voices, Isa returned to the castle. Due to the departure of Roswitha and her family, the castle appeared particularly quiet, and even somewhat empty. At this moment, the sunlight happened to shine on the room where Leon and Roswitha had lived together. A sound of high heels came from the hallway. Isa is walking towards the door of the room with a good mood. She muttered to herself while recalling the scene of her interaction with Noa and Muen just now. The young dragons are really interesting. I don't know when they can have another child. She is very much looking forward to having another child with Roswitha. Probably wanting to see the layout of the room again. She entered this room. She put her hand on the doorknob with a smile, ready to open the door of the room. However, what Isa didn't know was that a toy spider was placed on top of the doorframe. It stayed quietly on the doorframe, as if it was waiting patiently for the next person to come along who opened the door to this room. Then, Isa opened the door to the room, and the toy spider moved with the door. Then, as the door had already been fully opened by Isa, the toy spider suddenly fell off the doorframe. It landed in front of Isa, giving her a surprise. Isa was immediately startled by the toy spider in front of her. Although her reaction was not as strong as that of Roswitha, she was also a bit surprised by its sudden appearance. Isa calmly took the toy spider off the rope and grabbed it in her hand. Although the toy spider did not leave any information about who put it here, she could still guess who did the surprise. After all, she personally placed this spider on the bed where Leon and Roswitha slept together. Her purpose in doing this is also to promote their relationship. She muttered to herself while looking at the spider. That guy is so eager to protect his wife. At this moment, Leon sitting on the back of Roswitha sneezed loudly. His body seemed to sense Isa whispering about him. Her sister has already noticed the surprise I left specifically for her, right? Leon closed his eyes and touched his nose. The spider placed on the doorframe was actually put on by Leon. He seemed to have guessed that Isa had already discovered the gift he had left for her. This is a small revenge against her. At this moment, due to the long time it takes for them to fly home, Noa and Muen sitting next to Leon were already feeling exhausted. They closed their eyes and rested on Leon's thigh, falling asleep quietly. Leon gently patted their backs with his hand, allowing them to fall asleep peacefully. While coaxing Noa and Muen to sleep, Leon recalled the time they spent with Isa these past few days. This left a deep impression on him. He silently said in his heart, Roswitha and Isa are completely different from the Dragon Kings I have previously encountered. In his memories, Isa often joked with Roswitha. She raised her hand to cover her mouth and looked at Roswitha with a teasing expression. Roswitha's face was tinged with a faint blush. She showed a shy expression. She turned her head, hoping that Isa wouldn't continue speaking. Although she felt helpless at Isa's joke, she didn't dislike it. After getting along with them, I can find that they are more friendly, peaceful, and value their families more. I can feel their full love for their families from them. Occasionally, Leon can still see Isa and Roswitha happily embracing each other. Isa tightly hugged Roswitha with both hands and pressed her face against Roswitha's face. Roswitha also chuckled lightly. She also really enjoyed the interaction between Isa and her. Their faces were filled with happy smiles. Leon can feel that their sister's relationship is really good. At this moment, Leon remembered his conversation with Isa that night. From Isa's words, Leon knew that Isa cherished Roswitha very much, and she trusted him very much. He couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He put his hand on his chin and fell into thought. He whispered, "She actually entrusted her most cherished sister to me." Roswitha, who was flying, seemed to have remembered something. She suddenly asked about Leon. "When you were just leaving, what did you promise Isa?" She gently turned her head to look at Leon, wanting to know what he had said to Isa that she didn't know. At that time, although she had some doubts about their conversation, she did not directly say it to them. Upon hearing Roswitha's words, Leon chuckled softly. He secretly felt happy that he could have a secret that Roswitha didn't know. He looked at Roswitha and said to her, "Haha, do you want to know?" "I won't tell you." Leon has no intention of sharing his conversation with Isa with her. Of course, only he knows such a precious secret. Roswitha felt a bit angry about Leon's words. She felt like she had been deceived by him as a fool. She said to him with an angry tone, "You!" At this moment, the sunset had slowly dyed the azure sky orange. The beautiful sunset appeared before their eyes. After a brief chat with Leon, Roswitha flapped her wings again and flew towards the distant sunset. After a long flight, they finally arrived at the Silver Dragon Castle. It's already evening now. Night has fallen, and the stars have added a touch of decoration to the dim night. Inside the castle, there are still some rooms with lights on, as if illuminating their way back to their rooms. After changing into their pajamas, Noa and Muen took each other's hands and fell asleep together. The steady sound of breathing came from their mouths. They all had smiles on their faces, as if they were very happy with today's trip. Although they are tired today, they are very happy to be able to go to Isa's house to play. After confirming that Noa and Muen were completely asleep, Roswitha walked out of their room and gently closed the door. Leon stood quietly at the door. He didn't go back to his room. It seemed like he was intentionally waiting for Roswitha to come out. He leaned against the wall with a smile on his face, as if he had thought of something interesting. As Roswitha turned to retreat to her chambers, Leon's voice halted her steps. "Oh." Roswitha turned her head with a puzzled expression and looked at Leon. "Hmm?" She didn't know what else Leon had to discuss with her. Leon gave a mischievous smile and said to Roswitha, "Can you give me a live performance of the one shown in yesterday's video?" He seems to be still thinking about how to retaliate against her. It's time to mention one of his habits here. Leon's revenge plan for today: to use shameful experiences to mentally strike Roswitha and prevent her from sleeping well. "I love bath time. It keeps me fine. Scrubbing my tail and bubbles so shine." Leon clenched his hand into a fist and used it as a microphone. He imitated the scene of Roswitha taking a shower when she was a child, while singing the song she had sung before while taking a shower. In the video he watched, when she was a child, Roswitha applied shower gel to her body and rubbed bubbles. She wore a happy expression and sang her favorite song, You. Upon seeing Leon's movements, Roswitha immediately felt a surge of anger. She quietly clenched her fist, wanting to punch him. She looked at him with angry eyes and was dissatisfied with his behavior. Angry flames burned fiercely behind her. Easter egg. After returning to the room, Roswitha opened the gift that Isa had given her. There was a very slim-fitting swimsuit in the gift box. She felt very happy holding up this swimsuit. She silently thought in her heart, Next time, I take children to the beach to play. After joking with the Silver Dragon Queen, I found her reaction quite amusing. The Silver Dragon Queen seems very angry about my joke. She asked me to go to her room later to receive the punishment. However, I was unaware of the seriousness of the situation, and was still complacent about my joke. How will I face what happens next? In order to prevent Roswitha from resting well at night, Leon joked with her about her past experiences. He imitated the way Roswitha used to take a shower when she was a child, while singing the songs she used to sing while taking a shower. He found it very interesting to see Roswitha unable to speak due to anger. He pressed one hand against the wall and bent down, beginning to mock her. You're really stupid. At this moment, Roswitha silently lowered her head and clenched her fists. She was very angry about Leon's joke. However, Roswitha was not provoked by Leon's joke to the point of going crazy or cursing Leon at the scene. She slowly suppressed the anger in her heart. She lifted her head and gently squinted her eyes, speaking to Leon in an angry tone. It seems like you're quite bored? Leon. Then, Roswitha pressed down on his shoulder with one hand and pressed him against the wall. Before Leon could react, he suddenly felt himself being forcefully pressed against the wall by a force. Roswitha furrowed her brow and stared closely at Leon's face with an angry expression. At the same time, she slowly increased the strength of the hand she placed on Leon's shoulder. From the reaction of Roswitha, it can only be concluded that Roswitha is very angry. The consequences of angering her are serious. Leon lowered his eyebrows, slightly opened his mouth, and a cold sweat also broke out on his face. He was a bit scared by the current appearance of Roswitha. Seeing the angry expression on Roswitha's face, he felt as if he had done something not very good. He dare not move freely for the time being. Should we continue doing what we didn't do last night? In Leon's eyes, Roswitha was so angry that her eyes were glowing red, and her hair was also disheveled. She clenched her left fist with her right hand and made some noises. Her fingers itched to teach Leon a lesson with a good hard punch. Leon has noticed that his joke went too far. He felt that the situation was not good at this moment. He looked at Roswitha's face and silently said in his heart, "She-Dragon is angry." I'd better run away first. When he saw that Roswitha was still angry and distracted, Leon took advantage of her inattention and quickly slipped back to the room. Roswitha finally realized that Leon had escaped back to his room. She stood behind him, shouting angrily at him. "Stop!" Leon quickly ran to the door of his room. He immediately opened the door and ran in. Just as he was about to close the room door, one of Roswitha's hands suddenly appeared at the doorway. He was startled by Roswitha's hand. He didn't expect her to secretly follow him and run so fast. Roswitha tightly held onto his room door, preventing him from closing it. At this moment, a heavy burst of laughter came in from behind the door. Leon felt a little nervous as he watched Roswitha reappear in front of him. Roswitha slowly pushed open the door and looked through the crack at Leon standing in the room. She smiled unkindly and said to Leon with a heavy tone, "I'll give you 10 minutes. After you take a shower, come to my room. Tonight, Ms. Melkivi will teach you what will happen if you provoke me with dark history." Roswitha frowned and stared closely at Leon, giving him this command. Faced with the threat posed by Roswitha, Leon felt helpless. He could feel the unique aura of a queen emanating from Roswitha towards him. This gave him a bad premonition. If he accepts her orders, he will have to go through the same thing as before. If he doesn't accept her orders, he is likely to receive a more severe punishment. Without waiting for Leon to give her an answer, Roswitha forcefully closed Leon's door and left his room. The sound of the door closing was so loud that the entire corridor echoed. In no time, the sound of Roswitha's hurried footsteps in the hallway slowly disappeared. Looking at the tightly closed door of the room, Leon stood still and couldn't say anything for a moment. He closed his eyes and immediately raised his hand to slap his mouth a few times. He cursed while hitting himself. Why does my mouth have to be so annoying? He finally realized that his joke had brought him a bad outcome. At this moment, Leon stopped hitting his mouth. He lifted his head and recalled the very angry look that Roswitha had shown when she heard his joke just now. He seems to have thought of something. He murmured to himself, I don't expect her to react so strongly, but..." This precisely shows that dark history is very effective for her. Leon crossed his hands in front of his chest. He is still thinking about how to effectively retaliate against Roswitha. He looked ahead with a victorious smile, as if he had found a way to easily strike Roswitha. He plans to use the things that Roswitha did when she was a child to make her feel ashamed and embarrassed now. This will deal a heavy blow to her emotions. He could imagine what she would look like when her emotions took a hit. Although the price of her emotional breakdown was to torture my body, it was also a sacrifice that should be paid for the cause of dragon slaying. Leon came up with such a picture in his mind. Under the cliff, the waves were pounding hard against the rocks. Draped in a flowing blue cape, he stood on the edge of the cliff, striking a bold and fearless stance with his raised hand. In order to seek revenge, he is willing to do whatever it takes. Leon showed a sad expression and clenched his shirt tightly with both hands. He remembered that every time he carried out a revenge plan against Roswitha, she would immediately retaliate against him and use the whole night to vent her emotions on him. This made him feel like his body was being emptied. However, for the sake of his revenge plan, he couldn't control so much anymore. He felt sorry for his body while muttering to himself, "It's okay if my body breaks down, as long as it can make the Silver Dragon Queen uncomfortable. I am duty-bound." At this moment, Roswitha was taking a shower in her room. Behind the obscuring curtain, Roswitha's legs were faintly visible. She tapped her foot lightly against the floor, while swaying her legs in a relaxed rhythm. The warm shower water slowly flowed over her slender thighs. Water mist permeated the entire bathroom. Her head and body were covered in shower gel. The bubbles of shower gel danced freely on her head and body. After creating bubbles on her body and head, she turned on the shower head and rinsed her head and body clean. She lifted her head and welcomed the warm water flowing over her head and body. She smiled and raised her hand, washing her head while happily humming a song. She seemed no longer angry about Leon's joke, and even looked forward to him entering her room. At this point, most of the rooms in the castle had already turned off the lights, leaving only Leon and Roswitha's room with the lights on. However, Leon seems to have no idea what will happen next. He is still proud of his revenge plan. "Wait for me, Roswitha." He still wanted to continue using the joke just now to inflict a mental blow on Roswitha. Not long after, Leon had already finished taking a shower and entered Roswitha's room. However, after 10 minutes, he didn't see Roswitha emotionally devastated by his joke. Instead, he heard the sound of whips whipping his body. The sound of whips beating echoed in Roswitha's room. Leon can't stand this kind of treatment anymore. He couldn't help but shout loudly, "Ah!" Don't be too harsh, Roswitha." At this moment, Leon had already put on his pajamas and was lying on the bed of Roswitha. He showed a very uncomfortable expression. He lowered his eyebrows and opened one eye to look above him. He felt his body being subjected to torture. The person who subjected him to torture was none other than Roswitha. Roswitha changed into a tight-fitting uniform and wore a pair of black suspender socks. This uniform outlines her slim and beautiful figure. She unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of her shirt, revealing the tight-fitting clothing and twin peaks inside. As she moved, twin peaks also trembled slightly. She sported a pair of round, red-framed glasses. She held a leather whip in one hand and gently teased its tip in the other. She stood by the bed and lowered her head, saying to Leon with a serious expression, "You should call me Ms. Malkivi, you know?" Leon not only showed no interest in Roswitha's role-playing, but also had some disdain for her acting skills. He is not sure why she treats him in this way. Roswitha dressed like this seemed very strange to him. He crossed his hands on his chest, looked at her with a contemptuous expression, and evaluated her. "Call you Ms. Malkivi? You're really good at acting. She-dragon. That's impolite." Before Leon could finish speaking, Roswitha loudly accused him. Leon's words made her feel very uncomfortable. She swung her whip and whipped Leon vigorously. This is her punishment for saying the wrong thing to Leon. Ah! Leon shouted very loudly. The whip hit Leon's arm, which made him feel the pain again. He closed his eyes tightly, opened his mouth, and rolled towards the other side of the bed. Then, Roswitha climbed onto the bed and knelt beside Leon. She pressed the whip in her hand against Leon's chin, forcing him to look up at herself. She gently tapped his chin with a whip, as if teasing a puppy. She smiled and looked down at him with a queen's posture, commenting on what he had just said. You call it the wrong name again. It seems that you haven't fully understood your current situation. Leon. Leon showed an uncomfortable expression. He dare not speak casually for the time being. If he continues to argue with her, he is likely to be whipped by her again. He was forced to keep his head up and look at Roswitha, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. Although she didn't exert all her strength to whip him with a leather whip, what puzzled him was the purpose behind Roswitha's actions towards him. He silently thought in his heart, this whip doesn't hurt much on the body, but it feels so awkward. Leon remembered tonight that he imitated what Roswitha did when she was a child. This joke made her very angry. At this moment, it seems that Roswitha is also using a similar method to make him feel ashamed. He seemed to understand her intention. I understand. She-Dragon wants to make me feel ashamed through this role-playing game. Roswitha plays the role of a teacher. I am playing the role of a student who makes mistakes and doesn't listen to her. In Leon's imagination, Roswitha was wearing a tight-fitting uniform and lifted her hand to support her glasses. She smiled lightly and slowly bent down to look at him. Her twin peaks swayed with her movements. Her behavior towards Leon just now was like a punishment for an unruly student. If I want to finish tonight's game as soon as possible, I must fully cooperate with Roswitha. Seeing that Leon didn't speak again, Roswitha got out of bed. She thought he was reflecting on his behavior. She lightly tapped her palm with a whip, while looking at him with serious eyes and asking him, "Do you know where you went wrong?" At this moment, Leon propped himself up on the bed with both hands and slowly sat up. In order to quickly end this shameful role-playing, Leon had to grit his teeth and accompany her in the act. He couldn't help but feel shy at the thought of the lines he was about to say. His face also slowly flushed due to this reason. He turned his head to the side, not wanting Roswitha to see. He whispered, "I'm sorry, Miss Melkivi. I will definitely study hard in the future, listen to you, and not make mistakes again." Upon hearing Leon's answer, Roswitha smiled with satisfaction. She took off her glasses and looked at Leon, telling him the next step of her plan. "All right, are you ready to submit your homework?" At this moment, Leon was stunned. He was not sure what Roswitha meant by what she said. He stared at her blankly and blinked his eyes, asking her in a puzzled tone, "Homework? What is that?" Regarding Leon's reaction, Roswitha's face showed an unhappy expression. She felt unhappy that Leon didn't realize what she meant. She raised an eyebrow and said with a serious tone, "Don't you even know any homework? Do you still dare to say that you need to study hard? Leon really doesn't know what Roswitha meant by homework. He felt a bit embarrassed about her unclear demands. He asked her to explain it to him. Could you please say it again, Ms. Melkivi? I will listen carefully. Upon hearing Leon's sincere question, Roswitha did not refuse. She commended his studious attitude. She placed her glasses and whip on the cabinet and said to him, "Okay, after all, I'm also very reasonable." Then, Roswitha sat astride Leon's waist. Her long, shapely thighs brushed suggestively against his with deliberate slowness. She looked down at Leon below her, and slowly touched his chest with her hand, as if making an invitation to him. She gave him a mischievous smile, and became excited about what she was going to do with him next. Then, she revealed the specific details of the homework to Leon. Today's homework is to make my dragon mark light up. Upon hearing Roswitha's words, Leon was surprised. He didn't expect that the content of the homework assigned by Roswitha was actually to do this kind of thing with her. Roswitha bent down and pressed her body tightly against Leon's body. She spun her fingers around his exposed chest, as if teasing him. She slowly approached Leon and threatened him. "If you can't do it, you will face even harsher punishment." Leon looked nervously at Roswitha, but he didn't feel scared. He gathered his courage and accepted the challenge of this homework. Who said I couldn't do it?" Leon raised his hand and touched Roswitha's thin and soft waist. He first touched her in a very familiar way here, then slowly moved up along her waist and touched other parts of her body. As he touched Roswitha's body more and more times, Leon felt his body getting hotter and hotter. He gasped for breath slowly, his face tinged with a very red blush. He knows very well about the body of Roswitha. After all, during the few nights when Roswitha vented her emotions to him, he had gradually become familiar with her body parts. He thought confidently, "We have experienced countless nights. I know exactly where the sensitive point of the she-dragon is." It seemed that Leon had touched a sensitive part of Roswitha's body, and Roswitha suddenly felt her body tremble. She lifted her head and stretched her neck. She closed her eyes tightly and immediately blushed. She tried to suppress her voice and not shout out. Roswitha felt a very comfortable sensation in her body. She wants to reject it, but also wants it very much. She felt so comfortable that she was about to lose consciousness. She opened one eye and slightly opened her mouth to catch her breath. She praised Leon's method. Leon, you've mastered the essentials so quickly." Roswitha couldn't suppress this comfortable feeling anymore. She looked up with a flushed face and let out a comfortable sigh. At this moment, she was enjoying Leon's body massage with a very happy expression on her face. Then, she held Leon's head and pressed it onto her twin peaks, hoping to enhance this feeling of happiness. She felt her head dizzy, but she didn't want Leon to stop. She is deeply immersed in it, and unable to extricate herself. I completed the homework as requested by the Silver Dragon Queen, but she also put forward new homework requirements for me. I had no choice but to continue completing the other assignments as per her request. My daughters are curious about my mental state and ask what happened to us. Because I couldn't tell them the truth, I had to answer them with white lies. After sending my eldest daughter to school, I discussed with my youngest daughter what we were going to do today. She saw my poor mental state and came up with an idea. Roswitha straddled Leon's body and gently twisted her waist. She enjoyed Leon's massage of her body very much, and felt her body slowly softening. Her cheeks slowly turned very red due to Leon's massage. She lifted her head and let out a comfortable sigh. She tightly embraced Leon's head with both hands to deepen this feeling of happiness. Leon also gently hugged Roswitha's body and slowly pulled her down onto the bed. Due to touching Roswitha's body too many times, Leon's blush gradually deepened. This scene made him feel very shy. After completing her massage as requested, he lifted his head and placed his chin on her fleshy and elastic twin peaks. He lowered his eyebrows and said to her with a pitiful look in his eyes, I have completed my homework. Is this okay?" Upon hearing Leon's words, Roswitha chuckled softly at him. She narrowed her eyes and gave a mischievous smile. She lifted her hand and placed it on her cheek, as if she was still nostalgic for the feeling she had just experienced. She believed that Leon's massage was not enough to satisfy her desires. She said to him, "Just now, it was just some pre-class exercises. Your real homework hasn't been submitted yet." Roswitha pressed her body tightly against Leon's body. She reached out and touched Leon's chest, slowly stroking it a few times. Then, she slowly moved her hand downwards and touched other parts of his body. Upon hearing Roswitha's words, Leon was momentarily stunned. He didn't expect that Roswitha was not satisfied with the status quo, and she planned to continue doing further things for him. He stared at her blankly and said to her, Is this okay too?" Roswitha placed his hand on Leon's chest and looked at him with affectionate eyes. Her twin peaks kept rubbing against his chest, as if hinting at him to quickly move on to the next step for her. Leon lifted his head and watched as Roswitha slowly approached him. Faced with her teasing, Leon gradually began to lose control. He silently said in his heart, "Damn it, I know this she-dragon wouldn't let me go easily." He gradually became attracted to her and the atmosphere they created. At this moment, a sentence flashed through his mind. The great dragon-slaying hero, Leon, is once again defeated by the she-dragon. In such an ambiguous atmosphere, dragon mark slowly appeared on Leon's chest. The dragon mark kept flashing with purple light, as if showing Leon's current mood. Leon lowered his head to look at his dragon mark, and continued to say in his heart, "Is it because of the dragon mark? My mouth is getting drier and drier." At this moment, Leon felt that something was wrong with his body. He opened his mouth and kept panting. He seems to want to relieve his dry mouth by breathing fresh air. However, this did not make his mouth feel moist. The more he breathes, the drier his mouth feels. My body also began to restless uncontrollably. This physical reaction guided his desire, making Leon increasingly want to do something to Roswitha, He sat up from the bed and slowly pounced towards Roswitha. Regarding Leon's behavior, Roswitha did not reject him. On the contrary, she reached out her hands and gently hugged his head, guiding him to fall onto the bed. The soft bed accepted two people who wanted to be entwined with each other. Leon pressed Roswitha under him, their bodies flush against each other. He reached out his hand and propped himself up on the bed to prevent him from getting too deep into the embrace of Roswitha. Roswitha placed one of her hands on Leon's head and kept caressing his head. Then, she tightly hugged his waist with her other hand and pressed him towards her body. Leon placed his head on Roswitha's neck and took a deep breath. The body scent on Roswitha made his body feel excited. Then, he gently kissed her neck and the area around it. How could Roswitha tolerate Leon's stimulation on her like this? The blush on her face was even redder than before. She lifted her neck and let out a comfortable sigh. Leon, you're a bad boy. Ms. Melkivi, isn't that what you want? Leon closed his eyes, reached out his hand, and gently hugged Roswitha's head, and increased the intensity of his kiss. Roswitha could hear Leon's kissing sound clearly entering her ears. This made her body feel increasingly excited. She couldn't refuse Leon's behavior. Roswitha could feel that her body was almost out of her control. She closed her eyes and enjoyed the feeling of excitement spreading throughout her body. She gently twisted her body, feeling the rising temperature of her body and Leon's body temperature. Her twin peaks trembled gently with her movements. She kept urging Leon to speed up, hoping that this feeling would last longer in her. That's right. Hurry up. Leon did not answer Roswitha's words. He pressed tightly against her body, adjusting the distance between them to a negative number. He tightly grasped her hand and inserted his fingers into hers. Roswitha could feel her body becoming very soft and comfortable now, as if it was about to blend into her bed. She seemed to feel like she had entered heaven. She shouted out in comfort. Ah! The two bodies overlapped like this, feeling each other's temperature and breathing sounds. After being tossed around by Roswitha for a while, Leon finally got to stop and rest. At this moment, he felt his body very tired. He leaned against the bed, closed his eyes, and let out a slow sigh. He lifted his head and stared silently at the ceiling of the room, lost in thought. His clothes have been taken off by him and thrown on the floor. Roswitha lay next to him and closed her eyes to rest for a while. Because she had also taken off all of her clothes, she could only simply cover herself with a blanket as a cover. Seeing that Roswitha was already planning to rest, Leon picked up the pajamas that had fallen under the bed and put them on. He closed his eyes and asked Roswitha while wearing his pajamas. Ms. Melkivi, my homework has been submitted. Can we finish class now? He has been tormented by Roswitha for some time, and he is both physically and mentally exhausted. He doesn't want to continue what just happened. He plans to leave her room and return to his own room to sleep. Just as Leon was putting on his pajamas and preparing to leave, Roswitha reached out and grabbed Leon's sleeve. She prevented him from leaving her room. Leon furrowed his brow and looked down at Roswitha's hand, slowly feeling a sense of unease in his heart. Roswitha opened her eyes and stretched comfortably. Unlike Leon, she didn't seem to feel particularly tired. She smiled mischievously and told Leon her next plan. The homework you submitted is only for one subject. There are still 6 subjects' homework that need to be submitted next. She gently twisted her body, revealing her snow-white twin peaks and thighs. The purple blanket vaguely outlined her slender figure. She seemed to be tempting Leon to continue accompanying her on the type of homework she had just done. Upon hearing Roswitha's words, Leon was once again stunned. To his surprise, Roswitha had even piled on extra homework for him. He stared blankly at Roswitha lying in bed, unable to utter any rebuttal. Ah? Ah! Leon let out a mournful wail. His cry echoed outside the Silver Dragon Castle, echoing through this dazzling starry sky. Tonight, his body is no longer his body, but a hollow shell. He could imagine that tonight would be another sleepless night. Leon was quite displeased with Roswitha's extra homework assignment. He spoke to her with noticeable irritation in his voice. "Miss Melkivi, you are truly a homework maniac." Roswitha paid no attention to his complaints. If he's been able to do it before, he'll be able to do the extra homework he's being given tonight. She closed her eyes and said to Leon with a smile, "No more excuses. Leon, pull yourself together and get ready to pull an all-nighter on this homework." As soon as he thought of being repeatedly tortured by Roswitha like countless nights before, Leon felt his body and mind quietly shatter. For Leon, this is destined to be a long and arduous night. With the company of Roswitha, time gradually moved from evening to morning. Outside the Silver Dragon Castle, the sun gradually rises and illuminates the dim sky. After a night of Leon taking her seriously, Roswitha felt that her body and mind had been thoroughly purified. The previously negative emotions have been completely washed away. Her skin has become much whiter than before, and even more elastic. She closed her eyes and gave a satisfied smile. She crossed her hands in front of her chest and walked to the gate of Silver Dragon Castle with a very good mood. Her mental state has improved a lot compared to last night, and her temperament has also become somewhat different. It seems that she is very satisfied with the homework and additional services submitted to her by Leon. However, Leon walking next to her formed a sharp contrast with her. He had dark circles around his eyes and no happy expression on his face. Although he was walking at the forefront, he walked unsteadily, as if he was about to fall to the ground in the next second. It is obvious that his mental state is very poor. Dragging his exhausted body, Leon finally walked to the gate of the Silver Dragon Castle. Noa and Muen looked up and saw Leon in a very poor mental state. They are very curious about this. Noa asked in confusion, "Why do you look like you haven't slept all night?" At this moment, Muen found Leon's appearance very interesting. She raised her hand and pointed at Leon's dark circles under his eyes, laughing heartily. "Haha, Dad's dark circles are really dark." Because he couldn't rest well all night, Leon felt his head spin but he could still hear what Noa and Muen were saying clearly. Upon hearing what Muen said, he calmly pointed to his dark circles under his eyes and explained to them, "Ah, I stayed up too late doing homework. Leon is already an adult and doesn't have to go to school, so there shouldn't be anyone assigning him homework." Muen was a bit confused about Leon's answer. She raised her hand and tapped her chin. She lifted her head and pondered for a moment. Do adults also have homework? In order to prevent Noa and Muen from knowing what happened to them last night, Roswitha came up with another explanation for them. She closed her eyes and said to them with a smile, "Children have homework for children. Of course. Adults also have homework for adults." Noa and Muen lifted their heads together and looked at Roswitha, unable to say anything for a moment. They still don't quite understand what Roswitha is saying. They glanced at each other and then fell into contemplation. At this moment, Muen seemed to have thought of something. She happily raised her hand and expressed her thoughts. Muen finds an incredible rule. When mom is in good condition, dad will become very weak. When dad is in good condition, mom will become very weak. Am I right? While explaining to Leon and Roswitha, Muen excitedly reached out his finger and pointed at them. Leon and Roswitha were surprised by Muen's discovery. They didn't expect Muen to discover their physical condition from their mental state. Leon was pleased with her keen observation ability. He reached out and touched Muen's head, revealing a weak smile to her. He said to Muen, "Good girl, you are so clever." Although Leon and Roswitha did not tell Muen what had happened between them, Leon had to admire her meticulous observation. He silently said in his heart, "She easily saw through the truth that ordinary people couldn't discover." Upon hearing Leon's praise, Muen felt delighted. She looked up at Leon with a happy smile and excitedly wagged her tail. Leon stood behind Muen, as if trying to protect her. He raised his hand and looked ahead with a determined gaze. If anyone says you're only cute in the future, Dad will be the first to fight with him. Muen stood in front of Leon, happily placing her hands on her waist. She showed a cute expression and looked ahead firmly with Leon. At this moment, Noa heard a sound coming from the sky. She lifted her head and looked towards a certain spot in the sky. Oh, it's here. The school bus that came to pick her up to school, Leviathan, appeared not far away. It flaps its huge wings and flies towards the direction they are in. It let out a cry, as if reminding Noa that it was preparing to reach the castle gate. In no time, Leviathan stopped above them, waiting for Noa to enter the carriage. Seeing Leviathan coming to pick her up, Noa turned around and grabbed the backpack shoulder strap with one hand, while waving the other hand towards them. She calmly bid farewell to Roswitha and Muen. "Goodbye, Mom. Goodbye, Muen." Roswitha nodded, indicating that Noa could leave. She gently held Muen's hand with one hand and waved her other hand towards Noa. She smiled and said goodbye to her. "Take care on your way." Although Muen couldn't bear to see Noa leave, she still waved happily at Noa and hoped she could come home soon. "Noa, come back quickly. and play with Muen. When you're not around, Muen will miss you. Although Leon is still a bit dazed, he also showed a faint smile and encouraged her. Study hard. See you next weekend. Upon hearing what Leon said to her, Noa felt a bit shy. She still dare not take the initiative to say goodbye to Leon. However, she still turned around to face Leon and nodded at him, which could be considered as accepting Leon's encouragement to her. I'm leaving. After speaking, Leviathan shot blue magical energy towards the ground. Noa was surrounded by magical energy, and then her feet slowly lifted off the ground. Quickly, Leviathan transported her into the carriage on its back. After picking up Noa, Leviathan vigorously flapped its wings and turned its direction, flying towards the distance. It also needs to go to other places to pick up the remaining students to go to school. Leon and Roswitha lifted their heads and watched Leviathan leave until its figure gradually disappeared into the sky. For the convenience of Muen being able to see Leviathan, Leon held her in his arms. Muen waved to Leviathan in the sky and spoke loudly to it. Goodbye, Noa. Goodbye, Big Dragon. After Leviathan left, Leon turned his head to look at Muen and discussed with her what to do today. So, after sending Noa to school, what are we going to do today? Muen did not immediately answer Leon's question. She touched her chin a few times with her hand and gently tilted her head, as if thinking about something. She silently said in her heart, Dad always looks weak, and Mom seems worried. Muen noticed that Leon's mental state was often very off. If this continues, his physical health will have problems. She is a little worried about this. She looked at Leon with a determined gaze and made up her mind to do something to help him. Noa is not here. I want to urge Dad to exercise and become stronger. Seeing Muen's expression, Leon felt a little puzzled. He didn't know what Muen was trying to express to him. Muen jumped from Leon's arms to the ground. She held his hand and excitedly led him forward. Dad, let's go for a run at the training ground today. Leon was a bit surprised by Muen's proposal. Although he didn't know why Muen suddenly took him to the training ground, he still nodded and agreed with Muen's idea. Oh, okay. Upon hearing Muen's proposal to go for a run at the training ground, Roswitha seemed to take an interest. She watched their departing backs and silently said in her heart, It seems quite interesting.
Hi! Pineapple has a good news to tell you. My app Lullaby can now be downloaded on the App Store and Google Play. You can search for Lullaby Light Novel in the search bar to find the app. After downloading the app, you can read our exclusive novels and comics more easily on your mobile phone. If you are interested, you can download Lullaby from the App Store and Google Play.